Chapter 152. The Evolution of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon. Forget it. Since you wish to test me, I shall accompany you. After all, it is too late to retreat now. Jiang Chen promptly retracted the little tiger into the Beast Master space, then sat cross-legged, exerting all his strength to channel Beast Master energy to the little Qing. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. The energy of the lightning in the sky astonishingly coalesced into a thunder dragon, which lunged fiercely towards the little Qing. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Is this a death wish? I certainly cannot invoke Susanoo. This thunder dragon was far more ferocious than a Qilin. Jiang Chen sprang to his feet, intending to withdraw the little Qing directly into the Beast Master space. However, at this moment, it was already too late. The thunder dragon collided with the little Qing, instantly producing a resounding explosion. The shockwave from the explosion sent Jiang Chen hurtling away. After a brief moment, the smoke began to dissipate. The storm clouds above seemed to have exhausted their energy and vanished entirely. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, immediately feeling a sharp pain in his hand, accompanied by a slight dampness. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose to his feet and discovered a massive gash carved into his right hand by the rocks. Due to excessive bleeding, it had already gone numb. Little Qing. Suddenly, he recalled something. Ignoring his own injuries, he sprinted with all his might towards the position of the little Qing. Upon arriving at the original spot, he found that the impact of the thunder dragon had transformed the area into a pit with a diameter of 5 meters. The little Qing lay bloodied in the pit, a crimson tail feather floating above it, encasing it in protection. Blessing? It must be the Hongfu 7-colored bird from that time. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had not expected that merely providing a modicum of care for the Hongfu 7-colored bird at Hiwani's would result in them bestowing a blessing upon the little Qing. Their assistance during the little Qing's evolution was indeed a delightful surprise. Just then, the breathing of the yetching snake grew steady. The tail feather seamlessly merged into its body. Subsequently, it began to emanate a withering vitality. This marked the final stage of the yetching snake's evolution. Consequently, a white radiance enveloped the yetching snake, but it was not the light of evolution. Rather, it was the autonomous utilization of photosynthesis. Little Qing, stay awake, do not fall asleep, Jiang Chen urged as he sat down laboriously at the cliff's edge, clutching his injured arm and calling out to the little Qing. At that very moment, Lu Guodong, Wang Kiki, and Wen Wan among others hastily arrived. The previous thunder dragon had indeed been rather excessive. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Upon seeing Jiang Chen's shirt completely stained with blood, they rushed over. What brings you here? Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then raised his arm, saying, It's merely a cut from a rock. It's not a significant issue. What do you mean it's not a significant issue? If that cut were any deeper, it could tear through muscle. Wang Kiki immediately scolded, tearing off a sleeve from her shirt and crouching beside Jiang Chen to assist in bandaging him. I'm truly fine. Jiang Chen smiled at Wang Kiki as she tended to his wound. In the realm of beast tamers, such an injury is trivial, for in this world, with the timely intervention of healing beasts, even severed limbs can be reattached. Still insisting you're fine. What was that thunder dragon all about? Do you have any idea how close you brought us to death? Why are you crying? Jiang Chen was taken aback when he noticed Wang Kiki suddenly sobbing as she bandaged him, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. In Jiang Chen's memory, Wang Kiki had always been rather carefree. He had never witnessed her in such a state. The thunder dragon was merely an accident. I truly did not anticipate that the tribulation triggered by Xiaoqing would be so formidable. Fortunately, no significant harm occurred. Wang Jia, please cease your tears. Look, Xiaoqing has already entered the final stage of beast evolution. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Guodong interjected, I was just about to inquire about that. That thunder dragon was stronger than all the previous lightning combined. Based on my estimations, your Xiaoqing should never have been able to withstand it. How did you manage that? That is largely thanks to you having Professor He come to my aid in Chuanqing. Jiang Chen gently wiped away the tears on Wang Kiki's face, then turned to Lu Guodong and asked, By the way, Master, what is your relationship with Professor He? Last time I inquired, you were reluctant to divulge. Can you share it now? He was indeed somewhat curious about this, for he had joined the sect too late, and Lu Guodong had already reformed. His senior brothers had consistently refrained from discussing any of the scandalous rumors surrounding him. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Chen's query, Lu Guodong responded with irritation. Mind your own business. Focus on yourself first. He swiftly ended that topic. Jiang Chen smiled at this response. This old man certainly harbored secrets. He then withdrew his hand from Wang Qiqi's and stated, Master, could you accompany me down for a moment? The final stage of Xiao Qing's evolution was neither devoid of danger nor entirely perilous. Without careful observation, it could easily lose its life force. Wang Qiqi, upon hearing this, said nothing further and directly summoned her beast, a pristine ice crystal butterfly. With its emergence, Jiang Chen immediately felt the surrounding temperature drop by at least 5 degrees. Let us proceed. I will guide you down. As she spoke, the ice crystal butterfly gently grasped Jiang Chen's shoulders with its delicate little hands, carefully lifting him beside Xiao Qing. Thank you, he expressed to the ice crystal butterfly. Subsequently, Jiang Chen seated himself next to Xiao Qing and activated his all-seeing eye to observe its condition. Should any abnormalities arise, he would promptly administer evolution potions crafted from thunder fruit, crystallized flora, life fruits, and other materials. Thus, he remained in this position for 3 days. On the 3rd day at noon, they had erected a tent at the edge of the pit. Wang Qiqi was preparing to bring Jiang Chen some food when suddenly a brilliant light pierced through the tent. They rushed outside and beheld Xiao Qing, which had been on the brink of death for 3 days, suddenly erupting with a dazzling radiance. It's photosynthesis. Jiang Chen is truly going to succeed. Lu Guodong exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, an exhilarating scene unfolded before everyone. The yetching snake slowly rose to its feet, emitting a deep roar, akin to both a tiger and a deer, and immediately thereafter, it began to exude a formidable aura. Jiang Chen hastily stood up, taking a step back. Subsequently, it erupted in a blinding white light, commencing its evolution. Ayo! Suddenly, a roar echoed as the yetching snake soared into the air, its body expanding under the luminous glow, and claws began to sprout from its form. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal creature measuring 10 meters in length. As the radiance faded, a beast covered in emerald green scales materialized before the onlookers. At that moment, its head had completely shed its serpentine appearance, replaced by majestic dragon horns and whiskers, talons like eagle's claws, and powerful limbs beneath its robust belly. Most striking was the crimson tail feather that had morphed into a mane, cascading from its neck to the tip of its tail. It soared through the air, surrounded by crackling lightning. Roar! It released a thunderous roar, as if declaring its rebirth. It succeeded. Everyone below gazed at this newly transformed beast, their faces awash with shock. Especially Lu Guodong, who sensed that this beast's current state had achieved a quality that had directly transcended to platinum level. It had surged 3 tiers from bronze. How on earth had Jiang Chen accomplished this? Chapter 153, Evolution Complete, Skills of the Life System. The 9 heavens Azure Thunder Dragon soared amidst the clouds, emanating a potent aura of verdant vitality. Under the influence of this energy, the recently transplanted spirit plants, still struggling for survival, suddenly revived. What skill is this? It possesses life force. As they beheld the majestic dragon gliding through the sky, everyone fell silent, unable to contain their curiosity. This was no trivial matter. Skills associated with the life attribute are not commonplace. When suppressing spatial rifts, one inevitably encounters entities wielding unique abilities. For instance, curses. Such afflictions cannot be remedied by ordinary healing familiars, but require those endowed with life skills for treatment. Should Jiang Chen's Azure Serpent awaken a high-level skill upon evolving, coupled with his identity as a nurturer, it would undoubtedly become a highly coveted asset. Hence, he was fervently eager to ascertain the level of this skill. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to speak, he furrowed his brow. The moment of rebirth from Xiao Qing's evolution had arrived. He immediately seated himself cross-legged. Having attained the perfection of a junior nurturer while binding with the Frost Tiger, this breakthrough represented a significant leap, and he could not afford to be careless. Calming his mind, a surge of powerful energy flowed into the beast's space as he forged a bond with the 9 heavens Azure Thunder Dragon. Jiang Chen swiftly activated his techniques to commence the refining process. Time passed minute by minute. Jiang Chen's 18 years of training had solidified his foundation, and under the tempering of this energy, he seamlessly advanced to the rank of Intermediate Beast Master. Nevertheless, the sudden influx of spiritual power had not yet been fully expended. He had made too many breakthroughs in one day. Further advancement could destabilize his foundation. Jiang Chen felt a mix of joy and sorrow. A solid foundation is essential for erecting towering edifices. He understood that his innate talent for beast mastery was merely average, thus he could not afford to act hastily. With the Beast Atlas in hand, diligent effort would ensure continual evolution of his familiars, and relying on the nurturing benefits from their growth was the most prudent approach. With clarity in his heart, Jiang Chen guided the spiritual energy into the beast space, gradually enhancing its quality. Perhaps he was the only one to undertake such an endeavor. The path of beast cultivation is arduous, and while modifying the beast space could expedite training slightly, it would only be marginally effective. Ordinary individuals, preoccupied with elevating their own ranks, would hardly find the time for such pursuits. As Jiang Chen repeatedly refined his beast space, its area expanded by half. Slowly, he opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath. After more than a decade of cultivation, I have finally become an intermediate beast master. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, those around him were momentarily at a loss for words. In comparison to his peers, Jiang Chen's beast mastery talent was indeed average. They had awakened much earlier than he, who only manifested his beast space at 18. Yet, he had awakened his beast space and swiftly ascended to intermediate beast master through his bond with his familiar. How could this be considered slow? It was noteworthy that young Master Huang, now 25, had only recently reached the pinnacle of intermediate beast master. Stop boasting and tell us what skills your Shao Qing has awakened, Lu Guodong remarked, somewhat exasperated by his overly proud disciple. All right, Jiang Chen replied, turning his gaze to the exuberant Shao Qing. Come back, Shao Qing. Upon hearing this, the Nine Heavens Azure Thunder Dragon promptly descended, apologetically licking the wounds on Jiang Chen's arm. It was due to its actions that Jiang Chen had been injured. Observing the profound bond between Jiang Chen and his dragon up close, the onlookers finally grasped the formidable aura emanating from it, which radiated a sense of sanctity and solemnity that repelled intruders. Is this the intimidation skill that only commanding-level familiars could possibly learn? Lu Guodong murmured, momentarily taken aback. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Chen observed the small dragon tending to his wounds and felt a smile tug at the corners of his lips. It had indeed grown more composed after its evolution. Congratulations, Shao Qing, we have succeeded. Name, Nine Heavens Azure Thunder Dragon, Shao Qing. Level, Extraordinary Tier 1. Attributes, Wood, Thunder. Talent, Low Tier Platinum. Quality, Rare. Exclusive traits. Azure Wood Aura. Generates Azure Wood energy that can be implanted into other living beings, healing and purifying their injuries while also dispelling curses and other negative states. Azure Cataclysmic Thunder, a destructive lightning embodiment. This thunder carries annihilative intent. Upon striking an enemy, it implants the bone-chilling thunder within, depleting their energy, healable only by life skills. Skills. 100,000 volts. Intermediate harnesses the power of internal lightning to inflict substantial damage on foes, with a chance to induce paralysis. Spring Thunder Curse. Advanced mobilizes the power of Spring Thunder to enact curses, infused with life energy, capable of reviving the deceased. Dragon Might. Advanced a skill unique to dragons. It allows for intimidation and commanding presence, capable of rendering surrounding weaker beings unconscious, a hallmark of royal potential. Lightning Tail Strike. Proficient. Wild Volt. Mastered. Fluid Transformation. Beginner. Electromagnetic Force. Proficient. Introduction. The Nine Heavens Azure Thunder Dragon, a legendary beast, serves as the totem of ancient beast tribes, symbolizing life and destruction. Rarely seen in the world, it possesses immense power, standing as a paragon among serpentine familiars. As Jiang Chen gazed upon the panel of the Nine Heavens Azure Thunder Dragon, he comprehended the true magnitude of Shao Qing's strength. The so-called Azure Wood Thunder was a collective term for its two exclusive traits, an evolution that yielded one intermediate skill and two advanced skills, with the most critical being the Spring Thunder Curse, which was of the esteemed life attribute. Though the description may seem exaggerated, should its skill proficiency rise, coupled with the Azure Wood Aura, it might truly achieve the miraculous, reviving the dead and restoring flesh. At present, Jiang Chen felt assured that he could heal Xiao Yu's initial familiar, with Shao Qing having awakened one intermediate and two advanced skills, one of which was healing-oriented. The question remained, did it carry life attributes? Upon finishing his thoughts, Jiang Chen was immediately met with Lu Guodong's inquiry. Does the healing skill possess life attributes? The distinction between healing skills with life attributes and those without is profound. Standard healing skills, akin to rapid recovery, merely restore a familiar's stamina and can manage typical injuries. However, in high-stakes battles where lives are sacrificed to unleash ultimate techniques, life attribute skills become essential for healing. Currently, only familiars from the Life Ancient Tree series reliably awaken life attribute skills. For others, it is a matter of luck. This is why Lu Guodong's demeanor was so serious. Jiang Chen took a breath and uttered a single word, yes. Are you certain? Even Lu Guodong, a seasoned beast master with countless experiences, could not suppress his astonishment at this revelation. If Jiang Chen's familiar truly awakened a life attribute, the implications would be extraordinary. Presently, only 2 old professors at Magic City University had familiars capable of employing life attribute skills. However, they were aged and had fought numerous battles, rarely taking action now. Thus, if high-ranking beast masters at Magic City University were gravely injured, they would need to seek assistance from Shuemu University, incurring exorbitant costs each time. Jiang Chen, allow your Shaoqing to test my familiar, Lu Guodong proposed, preparing to summon his own beast. Jiang Chen, taken aback, hastily interjected, Teacher, please don't. Your beast's emergence will spell doom for this secret realm. Indeed, let us venture forth and test our mettle. Chapter 154, Healing the Molten Bull, the Shock of Lu Guodong. With a heart full of anticipation, Lu Guodong summoned his beast from the Qing Mountain breeding base. It was a colossal raging bull, standing 3 meters tall. Its legs as thick as tree trunks, muscles rippling ominously. Its scales resembled solid rock, with bubbling magma coursing through the crevices, dripping onto the ground and igniting into flames. The moment it appeared, Jiang Chen and the others sensed a significant rise in temperature around them. It had been a long time since they had seen the molten bull. This was not Jiang Chen's first encounter with it. He had cared for this beast during his time at Magic City University. As Lu Guodong's main combat beast, Jiang Chen had never seen it in pristine condition, but fortunately, the molten bull was a combative creature, and the bond between man and beast was one of mutual understanding. Moo, the molten bull called out to Jiang Chen, expressing its delight upon seeing him. Yet, at that moment, a look of agony crossed its face, and its front legs buckled, causing it to collapse. Jiang Chen was startled, his gaze sweeping over its forelimbs, where he noticed a gaping wound on its left front leg. The wound was deep enough to expose bone, with a grotesque black substance clinging to it, repulsive and bizarre. What on earth is this? Jiang Chen was taken aback. The last time he had seen the molten bull, it bore no such injuries. Could this be the reason his master was so elated upon discovering that Shaoqing had awakened a life-based skill? Instinctively, Jiang Chen activated his all-purpose eye to scrutinize the beast's front leg, hoping to discern something. Black Death insect venom, a lethal toxin formed from the sacrifice of half the offspring of the mother of all insects. A level of toxicity that clings to the victim like a parasite until the beast perishes. Lu Guodong's complexion darkened as he retrieved a healing sacred herb from his spatial ring and administered it to the molten bull. He then spoke. I recently returned to Magic City because of the turmoil caused by a spatial rift suppressed by Magic City University. A demon's beast has ascended to the rank of Duke. This is the injury it sustained at that time. I never anticipated that scoundrel would sacrifice its own life to slay one of my beasts. I consulted Professor Sushui, but even she is powerless against this poison. I had planned to wait for you to finish evolving your beast before heading to the capital for treatment. But I did not expect your beast to awaken a life-based skill as well. Just take a look. If it doesn't work, don't fret. Such an injury is beyond the capabilities of a newly ascended extraordinary beast like the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon. Lu Guodong merely wished to test the extent of Jiang Chen's beast's mastery over life-based skills. Jiang Chen nodded in response and addressed Shaoqing. Shaoqing, Spring Thunder Spell. Following the command, Shaoqing moved before the molten bull, green electrical serpents coursing across its body. The molten bull regarded this unfamiliar beast with a hint of confusion. Yet it did not react adversely. It sensed a familiar aura emanating from the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon. As time passed, Shaoqing conjured a deep green energy sphere, radiating a rich wood attribute energy. Observing this, Lu Guodong furrowed his brow but refrained from further comment. He simply watched as Shaoqing unleashed the energy in a lightning form, directing it towards the molten bull's wound. Upon contact, an explosion of electric light ensued. However, instead of inflicting harm upon the molten bull, the electric discharge unleashed a surge of potent life energy while simultaneously purging the venom. Subsequently, the molten bull felt the discomfort dissipate, flames erupting from its body, distorting the surrounding air. The repugnant venom, stimulated by the lightning, began to peel away from its bones. Alas, Shaoqing's level was too low. Having extracted half the venom, it had exhausted its internal wood energy. Master, the poison within the molten bull is too potent. This is the utmost I can achieve. You may still need to journey to the capital, Jiang Chen sighed. Lu Guodong, initially not expecting the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon to reach such a degree, felt his scalp prickle at the unfolding scene, momentarily at a loss for words. A mere extraordinary beast expending a bit of stamina could heal such a level of lethal toxicity. What more could one desire? This was a beast the likes of which he had never encountered, to some extent. The healing prowess of the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon was already comparable to that of a Duke-level beast. Shaoqing, I must inform you that your beast possesses formidable healing capabilities. When you are out in the world, it is advisable not to reveal its abilities indiscriminately. Limiting demonstrations to its wood attribute healing is prudent. You must never expose your life energy lightly, lest you attract unwanted attention. After all, there are those who would betray humanity for the sake of acquiring immense power. Jiang Chen paused, understanding the implication in Lu Guodong's words. He was suggesting that there were individuals among humanity who allied with the alien races within the spatial rifts. Reflecting upon it, it made sense. The presence of green-skinned figures among the Chao army in the secret realm was not an anomaly, and in modern times, some chose to conspire with otherworldly beings. I comprehend. I will refrain from offering treatment to others in the future. Shaoqing's role in my life remains that of a combat companion. It would be absurd to relegate a dragon capable of wielding lightning to a mere support role, regardless of Shaoqing's own willingness. As long as you are cognizant of this, Lu Guodong continued, I have heard from Wenwan and the others that you intend to establish your own faction? Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. There was no reason to conceal such matters. Many of his senior brothers had already established their enterprises. This is indeed beneficial. With your breeding expertise, merely managing a breeding base seems a disservice to your talents. Furthermore, certain spiritual materials can only be harvested within spatial rifts. Having your own faction would facilitate the acquisition of these resources. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not been aware that spiritual materials existed within the spatial rifts. Yet before he could voice his curiosity, Lu Guodong continued, You will discover these things when you truly enter. However, as your instructor, I cannot withhold everything from you. Here, he said, editing an address on his phone and sending it to Jiang Chen. This is the address of a seasoned beastmaster. He sustained severe injuries from the spatial rift and has since retired. While he is not easily treatable, he lacks funds. Recently, he reached out to your senior brother for assistance, but your brother was unable to help and turned to me instead. Given your current capabilities, I believe you can heal him. His strength is commendable, and once you restore him, he could become a valuable ally. Jiang Chen glanced at the information on his phone and nodded. Understood. After I assist Brother Xiao with his treatment, I will seek him out. Chapter 155, Xiao Yu's Beast. The Jade Rock Lizard King. As Lu Guodong, the foremost power of Magic City University, could not afford to squander too much time in Jiang City. He set off for the capital immediately after the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon had tended to the Molten Bull's wounds. Watching him depart, Jiang Chen felt a sudden clarity. The conflict between the Great Xia and the foreign tribes appears to be far from optimistic. Otherwise, even with Lu Guodong's formidable combat prowess, as the 18th-ranked nurturer of the Great Xia, he would not have been summoned, let alone sustain such severe injuries. After all, the value of a nurturing master is equivalent to that of 10 beast masters of the same rank. It is imperative to act swiftly. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He fervently wished to avoid a repeat of the harrowing events from a few years prior. He turned to his companion, Wang Kiki, and inquired, Sister Wang, is it possible to gather 100 Thunder Feather Phoenix butterflies within a month? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, Wang Kiki retrieved a hairpin from her spatial pouch and deftly tied her flowing hair back. She then took a seat beside Jiang Chen with her laptop, and a fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils. During your absence, I leveraged the resources of the Fourth Elder to acquire 454 shape-shifting silkworms, half of which have already evolved into thunder-patterned pupae. However, only a mere 13 have transformed into Thunder Feather Phoenix butterflies. On the bright side, the first batch of Thunder Feather Phoenix butterflies has commenced breeding, which should yield a higher evolution rate than ordinary ones. Jiang Chen listened intently as Wang Kiki detailed her meticulous record-keeping of every task she had undertaken during this period. Her diligence was commendable, explaining why she was among the only 2 individuals from Jiang City to gain admission into the Magic Capital University back in the day. The general quality of shape-shifting silkworms is subpar. Achieving a 50% evolution rate into thunder-patterned pupae is already quite impressive. As for the Thunder Feather Phoenix butterflies, now that we possess this secret realm, with a little extra effort, timely completion should pose no significant issue. I will assist you with the nurturing during this time. Wang Kiki nodded in agreement. Understood, I will prepare accordingly. Jiang Chen then turned to Xiao Yu and said, Brother Xiao, summon your initial beast so I can take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression froze momentarily, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. He had chosen to retire from the Songhai army after his initial beast was severely injured, with no one able to provide medical assistance. He had joined the Qingshan breeding base solely to repay Huang Tianming's kindness, and initially, he had not truly believed Jiang Chen's promise to help treat his beast in the future. However, after witnessing Jiang Chen's nurturing skills, a flicker of hope ignited within him, yearning for the day his initial beast could recover. He had not anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly. Trembling, he formed the summoning array, and a beast adorned with emerald green crystals appeared before Jiang Chen. It was a leader-tier emerald rock lizard king at the advanced silver level of evolution. This clearly illustrated Xiao Yu's potential within the Songhai army prior to his injury. With the emergence of the emerald rock lizard king, a nauseating stench of rotting flesh assailed Jiang Chen's senses. He focused his gaze and observed that the massive emerald rock lizard king's forelimb was completely severed, and its emerald armor was riddled with cracks. Yet, that was not the most critical aspect. The most alarming detail was that the wound on its forelimb continued to bleed profusely, with black toxic blood oozing out, which was the source of the foul odor. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Judging by the size of this beast, it had been nurtured exceptionally well. Typically, emerald rock lizard kings measure around 5 meters in length. Yet this one spanned 7 meters, albeit its form appeared somewhat emaciated, likely due to poisoning. Brother Xiao, your emerald rock lizard king must have sustained its injuries within the spatial rift, correct? Jiang Chen inquired. Recognizing that such injuries were uncommon among water attribute beasts prevalent in Jiang City, Xiao Yu gazed sorrowfully at his ailing beast and gently caressed its large head. Indeed, little Jade was injured by a Scorpio's lion while protecting me. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted at the mention of the Scorpio's lion. Such beasts were rare, indicating that the spatial rift that had descended upon Jiang City was far from ordinary. However, now was not the time for further inquiries. Given the current state of the Emerald Rock Lizard King, every additional second spent outside the beast space would deplete its life force. Jiang Chen promptly summoned Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, Spring Thunder Curse. As a toxin from a noble tier beast could be treated by Xiaoqing, the poison plaguing the Emerald Rock Lizard King was certainly manageable. As the life-imbued healing energy coursed into its body, the insidious poison from the Scorpio's lion, which had left the Songhai army's medics at a loss, began to dissipate. With the toxins receding, the black blood that had been flowing relentlessly from the Emerald Rock Lizard King's forelimb began to show hints of red, providing it with a modicum of strength to raise its head, an unprecedented sensation of relief since its poisoning. Xiao Yu felt the information transmitted from their bond, and tears welled in his eyes. After 6 months, this was the first time he had heard its voice. Yet, he dared not make a single movement, fearing he might disrupt Jiang Chen's treatment. Once the toxic fluid had fully vanished from the Emerald Rock Lizard King's body, Jiang Chen approached and crouched beside it. He concentrated the beast power in his hands and gently touched its form. As he continued to make contact, his brow furrowed. Although the poison had been neutralized, the prolonged duration of toxicity had drained too much of its essence, resulting in a decline in its quality. It would likely require a substantial cost to restore it, and he was uncertain if Xiao Yu could afford it. Master, how is it? Can it be cured? Xiao Yu's heart raced as he observed Jiang Chen's expression. The mere fact that the toxic fluid had been neutralized was a stroke of luck, yet human nature is often greedy. It is indeed possible. The Emerald Rock Lizard King's severed limb can be reattached using a similar level beast of the same attribute, provided that you can find one. But what? Upon hearing that there was a chance, Xiao Yu was overjoyed and immediately pressed for details. It will require a significant sum of money. It has been deprived of too much energy and needs to be replenished. I will prepare a list for you to procure the necessary items, and I can assist you in the configuration afterward. Although Xiao Yu was an ally, Jiang Chen felt he had already done enough for him. With the need to support so many at the Qingshan breeding base, and the potential for more in the future, some rules needed to be established in advance to avoid any feelings of resentment later on. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was understanding. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he knelt, his eyes reddening. Thank you, Master, for granting me this second chance. I, Xiao Yu, vow to serve you faithfully for life. There's no need for such severity. Brother Xiao, your recovery will enable you to contribute more to the Qingshan base, Jiang Chen replied, startled, as he hastily helped him to his feet. He then continued, Brother Xiao, could you please summon Sister Wenwan? I have something to discuss with her. Of course. Xiao Yu returned the Emerald Rock Lizard King to the beast space and left with a smile. A moment later, Wenwan entered Jiang Chen's research room after knocking. Master, did you call for me? Jiang Chen nodded and gestured for her to sit. Sister Wenwan, during your time in the Songhai army, do you know if there exists anything in Jiang City that would instill an unwavering loyalty in people, preventing any thoughts of betrayal? Wenwan paused, taken aback by Jiang Chen's inquiry, unsure of his intentions. Master, are you referring to something akin to a contract bellflower beast? Precisely. As we move forward in establishing our influence, we will undoubtedly require personnel. Jiang Chen straightforwardly stated. However, the Qingshan breeding base harbors too many secrets. Without some form of assurance, I find it difficult to trust these individuals. After pondering for a moment, Wenwan replied, Young Master, such contracted beasts are quite common. Although they are generally absent in regular merchant associations, The Treasure Pavilion in Jiang City frequently releases some at intervals for the use of noble families and companies. If you wish to make a purchase, perhaps you could try your luck there. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this and retrieved his phone, staring at the enchanting woman's profile picture, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. This woman exuded an air of mystery. The first time, she had directly gifted him a piece of Bailuo grass imbued with a hint of life force due to the matter of the blood shadow worm. And the second time, she had bestowed upon him spiritual materials worth millions in exchange for a promise. A woman capable of such generosity could either have ulterior motives or be akin to a mother. It was evident that Mo Yueqing belonged to the former category, and Jiang Chen was not particularly adept at deciphering the complexities of a woman's heart, especially one as inscrutable as hers. Wan, how is the investigation into Mo Yueqing that I requested last time? Have you uncovered any useful information? Upon hearing this, Wan's expression turned serious as she disclosed all the information she had gathered. In response to your request, young master, I mobilized the intelligence division of the Songhai army. However, I only managed to ascertain that she hails from the Mo family in the capital. As for her specific identity, even they could not uncover it. She arrived in Jiang City 3 years ago, and at that time, the Treasure Pavilion was merely an ordinary merchant association. Yet, in this short span, she has transformed it into the foremost establishment in Jiang City, which speaks volumes about her extraordinary capabilities. It would be wise for you to avoid provoking her. Jiang Chen managed a wry smile in response, saying, I fear it may already be too late. Wan queried, let us temporarily set aside matters concerning Mo Yueqing and allocate some energy to investigating the Mo family, to see if there are any other members in Jiang City or its vicinity. Understood. Once when Wan departed, Jiang Chen sat alone, gazing at the profile picture on his phone, unsure whether to call or not. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to dial her number. After all, he had already owed her so much. Incurring a bit more debt would not be catastrophic. Beep, beep, beep. After a few rings, a languid voice came through on the other end. Jiang Chen? Is it that the items I sent you are insufficient? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by her straightforwardness, feeling as if he were a mere dependent. Of course not. This time I am here to discuss business with the young pavilion master. Oh, what do you wish to acquire? Clearing his throat, Jiang Chen stated his purpose directly. I require several contracted beasts similar to the contracted lily of the valley. I wonder what their price is at the Treasure Pavilion? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's request, Mo Yueqing straightened up from her reclined position on the sofa and replied, Are you looking to recruit? However, I have already sold this month's contracted lilies of the valley. I only have a sincere lotus left, which I can send to you later. Jiang Chen's lips twitched at this, for while the sincere lotus had effects similar to the contracted lily of the valley, it was of a much higher tier, a silver-grade initial contracted beast capable of evolving into a golden-grade king lotus. He dared not accept such a valuable item for free, saying, Young pavilion master, please provide me with your card number, and I shall arrange for the payment. Mo Yueqing chuckled upon hearing this. Since Jiang Chen was willing to pay, she would not refuse. I will send it to you then. However, young master Jiang, do remember to put in the effort. Don't forget the promise you made to me. Hearing her soft and delicate voice sent chills down Jiang Chen's spine, prompting him to abruptly end the call. Looking at the call log, he furrowed his brows. It would be best to limit contact with her until when Wan uncovers her identity. On the other end of the line, a mature woman in the Treasure Pavilion observed as Mo Yueqing hung up the phone, frowning as she spoke. Yueqing, are you truly considering selecting a commoner here? Marriage is a significant matter for women. You cannot make such a hasty decision. Currently, your uncle has caught the attention of the mighty Wang, and after traversing the 13 cities of Jiangnan, he is likely to become the provincial governor here. At that time, you could leverage your uncle's connections to gain more time with the family head, and I could assist you in finding a suitable match. Unfazed, Mo Yueqing embraced the woman's arm and replied with a smile. Aunt, I appreciate your concern, but given our branches standing within the clan, it would be unwise to seek favor from the ancestors. Moreover, after I dealt with the Han family's young master, who would dare marry me easily, rather than allowing the ancestors to barter me for resources, I would prefer to find someone myself. Upon hearing this, the woman felt a pang of sadness. But Jiang City is merely an economic hub. What powerful families exist here? With the instability of the spatial rifts increasing, no one knows how things will unfold. As she spoke, she pulled Mo Yueqing into a comforting embrace, saying, Since the age of 1, you were raised alongside your sister in my care, living a life of luxury. I was so protective that I wouldn't let even the maids hold you for too long. How have you ended up in a situation where one is abroad for training, while the other cannot even secure a match that is socially compatible? How can the Mo family's ancestors, lacking in capability, wish to harm my child? Startled by her aunt's words, Mo Yueqing quickly covered her mouth, Aunt. You mustn't speak so carelessly. If others were to hear, it would not be a jest. Rest assured, you know my discerning eye. I am not one to casually entrust my life to just anyone. He is merely one of my options. The woman sighed in response. You have always been more resolute than your sister. I won't press you, but I will say this. Given the current situation, if you marry an average talent, he will not withstand the scrutiny of the MO family. You must choose wisely and show me your choice later. Otherwise, not only could it endanger lives, but it could also ruin your reputation. I understand, Aunt. The next day, Granny Zhao arrived at the Qingshan breeding base. Carrying the sincere lotus and knocking on the door, Jiang Chen had already made arrangements, instructing Wen Wan to bring her into the breeding base, where he observed the surrounding layout. Granny Zhao's disdain was palpable as she internally grumbled, there's some potential here, but with such a background, how can it compare to the young master of the Yin family? The young lady is still too inexperienced. Upon entering the reception hall, Jiang Chen awaited her arrival. Young Master Jiang, this is the sincere lotus that you purchased from my young lady. As she spoke, she placed a spirit box the size of a handbag before Jiang Chen and continued, this contracted beast is distinct from others, if not contracted. It must be planted in pure water, or it will survive no more than a month. This is the pure water gifted to you by my young lady. Once it is exhausted, you will need to source your own. After relaying all the instructions, Granny Zhao departed the Qingshan breeding base as if fleeing from a plague. Once she had left, Huang Xiaotian stepped forward, grumbling, that old woman is truly rude, speaking in such an archaic manner. And the need to source your own? The pure water here is abundant in Qingshan Lake. I wonder what she finds so impressive. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, picking up the so-called pure water in a jade bottle and casually tossing it to Huang Xiaotian. Isn't this your family's tradition? Cultivate your disciples according to ancient customs. Doesn't the Huang family have that? Huang Xiaotian expressed his disdain as he spoke. Our family has only been established for a mere 200 years. Where do all these outdated rules come from? However, before my departure, they indeed began seeking instructors for the disciples under their tutelage. How else could one learn to engage with the esteemed families of high rank? Jiang Chen, with a smile, retrieved the spirit box containing the heart lotus and opened it beside him. Before he could take it out, a refreshing fragrance of lotus flowers began to permeate the room, uplifting one's spirits significantly. Truly, the lotus, renowned as the finest flower in the world, possesses such a delightful effect even in its lower tier. As Jiang Chen extracted it, he was taken aback by the sight of the white jade lotus flower, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. Name: Heart Lotus. Level: Awakening Stage 1. Attributes: Wood, Spirit, Quality. Rare, Exclusive Trait: Lotus Seed. Carries 10 seeds imbued with contract power. Consuming one allows the user to plant a seedling in their beast mastery space, enhancing their spiritual recovery, though it must be controlled by the mother lotus. Skill: Purifying Water. This Master MO, indeed, showcases great generosity by bestowing upon me an Awakening Stage 1 Heart Lotus. Jiang Chen placed it on the table and lightly cut his palm with a knife, allowing his blood to drip onto the flower. Suddenly, the Heart Lotus revealed a peculiar blood-red hue along its veins, ultimately transforming into a blood lotus. Seeing this, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the method to establish a bond of ownership. Unlike other beast companions, where higher levels are preferable, the lower-tiered lotus produces superior quality seeds. Furthermore, as it advances, its control becomes increasingly formidable. After a brief moment, the heart lotus absorbed Jiang Chen's blood and recognized him as its master. It promptly expelled 10 red blood lotus seeds, which fell into Jiang Chen's palm. Observing the seeds, Huang Xiaotian leaned closer, scrutinizing them. Brother, what are these? Our Huang family lacks depth, so it's understandable not to know this. This is indeed a remarkable item for enhancing cultivation. May I have one to consume? Huang Xiaotian inquired. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. What did he want to eat next? How could such a foolish boy have ever been an assassin? If you wish to be under my control, I wouldn't mind allowing you to consume one. Huang Xiaotian, hearing this, directly snatched a seed from Jiang Chen's hand and popped it into his mouth. Jiang Chen barely had time to intervene, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" "I haven't tea." Huang Xiaotian replied with a grin. "By consuming it, you can rest easy. I'm not like Wen Wan and the others. I have a history of attempting to assassinate you. As long as I don't betray you, it should have no adverse effect on me, right?" Jiang Chen gazed at Huang Xiaotian, contemplating his words, and eventually revealed a hint of a smile. "They say you're foolish. It seems I underestimated you. Go ahead and refine it. I will assist in treating your beast companion as swiftly as possible." "Thank you, brother," Huang Xiaotian replied, watching as Jiang Chen departed, shaking his head with a smile. This boy had indeed taught him a lesson. Jiang Chen had not realized until now that a thorn had long resided in his heart. A lack of complete trust in Huang Xiaotian. Otherwise, upon acquiring the dual perfection hand, he could have easily extracted the poison from the shadow serpent. Jiang Chen then rose, bringing the lotus to plant beside the misty osmanthus tree, where the pure water was far superior to that which Granny Zhao had previously provided. Having completed this task, Jiang Chen led Xiaoyu to the address given by LV Guodong. It was a restaurant named Family Feast. Standing at the entrance, Jiang Chen peered inside. There were only a few wooden tables and chairs. The surroundings were somewhat dilapidated, yet clean. Perhaps due to the late hour, there were no patrons dining. The only presence was a middle-aged man in an apron, tidying up kitchen utensils in the open kitchen. As Jiang Chen and Xiaoyu entered, the man, without lifting his head, spoke. "Sorry, we've run out of lunch. Please come back for dinner." Jiang Chen, unfazed, found a table and sat down, stating, "Zhong Kai, former naval culinary spirit master and combatant of Tongzhou, retired 3 months ago after his beast was cursed during a mission. Am I correct?" Zhong Kai continued his work, but Jiang Chen could distinctly sense a surge of murderous intent emanating from him, the aura of a soldier. "Who on earth are you?" Chapter 158, Culinary Spirit Zhong Kai. Jiang Chen felt a flicker of admiration as he observed Zhong Kai's imposing demeanor. Truly, as a culinary spirit of the Navy, even in a state of injury, his presence remained formidable. "Who are you? If you know my name, you should also be aware of what kind of person I am, right?" Zhong Kai set down the pots and pans he was handling, casually drawing a kitchen knife forged from cold iron as he exited the kitchen. Jiang Chen followed his movements with keen interest, quickly realizing the man's current condition. Although he remained muscular, an overwhelming aura of death surrounded him, a sign that his beast was on the verge of death. It was hard to imagine how he could still manage to run a restaurant under such circumstances. Yet, it was precisely this tenacity that made him deserving of the heart lotus seeds. "Do not act impulsively. Rongzhi Hui is my senior brother. If he cannot heal you, then I am here to assist," Jiang Chen cautioned. Hearing this, Zhong Kai hesitated momentarily, then a bitter smile crept onto his face. "Indeed, it is true that when one is down and out, they are quickly forgotten. Now that I am in decline, Rongzhi Hui won't even deign to meet me, sending you, a mere child, to dismiss me. You may wish to send me away, but if you do, your beast will find no one to rescue it in the city," Jiang Chen countered, sensing Zhong Kai's growing irritation, which was understandable considering how a culinary spirit could fiercely defend his position. Zhong Kai smirked, tossing the knife back into the kitchen, where it landed squarely on the cutting board. "You wish to treat my beast? Ha ha, I never expected that Rongzhi Hui Jr. would be such a braggart." With that, the smile vanished from Zhong Kai's face, replaced by a fierce expression. "My beast cannot be healed even by the high-ranking physicians in the army. Do you think you are any better?" With that, he opened a freezer, pulled out a bottle of liquor, and began to drink deeply. As the alcohol coursed through him, the pain momentarily lessened. After finishing, he tossed the bottle aside, the shards exploding at Jiang Chen's feet. "Leave while I'm still in a good mood." Jiang Chen interrupted him, saying, "Do you truly not wish to recover? You are someone who has once earned a title. Do you intend to end your life in such a manner? I can help you." With that, he signaled to the small azure serpent resting on his shoulder. A stream of pure azure wood energy immediately emanated from the little serpent. Feeling the aura released by the little snake, Zhong Kai's expression shifted dramatically. For 3 months, he had sought countless methods and connections, yet none had proven capable of alleviating the deathly aura afflicting his beast. Thus, he sought the assistance of Rongzhi Hui, a nurturing master who had once interned at the Xinhai army, as he had previously aided him in acquiring a significant amount of spiritual materials from the spatial rifts. They were acquaintances of a sort. However, he was taken aback when Rongzhi Hui sent merely a young boy in his stead. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's identity, the last flicker of hope within him had extinguished. Yet, upon sensing the aura of the beast under his control, that hope seemed to rekindle. The life attribute is universally acknowledged as the foremost healing attribute, yet beastmasters possessing such creatures are exceedingly rare. Even if he were to locate such a beastmaster, it was unlikely they would intervene on his behalf. "Now, can you believe I can assist you? Let us sit down and converse." After hearing this, Zhong Kai drew out a chair and sat before Jiang Chen, inquiring, "What are your terms? Consume this, and from now on, you shall be mine." Jiang Chen produced a blood-red lotus seed from his spatial pouch and presented it to him. "To eat or not to eat is your choice. I shall not coerce you. However, my time is limited, and you have but 10 minutes. Jiang Chen would not speak softly to those who had yet to join him. After all, given his age, being overly gentle would only invite disdain, an experience learned in the secret realm of snow. "Heart Lotus, you truly are generous," Zhong Kai remarked with a wry smile, gazing at the object Jiang Chen had placed before him. In the past, had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, they would have found themselves swiftly dispatched. Yet, After the events of the past 3 months, he had come to understand the significance of power and influence. Following his injury, all those who once fawned over him vanished, and some even harbored ulterior motives. He had been forced to retreat like a stray dog from the Jinhai army. The individual responsible for his injury, being the master of the Jinhai army, received only a trivial punishment and remained comfortably ensconced in his position. Zhong Kai lifted his gaze to Jiang Chen. This individual was a junior disciple of Rong Zhihui, a pupil of Master Lu, and appeared to be quite young. His talents likely surpassed those of Rong Zhihui by a considerable margin. With a robust background and formidable strength, Zhong Kai now found himself a mere invalid. This might be his sole opportunity. Even if he could not be healed, his life was already fleeting, and should he consume the lotus seed, it would not be he who suffered the consequences. Conversely, if the treatment were successful, he would emerge the better for it. Upon reflection, he realized he had little choice in the matter. Resolving his thoughts, Zhong Kai grasped the blood-colored lotus seed on the table and swallowed it whole. A wise decision. Jiang Chen observed the act with a subtle smile. With that, the Qingshan breeding base had acquired its first high-level combat force. Although, according to the information provided by his master, Zhong Kai was merely an aspiring master-level beastmaster. He was also a spiritual chef. Like nurturing masters and healers, this was a secondary occupation. Spiritual chefs could manipulate various beast meats and spiritual materials to create beneficial sustenance for both beasts and their masters. Though not held in the same esteem as other professions, ascending to the rank of master was no simple feat. Moments later, a lotus flower blossomed within Zhong Kai's beast space, and a blood lotus tattoo appeared on his arm. Jiang Chen promptly instructed, "Now summon your beast. I shall assist in your healing." With his objective achieved, Jiang Chen had no desire to prolong the matter, especially as his own body could not endure much longer. Understood, young master. With that, he cleared the surrounding tables and summoned his beastly powers, causing a blue six-pointed star formation to appear beneath his feet. Subsequently, a large gorilla covered in crimson fur materialized before Jiang Chen. Standing 2 meters tall, it possessed 2 robust tails, each ablaze with fire, and its torso was adorned with scale-like armor. With a weak roar, it collapsed onto the ground, a dark mist enveloping its face. A dragon blood beast? Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 159. Healing, 2 choices. Name, Double Flame Dragon Ape, corrupted by corpse chi. Attributes, Fire Combat. Level, Lord Level 4. Qualification, High Gold Tier. Quality Rare. Exclusive Traits. Dual Flame Origin, Right Tail Blue Flame, derived from the infernal fire, capable of burning the spiritual power of enemies and inflicting fire poison. Left Tail Red Flame, which can inflict fiery burns that cause continuous damage, up to 5 layers. Skills: Dual Flame Whip Strike, Mountain Scorching Step, Close Combat, Reverse Scale. Jiang Chen gazed at this beast in disbelief. Zhong Kai's beast was far superior to Han Haiyang's. Was there such a vast disparity in the combat prowess of beasts between Jiang City and Tongzhou? If so, what merit was there in the military competition? Zhong Kai, perceiving Jiang Chen's expression, discerned his thoughts. He gently stroked the head of the double flame dragon ape and elucidated. My little ape was originally a flame monkey. Little ape? Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Such a majestic beast bore such a name. Zhong Kai glanced at Jiang Chen and continued. During an expedition, I inadvertently conquered a secret realm, from which I obtained a spiritual chef legacy alongside a dragon bone of a fire dragon. In my overconfidence, I crafted a spiritual meal from that dragon bone. Upon consuming it, its bloodline began to transform. I was initially elated at the elevation of my little ape's bloodline. However, I underestimated the corpse chi contained within that dragon bone. During the evolution, the corpse chi erupted within it. Thankfully, it was your senior brother who helped nurture it, exerting his full strength to suppress that corpse chi, allowing my little ape to successfully evolve. Yet, the corpse chi has permanently clung to it. Each year, I expend considerable resources to keep the corpse chi at bay, and fortunately, there have been no major issues over the years. However, 3 months ago, due to certain circumstances, my little ape sustained severe injuries, causing all the suppressed corpse chi to explode at once. I searched throughout Tongzhou, but found no one capable of treating it, which is why I thought of your senior brother. Upon hearing Zhong Kai's explanation, Jiang Chen silently lamented. His luck had proven fortuitous. True dragon bones, even from colossal dragons, are indeed rare treasures. The dragon attribute energy within them is incomparable to mere drops of blood. No wonder the flame monkey, a silver-tier beast, could directly evolve into this muscular creature before him. Jiang Chen utilized his all-seeing eye to assess the current condition of the monkey, with the strength of little Qing. A single use of the Qing Thunder spell could likely resolve the issue. However, Jiang Chen felt it would be somewhat wasteful to expend such corpse chi. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen addressed Zhong Kai. Uncle Zhong, I currently have 2 potential solutions for you to consider. You may choose whichever you prefer. Zhong Kai paused, momentarily stunned by Jiang Chen's words, before gazing at him in astonishment. The entirety of Tongzhou had deemed his beast irreparable. Yet this young master he had just recognized was able to propose 2 distinct solutions with but a glance. Was he serious? Jiang Chen, unperturbed by Zhong Kai's thoughts, continued speaking directly. The first method involves permitting Shaoqing to directly extract the corpse energy from within. However, it must be noted that once this malevolent energy dissipates, the strength of your little Yuan may consequently diminish. The second method entails injecting a surge of energy into Shaoqing's body to suppress the corpse energy, thereby ensuring its survival. Subsequently, I shall assist you in nurturing the dual-flame dragon monkey, allowing it to absorb the corpse energy to the fullest extent, possibly enhancing its strength. Given that this monkey's evolution stemmed from that dragon bone, the corpse energy it harbors is intrinsic to its being. Thus, should we eliminate it? Jiang Chen harbors doubts about whether it could evolve further. Deep within, he hopes that Zhong Kai will opt for the second method. After all, they are allies, and the stronger he becomes, the more beneficial it is for Jiang Chen. However, should he choose the first method, Jiang Chen would not voice any objections, though it may lead to a shift in his standing in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhong Kai fell into deep contemplation. He knew well that absorbing corpse energy could enhance strength, being the beast master of the dual-flame dragon monkey. Yet, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved. The suppression alone was arduous, let alone absorption. Nonetheless, with Jiang Chen proposing this idea, he found himself reluctant to abandon it. Young master, if I choose the second method, how confident are you? He inquired. A smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he replied, 60%. The outcome primarily hinges on whether your dual-flame dragon monkey can endure until the end. 60%. Was that a low figure? Undoubtedly, the answer was negative. Yet, as Zhong Kai gazed at the suffering dual-flame dragon monkey, he hesitated to gamble its fate. Just then, Jiang Chen added, however, fret not. Should it fail, I can still assist in purging all the corpse energy from within, albeit with a delay of a few months. Zhong Kai found himself in a quandary. At that moment, a feeble roar emanated from the ground. It was the dual-flame dragon monkey, struggling to raise its arms and giving Zhong Kai a thumbs up. Jiang Chen was uncertain of its meaning, perhaps a form of unspoken communication between master and beast. Do you wish to give it a try? Zhong Kai asked, observing the monkey's affirmative nod and the flicker of a smile upon its face. During the time Zhong Kai had spent suppressing the corpse energy within, he had squandered far too much time. As a result, he, a prospective master beast tamer, possessed only one beast. The dual-flame dragon monkey yearned to grow stronger, to compensate for the time lost. Seeing such determination in his companion, Zhong Kai declared to Jiang Chen, young master, I wish to attempt the second method. Very well. You shall not regret your choice, Jiang Chen responded, then turned to Shaoqing, instructing, Shaoqing, infuse it with a strand of verdant energy to ensure its survival. Shaoqing nodded in agreement, feeling a kinship with the monkey. A resolute spirit, it was a worthy companion. It promptly emerged from its reclusive state, transforming into a 10-meter-long dragon. The already cramped dining area became even more congested with its presence, as tables and chairs were hastily compressed together. A dragon. Jiang Chen's beast is indeed a dragon. What kind of young master have I found? Zhong Kai could scarcely believe his eyes at the sudden appearance of the Azure dragon. In all of Tongzhou, it was rare to find someone capable of forming a contract with such a creature. What manner of identity did Jiang Chen possess? As Zhong Kai pondered these questions, Shaoqing, under Jiang Chen's commanding gaze, swiftly conjured a strand of verdant energy and infused it into the dual-flame dragon monkey's body. It then quickly shrank back, returning to Jiang Chen's shoulder. Almost instantly, the visible corpse energy surrounding the dual-flame dragon monkey was suppressed. For the first time in many years, it experienced the absence of corpse energy, a sensation of unparalleled ease. As the monkey's master, Zhong Kai could sense its transformed state, and the stoic 1.90 man felt tears welling in his eyes. The long-standing affliction of the dual-flame dragon monkey finally had the prospect of resolution. After witnessing this transformation, Zhong Kai fell to his knees before Jiang Chen, exclaiming, Thank you, young master, for bestowing this second chance upon me. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Jiang Chen extended a hand to help him rise, saying, I have no desire for your life. Besides, Zhongshu, you are a prospective master. Do not kneel so readily. I am not of noble birth and do not adhere to such customs. Observing Zhong Kai's demeanor, Jiang Chen realized he had begun to accept his newfound identity. As time was of the essence, Jiang Chen instructed, Now, gather any belongings you wish to take with you. We must prepare to return home. Zhong Kai paused momentarily, pondering the concept of home. He had long lost that notion. Once, he believed the Jinhai army was his home, only to find himself cast out in the end. After a moment of silence, he withdrew the dual-flame dragon monkey into his beast space and proceeded to the kitchen, gathering cooking utensils into a spatial bag. I arrived in Jiang City with nothing but these tools. There is little else I need to take. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, recognizing that Zhong Kai had likely exhausted his finances in treating the dual-flame dragon monkey. Then let us depart. With that, they exited the restaurant. Pulling down the somewhat rusted rolling shutter, Zhong Kai cast a final glance at the establishment, a sigh escaping his lips before he turned to board Xiao Yu's beast cart. Moments later, the cart halted outside the Qingshan breeding base. As Zhong Kai gazed at the towering Qingshan within the base, a sense of trepidation washed over him. He wondered what kind of power this entity wielded. After all, he had now allied himself with the Qingshan breeding base, tethered to Jiang Chen's fate. The stronger the base, the more secure his future would be. With such thoughts, Zhong Kai followed Jiang Chen into the Qingshan breeding base. Upon stepping inside, he felt a jolt of energy coursing through him. The concentration of spiritual energy here was palpable, although not overwhelmingly pronounced. As a prospective master beast tamer, he could discern that the spiritual energy was at least 10% more abundant than outside. Jiang Chen noticed Zhong Kai's expression and chuckled, explaining, I have planted numerous spirit plants within the Qingshan base, which likely accounts for the heightened spiritual energy. Our living quarters have even more. You may choose a suitable place to reside, which will aid in the recovery of your dual-flame dragon monkey. Understood, young master. As they ventured deeper into the base, Zhong Kai's mouth fell agape. Upon reaching the core area of Qingshan Lake, he was utterly astounded. The concentration of spiritual energy here nearly rivaled that of a primary secret realm. A majestic osmanthus tree graced the island at the lake's center, surrounded by a mist of spiritual energy and fragrance. Occasionally, unfamiliar beast companions emerged from the water to breathe, their presence indicating they were no ordinary creatures. He gazed at Jiang Chen in disbelief, wondering when Jiang City had acquired such a formidable force, especially given the prevailing notion that beast tamers in Jiang City were among the weakest. However, when Zhong Kai learned that the Qingshan breeding base even contained artificial secret realms, he was left utterly numb. Standing in the living room, I found myself in a daze, listening to Jiang Chen introduce the members of the Qingshan breeding base. This is Sister Wenwan, who primarily oversees the daily management and procurement for the base. Beside her is my classmate Wang Kiki from Moda University, currently assisting me in nurturing my beast companions. Over there is Huang Xiaotian, who is presently occupied with menial tasks. As for Xiao Yuga, you are already acquainted with him. This constitutes the entirety of our personnel here. Having concluded his introduction, Jiang Chen pointed to Zhong Kai and said, This is Uncle Zhong Kai, a quasi-master level beast master and spiritual chef. He has joined the Qingshan base today, and his abilities are formidable. During your leisure moments, feel free to seek his guidance. Hello, everyone. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's introduction, Zhong Kai greeted them with a calm demeanor, though his heart was far from tranquil. Despite the small number of individuals at the Qingshan breeding base, they were all quite young and possessed considerable strength. Even Huang Xiaotian, the one doing the odd jobs, radiated a strong aura that hinted at his potential to become a formidable expert in due time. He had not anticipated that the lifeline he clung to during his near drowning would prove to be so robust. Moreover, with Jiang Chen, the beast master, overseeing their development, the likelihood of success seemed exceptionally high, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Huang Xiaotian, upon hearing Jiang Chen's introduction, eagerly approached Zhong Kai, exclaiming, Uncle Zhong, are you truly a spiritual chef? Would you be able to showcase your culinary skills for us tonight? It has been ages since I savored something genuinely exquisite. At Huang Xiaotian's words, a flicker of unusual expression crossed Wenwan's serene face. My culinary skills are inadequate. I sincerely apologize for failing to satisfy the delicate palate of young Master Huang. The moment those words left her lips, Huang Xiaotian broke into a cold sweat. Aside from Jiang Chen, he feared Wenwan the most. She was exceedingly meticulous in her endeavors and possessed formidable strength. Should she be displeased, she would not hesitate to resort to physical reprimands. Moreover, there was a hint of a Machiavellian nature about her. Not at all, Sister Wenwan. Your dishes are undoubtedly divine. How could I ever complain? Huang Xiaotian chuckled, attempting to placate her. I merely thought it would be splendid to let Uncle Zhong display his talents since he has just arrived. You had better think twice, she replied, her tone firm yet playful. Observing the lively exchange between the two, Zhong Kai chuckled softly. It seemed that the days ahead would not be dull. At that moment, Jiang Chen interjected, Xiaotian has a point. I too am looking forward to Uncle Zhong's culinary prowess. How about you treat us to a meal tonight? Of course. I would be delighted, Zhong Kai replied, exuding confidence in his culinary abilities. Preparing a meal would also facilitate a closer bond with them. Thank you. The kitchen is stocked with a plethora of spiritual ingredients. Feel free to choose whatever you need, Jiang Chen added. Excellent. It has been a while since I've had the opportunity to work with quality spiritual ingredients. I am quite eager to get started, Zhong Kai said with a smile, before striding into the kitchen. Moments later, the sounds of sizzling emanated from the kitchen, accompanied by delightful aromas that tantalized the appetites of everyone at the Qingshan breeding base. It was evident that Zhong Kai was indeed a quasi-master level spiritual chef. Even Jiang Chen found himself salivating at the enticing scents wafting through the air. As time slipped by, Zhong Kai emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron and presenting a table laden with dishes that were not only visually appealing, but also radiated a faint spiritual glow. It has been a long time since I've experienced such joy in cooking. These dishes are tailored to your current levels. After indulging, your cultivation speed tonight should increase by a noticeable margin. Jiang Chen smiled at the array of dishes before him, realizing that his earnest offering had not been in vain. All right, Uncle Zhong, please take a seat. We've been eagerly anticipating this moment. After a hearty meal, Jiang Chen felt as though every pore in his body had opened, instinctively absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Though it was not substantial, it was a welcome relief that required no conscious effort on his part. He turned to Zhong Kai, who was engaged in banter with Huang Xiaotian, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the legacy of spiritual cuisine he had obtained in the secret realm was indeed remarkable. By the way, Uncle Zhong, having come from the Jinhai army, could you share insights regarding their strength? In a few days, we are set to participate in the Legion Grand competition, and I wish to gather as much information as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhong Kai's expression abruptly shifted, and he turned to Jiang Chen, incredulous. Young master, are you implying that the Qingshan breeding base intends to compete in the Legion Grand competition? Chapter 161, Secrets. The Legion Grand competition approaches. Indeed. I have yet to mention that a type of beast cultivated at the Qingshan breeding base has been selected by the Songhai army to participate in the Legion Grand competition in a month's time. Observing Zhong Kai's astonishment, Jiang Chen initially assumed he was bound by some confidentiality agreement and replied, I was merely inquiring casually. If it is inconvenient for you to discuss, you need not feel obliged. Zhong Kai, regaining his composure, responded, there is nothing inconvenient about it. My feelings toward the Jinhai army are now filled with resentment. The revelation stunned everyone momentarily, as they began to comprehend the possible events that had transpired during Zhong Kai's time in the Jinhai army. However, they refrained from probing further, respecting his reluctance to divulge more. Unlike Jiang City, Tongzhou had a far more extensive coastline, and the Jinhai army primarily utilized water-based beasts. Their main combat beasts were of 3 varieties: the prison water ape, the iridescent jellyfish, and the great-mouthed seagull. Among them, the most powerful battalion employed the prison water apes. However, this year's situation seemed to differ from the norm. Jiang Chen immediately inquired, what do you mean by that? He recalled hearing similar rumors when he accompanied Lei Yufengdai for beast selection, but at that time, he had been too preoccupied with training Xiao Qing to pay it much mind. Now, hearing Zhong Kai mention it again, he sensed that the matter was indeed more complicated than it appeared. There had been persistent rumors this year that the guardian of Jiangnan province was to be replaced, and that the military resources of the 13 cities would be reallocated following the Legion Grand competition. The moment those words were uttered, everyone furrowed their brows. The current guardian of Jiangnan Dao had held the position for 4 years, and a sudden change was not a trivial matter. If true, the power dynamics among the 13 cities in Jiangnan would likely undergo a significant reshuffling. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen promptly asked, Uncle Zhong, what do you believe is the likelihood of this news being true? Zhong Kai fell silent for a moment before replying. There is probably a 60 to 70% chance of it being accurate. Before my injury, the military commander Lu Jinchuan frequently visited a breeding family, seemingly seeking their assistance in cultivating new beasts. Young master, you should understand that families of such stature would not act without sufficient profit. Lu Jinchuan had no reason to pursue such a course of action without substantial incentives. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen fell into deep contemplation. Based on Zhong Kai's insights, the likelihood of this information being true was alarmingly high. Both the Jinhai army and the Songhai army were engaged in the simultaneous cultivation of new beasts. Such a coincidence was rather unsettling. If this were indeed the case, the Legion Grand competition would hold even greater significance. The Qingshan breeding base could potentially leverage this opportunity to capture a substantial share of the market in Jiang City. With that thought, Jiang Chen wasted no time and turned to Wang Kiki, instructing, Kiki, please relocate all the thunder pattern pupae to the artificial secret realm. We must strive to evolve them within half a month. Will the haste in nurturing them adversely affect their qualifications? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wang Kiki expressed her concerns. Perhaps just a day ago, it might have, but now it's not necessarily the case. As he spoke, Jiang Chen turned to Zhong Kai, Uncle Zhong. Could you concoct a spirit meal that can solidify the essence of the beasts? After pondering for a moment, Zhong Kai replied, if it's a beast on the verge of evolution, I should be able to create something. Then there's no issue. I've observed the batch of thunder pattern pupae. They have already entered the energy accumulation phase. As long as we supplement them properly, their qualifications won't be compromised. Uncle Zhong, please prepare a list for Sister Wenwan so she can assist you with the procurement. Also, regarding your twin flame dragon ape, you can place it in the ravine of Qingshan, where I have cultivated a grove of earth song bamboo. Its attributes lean towards the yin, which will aid in refining the corpse energy more effectively. I will prepare the nurturing potion and a specialized spiritual food for it. Hearing this, Zhong Kai's heart filled with joy as he immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young master. I will ensure the spirit meal is crafted with utmost care. No need for formalities. Although I am unaware of your reasons for leaving the Jinhai army, your tone suggests a strong aversion to it. Since we may encounter old acquaintances this time, we should certainly present ourselves magnificently before them. After all, living well is the best form of retaliation. Zhong Kai was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that Jiang Chen would think of this. To reappear before that person in a different guise? That certainly piqued his interest. Following the dinner that evening, the entire Qingshan nurturing base became bustling with activity. Jiang Chen and Wang Kiki spent their days nurturing the thunder pattern pupae within the artificial secret realm, while in the evenings, they dedicated time to nurturing little Qing and little Hu. With only 4 hours of sleep each night, he was fortunate that in this world, a person's constitution improves continuously with cultivation. Otherwise, Jiang Chen might have truly struggled to endure. This routine persisted for more than half a month until the thunder pattern pupae began to evolve in succession. However, at that moment, Huang Tianming arrived at the Qingshan, nurturing base bearing news. In the reception room, Jiang Chen sat across from Huang Tianming, preparing him a cup of honey water. Uncle Huang, what brings you here today? Please, savor this thundercloud BS honeycomb syrup. It was just harvested recently and cannot be found elsewhere. Huang Tianming gazed at the spirit-infused honey water in his hands and chuckled. You young men are becoming increasingly affluent. Such delicacies are rare even for me. This was indeed true. No one in Jiang City could rear thundercloud bees, let alone harvest honey from their queen. If you fancy it, I'll have Sister Wenwan pack up 2 jars for you when you leave. But what brings you here today? Huang Tianming took a sip of the honey water before speaking. Yesterday, a provincial document was issued. The former guardian of Jiangnan Dao has been reassigned to Rongqing, and Mo Yunfeng of the Mo family is the new guardian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen understood. It appeared his gamble had paid off. Was there also some progress regarding the military competition? Indeed. Huang Tianming nodded. Mo Yunfeng's first order of business upon assuming office is the military competition. This time, they require all military units to utilize entirely new beasts, and they will personally come to observe. It is said to assess the progress of each city and their capacity to respond to the ever-emerging new secret realms and fissures. Jiang Chen then inquired, what if some cities are unprepared? You underestimate them. Do you think they are unaware? How many fools sit in such positions? Even if they are unprepared, they will procure what they need on the spot. Xiao Chun, you must seize this opportunity to develop your influence. The new city lord's various actions suggest he will place significant emphasis on nurturing. You must be well prepared. Jiang Chen smiled slightly at this. Rest assured, Uncle Huang, I have been ready for some time. Tomorrow, you will be able to send your people to contract beasts from me. Huang Tianming looked at the young man before him with a hint of surprise, sensing a trace of an old acquaintance in his expression. This child, whom he had watched grow, was finally ready to set sail on his own journey. Chapter 162, Departure. The day after Huang Tianming visited the Qingshan nurturing base, news of the leadership change in Jiangnan province spread. All mid-sized factions across Jiangnan Dao began to stir, attempting to glean any information about the newly appointed governor through their connections, yet they found nothing. Curiosity about this suddenly appointed governor ran high. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen paid little heed. He had already been aware of this news. Instead, he focused his energy on nurturing the thunder feather phoenix butterfly. The stronger they became, the greater their chances of victory in the military competition. Time flew swiftly amidst the busyness, and before long, half a month had passed. During this time, the promotional campaign for the military competition surged forth, far exceeding Jiang Chen's expectations. Now, nearly every citizen in the 13 cities was aware of this event, with fervent discussions igniting hopes for their cities to achieve remarkable results in the competition. At the Shanghai Army base, Jiang Chen sat in Huang Tianming's office with Zhong Kai and Xiao Yu. After days of treatment, both of their beasts had fully recovered. and the twin flame dragon ape had successfully refined the corpse energy within, significantly boosting its strength. Now, with its current power, if it were to face Han Haiyang using only one beast, Han would likely struggle to triumph. Xiao Chun, this competition is larger in scale than we anticipated. Huang Tianming remarked with a wry smile, holding a folder in his hands. Indeed, Jiang Chen replied with a rueful grin. When I left the house today, my neighbors were discussing it. He truly did not comprehend the new governor's intentions behind turning the military competition into such a spectacle. If they were to place last, it would be a source of ridicule. However, Uncle Huang, rest assured that with the strength of the Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly, we won't rank any lower than before. Huang Tianming nodded in agreement. That was indeed the case. After contracting the Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly, he had personally led their training. They exhibited impressive prowess, especially under the guidance of a Beastmaster, enhancing the effect of their thunderous wings. They could perform small-scale uses, conserving their stamina. As long as they did not encounter any formidable monsters in this competition, entering the top 5 should not pose a significant challenge. We are about to depart. This competition is expected to last about a week. Have you arranged matters at home? Huang Tianming inquired. Everything is set, with Sister Wenwan around. There shouldn't be any major issues, Jiang Chen replied. But Uncle Huang, has the location for this competition been decided? That is what I need to discuss with you. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, Huang Tianming's expression grew solemn. This time, the assessment location has been chosen in the Starfire Wasteland. The Starfire Wasteland. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He was familiar with this place, a desolate area at the heart of the 13 cities, which had once been a small town but was utterly destroyed during a secret realm eruption. It housed numerous powerful beasts, and each year, the province expended significant manpower and resources to confine those beasts within. Why was that location chosen? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and asked. Uncertain. The above merely stated the location and time, without detailing the content of the grand competition, which seems to be reserved for announcement upon the arrival of the participants. At that moment, Han Haiyang knocked on the office door. Enter, he was beckoned. He saluted Huang Tianming before speaking. Commander, the special battalion is fully assembled with 100 personnel, ready to depart at your command. Understood. Relay the order. We shall depart promptly in 5 minutes. Yes. With that, Han Haiyang hurriedly exited. Watching him leave, Huang Tianming rose and retrieved a lieutenant's uniform from the nearby wardrobe, handing it to Jiang Chen. Staring at the attire in his hands, Jiang Chen paused and inquired, what does this signify? A lieutenant is already a rank of a first-tier officer, typically. Even graduates from military academies require a minimum of 3 years to ascend to such a level, barring any commendable achievements. Do not overthink it. This is merely a rank without actual authority. It is a reward for your contributions to the Songhai army in nurturing spirit beasts. With this, you will be considered an external member of the Songhai army, and you can exchange your military merits for desired items within the military system. This rank is awarded by every army. Much like the Lieutenant Cheng Huiyan you encountered at Ziyun Base, he too is a lieutenant of the Songhai army. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Chen. This status resembled that of an honorary elder within a sect in a cultivation novel. It indeed served as a clever means, as not every beast tamer could endure a militarized environment. Jiang Chen held no aversion to this identity, recognizing the plethora of valuable resources within the military system, including many rare materials unobtainable in the outside world. Moreover, this lieutenant status must have come at a cost, presumably facilitated by Huang Tianming. Although Jiang Chen provided the Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly to the Songhai army, they had yet to earn any accolades. A second lieutenant would have sufficed. A lieutenant rank felt somewhat excessive. Many thanks, Uncle Huang. Should you require assistance in nurturing spirit beasts in the future, feel free to reach out. Jiang Chen responded with a smile, never one to refuse the goodwill of his elders. You little rascal, already scheming to secure business for yourself. The military's procurement hinges on capability. If the spirit beasts you nurture do not measure up, I shall not grant you any favors, Huang Tianming retorted in jest. Now, let us not tarry any longer. It's time to set off. With that, Huang Tianming adjusted his uniform and exited the office. On the training ground, 100 meticulously selected soldiers from the Songhai army stood in unison, emanating an unparalleled aura of confidence. Jiang Chen observed them, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, men in military attire exude the utmost charm. At that moment, Huang Tianming stood at the forefront of the formation, proclaiming, Brothers, you are the elite of the Songhai army. I have provided you with the finest resources and spirit beasts. I have trained you relentlessly, treating you like iron men, all for this day. I assure you, the rewards of this military competition will surpass your wildest imagination, and the entire Jiang city is watching you. I implore you to display your valor. Do not bring shame upon yourselves, upon me, or upon that Songhai army. Can you do it? Yes, the soldiers shouted with all their might, their voices reverberating throughout the base. Let us depart now. Chapter 163, The Unusual Color of Candlelight Spirit. The convoy departing from Jiang City traveled for 5 continuous hours. Upon reaching the Xingho grassland, the sun had already set. Jiang Chen wearily disembarked from the armored vehicle, stretching as his joints emitted a series of cracking sounds. To be frank, the vehicle offered no comfort whatsoever. After the afternoon's journey, he felt as if his back might break. Slowly, he strolled to the front of the vehicle. At the forefront of the convoy stood a brightly lit small town, its houses predominantly single-story, with the tallest structure barely 3 stories high. Yet, it buzzed with liveliness. Occasionally, one could spot individuals clad in military uniforms strolling along the roads. It appears we have arrived rather late, Jiang Chen remarked, surveying the scene ahead. At that moment, Huang Tianming approached with a smile, saying, "Indeed, they all wish to come early to try their luck. Although the Xingho grassland is perilous, it is rich in resources, otherwise its location would have long been overrun. Do not be deceived by the dilapidated appearance of this town. It is bustling with shops run by adventurer groups from various cities, offering a wealth of valuable items. Typically, this place sees considerable trade. With this military competition held here, these traders will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exchange their prized goods for currency. Once we return to our base, you should explore this town. You might even encounter items unavailable in Jiang City." "Oh, is that so? I shall certainly take the time to explore," Jiang Chen replied, his interest piqued. Currently, with Shaoqing having recently evolved, he need not consider further evolution for a while. However, nurturing it remained a daunting task, as its wood attribute exhibited a tendency towards the life attribute. After the incidents involving LV Guodong and Zhong Kai, he recognized the formidable nature of this attribute. Who can guarantee that they would emerge unscathed? Thus, he was reluctant to forego this opportunity. He had been dispatching individuals to seek life attribute materials and spirit beasts, yet had come up empty-handed. Furthermore, Xiaohu had recently broken through to the second awakening stage, concluding its juvenile phase and necessitating cultivation. Its potential is immense, surpassing that of typical mechanical constructs. The resources required for its nurturing might surpass those needed for Shaoqing. It was imperative to seize the opportunity to gather rare materials to avoid being caught unprepared when the time for use arises. Moments later, the Songhai army returned to their base, with Huang Tianming directly leading Han Haiyang to the 3-story building, which served as the temporary command center for the competition. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen accompanied Zhong Kai to the trading market. The two meandered through the market, discovering an abundance of valuable items, including the bodies of high-tier extraordinary spirit beasts for sale. This indicated that the level cap for the Xingho grassland likely ranged from awakening to extraordinary. However, Jiang Chen was uncertain whether there were any commanding tier spirit beasts, given that the directives from the province mandated the exclusive use of newly acquired spirit beasts, all within the awakening to extraordinary range. If the spirit beasts in the Xingho grassland were of a higher tier, the new spirit beasts would stand no chance against them, rendering any competition futile. At that moment, Jiang Chen's attention was drawn to a shop devoid of signage, filled with spirit plants and various spirit beasts. "Let us take a look," he suggested, striding toward the establishment. The shop was modest in facade but extended deep within. The exterior showcased spirit plants, while the interior housed large confinement boxes containing spirit beasts that lay listlessly within. The shopkeeper, noticing Jiang Chen's arrival, instantly donned a broad smile and approached. "Young master, you seem unfamiliar. Are you here for the military competition? Feel free to browse. I possess rare items sourced directly from the Xingho grassland. In this line of work, the ability to read people is paramount. The grand competition of the legions is imminent, drawing a diverse crowd, some spectators, others participants, creating a veritable melange of individuals. Among them stands Jiang Chen, a remarkably young figure, flanked by an enigmatic companion whose depth is indiscernible. Such individuals undoubtedly possess significant connections and should not be trifled with." Jiang Chen glanced at his employer before stepping towards the confinement boxes, inquiring, "Are you certain these are all beast companions extracted from the Ember Prairie?" "Absolutely," the employer replied with righteous conviction. "We personally captured each one. There is no mistake. Is there any that piques your interest?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen understood and directed his gaze into the confinement boxes. Lacking knowledge of the beast companions native to the Ember Prairie, he seized the opportunity to gain insight through these specimens. Scanning the array, he discerned 6 distinct types of beasts. 4 of them were common across Jiangnan province, while the remaining 2 were rare: a candle-like spirit beast, the candle flame spirit, and a rather scruffy feline beast known as the fiery cat. Both were of the fire attribute. "It seems most beasts in the Ember Prairie must possess fire attributes," Jiang Chen mused. At that moment, he noticed a diminutive figure among the beasts. Causing his heart to race, he turned to his employer and asked, "Could you retrieve that beast for me to examine?" The employer followed Jiang Chen's finger, and indeed, it was the creature he indicated. He opened the confinement box and extracted a pure white candle flame spirit, which typically appeared in purple. "Young master, you have an exquisite eye. This is the pride of my establishment, a rare variant of a beast companion," the employer declared. Jiang Chen merely smiled disdainfully at the employer's assertions, unconvinced. If it were truly a prized possession, would it be caged alongside the others? Perhaps it had been dyed. As he contemplated, Jiang Chen's pupils shimmered with a blue hue. Name, Candle Flame Spirit, Variant. Attribute, Fire. Ghost, Level, Awakening Tier 3, Quality, Low Silver, Rarity, Rare, Exclusive Trait, Cursed Body. A unique individual cursed, its spell-based skills double in power. And it has a chance to instill fear in foes upon contact. Skills, Hypnotic Spell, Dream Devour, Phantom Shadows. Could it be that the employer did not deceive me? It truly is a variant beast with hidden traits, Jiang Chen realized, noting the peculiar absence of any fire-based skills in this candle flame spirit. With a newfound understanding, he inquired, "How much for this beast?" The employer's heart leaped with joy as he responded, "A typical candle flame spirit ranges from 150,000 to 200,000. But due to its rarity, this one will be 250,000. Jiang Chen chuckled, 250,000 is acceptable, but I find it surprisingly cool to the touch, almost eerie. Could you have it demonstrate a fire-based skill for me? Upon hearing this, the employer's smile faltered, realizing Jiang Chen was no novice. Initially believing he had struck gold with this beast, he had anticipated cultivating it. However, he soon discovered that this candle flame spirit was incapable of utilizing any fire skills. If it couldn't learn fire-based abilities, was it still a true candle flame spirit? Consequently, he had aimed to sell it. Yet, those who frequented this place were well informed. It had remained unsold for over half a month. With the grand competition at hand, he hoped to offload it. However, he had not expected to encounter someone with discerning knowledge right away. A wry smile crept across the employer's face as he stated, "Young master, you possess remarkable insight. Name your price. As long as it isn't outrageous, I shall accept." Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I won't let you suffer a loss. A typical candle flame spirit fetches 150,000, but given this one cannot utilize fire skills, it essentially loses half its value. Fortunately, its rarity as a variant beast appeals to me. How does 100,000 sound?" 100,000. The employer was momentarily stunned. "That is far too low. 100,000 is fair." Jiang Chen countered. "After all, you wouldn't want rumors spreading on the first day that your shop engages in deceit, would you?" The employer's eyes widened in alarm. And he quickly conceded, "Very well, 100,000 it is. If this news spreads, will I even make a profit during these 7 days? You are a shrewd negotiator. Here, Uncle Zhong will handle the payment." Just as the two were exchanging money and goods, a voice echoed from outside. Who would have thought that in this remote corner, one could encounter a variant beast? It seems fortune favors me on this journey. How much for that beast? Chapter 164, Coercive Purchase, Lieutenant Li Feng. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Chen swiftly stowed the candle flame spirit back into the confinement box and turned towards the door. There stood a young man clad in a lieutenant's military uniform. A sky-blue avian beast perched on his shoulder. His demeanor was arrogant, his gaze fixed insolently on the confinement box in Jiang Chen's hands. Behind him trailed a group of similarly attired soldiers. Jiang Chen assessed the situation and deduced they were likely participants in the upcoming competition, though their city of origin remained unknown. "I'm afraid that beast has just been sold," the employer interjected with a smile. "I have many excellent beast companions. Would you care to see others?" The young man scoffed, striding confidently towards Jiang Chen. "Brother, I have my eye on the beast you just purchased. Name your price." "I am Li Feng, and consider this a gesture of friendship." Jiang Chen regarded him coolly, handing the confinement box to Zhong Kai, and replied, "I'm sorry, but I quite like this beast and have no intention of parting with it." With that, he turned to leave. In this unfamiliar place, who could tell how many high-ranking individuals had gathered? Currently, he was a beast tamer associated with the Songhai army and wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble. As Jiang Chen passed by Li Feng, one of his subordinates stepped in front of him. Jiang Chen frowned and regarded the obstruction. "What is the meaning of this? I have no desire to sell. Do you intend to coerce me?" Li Feng pivoted, saying, "Brother, name your price. It will be better for everyone." "I noticed the fire energy in that beast is rather faint," suggesting a flaw. "A friend of mine specializes in studying such creatures. Let us facilitate this." He added, "By the way, I am with the Jinyu army from the ancient capital." Jiang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Li Feng's perceptiveness. However, Being from the Jinyu army and his youth were not surprising. He likely joined after graduating from the prestigious ancient capital academy. The Jinyu army ranks among the top in the 13 cities, consistently holding a position within the top 3. Yet, what relevance did this have for Jiang Chen? Did he think to bully him with his status? Setting aside whether the Jinyu army would intervene, Jiang Chen had his own connections. If you truly desire it, I'll sell it to you for 1 million, Jiang Chen declared, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. His statement left those around him momentarily speechless, especially the boss, who widened his eyes in disbelief. 1 million? Jiang Chen actually dared to speak such a figure, directly multiplying the price by tenfold. This was even more lucrative than drug trafficking. Li Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this and remarked, "Are you trying to deceive me? I just heard that you purchased this beast for a mere 100,000. I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll offer a fixed price of 300,000. Do we have a deal?" 300,000. The boss was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the spirit box in Zhong Kai's hand. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could it be that he had let something slip? Jiang Chen chuckled softly and retorted, "My friend, it seems your loyalty to this companion of yours is rather lacking. A cursed body-type candle spirit. And you're only willing to part with 300,000? Are you trying to swindle a fool?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Li Feng instantly understood that the individual before him was truly knowledgeable. The candle spirit was not a common beast in Jiangnan, and thus few were aware of its hidden attributes. He only knew about it because a senior in the Jinyu army had a penchant for researching ghost-type beasts. Initially hoping to acquire it at a bargain, he now realized that opportunity had slipped away. Unexpectedly, "You are one who recognizes value. Brother, I concede. I'll take it for 500,000. You should understand that this price is already quite reasonable." Upon hearing this, the boss was left dumbfounded. The candle spirit, which could not utilize fire-type skills, was worth 500,000. Yet, how much had he just sold it for? A mere 100,000. It turned out he was the fool after all. "I'll reiterate, I want to sell for less than 1 million. If you cannot afford it, step aside," Jiang Chen said coldly. 500,000 was indeed a fair price, but what of it? In Jiang Chen's eyes, if nurtured properly, this candle spirit could rival the abyssal emperor crocodile, becoming a symbolic beast of the Qingshan nurturing base. He had once read in a paper that candle spirits with a cursed body, besides the commonly known ghost fire spirit lamp, had another evolutionary path known as the soul lamp spirit, which the paper hinted could possess life attributes. This was one of the reasons he sought to acquire the candle spirit. "You're being unreasonable." Li Feng was genuinely angered at this point. 500,000 was already a high price. Had it not been for the circumstances in the Xinghe wilderness, he would have considered buying it for 100,000 without hesitation. When had he ever endured such humiliation? As he spoke, he reached out towards Jiang Chen's shoulder. But at that moment, Shaoqing suddenly emerged from Jiang Chen's sleeve. Roar! It bit down on Li Feng's hand. Damn it! Li Feng recoiled in pain. His subordinates, witnessing this, were immediately startled and began to surround Jiang Chen, but Zhong Kai stepped in to obstruct them. "What do you intend to do?" "Stand down." Li Feng glared at his bleeding right hand, fury surging within him. "How dare you harm an active officer of the Jinyu army? You must be seeking death." Jiang Chen snorted coldly. "You think you deserve to be part of the Jinyu army? Just because someone refuses to sell, you think you can resort to robbery?" Anyone hearing this would assume Jinyu army personnel are nothing but a band of thieves. "You're courting death." With that, Li Feng summoned his beast, a jade-clawed gale eagle. A formidable, extraordinary level 7 beast. Jiang Chen merely sneered, quickly discerning the caliber of this individual. This beast was not even on par with Zhao Jingyi's Xianfeng golden scale python. Even if he were truly from the ancient capital academy, he had surely paid to gain such a lowly rank. The commotion within the small shop drew the attention of those nearby, who gathered outside to peer in. What is happening? Why are they fighting? It seemed that a member of the Jinyu army had taken an interest in the beast purchased by the young boy, and had become enraged when things did not go his way. The Jinyu army? They remain as domineering as ever. After all, they have claimed the top 3 spots in the last 3 competitions. And the resources they receive far surpass what we do. How could they not be forceful? If it weren't for the recent rule changes, they would likely dominate the top 3 once again. That poor boy is in a terrible position. Should we lend a hand? Help! That eagle looks like no ordinary beast. Wouldn't we be stepping into our own demise? Best to just watch. Inside the shop, Li Feng's face turned ashen as he glared at Jiang Chen. "I'm giving you a chance. Hand over the beast in your possession, and I will overlook this incident. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Chen coldly retorted, "You dare to threaten me? You think you're worthy?" Chapter 165, Displaying Might, the first battle of the 9 heavens Azure Thunder Dragon. He did not wish to provoke the Songhai army, but that did not mean Jiang Chen was afraid of trouble. With Li Feng having taken the initiative to attack, Jiang Chen would not hold back any longer. He directly commanded Shaoqing, Xiaoqing, attack. Xiaoqing's heart leaped with joy. It had long found the individual before them displeasing and immediately emerged from Jiang Chen's sleeve. However, due to the constraints of the surroundings, it could not fully reveal its form. Even so, the aura it emanated was enough to startle those around. An overwhelming dragon might radiated from it. All the beasts within the shop trembled in fear, retreating to the corners of their confinement boxes. Even the jade-clawed gale eagle was affected by this presence, becoming restless and letting out a cry. Squawk. Onlookers gazed at this unprecedented beast, their expressions a mix of astonishment. What kind of beast is that? It can actually utilize a deterrent skill? I don't know, but this young brother's identity seems quite extraordinary. It appeared that this officer from the Jinyu army had encountered someone formidable. That may not necessarily be the case. After all, the jade-clawed gale eagle is also a powerful beast, and its level is higher, someone remarked. From a distance, in a restaurant, several high-ranking military officials were gathered, enjoying their meal when they sensed the overwhelming dragon might. A dragon-type beast? They immediately became intrigued and moved to the balcony on the second floor to peer outside. Old Lu, it seems to be your little cub. Aren't you coming to take a look? A handsome officer called out to the motionless Lu Tingfeng. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng quickly stood and approached, witnessing a throng of Jinyu army personnel surrounding a refined young boy. Fury surged within him. I told you 1,000 times not to cause trouble in the Xinghe wilderness. This brat has truly disregarded my warnings. Wang Zhou, I'm going down to handle this. Wait. Wang Zhou blocked him, continuing, Old Lu, don't be so hasty. A child's battle won't lead to any serious issues. Let us observe first. What is there to watch? Li Feng's jade-clawed gale eagle is at least an extraordinary level 7 beast. How can that boy compare? Not necessarily. In truth, Wang Zhou was not particularly concerned about who would win the battle. He merely wanted to assess the capabilities of this generation of the Jinyu army. Meanwhile, Li Feng stared at the 9 Heavens Azure Thunder Dragon before him. Though he was initially startled, upon sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from it, he soon relaxed. How pathetic. He scoffed. I thought it was some formidable beast. Turns out it's just a first-level extraordinary little snake. Let me tell you, eagles feast on snakes. Charge, Steel Claw. Suddenly, the jade-clawed gale eagle flapped its wings violently and charged toward Xiaoqing. The wind generated sending nearby objects tumbling. The sight of the boss was filled with anguish. All of this is money. Whoosh. A green shadow swiftly approached, as swift as lightning. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen immediately issued a command. Xiaoqing, launch a lightning tail attack. Roar. Xiaoqing let out a mighty dragon roar, and instantly, thunder and lightning erupted from its tail, unleashing a flurry of thunderbirds. Bang. The speed of the jade-clawed gale eagle was remarkable, yet Xiaoqing's speed surpassed it, having not idled away its time at the Qing Mountain breeding base. The collision of steel claws and lightning tail showcased the undeniable might of the dragon kin. The extraordinary 7th-tier jade-clawed gale eagle was no match for it. It was sent flying like a baseball. Bang, bang, bang. It collided repeatedly with the ground, being hurled out of the small shop. Jade-clawed gale eagle, you are courting death. A furious voice emanated from within the shop. The jade-clawed gale eagle, Yuchi. Seeing this, Jiang Chen would not allow it to regain its composure and directly commanded Xiaoqing to charge out. But at that moment, Li Feng revealed a faint smile. You've fallen for it, Yin Fan. The confined space inside the shop had hindered the jade-clawed gale eagle's combat capabilities. Now that it was outside, the constraints were lifted. It let out a piercing eagle cry and swiftly ascended, its flying attributes coalescing. However, little did it expect that the open space also restricted Xiaoqing. As it burst out of the shop, it fully revealed its true form, transforming into a cerulean flood dragon soaring into the sky. Roar. How could this be? It was indeed a flood dragon. Li Feng stared in disbelief at the rapidly ascending Qing Tian flood dragon, momentarily lost in reverie. At that instant, Xiaoqing had already caught up to the jade-clawed gale eagle. Subsequently, the 1,000 birds bind activated. Its 10-meter-long body coiled around the eagle, and thunder roared, illuminating the night sky. All onlookers couldn't help but gaze upward at the thunderclouds in the sky. Moments later, Xiaoqing released its grip. The once mighty jade-clawed gale eagle was now charred and plummeted to the ground in a daze. Boom. It crashed into a stall set up outside, shattering it into pieces. Seeing this, Xiaoqing promptly shrank down and returned to Jiang Chen's side. Well done, I'll treat you to an extra meal at home. Jiang Chen patted its head and, without casting a glance at Li Feng, departed. Boss, seek compensation from this brat. It's he who instigated the battle while I was merely defending. As he passed by the boss, he remarked, Oh, all right. The boss was now dumbstruck, not daring to ask for compensation. A 1st-tier extraordinary defeating a 7th-tier extraordinary. What a staggering 6th-tier gap. Moreover, the beast was a flood dragon. Which military could possibly nurture such a prodigy? Outside, all who beheld the figure emerging from the shop made way, not daring to obstruct in the slightest. Only after he had completely left did they dare to speak. This person's strength is quite formidable. That old eagle didn't he appear to be merely bolstered by resources. Yet he managed to subdue it so effortlessly. Is this the focus? Did you not see that beast? That was a flood dragon. I've never encountered such a creature in the beast manuals provided by the great Xia. On the high platform, Wang Zhou was equally startled by the recent battle. Although the lieutenant from the Jinyu army was not considered a top-tier genius, he was certainly no ordinary individual, yet he was so effortlessly vanquished. This was beyond his expectations. Lao Lu, you've visited numerous secret realms. Have you ever seen that beast just now? Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng furrowed his brows and shook his head. I have not. Not only have I not seen it in the Great Xia, but I have also not encountered it in other alliances. Now this has become intriguing. Could it be a new beast developed by some city? Lao Lu, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he gathered his belongings and departed. Lu Tingfeng said nothing further, understanding that he was off to relay the news. With a grim countenance, he leapt from the second floor and approached the still-dazed Li Feng. You disgraceful fool. You couldn't even defeat a first-tier extraordinary. When we return, I expect a 20,000-word self-reflection from you. Submit it to me before the competition. Otherwise, you need not attend. This. Li Feng snapped back to reality. Just as he was about to retort, the sight of Lu Tingfeng's grim visage made him retract his words. Yes. Chapter 166. Back to the camp. The talent of the colorful candlefire spirit. Within the Jinyu army camp, Lu Tingfeng's face was ashen as he slammed his right hand down on the table, causing tea to spill everywhere. He then threw his phone at one of his subordinates, saying, "Look at how people are talking about us outside. A 7th-tier extraordinary lieutenant attempting to seize something from an 18-year-old child, only to be counter-killed. When I left, I told you to keep an eye on your subordinates, and this is how you manage them? You've tarnished the reputation of the Jinyu army. When the military leader returns, you can explain yourselves." Upon hearing this, the officers below panicked. The Jinyu army's commander, Sima Li, was notorious for his ruthlessness. The Sima family had served as the commanders of the Jinyu army for generations. He placed immense importance on reputation, and if he were to learn of this, it would indeed spell disaster. My lord, this is truly not our fault. It was Li Feng who snuck out on his own. Snuck out on his own? Lu Tingfeng scoffed coldly. Don't think I'm unaware of your clandestine dealings. Think carefully. Li Feng is from the Li family. Even if something happens to him, he won't die. But what about you? Do you have anything to rely on? My lord, you must save us. This time, they were genuinely frightened. While they occasionally accepted small favors from Li Feng, everyone was doing it. They never anticipated that simply allowing him to stroll outside would lead to such significant trouble, and that Lu Tingfeng would find out. Save you? Whether you survive depends on yourselves. If you fail to achieve satisfactory results in the upcoming competition, prepare to wash your neck clean and await your fate. Yes. They understood from Lu Tingfeng's words that there was still room for maneuver. As for the competition, how could the Jinyu army possibly lose? The troops coming to Xinghe Wilderness were all elite, and with the new beast, the Ice Wind Sparrow, cultivated by the military beast trainers, those city folks were no match for them. I hope you can follow through. Lu Tingfeng cast a glance at them, and then inquired, have we investigated the background of the one who used the flood dragon? Reporting to you, sir. That individual did not conceal his whereabouts after defeating Li Feng. Someone saw him enter the Songhai Army's camp. Songhai Army? Lu Tingfeng frowned. Isn't that the team that has consistently ranked at the bottom? They can have such talent? Send someone to investigate the situation. This young man has caused quite a stir. The other armies will likely begin their investigations as well. We cannot fall behind. Yes, indeed, as Lu Tingfeng had anticipated. Once the news of Jiang Chen controlling the flood dragon spread, all major armies sprang into action. In the eyes of the great Xia people, those who wielded dragon-type beasts were collectively referred to as dragon tamers, synonymous with strength. Moreover, this was a brand new type of dragon beast. Although they understood that the Songhai army could not possibly possess an entire battalion of dragon spirits, they remained vigilant. What if they managed to secure a dragon's nest secret realm? Thus, at the once desolate entrance of the Songhai army base, a group of vendors suddenly appeared, occasionally casting their gazes inside. Meanwhile, the instigator of this incident was in his room, engrossed in studying the beast he had acquired. Do not be afraid. I shall not cause you any harm, Jiang Chen remarked with a touch of exasperation as he observed the peculiar Chuhuling. It had already been released from its confinement within the spirit-binding box, yet it seemed terrified of Jiang Chen, hiding its entire body behind his notebook, peeking out with a pair of pea-sized eyes. Despite Jiang Chen maintaining as warm a smile as possible, the creature remained skittish. This beast was exceedingly timid, far from the mischievous nature typically associated with ghost-type creatures. Seeing this, Jiang Chen had no choice but to retrieve a seed of billuo grass from his spatial pouch. The very one he had planted on the Green Mountain. Recently, under the joint care of the vine spirit Lih and Xiaoqing. It had borne fruit that took Jiang Chen by surprise. He certainly did not anticipate that Xiaoqing possessed such formidable talent in plant cultivation. Although billuo grass was not of high rank, it was undeniably rare. As far as he knew, most high-level healing medicines required it as a key ingredient. Jiang Chen intended to test the Chuhua Ling's sensitivity to life attributes. The stronger its sensitivity, the greater the chance it would evolve into a soul lantern in the future. As Jiang Chen placed the billuo grass seed on the table, the blue flame atop the Chuhua Ling's head flared up vibrantly. He discerned a glimmer of desire in its eyes as it gazed longingly at the seed. "This is for you. Feel free to do as you wish," he offered. "Really?" the Chuhua Ling asked tentatively. It truly yearned for the seed, but was apprehensive that this two-legged creature might be laying a trap, remaining hidden behind the notebook, fidgeting nervously. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry, patiently waiting. After a moment, reassured that no threat lingered, the Chuhua Ling could no longer contain itself, stealthily emerging from its hiding place to snatch the billuo grass seed before retreating once more. Jiang Chen could not help but chuckle at the creature's cautious demeanor. This little fellow, adorably awkward, was rather amusing. At that moment, the Chuhua Ling clutched the billuo grass seed tightly, inhaling deeply before igniting it atop its head. Instantly, a surge of pure life attribute energy was extracted. Feeling this energy, Jiang Chen was taken aback. Could the Chuhua Ling truly possess such a capability? A frown creased his brow as he pondered whether this was a unique ability of this particular Chuhua Ling or a trait shared by all of its kind. He recalled an article from abroad that seemed to lack any mention of this phenomenon. Science knows no borders, yet its findings often do. If Chuhua Ling could indeed extract life energy, why would they not document it? After all, spatial rifts existed in Daxia, and surely elsewhere as well. This implied that they could also sustain grave injuries, necessitating the use of life energy for healing. It was only prudent to keep such knowledge concealed from others. As Jiang Chen watched the Chuhua Ling absorb the entirety of the grass seed, he noticed the flame atop its head visibly intensify. He decided that merely contemplating would yield no conclusions. Experimentation was essential. He would eventually bring back a few more Chuhua Lings for cultivation to gather further insights. After some reflection, he resolved that regardless of whether other Chuhua Lings could replicate this feat, this one undoubtedly could. It was a fortunate decision to have Xiaoqing assist in this endeavor. With its ability, Xiaoqing would be able to gather the essence of the green wood more swiftly. Moreover, this Chuhua Ling did indeed possess the potential to evolve into a soul lantern. Given Xiaoqing's limited time, it was impractical to train too many skills simultaneously. Jiang Chen could nurture this beast to awaken its life attribute skills, and then impart that knowledge to Xiaoqing. With this thought, Jiang Chen retrieved several more billuo grass seeds from his spatial pouch and addressed the Chuhua Ling. "Little one, why not accompany me? I have plenty of these delightful seeds. And if you come home with me, they shall all be yours." His manner of speaking was reminiscent of a suspicious uncle luring a child. Upon seeing the seeds in Jiang Chen's hand, the Chuhua Ling's eyes sparkled with longing. How fragrant! It realized such treasures were absent from the Starfire wilderness. After a brief internal struggle, its instinct ultimately triumphed over reason, and it slowly emerged from behind the notebook. Jiang Chen, witnessing this, smiled and presented another seed before it. The Chuhua Ling immediately treated it like a precious gem, securing it carefully. "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, and Jiang Chen recognized it was Huang Tianming seeking him out. Chapter 167. The Rules of the Great Competition. Jiang Chen opened the door to find Huang Tianming. His expression darkened. "Uncle Huang, have you concluded your meeting? Did you uncover any useful information?" he inquired cheerfully. "Enough with the pleasantries. Don't try to divert the topic," Huang Tianming replied, brushing past Jiang Chen and sitting on the bed. "You've caused quite a stir in such a short time. Your promotional efforts are unparalleled. I haven't managed to get the provincial leaders to remember the Songhai army in years, yet you've accomplished that in one swift move. Do you have any idea how many surveillance personnel are stationed outside?" Upon seeing the imposing Huang Tianming, the Chuhua Ling, whose heart had calmed, began to race once more. With a swift motion, it darted back behind the notebook, this time not even peeking out. All that could be seen was a flickering blue flame hovering behind the screen. Jiang Chen sighed at the sight. After all his efforts to soothe the creature, "Uncle Huang, please lower your voice, you frightened it." "Frightened who?" Huang Tianming paused, then turned to look in the direction Jiang Chen pointed. "Is this the beast you snatched from the Jinyu army?" "Correction, they attempted to seize my property. And I merely retaliated," Jiang Chen clarified. "Cut the nonsense. Tell me, what makes this beast so special?" Huang Tianming inquired, his tone less than amiable. He knew Jiang Chen's character. Despite the rarity of any beast, he would not act recklessly in public unless it possessed something that piqued his interest. Jiang Chen, not concealing anything from Huang Tianming, replied, "This Chuhualing possesses the curse body trait. I once witnessed someone evolve it into a beast with life attributes. So I wanted to experiment. Are you certain?" Huang Tianming, who had been somewhat irate, appeared considerably calmer upon hearing this news. The Songhai army had a duty to safeguard, and naturally, they understood the value of life-type beasts, especially since there were none in Jiang City. The only remotely related beast belonged to an elder from the Breeder Association, but that creature was of the water attribute and had only learned a skill by coincidence. If Jiang Chen's claim about this beast's evolution held true, the Chuhualing's worth would significantly increase. Certainly, if you were to casually inquire with any expert specializing in ghost-type beasts, they would undoubtedly possess the requisite knowledge. Jiang Chen remarked as he poured a glass of water for Huang Tianming, then added with a smile, "However, Uncle Huang, could you possibly have the Songhai army discreetly assist me in procuring a few ordinary candle spirits? If I were to venture out and purchase them myself, it might arouse suspicion and lead to inflated prices. After all, as you mentioned, I would likely be under surveillance the moment I step outside." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Huang Tianming's irritation flared once more. "Oh, you are aware of that, are you? Do you realize how many individuals at the meeting today inquired about Shaoqing? You all knew about it at the meeting?" Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had only just returned. He had assumed Huang Tianming had merely overheard rumors upon his arrival, yet it seemed they were already well informed. Of course, this is the new provincial governor's first major undertaking. How could he possibly overlook it? Our ranks are swarming with their people. This matter pertains to the distribution of significant resources. I will assist you with the candle spirit issue, but you must keep a low profile for the time being. Tomorrow, when the grand competition commences, accompany me to observe. I will introduce you to some individuals who could be beneficial for your future endeavors." "Thank you, Uncle Huang," Jiang Chen replied with a grin. "But what exactly is the content of this competition?" "Field exploration and resource gathering. According to the new provincial governor, 13 participating armies shall simultaneously enter the Starfire Wilderness from 13 directions. Capturing a bronze-level beast earns 1 point, a silver-level beast 2 points, with additional points awarded based on the beast's rank. Awakening level 1 grants 1 point, level 2 2 points, and so forth. The same applies to spiritual materials and objects. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that all participants may engage in combat against one another, seizing other spiritual possessions, and there are allowances for fatalities." Jiang Chen's brows furrowed instantly upon hearing this. The rules seemed excessively harsh. This was not merely an examination. The rankings this time would significantly influence the distribution of numerous resources. To obstruct one's path to wealth is akin to slaying one's kin. The ferocity of this competition was all too predictable, and with it being broadcasted live online, such bloody spectacles for the public to witness. What on earth was the new provincial governor contemplating? At that moment, Huang Tianming spoke up. "It appears you are quite aware. This competition is markedly different from those of the past. Under these rules, the victor takes all, although they stipulate that only newly contracted beasts may be used. The disparities between cities remain. To prevent any single entity from monopolizing, alliances may form, yet betrayals are equally likely. In a sense, this competition could be likened to a miniature battlefield. The new governor's motives are undoubtedly strategic. He likely intends to implement new policies soon." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, sensing the validity of this possibility. "Uncle Huang, let us confront whatever comes our way. With the strength of the Thunderwing Phoenix at our disposal, they are still unaware of our true capabilities. However, they are cognizant of my existence. You can use me as leverage to negotiate alliances with certain cities. The early leaders of the past few years have undoubtedly become targets of envy. Since alliances are inevitable, we must secure a greater share of influence. And at the appropriate moment, you may divulge some information regarding the Thunderwing Phoenix. Being the leader certainly yields greater rewards than playing second fiddle," Huang Tianming remarked, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's decisiveness. It was evident he was the offspring of a formidable individual, possessing an inherent tenacity. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. I am well aware of what to do. Ensure you rise early tomorrow, or you shall be late." With that, he promptly turned and departed. This night was destined to be one of restlessness, as the commanders of all armies engaged in their final preparations. Chapter 168. The competition begins. In the Starfire Wilderness, atop the tallest building, Mo Yunfeng sat in his seat, perusing the documents in his hands. "Old Lin, how are the arrangements within the Starfire Wilderness proceeding?" Beside him, an elderly man inclined his body slightly, the steward whom Mo Yunfeng had brought from his hometown. "The arrangements are complete, master. Every area has been equipped with surveillance cameras, and the items you requested have been deployed. However, but what? Mo Yunfeng set the documents aside and inquired. Old Lin bowed his head before responding. It is just that, Master, could it be we are pushing things too far this time? Once the competition concludes, we may have offended too many people. Those defeated armies and their cities will not simply capitulate. After all, we did descend upon them unexpectedly. Mo Yunfeng let out a cold snort and rose to gaze out the window. This is unavoidable. The Daxia King is growing increasingly frail, and the spatial rifts are becoming ever more active. News is gradually reaching the populace across various regions. This is an inevitable trend, and I am merely acting preemptively. Moreover, with the Martial King promoting me to this position as a territorial envoy, should Jiangnan province cease to exist during my tenure, how shall I request resources for my advancement? At present, no one can foresee how the future will unfold. Enhancing our strength is paramount. Allowing those inept individuals to continue enjoying resources, how shall I defend Jiangnan province? If the vanquished dare to stir trouble, I wouldn't mind seeing them fail once more. Upon hearing Mo Yunfeng's words, Old Lin understood that he must have received some intelligence from the Martial King. However, as a steward of many years, he knew what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. He simply nodded slightly. Understood, Master. By the way, do you have any knowledge of that young beast master rumored to control a dragon beast? What is his identity? Old Lin shook his head and replied, I only know he is affiliated with the Songhai army and is well protected. As for any other information, the Songhai army has revealed nothing. Very well, let us not concern ourselves with that. The competition begins tomorrow. He will undoubtedly make an appearance. Moreover, ensure to double-check the live broadcast equipment. There must be no errors tomorrow. I shall attend to it. Old Lin bowed slightly and exited the room, leaving Mo Yunfeng alone. The night swiftly passed. The previous evening had been quite lively, with everyone engrossed in preparations for the competition. Jiang Chen lay in bed, suddenly feeling a chill envelop him. He jolted awake to find the candle spirit perched upon his chest, poking at his face with one small hand. Good morning, candle spirit. Jiang Chen smiled and greeted it before gently moving it aside and sitting up. After Huang Tianming's departure the previous day, he had spent quite some time comforting the little creature, and it finally seemed unafraid of him. Once he had shaken off the remnants of sleep, Jiang Chen prepared food for his 3 beasts, then donned the military uniform that Huang Tianming had insisted he wear, proceeding to the washroom. A short while later, he emerged from his room with his 3 beasts in tow, each perched upon his shoulders, while the little tiger trudged along grumpily behind him. However, this was unavoidable. It lacked the ability to transform with ease. Given its considerable size, even a resident of Jinshin town would struggle to carry it. Upon arriving at the training grounds, the Songhai army soldiers had already gathered, with Han Haiyang leading them in their final inventory check. Huang Tianming's eyes brightened when he saw Jiang Chen emerge. Though he was already quite handsome, his usual attire made him resemble a dapper young gentleman. However, donned in military garb, he exuded a newfound vigor. Xiao Chen, in that uniform, you truly bear the likeness of a youthful general. Why not consider enlisting in the Songhai army? A decade from now, I could very well pass my position on to you. Huang Tianming jested. Jiang Chen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I could never occupy that position. You should keep it for yourself. You cheeky lad, Huang Tianming chided. Enough of this banter. After all your efforts yesterday, did you manage to make any contacts? Jiang Chen noticed Huang Tianming's expression darken as he replied, I only managed to reach 2 teams. The others still look down on us to some extent. Our performance in recent years has been dismal. Jiang Chen paused for a moment before offering words of consolation. Do not worry, Uncle Huang. Their vision is simply limited. This time, we are destined to triumph. Even if you doubt yourself, surely you must have faith in my capabilities. Jiang Chen was confident in the strength of the Lei Yufeng die, but this confidence was not unfounded. These were entirely new beasts, and the quality and physical prowess of the Lei Yufeng die were exceptional. Jiang Chen doubted that all 13 cities possessed beasts of such caliber. Moreover, its skill, Thunderwing Resonance, was a hallmark technique of the elite air force of the Thunder Alliance. The thunder-patterned Crow King was renowned worldwide, and the Lei Yufeng die would similarly shine. This upcoming military competition would be their inaugural step. Indeed, let these rascals witness the true prowess of the Songhai army. In terms of beast mastery, Huang Tianming was among the elite leaders across the 13 cities. However, his subordinate strengths were lacking, primarily due to the limited resources available in Jiang City. He had invited Luo Wei from Magic City University to rectify this situation. Yet the results had been less than satisfactory. He had long harbored frustration, and now with Jiang Chen nurturing the Lei Yufeng die, he was determined to seize this opportunity to vent his ire. With that thought, he called out to the crowd, listen closely. This time, I expect you all to put in your utmost effort. Remember how you were ridiculed in previous years. I have provided you with the finest beasts. The chance to regain our honor lies in your hands. Show me your medal, do you understand? A resounding affirmation echoed from the crowd as they shouted in unison. Huang Tianming was not alone in harboring resentment. They too wished to shed the moniker of the Dou army. Good. Remember your words. I shall eagerly await your performance. Satisfied. Huang Tianming nodded before addressing Han Haiyang. Han Haiyang, lead the team to the designated position and ensure they return alive. Yes, Commander. Han Haiyang saluted Huang Tianming before turning and calling out, let us move out. Jiang Chen stood by, feeling a surge of excitement. This fervor could only be truly felt in the moment. He reached into his spatial pouch and retrieved 2 vials of green potion, tossing them to Han Haiyang. Uncle Han, these potions are of my own concoction. They may save your life in a critical moment. Having studied the rulebook left by Huang Tianming, he noted that it did not prohibit carrying potions. He had crafted these before leaving Qingshan base, just in case. Han Haiyang caught the vials and, sensing the energy they contained, gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up before boarding the armored vehicle. As they departed, Huang Tianming sighed and turned to Jiang Chen. They're heading to the battlefield. We must prepare as well. Be ready, for we shall not be without our own challenges. Rest assured, I am well aware. Jiang Chen replied with a nod. After all, the distribution of such significant resources was at stake. While these high-ranking individuals might refrain from direct involvement, their words would surely be plentiful, and one could never predict what complications might arise. It felt akin to a festive gathering, where the younger generation was expected to perform. Chapter 169, The Prodigy Beast Tamer, Wuxi. Armored vehicles filled with personnel rolled out from Xingho town. The local shops remained closed, as everyone had gathered early to form teams and secure prime viewing spots. This was a rare opportunity for excitement. By the time Jiang Chen arrived, the square was already brimming with people, their voices creating a cacophony. Some astute individuals had even set up small stalls nearby. Before them loomed several large screens, which would broadcast the battles of various armies in the Xingho wilderness. There truly are so many people, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The 2 small creatures perched on his shoulders nodded in agreement. Of course, this is the first event under the new governor, and everyone is eager to see how it unfolds. Today was merely the first day. The crowd likely consisted of residents from nearby cities or those who already lived here. As the days progressed, even more would likely arrive. Let us head up, Huang Tianming suggested, leading Jiang Chen and Zhong Kai toward the 3-story building. Upon entering the hall, they found several tables laden with an assortment of beverages and food in the center. The place was already quite populated, with people of all ages present. The younger attendees, likely brought by their military leaders for exposure, mingled about. At that moment, 2 middle-aged men approached. Old Huang, you've arrived. Huang Tianming waved back. Old Luo. These 2 were the contacts he had reached out to yesterday. One was the commander of the Guangling Iron Jing army, and the other led the Shizhou Jinghu army. Lu Sansi, unreserved, sized up Jiang Chen and remarked with a smile. Is this the nephew you've been singing praises about? It seems you haven't exaggerated. He certainly appears more promising than my own. As seasoned leaders of their respective armies, they possessed discerning eyes and could sense the energy emanating from the azure snake resting on Jiang Chen's shoulder, though the candlefire spirit seemed rather ordinary by comparison. Yes, old Huang, your nephew is indeed quite handsome, Luo Jiuchuan added with a grin, nudging a young man next to him forward. This is my son, Luo Weijia, who has just graduated this year. You can engage in a meaningful exchange. Jiang Chen merely smiled and nodded, observing the young man. While he had a decent appearance, he seemed rather timid, not at all resembling a military scion. In contrast, the woman standing behind Lu Sansi exuded a more martial demeanor. Old Huang, we old geezers are here. The kids seem a bit shy. With time still to go before the competition begins, shall we go have some tea? Huang Tianming understood they had matters to discuss and nodded in agreement. Turning to Jiang Chen, are you all right here with them? I'll come find you later. No problem. Uncle Huang, you go ahead, Jiang Chen assured. Once the 3 departed, he sighed in relief. Finally, they're gone. The old man talks too much, the woman complained. Then turned her gaze to Jiang Chen. You're the one who thrashed Li Feng yesterday in the Songhai army? I didn't expect you to be quite handsome. Well done. I've long found that fellow unsatisfactory. If he dares to trouble you again, just mention my name. I'm Lu Jingjing. Listening to Lu Qingqing's words, Jiang Chen merely smiled faintly. Sister Qingqing, you jest. I am not one to invite trouble upon myself. There is no need for you to intervene. Oh, is that so? Lu Qingqing responded, a hint of amusement gracing her lips as she gestured behind Jiang Chen. It seems trouble has found you. Jiang Chen paused, turning to glance behind him, only to furrow his brow at the sight. Li Feng had arrived, accompanied by a striking woman clad in a red and black military uniform. Her figure was statuesque, and beneath a skirt made from an unknown beast's hide, She sported long legs clad in combat boots. Li Feng. Who was that woman by his side? Wu Shi, the most recognized prodigy of the 13th Military Regiment. She graduated 4 years ago from the Beast Taming Department of the ancient Capital Academy. It is said that the beast she brought to this competition was nurtured by her. Jiang Chen's brow knitted further. A graduate of the last cohort of beast taming geniuses? It was no wonder he had never encountered her at various nurturing competitions. However, he was taken aback to learn that the beast participating in the competition was indeed cultivated by her. Is that true? Sister Qingqing, do you know the name of the beast she has nurtured? I do not, Lu Qingqing replied candidly. Since she is here, why not ask her directly? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback before turning around again. As expected, Wu Shi had approached him, flanked by Li Feng. Upon reaching Jiang Chen, her gaze was not fixed on him, but rather scrutinizing the two beasts perched upon his shoulders. After a brief silence, a cool voice emerged from her lips. Your beast has been remarkably nurtured. No wonder it could defeat Li Feng despite being at the 6th level. Is there a special technique involved in its cultivation? For a moment, Jiang Chen was at a loss regarding her intentions. However, since she was paying him a compliment, he refrained from showing any displeasure. Thank you for your praise, but miss, don't you think it rather impolite to scrutinize another's beast so intently? How dare you speak to my sister Wu Shi like that? Li Feng interjected, his tone obsequious. At the sight of Jiang Chen's face, he was seething with anger. After all, he had spent the previous night writing up self-reflections due to Jiang Chen. Even now, his hand still ached at the memory. Did I grant you permission to speak? Wu Shi replied coldly, then turned her attention back to Jiang Chen. Do not mind him, I am merely curious. If you prefer not to answer, I shall not press further, Jiang Chen. You know me? Jiang Chen was puzzled, unable to recall having met her before. Of course. I've perused your research presented at the Magic Capital University a few years ago. It was quite fascinating. I had anticipated you would eventually grace the stage of the nurturing competition, yet regrettably, you never showcased your talents. I never expected to encounter you here. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. The reason for his absence from the stage was that he had yet to awaken his beast space, and thus could not harness the power of beasts. Thank you for the compliment, senior. Back then, I was focused primarily on research. I have only recently begun to practice. Were you planning to study the evolutionary methods of the Soul Lantern Spirit by purchasing the Candlelight Spirit yesterday? Wu Shi inquired. Jiang Chen nodded, not concealing his intentions. That is indeed my plan. According to Lu Qingqing, if Wu Shi was truly a nurturing genius, one should never underestimate the breadth of knowledge possessed by a talented beast tamer. Jiang Chen believed Wu Shi must have encountered similar literature. I advise you to abandon that notion. It is likely unattainable. I once conducted research on it, and while I achieved some results, it still has not awakened its life attributes. That might very well be a ploy from the Great Eagle Alliance to manipulate other factions, Jiang Chen responded, momentarily taken aback. Could you share your research methodology with me, senior? Of course, I have nothing to hide. After all, these are merely failed cases. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing and the others stood by, dumbfounded at the lively exchange between the two. Especially Li Feng, who had initially thought Wu Shi was there to defend him, was surprised to see the two conversing so amicably. Their dialogue was so extensive that it could rival the conversations he had with Wu Shi over several days. Chapter 170. Wu Shi's intentions. The bet is established. The surrounding onlookers were taken aback by the interaction. One was already a renowned prodigy of the prison army, while the other had just bested a junior officer from the same regiment. Even if they did not come to blows, how could they coexist so harmoniously? Was this the thought process of researchers? What was the nature of their sudden rapport? Who do I ask? I heard from a friend who saw Jiang Chen yesterday that he is also a beast tamer and a prestigious school graduate. Could it be mutual admiration? Is he that impressive? What brings him here? Why worry about that? Let us just enjoy the spectacle. Look at Li Feng. His face is already turning green. Li Feng stood there, feeling the weight of the stares directed at him, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, he dared not act out. Wu Shi's lineage and talent surpassed his own, leaving him with no choice but to remain silent, his gaze fixated on Jiang Chen. He was equally astonished. He had not expected this little rascal to also be a beast tamer, someone known to Wu Shi. Damn it, had I known this, I wouldn't have followed him here. At that moment, Jiang Chen was oblivious to Li Feng's thoughts, preoccupied with Wu Shi's insights. According to her, the Candlelight Spirit possessed a minor capability to absorb surrounding life force, albeit in an unstable and inefficient manner. She speculated that eons ago, they may have had a pathway to evolve into life-type beasts. However, over time, they opted for an evolution that emphasized stronger offensive capabilities, discarding the healing attribute in favor of enhancing their fire abilities. This hypothesis seemed plausible. Yesterday, when Jiang Chen utilized the Bailuo grass seeds on the Candlelight Spirit, he observed that while it could extract some life energy, Only a fraction was absorbed. The rest dissipated along with the heat it emitted. Nevertheless, the energy did invigorate Jiang Chen considerably. It seemed that addressing this issue was paramount for the candlelight spirit's evolution. Wu Shi, I wonder if you could send me your research materials once you return. I would be willing to purchase them, Jiang Chen stated directly. He understood that it was unlikely Wu Shi would agree. From their conversation, he discerned that although she had yet to facilitate the candlelight spirit's evolution, she had uncovered numerous insights others had overlooked. Such knowledge was not something one could simply buy with money. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen wished to take a chance. Obtaining her research could save him a considerable amount of theoretical effort. Before Wu Shi could respond, Li Feng seized the opportunity with delight, exclaiming, Jiang Chen, you too are a beast tamer. While your level may not be high, you should comprehend the importance of evolutionary plans. Are you truly considering purchasing them? You must be out of your mind, accustomed to the riches of Jiang City, thinking you can buy everything you see. Upon hearing Li Feng's words, the bystanders regarded the unfolding drama with keen interest. After all, it was not their concern. If a fight were to break out, that would only add to their amusement. In their minds, the stereotype of Jiang City residents was already established, wealthy, purchasing beasts and beast tamers, yet lacking in true strength. Jiang Chen frowned at Li Feng's audacity. He had chosen to ignore him, yet here he was, pushing his luck. However, at that moment, Wu Shi unexpectedly interjected. You wish to obtain the research log on the candle flame spirit, which I can certainly provide, as it is merely a product of my studies from a few years ago. However, I surmise that this time, accompanying the Songhai army to participate in the grand competition has also allowed you to cultivate a beast, has it not? Jiang Chen, taken aback by her inquiry, was unsure of her intentions but nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the beast of the Songhai army this time was indeed cultivated by me. His voice was not loud, yet it was distinctly audible to Lu Qingqing and Luo Weijia, who immediately widened their eyes in astonishment. Just yesterday, Huang Tianming had approached their father to discuss an alliance, introducing the beast that they would be utilizing in this competition. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the very presence of this beast that led them to agree to the alliance. To their surprise, this beast, esteemed by two master beast tamers, originated from the hands of the youth before them. No wonder they had sought to engage in conversation with Jiang Chen. That is splendid. This time, the beast of the Jinyu army is also one I cultivated. Shall we make a wager? Wu Shi proposed. A wager on what? Let us wager on which of our two armies achieves a higher ranking. If you win, I shall hand over the research log to you. However, should you lose, I demand the cultivation method for the beast upon your shoulder. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, a cold scoff escaping his lips inwardly. So that's why you suddenly sought me out. It seems the cunning fox has revealed her true tale, aiming for little Qing's secret. Sister Wu, don't you think you're being overly confident? What makes you believe a research log that yields no results can possibly compare to little Qing's evolution plan? Little Qing is a unique existence in the Great Xia. To be frank, if Jiang Chen were to employ the same cultivation method again, he might very well fail. Without the blessing of the Hongfu seven-colored sparrow, little Qing would not have withstood the final thunder tribulation. Wu Shi chuckled lightly before continuing, indeed. The research log on the candle flame spirit pales in comparison. What if I add my stake in Qingzhou? At this proclamation, fear flickered across the faces of all present. Sister Wu, have you lost your mind? That is your life's work. Li Feng gazed at Wu Shi in disbelief, astonished that she would wager so recklessly. Did the beast upon Jiang Chen's shoulder truly possess such immense value? The expressions of those around Jiang Chen left him momentarily dumbfounded. He could not help but turn to Lu Qingqing beside him and inquire, what is Qingzhou? You don't even know this. Lu Qingqing was taken aback, then explained. Qingzhou is the largest company under Wu Shi's command, primarily producing perfumes and cosmetics. Its Qingzhou line is renowned throughout the Great Xia. How could you not know this? Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. How could a man possibly be expected to be familiar with matters of cosmetics? Was cultivating beasts not entertaining? Or was research not engaging? Just tell me how much it's worth. Though Qingzhou has not gone public, industry insiders estimate its annual revenue to be at least 300 million, and that's without accounting for its subsidiary, Zhu Yuan. If those beast prices were included, the value would soar even higher. So valuable. Jiang Chen was taken aback. This output surpassed that of a small secret realm in a single year. This Wu Shi truly had remarkable capabilities, yet she seemed a touch overconfident. He had already begun to speculate about the beast that the Jinyu army would employ this time. During the battle yesterday, a dual-element hawk had perched upon Li Feng's shoulder, one that was not present in the Great Xia's Beast Compendium. Its level was low, indicating it was newly contracted, likely to be the new beast for the competition. Though its quality and attributes were commendable, Jiang Chen could hardly fathom a scenario in which it would triumph over the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly. Sister Wu is truly confident. Does she not fear her grand vessel capsizing in my muddy waters? Given that the opponent had ulterior motives, Jiang Chen found little inclination to engage in pleasant conversation. If I lack confidence, I shan't bear the name Wu Shi. Yet the question remains, do you dare to wager? Wu Shi's smile remained, but to Jiang Chen, it appeared laden with schemes. Why not? If Sister Wu is so willing to offer her wealth, I see no reason not to wager. Jiang Chen replied with a cold smirk. In just 2 short sentences, a wager worth over 100 million was established, leaving all onlookers wide-eyed in astonishment. Chapter 171. The grand competition commences. Wu Shi regarded Jiang Chen with a hint of amusement. It seems you possess great confidence in the beast you have cultivated this time. To be candid, her intention to wager with Jiang Chen was merely a trial of sorts. After all, the cultivation method for the flood dragon was indeed invaluable. No one would truly part with it for sale. She had been attempting to research the flood dragon's cultivation method, but had always been at a loss. She had not anticipated Jiang Chen would come forth so readily. He was still young, lacking the harsh lessons of the world. Nevertheless, now that Jiang Chen had consented, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Her research on the ice-wind sparrow was not afraid of any beast of the same rank. With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved a notebook from her spatial ring and began to write. After a brief moment, she tore out the page and handed it to Jiang Chen, saying, "Given the magnitude of this wager, we ought to sign a document to serve as proof. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Jiang Chen accepted the paper, glancing over its contents, which were quite straightforward, detailing their wager and stakes. Indeed, a contract should be signed. Just as he was about to inscribe his signature, Lu Qingqing seized his arm and shook her head. "Don't sign, Jiang Chen. Think this through. This wager is no trifling matter. If you lose, your life as you know it will be over." Their madness was overwhelming. They were willing to wager anything. Over 100 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. If Huang Tianming were to find out that Jiang Chen was gambling such a large sum right under his nose, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, compared to Jiang Chen, she felt Wu Shi was the stronger of the two. After all, her reputation was built upon her own strength. Jiang Chen's Thunderwing Phoenix Butterfly, however, she had only heard about, never having witnessed it in person. Jiang Chen smiled, removing Lu Qingqing's hand from his arm, and said, "Rest assured, I will not lose." With that, he promptly signed his name on the contract and looked toward Wu Shi, asking, "Shall we also affix a fingerprint?" "No need. I know you are a member of the Shanghai army. Even if you attempt to default, I will find you," Wu Shi replied, a glimmer of delight in her heart. She took the contract from Jiang Chen and placed it directly into her beast ring. Those surrounding them, witnessing the two seal their pact, could only stare in astonishment. That young man truly dared to gamble. The flood dragon cultivation method? I doubt he even devised it himself. What a spendthrift. Yet, what if he truly wins? Are you dreaming? Have you forgotten the Earthwalker that Wu Shi cultivated 2 years ago during the Beast Breeder Grand Competition? She must have become even stronger since then. How could she possibly lose? What is all this commotion? Why are those people gathered over there? At that moment, the leaders of each army emerged from their chambers. Jiang Chen turned toward the sound, spotting a tall middle-aged man exiting the doorway, clad in a robe made of shadow silkworm silk. His every gesture exuded a noble and elegant demeanor. The leaders of the 13 cities trailed half a step behind him. Is this the newly appointed provincial governor? A sense of familiarity washed over Jiang Chen as he gazed upon the man before him, his brow furrowing in contemplation, yet the source of his recognition eluded him. What is the situation between you two? Mo Yunfeng had long since taken note of the pair, considering one was a renowned breeder and the other a newly prominent dragon tamer who had recently stirred considerable commotion. He approached them directly, initiating conversation. Jiang Chen, with a candid demeanor, replied, "It is nothing of great significance, merely a small wager." The surrounding onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. A bet worth hundreds of millions labeled as trivial? Oh, and what is the nature of this wager? We are wagering on the rankings of the Shanghai army and the Jinyu army in this grand competition, Jiang Chen explained. Mo Yunfeng's face broke into a smile as he turned to the two military leaders behind him, saying, "Old Huang, Sima, it seems your two juniors are quite confident in themselves. Indeed, such audacity is commendable in the youth. How about this? I shall add an extra incentive for you." With that, he produced a pot containing a striking 30-centimeter tall red flower from his spatial ring. Jiang Chen and Wu Shi both involuntarily narrowed their eyes, exclaiming in unison, "The glorious peony." Mo Yunfeng, somewhat taken aback, remarked, "You two truly are prodigies in the breeding arts to recognize the glorious peony. Since you are familiar with it, there is no need for further introduction. Its fragrance can enhance one's comprehension abilities, making it a rare resource for breeders like yourselves. The flower shall belong to whoever emerges victorious." Upon hearing this, Huang Tianming immediately urged Jiang Chen, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and express your gratitude to Governor Mo. Another individual named Mo. Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder about any possible connections to Mo Yueqing. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "Thank you, Governor Mo. All right. The time is drawing near, and the competition is about to commence. We should take our seats," Mo Yunfeng declared, leading the way outside. Huang Tianming seized the opportunity to pull Jiang Chen closer and inquired, "What transpired between you and Wu Shi? What exactly did you wager?" "The evolution plan for the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon," Jiang Chen disclosed. Huang Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind?" Although he was unaware of the exact caliber of the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon, the verdant aura surrounding it was sufficient to signify its rarity, perhaps even surpassing the quality of the Songhai dragon cultivated by Jiang Chen's grandfather. "Do you realize the gravity of your actions?" "I am well aware," Jiang Chen assured him with a smile. "Wu Shi's offering is no trifling matter either. And even if I were to lose, she could never successfully evolve the Nine Heavens Azure Dragon. Shaoqing is a singular existence." Huang Tianming shot him a disapproving glare. "You are growing increasingly reckless. Stay close to me and do not wander off, understood?" "Rest assured, Uncle Huang. You know my character. I have never instigated trouble," Jiang Chen replied, his tone lighthearted. "Let us hope it remains that way." Huang Tianming led Jiang Chen to the balcony, where a row of sofas awaited. The other attendees had already settled in, and Huang Tianming guided Jiang Chen to a suitable spot. However, a silent tension erupted as Huang Tianming and Sima Yan exchanged glances, both radiating hostility. Jiang Chen understood that Sima Yan was aware of the wager between him and Wu Shi. Just then, a large screen in the distance flickered to life, revealing a suited host who proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Starfire Wilderness. Congratulations on the opportunity to witness the grandest competition firsthand. For those watching online, fret not, as this event will be broadcasted live, with abundant prizes to be drawn throughout the stream." The host continued, tirelessly introducing each team, causing Jiang Chen to feel a growing sense of annoyance. Eventually, the host's voice boomed, "I hereby declare the Legion Grand Competition officially commenced." At his announcement, an explosion of fireworks illuminated the sky, resonating with a thunderous roar. The competition had finally begun. Chapter 172, a national sensation. In an instant, images of 13 teams were displayed on the screen, coinciding with the start of the online livestream. Thanks to extensive prior promotion, everyone available had gathered before their screens, eager to witness the prowess of their local teams. It has finally begun. After weeks of anticipation, I wonder if we can secure a victory this time. Upstairs. Go wash up and sleep. Your dreams will be filled with fantasies. With your perennial bottom-tier performance, do you still hope for a turnaround? This year's grand spectacle may spur the mid-tier armies to surge forward, aside from the ancient capital, Pingcheng, and Hailing securing the top 3. The rest of the rankings are likely to witness a significant shakeup. As the livestream commenced, the online community erupted with fervor, various voices chiming in, some disparaging, others praising. Numerous beast tamers reliant on the internet sensed the influx of viewership and eagerly began their own commentary streams. Seated comfortably, Jiang Chen quickly located the Songhai army's footage. Their starting point was set in a barren expanse of yellow earth, surrounded by towering rock pillars. Scattered on the ground were the skeletal remains of tamed beasts, with the occasional vulture soaring overhead. Han Haiyang, holding a map, examined their surroundings with a grave expression. "Our luck seems to have faltered. We've drawn this desolate location with no water in sight. This competition mandates the use of newly contracted beasts. And while my abyssal emperor crocodile isn't entirely incapacitated without water, its combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be hampered in such an environment. Fortunately, the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly remains unaffected." Stowing away the map, Han Haiyang turned to the soldiers behind him, commanding, "Summon your beasts and maintain vigilance. Any beast capable of surviving in this region possesses significant stealth abilities. We must not fall prey to ambushes. Xiao Hao, take a team and ascend that hill to scout for any oases. Our objective is to capture beasts and gather spiritual materials. We must locate an oasis post-haste." "Understood." Xiao Hao, who had contracted the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly as well, was among the most talented of their group due to his commendable relationship with Jiang Chen. "Follow me." With that, they made their way towards the hill. Outside the Starfire Wilderness, Li Feng, observing the Songhai army's position, couldn't suppress a smirk, addressing Jiang Chen, "Kid, it seems your defeat is assured this time. You might as well prepare that evolution plan for your beast." He was revitalized by the thought that Wu Shi's conversation with Jiang Chen centered around the evolution plan. The prospect of contracting a dragon-type beast capable of effortlessly dispatching his Jade Claw Gale Eagle thrilled him to no end. If he could secure such a beast, no one in the Li family could rival him for the position of heir. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Li Feng's bravado, thinking that if not for the crowd, he would be tempted to shove his size 42 shoe into Li Feng's mouth, always prancing about. Did he truly believe himself to be the center of attention? Nonetheless, the Jinyu army's starting location was indeed advantageous, nestled within a resource-rich marshland. Despite the increased presence of venomous creatures, their position is significantly better than that of the Songhai army. As for the two alliances of the Songhai army, their locations are relatively favorable, yet they remain a considerable distance away from the Songhai army itself. To encounter them, one would likely have to wait until later stages, provided, of course, that they can survive until then. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over Wu Shi, who sat quietly in her seat, engrossed in a notebook, sketching and jotting down notes. Such confidence she possesses. I hope she can maintain it throughout. Online, netizens erupted in excitement upon witnessing a plethora of previously unseen beast companions. What are these creatures? Why have I never heard of them before? Look at those enormous wolves from the Hailing Bow Highway. Are they tidal hunting wolves? From Jiang City, I can assure you. They are certainly not tidal hunting wolves, but rather a variant of tidal hounds. What in the world is happening? Can someone please explain what these beast companions are? Fortunately, a streamer known as Teacher Lu is providing commentary on Bilibili. He has some insightful thoughts, and I recommend checking it out. With the commencement of the Grand Tournament of the 13 City Legions in Jiangnan Province, two trending topics surge to the forefront. The Grand Tournament of the 13 City Legions begins, and shocking, so many unseen beast companions. The excitement continues to escalate, leaving one to wonder if this is a natural rise in interest or if Mo Yunfeng has orchestrated some manipulations. In the Starfire Wilderness, Xiaohao has returned to Han Haiyang's side with his team. How is it, Xiaohao? Are there any oases nearby? Yes, approximately 2 kilometers ahead, there is an oasis. However, it is separated from us by a rugged mountainous terrain. I can vaguely see several beasts resembling monkeys perched atop those stone pillars. After contemplating for a moment, Han Haiyang asked, how long would it take to circumvent it? At least half a day, Xiaohao replied. The area is quite extensive, making it difficult to navigate around. Half a day is too long. We don't have enough water to sustain us, Han Haiyang stated decisively. Everyone form up, we will head straight through. The Grand Tournament has only just begun, and we are still on the periphery of the Starfire Wilderness, where the beasts are not particularly formidable. This is our opportunity to gather points and resources. We cannot afford to waste a single moment. Outside, Jiang Chen observed their movements and grasped Han Haiyang's intentions. He held the Beast Companion manual provided by the organizers. Ahead lay a region known as the Deathstone Forest, inhabited by a creature called the Bandit Ape. Name, Bandit Ape. Attribute, Fighting. Level, Awakening 4th Stage. Awakening 7th Stage. Skills, Throwing, Stealing, Rockfall. This creature is notorious for its penchant for group tactics and possesses a notoriously vicious temperament, relishing in overpowering the weak. Once prey is captured, it tortures them to the brink of death before consumption. It is considered one of the more dangerous beasts on the outskirts of the Starfire Wilderness. Jiang Chen, it seems your situation isn't looking too favorable, remarked Lu Qingqing, who was seated beside him. Bandit apes are not to be trifled with. Jiang Chen had already spotted the new beast companion of the Iron Thorn Army, a rock sphere ensnared in vines, known as the Vine Rock Demon, cultivated by their beast master. Boasting a quality of Silver Intermediate, they had already engaged in battle, demonstrating commendable strength. Rest assured, if the beasts I nurture cannot even surpass this first hurdle, how could I possibly wager against Wu Shi? As long as you are confident in your abilities, she replied. I just witnessed the Icewind Sparrow battle from the Jinyu army. Their prowess is truly formidable, and my Vine Rock Demon is no match for them. The main force will still depend on your strength. Jiang Chen responded. We are only at the beginning. The decisive moments of the competition will come later. Leading now may not be advantageous. Who knows if we will become targets later on? You make a valid point. At that moment, Wu Shi seemed to catch wind of Jiang Chen's words and glanced in his direction. Jiang Chen simply smiled in response, observing Jiang Chen's air of confidence. Wu Shi furrowed her brow. What assurance did he possess? She had been studying the beast companions from other cities. While she could surmise the evolutionary origins of the other creatures, the yellow butterfly from the Songhai army eluded her understanding. She only knew it likely possessed lightning attributes. There are so few insects with lightning properties in this world, and none appear to evolve into butterflies. Nevertheless, she was not overly concerned, for her Icewind Sparrow still held a powerful trump card. Chapter 173, Lightning Feather Phoenix Butterfly vs. Bandit Ape. In the Starfire Wilderness, Han Haiyang has led the Songhai army team into the Deathstone Forest. Upon entering, a foul odor of decaying flesh assaulted their nostrils, making it difficult for them to keep their eyes open. In the shadows, several bandit apes had set their sights on them, stealthily trailing in their wake. In the online world, Teacher Lu's streaming session captured this moment. shaking his head as he remarked, "That Songhai army seems to be quite unfortunate. Having drawn the attention of the bandit apes, it appears their prospects are grim." He is a Beast Companion streamer, typically recording videos of beast battles or climbing the ranks of beast masters. Due to his considerable skill, he has gained some notoriety online. Upon noticing the trending topics about the grand tournament of the Jiangnan province legions, he seized the opportunity to stream live, not anticipating the emergence of so many new beast companions. As he elaborated on the battles and strategies, the viewer count skyrocketed, surpassing his previous records to reach 30,000. Observing the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen, he felt a surge of elation and continued, "The streamer is not speaking recklessly. You may not know this, but a small group of bandit apes consists of 20 to 30 individuals. The group encountered by this team has at least 10 visible, and their actual numbers are likely around 50. Although I am unfamiliar with the beasts they are using, according to the rules, their levels cannot exceed the awakening tier. Unless their quality is sufficiently high, facing the ferocious bandit apes, they will find themselves at a disadvantage, even with numerical superiority. Their only option now is to turn back. If you don't believe me, just keep watching." As Han Haiyang pressed deeper, the surrounding stone forest grew denser, and the ground became littered with beast droppings. He paused to assess the environment and addressed his soldiers. "Everyone stay alert. We must have reached the lair of those monkeys." He had sensed the beasts following them but chose not to act, as he did not wish to startle them. Although bandit apes are only bronze-level beasts, worth a mere point each, their strength lies in their numbers. Capturing them all would yield a substantial amount of points and replenish their food reserves. At that moment, Han Haiyang noticed a massive black egg before him. What beast's egg could this be? While he had no idea to whom it belonged, he was certain it was not from the bandit apes. Its quality was undoubtedly high, suggesting it had been pilfered from elsewhere. Xiao Hao retrieved that egg. Yes. Suddenly, a stone hurtled towards Xiao Hao at an alarming speed. Observing this, Han Haiyang swiftly pushed him aside, causing the stone to crash down and create a massive crater in the ground. Alert! At that moment, a swarm of grotesque, earth-toned monkeys emerged from behind the stone forest. They were densely packed, with 2 or 3 clinging to each branch, encircling the Songhai army. Anyone with a fear of clusters would undoubtedly break out in goosebumps at the sight. Han Haiyang frowned upon witnessing this. Quite clever, they even utilized traps. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Upon hearing Han Haiyang's command, all the thunder feather butterflies took flight, crackling with electricity. They had evolved from the feeble, transforming silkworms. Fueled by a fierce determination, they understood that they represented the Qingshan breeding base and the Songhai army. Thus they were resolute in winning their debut battle before the public with style. Ooh! The surrounding bandit monkeys immediately began to screech, their wooden clubs rhythmically striking the stone pillars beneath them. Suddenly, a towering bandit monkey conjured a massive boulder in its hands and hurled it towards the Songhai army. Defensive formation. With Han Haiyang's order, 10 thunder feather butterflies glimmered with electric sparks. Their discharge abilities activated simultaneously. As the lightning shattered the boulder, it continued to surge towards the bandit monkey. The bandit leader was taken aback, his heart racing. In a panic, he seized one of his fellow bandits and threw it towards the lightning. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The unfortunate bandit was charred black by the electric surge, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Such a beast master truly exhibited a wickedness. Han Haiyang stared in astonishment. It was his first encounter with such a beast master. "Everyone, unleash your attacks, leave none behind." Although capturing live specimens would yield higher points, Han Haiyang was unwilling to waste the spirit trapping box on them. Since the box could not be stored in a spatial pouch and had to be carried, it would inevitably hinder the team's mobility. Thus, he resolved not to capture any beasts unless they were exceptionally rare. The ensuing scene left both the live audience and online viewers wide-eyed. The thunder feather butterflies faced the bandit monkeys, relying solely on their discharge ability throughout the confrontation. Yet, even so, they could not withstand the onslaught, falling one by one to the ground. In Teacher Lu's livestream, the comments section erupted. "Wait, this doesn't seem to match what you said, does it? Didn't you claim they were no match? Clearly, it's a one-sided slaughter." It appeared that this streamer was rather lacking in skill. Perhaps it was time to disperse. Teacher Lu, observing the incessant barrage of comments and the unfolding scene, inhaled sharply. How could this be? Even if the thunder butterflies are powerful, they shouldn't dominate to this extent. Moments later, he realized the comments were misjudged and hastily attempted to save face. It was a miscalculation on the streamer's part. This team's thunder butterflies are undoubtedly bred by a master. Otherwise, their strength would be inconceivable. The online audience mirrored this sentiment, and it was no different for those present. Lu Qingqing, witnessing the impressive display of the thunder feather butterflies, excitedly turned to Jiang Chen. "So this butterfly is indeed your creation. I never expected it to be so formidable." I initially thought you were boasting. But now I genuinely believe you have a chance to compete with Wu Shi. Keep your voice down. Jiang Chen gently grasped her arm, urging her to sit quietly. With so many influential figures around, only she would dare to speak so loudly in their presence. Meanwhile, Li Feng observed with a grim expression. How is this possible? This kid managed to cultivate such a powerful thunder-type beast? How old is he? He has contracted the ice wind sparrow himself, and judging by the thunder butterfly's displayed prowess, it indeed stands a chance against the ice wind sparrow. Yet, the ice wind sparrow possessed a trump card. The Jinyu army would undoubtedly prevail. The recent commotion had not gone unnoticed by the nearby military leaders, who now regarded Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise. Their discerning eyes recognized the extraordinary nature of the thunder butterfly. It was undoubtedly among the elite of this new batch of beasts. No wonder he dared to wager with Wu Shi. It seemed he possessed genuine capabilities. Their gazes shifted to Huang Tianming and Sima Yan, a pang of discomfort settling in their hearts. Why had they not encountered a breeding prodigy? Mo Yunfeng, equally astonished, remarked, Old Huang, this young lad beside you is quite impressive. May I inquire about his mentor? Huang Tianming, upon hearing this, clasped his hands together and replied, Xiao Chun is a graduate of Magic City University. As for his mentor, I'm afraid that's not easy to disclose. He sensed that Mo Yunfeng was not an ordinary individual, and, from their brief interaction, he recognized that this person was formidable. Thus, Huang Tianming opted to keep Jiang Chen at arm's length, providing only vague information about his identity in hopes of instilling some caution. Mo Yunfeng was taken aback. A graduate of Magic City University at such a young age? Intriguing indeed. In that case, I shall refrain from further inquiries. I eagerly anticipate which of you two youngsters will emerge victorious in the end. Perhaps I might even offer you a small opportunity. Chapter 174. The two teams on the brink of confrontation. In the Starfire Wilderness, all the bandit monkeys succumbed to the powerful assault of the thunder feather butterflies. Their lifeless bodies were gathered by Han Haiyang, while vultures circled overhead. Sensing the scent of death, a portion of the Songhai army's soldiers squatted amidst the pile of corpses, swiftly harvesting the crystal cores. Their dexterous hands could process a single corpse within mere minutes, blood pooling around them, staining the ground crimson. This was an essential skill for any army. When venturing into battle, one must possess such capabilities. After all, the materials required by beast masters were exceedingly precious, and even the slightest damage could significantly diminish their effectiveness. Moments later, Xiao Hao approached Han Haiyang, holding over 50 crystal cores, and exclaimed, Captain, we've finished processing the bandit monkeys. But leaving behind all these valuable resources seems rather wasteful, doesn't it? The levels of these bandit monkeys are all at the mid-awakening stage, and the leader has even reached high awakening. They would serve as excellent sustenance for carnivorous beasts, and if sold outside, we could easily fetch 200,000 to 300,000. We've already collected enough crystal cores. Let the remains be a feast for the other beasts in the Starfire Wilderness. Everyone, take a brief respite, and we shall proceed at full speed towards the oasis in 10 minutes. Yes. At the other end of this region, a squad clad in blue military uniforms was also advancing towards the oasis. If Zhong Kai were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them as the Tongzhou Town Navy. They were another unfortunate team stranded in this desolate expanse, and their condition was markedly worse than that of the Songhai army, appearing as if they had just emerged from a brutal battle. Lieutenant Lu Gang surveyed the weary troops behind him, furrowing his brow as he urged, Stay alert. The oasis is just ahead. Once we reach it, we are certain to find a water source. The Jinhai army's beast was a creature known as the Azure Water Sea Dragon. Despite its name featuring dragon, it bore no resemblance to one. In essence, it was merely a water snake. After leaving the water, their combat prowess would significantly diminish. Half an hour prior, they had encountered a horde of rolling stones. Although they emerged victorious, the moisture stored within the body of the aqua dragon had dwindled considerably. Immediate replenishment was imperative. Damn it, this place is utterly revolting. Once they replenish their moisture, they must hastily depart and seek the people of the ancient capital, lest they fall prey to treachery here. As he walked, he cursed the beast taming breeders in his heart. Knowing these beasts were intended for the grand competition, how could there be such a glaring flaw? The aqua dragon thrived in the coastal region, but was ill-suited for this environment. In their current state, even if they were to avoid encounters with other military forces, they might not prevail against any other beasts they might encounter. Beyond the Starfire Plains, due to the recent battle, the attention on the Songhai army had escalated from the initial level. After all, lightning attribute beasts were rare in any context. In Teacher Lu's livestream room, the barrage of comments continued to scroll frantically. I have searched extensively online for information, yet I cannot find any news regarding the breeding of lightning attribute beasts by the Jiang City breeders. Did this lightning butterfly simply appear out of thin air? You all are being too extravagant. Just because they fought one battle, you're elevating this insect to the heavens? If they can't even defeat the bandit ape, what kind of soldiers are they? Which team in this competition has been eliminated on the periphery? Can the beasts encountered by others even compare to the bandit ape? Currently, the audience in the live stream had divided into two factions, some ridiculed, while others offered their support. Teacher Lu observed with delight. The more comments, the greater the popularity. Yet he understood the necessity to maintain decorum. Everyone, please refrain from squabbling. Take a look at this. He clicked to display the screen featuring the Zhenhai army, stating, I just noticed that this army and the Songhai army are positioned within the same region, and their destination should be that oasis. According to the official data, the ranks of the Tongzhou team in previous competitions were 6, 8, and 5. Their strength should not be underestimated in this contest. As for the true capabilities of that lightning butterfly, they will soon discover them upon encounter. Now, everyone, feel free to focus on this for free. In truth, due to the design of the competition route, encounters between various armies were inevitable. It was merely a matter of timing. However, the confrontation between Jiang City and Tongzhou was indeed somewhat premature. The live broadcast director seemed to be quite astute, as the main screen of the small town had already switched to the perspectives of these two teams. Jiang Chen, observing the screen, noticed the state of Zhong Kai behind him and inquired, How do you know this Tongzhou general, Uncle Zhong? Zhong Kai nodded, gritting his teeth as he replied, Not only do I know him, but I am also quite familiar. It is this scoundrel whose corpse aura within the double-flamed dragon ape has become uncontainable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen spoke softly to Zhong Kai. Rest assured, Uncle Zhong. I informed Uncle Han before the competition began that if we encounter Tongzhou's people, we shall strike them with all our might. Just watch closely. Zhong Kai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jiang Chen would be willing to go to such lengths for him. The outcome of this grand competition was crucial for the redistribution of resources. If they managed to eliminate Tongzhou first, it would forge an unbreakable enmity. Their exchange caught the attention of Lu Jinchuan, the commander of the Zhenhai army, who noted Zhong Kai standing behind Jiang Chen. This brute is still alive. With a cold snort, he addressed Zhong Kai. Humph, Zhong Kai. I once thought you were made of sterner stuff. I never imagined you would resort to aligning with a mere child. He then turned his head towards Huang Tianming and said, Old Huang, you must keep a close eye on your child. Do not let him be deceived by those with ulterior motives. He was always one to seek glory, causing beasts to approach death, and ultimately laid the blame on my subordinate's shoulders. He is not a good person. Lu Jinchuan. Upon hearing Lu Jinchuan's accusation, Zhong Kai was instantly engulfed in rage. What do you intend to do? But at that moment, he was restrained by Huang Tianming, who smiled and addressed Lu Jinchuan. Old Lu, my nephew is quite opinionated and is even beginning to establish his own influence. I cannot dictate whom he associates with. As for his earlier comments, do not take them to heart. Our relationship is clear, and Han Haiyang understands he will not act too severely. He had sought Lu Jinchuan for an alliance last night, but had not even been granted an audience, only to discover he had allied with the ancient capital. Given this, Huang Tianming was not inclined to offer him a kind expression. Do you truly believe you have secured victory? Lu Jinchuan scoffed. Let us wait and see who prevails. Huang Tianming's implication was clear. The Zhenhai army was not a match for the Songhai army. How could one who consistently ranked at the bottom dare to utter such words? Did he truly believe that finding a young genius to breed beasts would render him invincible? Very well, but let it be known. If you lose, do not throw a fit. Huang Tianming responded with a cold chuckle. A mere little snake wishes to contend with the lightning feather phoenix butterfly? It seems Lu Jinchuan is still not fully awake. Chapter 175, Songhai Army vs. Zhenhai Army. Those surrounding them, having overheard the exchange between Huang Tianming and Lu Jinchuan, gazed at the two with keen interest. They had not anticipated such connections between Jiang Chen and the Zhenhai army. However, this was fortuitous. Regardless of who triumphed, they would not suffer losses. This competition was said to be a division of resources, but the quantity allocated to those finishing in the lower ranks would be negligible. As long as it was not themselves being eliminated, the earlier others were eliminated, the better. Li Feng wore a sly smile, leaning towards Wu Shi and whispering, Sister Wu Shi, it seems we won't even need to lift a finger this time. Jiang Chen has warmed up the Tongzhou army, and their combat strength is no small matter. I wonder if you could procure one of his breeding methods for me. Wu Shi, glancing at Li Feng standing behind her, frowned, and her red little sparrow on her shoulder immediately squawked to shoo him away. Don't stand so close. We aren't that familiar. With that, she focused her gaze on Jiang Chen. What other surprises can your bred beasts bring me this time? Otherwise, what it just displayed does not merit a contest against the Icewind Sparrow. To be honest, she had indeed been surprised by the attack power of the lightning feather phoenix butterfly, but it was merely a single instance. In a real confrontation, The ice-wind Sparrow could easily annihilate the bandit ape. Jiang Chen inadvertently caught a glimpse of Li Feng's demeanor and couldn't help but smirk in derision. So, he truly is a sycophant. Just then, Huang Tianming had finished his quarrel with Lu Jinchuan and turned to Jiang Chen, quietly asking, "Little Chen, what do you think the odds are for the lightning feather phoenix butterfly against the beasts of the Zhenhai army?" "Uncle Huang, rest assured, based on my observations, the beast of the Zhenhai army is likely an evolved form of the black water snake." Jiang Chen leaned closer to Huang Tianming's ear and explained. The black water snake is a prime example of high offense but low defense. Judging by their demonstrated combat style, this evolved form should be similar. And the lightning feather phoenix butterfly cannot possibly lose. You could afford to be a bit more confident. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Huang Tianming felt a wave of relief wash over him, giving Jiang Chen a thumbs up and sitting up a little straighter. How could he maintain his dignity while being assured of victory? Lu Jinchuan, witnessing this, merely snorted coldly, disinterested in him, and turned his gaze back to the screen. As the two teams converged at this moment, Han Haiyang gazed upon the Zhenhai army, recalling the words of Jiang Chen before his departure. He immediately whispered to Xiaohao, "Prepare the brothers. The opposing team appears somewhat off. Let us observe closely, and if they seem weak, we shall devour them right here." "Understood," Xiaohao nodded in response. Discreetly retreating, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by Lu Gang, who inwardly cursed his misfortune at encountering another team. However, amidst his misfortune, there was a silver lining in facing the Songhai army, a perennial underdog. If they could hold out for a few minutes until the Bihue Sea Dragon regained some strength, they would have a fighting chance. "Han Haiyang, what a coincidence to meet you here," Lu Gang exclaimed. "Indeed, quite a coincidence. However, it seems your team is not in the best of conditions. Have you encountered some trouble?" Han Haiyang inquired. "Not at all. We are merely on the outskirts. No beastmaster could possibly harm us." Lu Gang hastily denied Han Haiyang's insinuations. "In fact, you've drawn the short straw by encountering us. Let us be reasonable. You've journeyed a long way. We might as well consider ourselves neighbors. I shall not interfere with you if you cede the oasis," Lu Gang suggested. Upon hearing this, a slight smile graced Han Haiyang's lips. He could now ascertain that the Zhenhai army was indeed in disarray. Having participated in several army competitions, he was familiar with Lu Gang, a man who craved glory yet was somewhat cowardly. Lu Gang was unaware of the current prowess of the Songhai army, likely still perceiving them as they once were. If the Zhenhai army were truly untroubled, they would have charged forth by now. "Apologies, but my team has just endured a grueling battle. I cannot relinquish this oasis. Let us settle it through strength," Han Haiyang retorted. Lu Gang's expression shifted dramatically at Han Haiyang's words. When had he become so resolute? The previous encounters had not suggested such a transformation. "Are you certain?" "If we truly engage, I will not hold back," Lu Gang warned. "Of course," Han Haiyang scoffed, turning to his soldiers. "Everyone, charge. Leave no one behind." His earlier reluctance stemmed from the inadequacy of his beasts, but now equipped with numerous gold-tier beasts, he saw no reason to remain modest. He was merely playing the part of a fool, not genuinely one. As Han Haiyang issued his command, the Songhai army swiftly surrounded the Zhenhai army, unleashing their charging skills. Electric arcs danced among the Lei Yufeng Dai, rapidly enhancing their special attack and defense. Lightning-type beasts? How is this possible? Lu Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. The lightning-type beasts were synonymous with destruction, and the Zhenhai army had previously attempted to procure such beasts, acquiring only 50 lightning hounds at an exorbitant cost. Yet here, a full 100 appeared before him. "Are you jesting? What kind of fight can we even muster?" "Calm down, Lieutenant Han," Lu Gang interjected. "We bear no grudges against each other. I concede this time. Here are the precious resources we recently hunted, some rolling stone cores, and a few pieces of black iron ore. Consider it our tribute." He produced a spatial pouch, gesturing towards Han Haiyang. Han Haiyang's smile widened at this sight, reveling in the turnaround of fortune. The hardships of the past were finally at an end. He had once played the role of the underdog, yet thanks to Jiang Chen, his efforts had not been in vain. Despite his inner elation, Han Haiyang maintained a stoic facade, signaling to Xiaohao, who promptly retrieved the spatial pouch. "Lu Gang, you are quite decisive. This is being broadcasted live. You know," Han Haiyang remarked. Lu Gang chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had undoubtedly suffered a humiliating defeat. Yet as long as he could continue in the competition, it was a small price to pay. Being eliminated swiftly would be a disgrace, even with the military leader as his relative. "Very well, we shall take our leave," Lu Gang declared, preparing to depart. Yet the Songhai army made no move to release them. The Lei Yufeng Dai continued to confine them. Lu Gang's expression darkened. "Lieutenant Han, what does this mean?" "You have taken my belongings." Han Haiyang sneered. "When did I promise to let you go in exchange for your items? How dare you attempt to deceive me?" "Humph. Who told you to provoke my little friend? If I let you go, what will become of my reputation? I suggest you recognize your situation and surrender, otherwise. Should I resort to force, I cannot guarantee your survival. Such arrogance. Everyone attack. Han Haiyang commanded, his voice resolute. Foolish and obstinate, Han Haiyang scoffed. Unleash the electricity. The discharge from the Lei Yufeng die, having utilized their charging skill, was immensely powerful, coupled with their unique trait, energy gathering. The effect of this basic skill was akin to 100,000 volts. In an instant, lightning surged across the oasis, leaving the Jinhai army with no opportunity for resistance. Lu Gang, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, grimaced and chose to violate the rules, summoning his initial beast, a water ape. It quickly conjured an ice shield to fend off the lightning, but the shield barely enveloped Lu Gang, leaving the other soldiers to fend for themselves as they scrambled to evade the onslaught of electricity. Moments later, the lightning ceased. The ground lay in ruins, littered with the fallen Jinhai soldiers, bloodied and burned, their anguished cries echoing. The Bihue sea dragons, as prime targets of the lightning, suffered grievously, leaving the once mighty Jinhai army utterly incapacitated. Viewers online were left aghast by the spectacle. This was no competition, it was a one-sided slaughter. Lives are at stake. What is the Songhai army doing? Killing beasts is one thing, but now they are taking lives. Such content could be live-streamed? What if children witnessed this and were led astray? Report. Report what? They announced there would be fatalities, indicating the organizers were well aware, retorted another. In an instant, the online audience erupted in outrage, with countless self-proclaimed rationalists flooding the official live stream to vociferously denounce and report the event. Yet, despite the chaos, the live stream continued unabated. This unforeseen occurrence raised suspicions among the broadcasters. As a seasoned host, Lu Teacher understood the platform's boundaries. Even footage of beast corpses in the wild prompted bans. Upon witnessing the deaths of individuals, he anticipated an imminent shutdown. Yet, as time passed without interruption, it became increasingly apparent that something was amiss. However, as he gazed at the incessantly scrolling comments in the live broadcast room, he found himself at a loss for words. Speaking too much could lead to mistakes, and a single misstep could invite their wrath, which would spoil the fun. The recent scene had left even him, a seasoned live streamer accustomed to the wilds, feeling a tremor of fear. The creature known as the Thunderwing Phoenix Butterfly possessed an astonishing attack power. When they unleashed their skills simultaneously, it was akin to divine retribution. Not only would it be formidable against equally ranked beasts, but Teacher Lu felt that even those at a higher level would struggle against them. The potency of such skills at the awakening stage is staggering. It is difficult to fathom how formidable the army named the Songhai army will become as they mature. At that moment, the broadcast abruptly shifted to Mo Yunfeng, who stood up and proclaimed, "Friends online, there is no need for you to report. The live stream will continue. I can assure you that there will be further battles in this competition, and the number of casualties will only increase. This world is not as beautiful as you imagine. The reason you can sit comfortably at home typing is that there are those bearing the burdens ahead. They confront death daily, often in far more brutal circumstances. Instead of tapping away at your keyboards, why not step outside and witness the reality of the wilds?" After delivering his words, Mo Yunfeng handed the microphone back to the host, and the scene returned to the Starfire Plains. Jiang Chen contemplated Mo Yunfeng's silhouette, pondering his true intentions. He had just parachuted into Jiangnan province, and such a display of force was clearly not indicative of a normal demeanor. "Uncle Huang, do you have any insight into what Governor Mo is thinking?" Jiang Chen quietly inquired, tugging at Huang Tianming, who was currently reveling in the Songhai army's overwhelming prowess and had not fully grasped Jiang Chen's question. "What did you say?" Jiang Chen felt a sense of exasperation. It seemed that Uncle Huang had been suppressed for far too long to be this exuberant. "I meant to ask if you heard anything from Governor Mo during the meeting." Huang Tianming waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Rest assured, Governor Mo is well aware of the situation, and this is not necessarily a bad thing. It might even work in your favor. Xiao Chun, do take a look. Isn't Lu Jinchuan's expression quite fascinating right now?" Huang Tianming spoke without lowering his voice. Lu Jinchuan, overhearing, turned pale, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, his veins bulging as he glared at Huang Tianming with a hint of murderous intent. He had never anticipated that the Songhai army would possess no capacity for resistance against the Bihue sea dragon. The Jinhai army had been the first to be eliminated, and henceforth, the allocation of resources would be largely irrelevant to them. Without the support of resources, the Jinhai army's strength would undoubtedly fall far behind that of the other cities. Moreover, he had just heard Mo Yunfeng's remarks during the meeting indicating that significant changes were on the horizon for the Daxiao Empire. The Jinhai army had already lost the initiative. Lu Jinchuan's gaze swept over Jiang Chen and Zhong Kai, his expression icy as he gritted his teeth and said, "The beasts you've nurtured, little boy, are impressive. We have plenty of time ahead. What do you intend to do, Lu Jinchuan? I warn you, if you have a problem, come at me, not a child." Huang Tianming retorted sharply. The other military leaders did not find this exchange surprising. Had Jiang Chen been one of their own, they would have defended him even more fiercely. They had witnessed the bet between Jiang Chen and Wu Shi and were aware that the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly was his creation. The power it had just displayed was such that not even the bottom-tiered Songhai army, let alone the leading teams, had beasts of such caliber. This singular battle was sufficient to demonstrate that the Songhai army might indeed have the potential to compete with the Jinyu army. Should the Songhai army emerge victorious, it would be quite an intriguing development, especially since the ancient capital had always prided itself on being the foremost in Jiangnan province. As for Lu Jinchuan's threats, Jiang Chen merely smiled indifferently. Given the relationship between Zhong Kai and himself, it was clear they would never befriend the Jinhai army. Thus, if trouble arose, it would be met head-on. For the time being, his focus would remain on Jiang City, even if Lu Jinchuan shamelessly sought him out. When the time came, the outcome was uncertain. "Young master, I apologize. It is my fault that you have encountered trouble," Zhong Kai said apologetically from behind Jiang Chen. "It's nothing. Don't dwell on it. Since you've joined the Qingshan base, I must take responsibility for the consequences regarding you." Jiang Chen waved dismissively. "If you truly feel guilty, simply guide the people of Qingshan more in the future. Rest assured, young master, I will give it my all." Meanwhile, at the Qingshan breeding base, Huang Xiaodian, who was feeding the beasts, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up at the sun in the sky, puzzled. Has the temperature dropped? The weather forecast didn't mention anything. Could it be inaccurate again? At this moment, he remained oblivious to the rigorous training that awaited him. Chapter 177, The Officials' Plans? Starfire Plains. The entire Jinhai army had been vanquished by the Songhai army, leaving only Lu Gang standing alone. Han Haiyang approached him from the crowd, coldly stating, "Lu Gang, you have committed a foul. Han Haiyang, you are being excessively tyrannical." Lu Gang clenched his fists tightly, his gaze towards Han Haiyang now tinged with malice. In just one encounter, the Jinhai army had been utterly obliterated, without even a chance to resist. Such a defeat was inextricably linked to his command. He could already foresee the punishment awaiting him once they left this place. Lu Jinchuan would undoubtedly cast him as a scapegoat. He needed someone to absorb the wrath directed at him. At this moment, Han Haiyang's voice rang out, "Lu Gang, I advise you not to act rashly. Preserve some dignity for yourself, and do not forget that this is a live broadcast." He gestured towards the mechanical sky bird behind Lu Gang. This type of mechanical beast was a common sight in various competitions, enabling real-time footage to be viewed by onlookers. "And think carefully, if it comes to blows. You are no match for me." Lu Gang's anger flared momentarily before he quickly restrained it, snarling, "I will remember this humiliation. We will have our day." After all, this was the territory of the new provincial governor. Exiting now would likely only result in being dismissed by Lu Jinchuan. However, if he violated the governor's orders and struck back, the consequences could be dire. "Useless," Han Haiyang scoffed at Lu Gang's threat, signaling to a subordinate named Xiao Hao. "See them off." "Yes." Xiao Hao stepped forward, snatching a bracelet from Lu Gang's wrist and crushing it. This was a communication device distributed by the organizers upon entering the Starfire Plains. Its destruction signified the team's disqualification from the competition. Jinhai army of Tongzhou has been entirely eliminated. Jinhai army of Tongzhou has been entirely eliminated. Jinhai army of Tongzhou has been entirely eliminated. The sound echoed through the mechanical sky birds, reverberating throughout the Starfire Plains. All the armies within paused, stunned and astonished at the announcement. In the midst of the competition, Tongzhou, a team typically ranked in the middle tier, astonishingly became the first to be eliminated. Could it be that they encountered the ancient capital? Everyone's hearts raced, realizing that the true contest had indeed commenced. At this moment, Lu Tingfeng of the Jinyu army furrowed his brows in concern. How could they have been so inept as to be eliminated so swiftly? Had they crossed paths with Hailing or Pingqing? He was aware that Tongzhou was on his side, having united with two other teams for this endeavor. The Jinyu army understood that the other alliances were likely aware of this, and as the competition progressed, the likelihood of group battles would only increase. Now, with Tongzhou eliminated, it not only jeopardized their own plans, but also affected the Jinyu army's forthcoming strategies. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tingfeng spoke decisively. "This is unacceptable. We must alter our plans. Team 1 and Team 2, disperse immediately to locate other teams. Once found, do not act rashly. Return to inform me." "Understood," came the reply. "The rest, remain here and be prepared for battle." Acknowledged. Outside the Jinyu army, other factions hastened their movements, and a single report ignited a flurry of activity across the Starfire wilderness. In the oasis, Wang Gang found himself bound to a tree by Han Haiyang. Meanwhile, the Songhai army was busy harvesting the cores of the deceased Bihue sea dragons. Look at you. So driven by greed, even scavenging from our allies' beasts, Han Haiyang remarked with a scoff. Do not presume too much familiarity, we are not that close. He continued, moreover. The Songhai army does not have the habit of relying on others. We have learned the hard way not to squander resources. At this, Han Haiyang called out to Xiaohai. Do not forget to bring back a few Bihue sea dragon corpses. Perhaps Xiao Chen can restore them. Although the Bihue sea serpent had been thoroughly defeated by the thunderwing butterfly, it remained a silver-tier beast. The fact that it was chosen by the Jinhai army certainly held significance. If Jiang Chen could indeed replicate them, it would bolster the Songhai army's strength. Relying on corpses to deduce beast evolution strategies? You must still be dreaming, Lu Gang retorted, mocking Han Haiyang. Even a beast master would struggle to achieve that. Gaining even a modicum of insight would be a feat in itself. If a breeder could accomplish this, the world would not be flooded with legendary beasts of unknown origins. And you, a mere captive, should hold your tongue, Han Haiyang said, stuffing a rag into Lu Gang's mouth. After a brief resupply in the oasis, they continued deeper into the Starfire wilderness, leaving no spiritual materials or beasts they encountered unclaimed. However, Han Haiyang maintained a fundamental threshold. Exceeding it meant that he would allocate resources to his subordinates for nurturing beasts. When Han Haiyang entered the Starfire wilderness, Jiang Chen had already warned him that the ultimate competition would boil down to clashes among humans, and combat was unavoidable. The so-called points only required a base score. Any excess would be better utilized for enhancing combat prowess. Otherwise, if they ended up losing, they would merely be aiding others in resource gathering. Initially, he had dismissed this advice, but after experiencing the battle against the Jinhai army firsthand, he began to see the wisdom in Jiang Chen's words and complied. As time passed, encounters between teams became increasingly frequent. Soon, the second team to be eliminated, apart from Tongzhou, emerged. Pilin ultimately succumbed to the ancient capital, facing a similarly brutal fate. Following a day of fierce combat, the online spectators gradually fell silent, realizing that the words of Mo Yunfeng were not mere fabrications. This grand competition was of an entirely different nature compared to those trivial matches they had previously witnessed. Lives were genuinely at stake. Under such rules, the competition among the 13 cities grew ever more intense. Those who possessed even a semblance of understanding regarding the true state of the beast world comprehended the intentions of the Daxiao officials. It appeared they were preparing to introduce the new generation of beast masters to the realities of the beast world sooner rather than later. This sentiment was widely accepted, as aside from the truly elite universities, beast masters from other institutions typically graduated having only experienced the most intense battles during the academy competitions, often having never encountered bloodshed. How could such individuals be deemed the future of Daxia? Chapter 178, Bihue Coral? As various teams continued their advance toward the heart of the Starfire wilderness, the likelihood of encounters escalated. Now, of the 13 teams, only 8 remained. Even the allies of the Songhai army, the Jinghu army, were eliminated by Hailing's Bow Highway. At this moment, Han Haiyang had led the Songhai army away from the desolate region, resting beside a lake. A 15-meter-long blue giant python was being roasted over a fire. This was a third-tier extraordinary Azure water python, the dominant beast of this area. Its head had been severed by Han Haiyang and placed aside. Yet its lingering aura still deterred weaker beasts from approaching. Xiaohai, have you found anything? Han Haiyang inquired, seated on a piece of driftwood, tearing off a chunk of snake meat to eat. Dominant beasts often had treasures within their territories, as ordinary resources would not sustain them for long. Lacking a beast breeder's guidance, their only means of becoming stronger, aside from combat, was by consuming rare treasures. The location of the Songhai army, marked on the map, was now within the inner circle of the Starfire wilderness. With numerous extraordinary beasts present, the Azure water python's reign here certainly had its purpose. Xiaohai shook his head, replying, The school officer's underwater thunderwing butterfly cannot descend. I have already dispatched a water ghost, and they are currently searching. News should arrive soon. Han Haiyang nodded in acknowledgement. Ensure they search thoroughly. We have not encountered any other teams aside from the Jinhai army on our journey. We have utilized the resources and materials for ourselves, and I suspect our points are the lowest among all existing teams. If we could acquire the treasures guarded by that Azure water python, we might yet improve our standing. Just then, a squad leader of the Songhai army spoke up. School officer, there is no need for such concern. We are currently in 8th place, having already matched the best results that Songhai army has achieved in years. Even if we are eliminated now, the commander would not voice any complaints. Upon hearing this, Han Haiyang's expression hardened, and he coldly replied, If you maintain such an attitude, you will sooner or later find yourself dismissed. The commander invested a considerable sum to procure the Thunderwing butterfly for us, not for you to aim for 7th or 8th place, and then slack off. I apologize. School officer, I was wrong. The individual quickly realized his mistake upon witnessing Han Haiyang's anger. Humph, Han Haiyang scoffed, rising to his feet. Let me be clear. Our goal this time is to secure a place in the top 4, aiming for 1st. If I hear such talk again, you will learn what military law truly entails. School officer, we have found it. At that moment, a member of the Songhai army clad in diving gear surfaced from the lake, followed by 3 others. They were hauling a rope, straining as they swam toward the shore. As they reached the land, the object tied to the end of the rope was finally revealed to all present. It was a resplendent piece of coral. And with its emergence, the surrounding water element beasts became immediately agitated. Han Haiyang, upon witnessing this, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief as he gazed upon the coral. Azure coral? Azure coral is a rare, high-tier spiritual material found in the ocean, exuding energy that enhances the spiritual essence within water. Additionally, it is accompanied by a creature known as the Azure coral worm, a precious resource-type beast. The byproducts of these worms can significantly enhance the comprehension of water element beasts regarding their element. Yet, could there truly be coral in a lake? This was undeniably beyond his comprehension. He hastily approached, scrutinizing this peculiar coral. Judging by the spiritual energy it emitted, it appeared to be a high-tier material, though it did not seem to be azure coral. Damn, if only Jiang Chen were here. He would be most intrigued by such oddities and would undoubtedly recognize what it was. After observing for a while without identifying it, he waved his right hand and stored it in his spatial pouch. You all have worked hard. Take a moment to rest. Boom. Before Han Haiyang could finish his sentence, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the distant jungle. What is happening? Han Haiyang furrowed his brow and looked toward the source of the sound. There. Plumes of white smoke billowed upwards. Judging by the commotion, it seemed unlikely to be caused by local beasts. Everyone gather. Let us investigate. After a moment of contemplation, Han Haiyang commanded. This could be an opportunity to distance themselves from other teams. The Songhai army had made significant progress during this time. Moreover, they had not encountered any major battles, maintaining their strength well. If 2 teams were indeed clashing, he could seize the opportunity to benefit from their conflict. Yes, the Songhai army complied, swiftly tidying up their campsite. Once all traces were cleared, they quickly advanced toward the source of the noise. Moments later, they confirmed that a battle was indeed underway. Han Haiyang stood atop a colossal ancient tree, observing the distant battlefield. However, he soon realized something was amiss. It was the Jinyu army and the Taijing army. How could it be them? Han Haiyang frowned slightly, as this disrupted his plans. The Taijing army was an ally of the Songhai army. If it were not for the live broadcast, he could have let them fight amongst themselves, reaping the benefits unnoticed. However, with the live broadcast in play, his inaction would tarnish the Songhai army's reputation in the eyes of others. In this line of work, reputation is paramount. Without it, friendships dissolve. Damn it, what is this? Han Haiyang cursed inwardly, then declared, we must assist. On the platform outside Xinghe Wilderness, the crowd's attention turned to Jiang Chen and Wu Shi, their lips curling into playful smiles. Everyone present was aware of the wager between the two. However, they had not anticipated that the 2 armies would encounter each other so swiftly. This promised to be quite the spectacle. The combat prowess of both teams was well recognized. To put it bluntly, there were very few armies present that could reliably overpower them. Ideally, both teams would inflict mutual damage, thus enhancing their own chances of victory. Jiang Chen, sensing the gazes of those around him, remained unfazed. He understood from the outset that the ultimate battles would occur among the various teams. It was merely a matter of timing. He glanced over at Wu Shi, only to find her looking back at him. Sister Wu, it seems our wager will soon find its resolution here, he remarked. Wu Shi responded with a hint of confidence in her smile. What? Do you wish to terminate the wager? Just say the word, and I can grant you an opportunity. Sister Wu, you certainly exude confidence. Jiang Chen replied. If you lacked certainty in victory, why would you engage in a wager with me? This time, the victor will undoubtedly be I. Jiang Chen chuckled. Is that so? Yet, I have a distinct feeling that I shall emerge triumphant. Both were prodigies, each possessing their own pride. Jiang Chen, though often concealing his confidence, was, in essence, more assured than anyone else. While Wu Shi excelled in the realm of nurturing beasts, consistently ranking first in her university competitions, that was only because he had not participated. Had he joined, the outcome might have been far less certain. This was the most genuine thought in Jiang Chen's mind. As their gazes locked, a palpable tension arose between them. The commanders of both armies, influenced by the presence of the 2, felt their own auras surging uncontrollably. Chapter 179, Timely Arrival. Online. Teacher Liu observed the scene unfold, his excitement mounting. The 2 seed candidates were about to clash. This promised to be a thrilling spectacle. He had witnessed the battles that preceded this moment. Among the remaining 8 teams, he believed that the Songhai army and the Jinyu army had the highest chances of claiming victory. One possessed lightning element beasts with formidable offensive capabilities, while the other boasted dual ice and wind attributes, capable of swift movement and enemy control. Both were exceedingly rare and powerful creatures. Are you serious, broadcaster? Jiang Chen's army has been somewhat lackadaisical, having engaged in only a handful of skirmishes. Can they truly be labeled as seed candidates? The audience from the ancient capital was proudly proclaiming their ranking, having eliminated 3 of the 5 teams themselves. Have you been bribed, broadcaster? Teacher Lu, noting the barrage of comments on the screen, remained unperturbed. After all, dissenting voices could generate excitement for the show. Clearly, it seems many of you are skeptical of the broadcaster's words. Let us conduct a wager. Send a little star for those supporting the Songhai army, and a musical note for those backing the Jinyu army. Since the broadcaster is backing the Songhai army, if I lose, I will give away 10 high-grade beast nourishment items in the live chat. If you lose, simply give the broadcaster some attention. Is that too much to ask? This was Teacher Lu's genuine sentiment. He believed both armies possessed extraordinary beasts. Yet, subconsciously, he felt that the Thunderwing Phoenix Butterfly had the edge, being a lightning element creature. Even if he lost, his expenditure on 10 high-grade items would amount to merely 100,000, a sum he could easily recoup given the current viewership. As the voting commenced, the livestream screen filled with small gifts. These tokens, costing only a few dimes, encouraged the audience to join in the excitement. You're bound to lose this time, broadcaster. I've learned that the Jinyu army's beasts were nurtured by the previous youth nurturing competition champion. Do you genuinely believe that Songhai army, led by an obscure nurturer, can triumph? Champion. Teacher Lu's eyes widened as he glanced at the voting results, inadvertently catching a comment. The youth nurturing competition was a national event, open to nurturers aged 18 to 40, far surpassing the prestige of typical campus competitions. He had never seen a champion from this contest fail to become a master-level nurturer. He promptly redirected his attention to the screen, where the captain of the Taijing army was commanding the Vine Rock Demon to valiantly resist the assaults from the Jinyu army, though with limited success. The frigid winds unleashed by the Icewind Sparrows caused frost to form upon the Vine Rock spirits. Their already sluggish speed rendered them utterly immobile. Most crucially, the Icewind Sparrows soared gracefully in the sky, evading the attacks of the Vine Rock spirits with ease, resulting in a one-sided assault. Damn it! Could it be that this time we are destined to meet our end here? The lieutenant of the Iron Thorn army wore a grim expression, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "Captain of Team 1 and Captain of Team 2, retreat with your men. I shall remain here to cover your exit." The captain of Team 1's countenance shifted, and he interjected, "Lieutenant, no. You must leave with your men. I will hold the rear. Stop wasting breath. If I say you leave, you leave. Do you think you can match Lu Tingfeng?" Just then, Lu Tingfeng let out a cold snort, after searching for so long. "How could I allow you to escape so easily? Everyone, follow orders. Team 1, continue with the ice storm. The rest, attack with ice shards." Instantly, the Icewind Sparrows in the air gathered ice energy in their beaks, transforming it into fist-sized ice stones that rained down upon the Vine Rock spirits. The surrounding temperature plummeted noticeably. The ice shards struck the Vine Rock spirits with resounding thuds. Even though the Vine Rock spirits possessed remarkable defense, they gradually began to lose their fighting capability under such relentless assault. However, at this critical juncture, a bolt of lightning surged from afar, striking down the Icewind Sparrow that was conjuring the ice storm. Who dares? Lu Tingfeng's expression changed immediately as he turned to look behind him. Han Haiyang, leading the Songhai army, charged toward them with great haste, a massive formation of butterflies soaring orderly above their heads. The Songhai army. Such audacity. Lu Tingfeng let out a cold snort. He recognized that they were there because of Jiang Chen, had it not been for his Azure Dragon. He might not have even known who led the Songhai army this time, as they had been eliminated in previous encounters before they had a chance to meet. Upon seeing the Songhai army arrive, the lieutenant of the Iron Thorn army felt a surge of joy. He knew Han Haiyang was one of their own. Everyone, consolidate the battlefield and prepare to counterattack. Lu Tingfeng, however, held no regard for the Iron Thorn army, considering their current combat effectiveness to be negligible. He immediately dispatched a small team to confront the Songhai army alone, while the others swiftly changed direction. Their movements displayed an impressive fluidity, a testament to the might of the Jinyu army, an achievement that would be unattainable for an ordinary team. Lu Tingfeng gazed at Han Haiyang and coldly remarked, "I hadn't intended to seek you out, but here you come, offering yourselves so readily. After barely making it into the top 8, wouldn't it be wiser to find a place to lie low instead of walking into your own demise?" Han Haiyang's lips curled into a cold smile in response. Indeed, The bloodthirsty mad General Lu Tingfeng is as arrogant as ever. Do you truly believe you can secure victory in your current state? While we may not be at our peak, it will suffice to deal with you. With that, Lu Tingfeng signaled to his soldiers, who immediately understood his intent. All the Icewind Sparrows took to the skies, unleashing their frost claws. Each claw of the Icewind Sparrows radiated a powerful icy force, although it was a basic skill. They had mastered it to perfection. The gathered energy surged forth, rapidly attacking the butterfly formation. Han Haiyang observed the approaching Icewind Sparrows without a shred of fear. It was no wonder they could suppress the Iron Thorn army so thoroughly. Evidently, they possessed skills of a proficient level, but that would not suffice. Charge! He commanded immediately. All the Thunderwing butterflies simultaneously activated their charging skill, and a swirling aura of lightning formed a protective barrier around them. This alternative application of the charging skill was conceived by Jiang Chen during training sessions with the Songhai army. While it may not be effective against long-range attacks, it certainly offered some protection against close-range strikes. Though ice does not conduct electricity, the Icewind Sparrows were not entirely composed of ice. The scattering lightning swiftly impeded their assault. A smile crept onto Han Haiyang's face as he remarked, "Lieutenant Lu, it seems your beasts are not as formidable as you imagined." Outside the arena, onlookers were momentarily stunned by the scene. The swarm of butterflies had indeed managed to block the Jinyu army's assault. This appeared to be a first. Could it be that the Songhai army genuinely had a chance to triumph? Oh, please no. All my fortunes are riding on the Jinyu army. If they lose, I might as well plummet from the rooftop. Witnessing the Songhai army gaining the upper hand, many felt their hearts rise to their throats. It was entirely commonplace for bets to be placed in competitions. Given that the Jinyu army had ranked among the top 3 multiple times, there were certainly many who had wagered on their victory. Now, with this turn of events, those individuals were beginning to fidget restlessly, cursing the Songhai army's impending defeat. On the high platform, Wuxi was taken aback by the sight of the lightning barrier. To think the charging skill could be developed to such an extent, Jiang Chen, you truly possess some talent. Creating a barrier of lightning was no simple feat. It required the charging skill to reach a proficient level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the attack of the Frost Claws. Sima Yan, as the commander of the Jinyu army, had sufficient insight to recognize the strength of the Thunderwing butterflies. He turned to Wu Shi and inquired, "In your opinion, what chance does the Jinyu army have of winning?" As the strongest entity among the 13 cities, he had an absolute reason not to lose. Should the Jinyu army falter against a team that had previously languished at the bottom, the higher-ups in the ancient capital would surely reprimand him. After all, the ancient capital was not a dictatorship, especially during this period of provincial upheaval. Commander Sima, rest assured. Have you forgotten that the Icewind Sparrows have yet to reveal their ultimate skill? We shall not be defeated. Sima Yin felt a touch of reassurance upon hearing Wu Shi's words. He had witnessed that ultimate skill, and it was precisely due to the Icewind Sparrows' capabilities that he had chosen them as the beasts of the Jinyu army for this grand competition. Meanwhile, Huang Tianming was celebrating with Jiang Chen. After all, this was the Jinyu army, and the teams they had faced thus far had shown no resistance whatsoever. This was ample evidence of their formidable strength in this competition. Although he trusted Jiang Chen's abilities, he would be lying if he said he wasn't anxious before witnessing the previous scene. The might of the Jinyu army was undeniable. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen. I knew your beasts would impress. Once this competition concludes, I'll place an order for 150. Let Lord Jiang of Jiang City foot the bill. Jiang Chen smiled at Huang Tianming's exuberance, having grown accustomed to his exuberant demeanor. It seemed that after years of suppression, he was now experiencing a resurgence. I shall await your order. With that said, Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to Wu Shi, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He had overheard a snippet of the exchange between Wu Shi and Sima Yan. What skill could possibly inspire such confidence in them? The development of the charging skill was a rudimentary version he had devised based on the Thunderwing resonance. Although its power paled in comparison, it was not something ordinary beasts could easily withstand. He had just observed the combat capabilities of the Icewind Sparrows. The primary combat strategy centers around utilizing Icewind storms to suppress the enemy before launching an assault. While their skill proficiency is commendable, interrupting the Thunderfeather butterfly requires a willingness to sacrifice, as it is nearly impossible to prevent them from harnessing energy to enhance their abilities. What kind of skill is this? At that moment, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The screen revealed all the Icewind Sparrows ascending into the air, emanating an eerie glow, while the towering ancient trees surrounding them appeared to wither, seemingly due to their influence. They seemed to be absorbing the energy around them. In the next instant, a group of 20 peculiar Icewind Sparrows surged forth, their transformation seemingly linked to the energy they were absorbing. The blue feathers adorning them began to fade, revealing their original snowy white plumage. Subsequently, These mutated icewind sparrows flapped their wings vigorously, and the gathered energy transformed into grayish projectiles that hurtled towards the thunder feather butterfly swarm. The projectiles seemed to carry the wails of vengeful spirits. It was a ghostly type skill. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Wuxi, you truly are cunning. This must be the result of your recent research on the candlelight spirit, right? You've managed to evolve these birds into pure ghost-type familiars. You're indeed quite capable." He had been too complacent, failing to recognize the presence of ghostly variants hidden among the icewind sparrows. Although Wuxi had altered their coloration, subtle differences could still be discerned upon closer inspection. Ghost-type familiars are relatively rare, more commonly utilized in the island nations. In the Great Xia, beastmasters tend to harbor a natural aversion to spirits, rendering them quite scarce. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the surrounding individuals turned their gazes towards Wuxi, acknowledging her prowess as the champion of the previous youth breeding competition, having advanced to such heights in such a short time. This sentiment resonated among all present. While the icewind sparrows were already formidable, the existence of even stronger familiars hidden within them was a remarkable achievement, one that likely surpassed her peers in the four great clans. Wuxi, taken aback by Jiang Chen's insight, had not anticipated his ability to connect the icewind sparrow and candlelight spirit. You're not lacking either, being able to discern how the icewind sparrow evolved at a mere glance. However, Jiang Chen, you are destined to lose. The icewind sparrow's strength pales in comparison to the icewind phantom sparrow, which is a golden tier familiar. The soul-devouring bird strike can manipulate surrounding energies. How do you intend to withstand it? Jiang Chen chuckled, replying, by enduring it, of course. While the soul-devouring bird strike may sound formidable, the Songhai army does not rely solely on the thunderfeather butterfly. What do you mean? Wuxi asked, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chen pointed to the screen behind her. Just take a look. Han Haiyang had dashed to the front of the team, summoning a magical formation with his right hand. In the next moment, a colossal crocodile over 10 meters long materialized before everyone. Its body was adorned with dark blue scales, and golden spines extended from its neck along its spine to its tail, exuding a terrifying aura reminiscent of the wilderness. This was none other than the abyssal king crocodile, Ada, which Han Haiyang had originally contracted. Under Han Haiyang's nurturing, it had now surpassed the extraordinary roar. Its temperament closely resembled that of its original form. The overlord, fiercely eager for battle after having observed the thunderfeather butterfly's combat for some time. Upon its appearance, it let out a resounding roar. Ada, don't show off. Counter with Shadow Ball. Following Han Haiyang's command, the abyssal king crocodile conjured a dark energy sphere with a diameter of 40 centimeters within its gaping maw, launching it towards the icewind phantom sparrow. Boom. The collision erupted in a thunderous sound, the unleashed energy sending the icewind sparrows above reeling in disarray, yet having no effect on the massive abyssal king crocodile. Witnessing their victory, Ada roared once more, showcasing its might. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes as they beheld this monstrous familiar. What on earth is this? Chapter 181. Astonishment all around, the Jinyu army's defeat. This is the abyssal king crocodile. Gazing at the suddenly manifested familiar, Wuxi could hardly fathom the sight before her. How is this possible? As a native of the Yangtze River Basin, she had certainly heard the legends surrounding such familiars. Although its quality was only golden tier, its strength was undeniably among the elite. It was once discovered that remnants of a sovereign tier familiar were found within the belly of a deceased abyssal king crocodile. Yet that particular abyssal king crocodile had merely been assessed as a lord. This serves as ample evidence of their formidable nature. Long ago, numerous beastmasters specializing in water-type familiars had frantically sought this creature, yet most returned empty-handed. Such circumstances only added to the mystery surrounding this familiar. Wuxi abruptly rose and approached Jiang Chen, her amber eyes fixated upon him. What are you planning to do? Jiang Chen, taken aback by Wuxi's sudden movement, responded. I must remind you, there are so many people here. Consider the location before you act. Is the abyssal king crocodile your creation, or did someone else intervene? Wuxi disregarded Jiang Chen's words, instead pressing on with her inquiry. Upon hearing Wuxi's question, the gazes of all the other commanders turned fervent. While the thunderfeather butterfly was powerful, one could acquire a similar familiar with sufficient resources. It merely involved varying amounts. However, the abyssal king crocodile was an entirely different matter. Its legend had long circulated within the 13 cities. Indeed, Lao Huang, do enlighten us on the origins of this abyssal king crocodile. If it was captured externally, it would mean you violated the rules. You truly lack shame. Huang Tianming coldly regarded the surrounding individuals. Although he had suppressed this news immediately upon Jiang Chen's successful nurturing of the abyssal king crocodile, He found it hard to believe that these people had not heard the rumors circulating in Jiang City regarding its cultivation. Even the prominent families in Jiang City were aware of it. If they had reached such a position without this basic knowledge, they might as well not exist. Their current behavior merely aimed to ascertain whether the abyssal king crocodile was indeed cultivated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen exchanged glances with Wu Shi, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he quietly replied, "And if I did cultivate it? Are you planning to wager with me again, attempting to seize my evolutionary plan?" Having allowed Han Haiyang to employ the abyssal king crocodile in the military competition, Jiang Chen was prepared for their scrutiny. He was ready to establish his own influence. And the greater the renown, the better. As for whether he would attract covetous eyes, he could only assert that within Jiang City, he was invincible. Even if Huang Tianming was unable to stop him, he still had his master. The crowd present widened their eyes upon hearing Jiang Chen's declaration. Although they had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed left them in utter shock. This was the abyssal king crocodile. Countless individuals had dedicated decades to its study without success. And yet, it had ultimately been unraveled by a mere junior. If those who had spent their lives in vain pursuit were to learn of this, would they not rise from their graves? Mo Yunfeng, too, was taken aback. Although he was not from Jiangnan province and had not heard the legends of the abyssal king crocodile, he was nonetheless astonished. However, his keen eyesight reveals that the abyssal king crocodile is indeed a formidable beast. Such a creature is beyond the comprehension of even the talented genius of the Mo family, who is furthering his studies at the prestigious University of Jing, especially at Jiang Chen's age. The University of Magic City certainly lives up to its reputation as the premier breeding academy among the 4 great institutions. And those emerging from its halls are not to be underestimated. Individuals of this caliber are undoubtedly among the elite within even the top aristocratic families. Name your price. What would it take for you to relinquish the breeding plan for the abyssal king crocodile? At this moment, Wuxi could no longer afford to heed Jiang Chen's mockery. The Jiangnan province, blessed with abundant water resources, makes possessing an abyssal king crocodile akin to having an aircraft carrier at sea. As the foremost family in Jiangnan, the Wu family must acquire such a beast. The consequences of it falling into the hands of rival factions would be unthinkable. Jiang Chen chuckled and replied, "You've already surrendered your most valuable possession, the Qingzhu. What else do you have of worth? Your person? How audacious!" Wu Shi, upon hearing this, was instantly engulfed in fury, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. As the sole daughter of the Wu family, she had never endured such humiliation. Jiang Chen maintained his smirk, waving his hand dismissively. "I merely wish for you to work for me in a clandestine capacity. Why the outrage? Besides, even if you desired to join me, I would not be inclined to accept. Instead of wasting time here brooding, you would do better to hasten the delivery of the transfer contract. The Jinyu army is on the brink of defeat. My time is exceedingly precious. I cannot afford to linger here with you." At that moment, Wuxi could no longer ignore Jiang Chen's taunts. With a stern expression, she turned and stormed away, declaring, "Jiang Chen, I will remember this. You better enjoy your current triumph." Whether her future fortunes would match her present arrogance, she could not foresee, but Jiang Chen was indeed reveling in his success. For on the large screen, the Yin-Wind Sparrows stood no chance against the combined might of the abyssal king crocodile and the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly. The Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly had completed its enhancement. The celestial thunder net was simultaneously unleashed, weaving an enormous web of lightning across the sky, ensnaring both the Yin-Wind Sparrows and the Ice-Wind Sparrows within it, before the abyssal king crocodile moved in for the kill. The Iron Thorn army stood by, dumbfounded at the spectacle of the battle. A squad leader tremblingly approached the Iron Thorn army's Lieutenant Li, saying, "Lieutenant Li, didn't the military commander say that the Songhai army was of average strength and that we needed to look after them? With their prowess, why do I feel like we are the ones in need of protection?" Lieutenant Li swiftly covered the squad leader's mouth and cast a furtive glance at Han Haiyang, who was still engaged in battle, and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they had not been overheard. "You better watch your words, otherwise I might just sew your mouth shut." Given the strength exhibited by the Songhai army, if we could just cling to their coattails this round, securing a position in the top 5 would not be a dream. At that point, obtaining whatever we desire would be within reach. And perhaps we'd even have the chance to advance further. Such an opportunity shall not be squandered. As time passed, the Jinyu army faced utter defeat under the relentless assault of the Songhai army. All their beasts were rendered incapable of fighting, and the few fiercely resisting Yin-Wind Sparrows were swiftly dispatched by the abyssal king crocodile, which devoured them whole. Although it lacked ghostly attributes, some of its skills bore intricate connections to the ghostly domain. Consuming such flesh would greatly benefit its breeding. With the Jinyu army completely incapacitated, Han Haiyang turned to Lu Tingfeng with a cold expression, stating, "Lieutenant Lu, you have lost." Chapter 182. Making a Name for Oneself. Lu Tingfeng stood rooted in place. Gazing at the ice-wind Sparrow ensnared by the thunderwing phoenix butterfly, his fists tightly clenched. I have lost. I can't believe I, Lu Tingfeng, have fallen to your hands. But I am defeated by the beasts you command, not by you. Han Haiyang responded with a faint, cold smile. It seems that everyone enjoys finding excuses for their failures. Even this renowned general is no exception. These beasts were inherently part of the Songhai army. Losing to them equates to losing to the Songhai army itself. Initially, Han Haiyang believed Lu Tingfeng to be a formidable character. But now it appeared he was not so exceptional after all. Han Haiyang, uninterested in further discourse, turned to his Songhai army subordinates and commanded, "Scavenge the battlefield. Leave no resources behind. The Jinyu army has taken down 2 squads, and they surely possess considerable resources. I want to let them escape unscathed." At that moment, Lieutenant Li of the Iron Thorn army approached, his face beaming with a smile. "Lieutenant Han, we owe you our gratitude this time, otherwise we might have been in grave danger." Han Haiyang simply waved his hand dismissively. "Lieutenant Li, there is no need for thanks. Since we have formed an alliance, it is only natural that I step in to assist when I see you in peril. Moreover, had you not depleted the Jinyu army's stamina, capturing them would have been much more challenging." Lieutenant Li recognized Han Haiyang's compliment. He was well aware of his own circumstances. The Iron Thorn army had been subjected to unilateral slaughter in the recent battle. The Jinyu army likely hadn't even exerted half their strength. However, since the other party had said as much, he would not dispute it. "I will have my men assist you in handling the battlefield. Our earlier commotion likely caught the attention of others. Thank you for your help." Han Haiyang accepted the offer without hesitation. Online, viewers were outraged as they witnessed the Jinyu army's defeat, unleashing a torrent of curses. What a bunch of imbeciles in the Jinyu army. They were hyped up so much at the start, only to be eliminated at 8th place. I bet a fortune on them. Stop whining upstairs. I sold my house for this. I'm feeling suicidal right now. Where did this Songhai army's beast breeders come from? How are their beasts so powerful? Even Wu Shi is no match for them. Could it be that breeding master? Teacher Lu, observing the barrage of comments, remained silent. Gamblers are not deserving of sympathy. At that moment, he was searching for information about the thunderwing phoenix butterfly. The breeding of this beast was exceptional. Its recent display was nothing short of masterful control. Anyone capable of evolving such a creature could not possibly be an unknown. Old Lu, I believe I've uncovered something for you. There's a breeding base in Jiang City called Qingshan, and their official website features a video of the thunderwing phoenix butterfly's evolution. If all goes as expected, this beast should have been bred by the beast master there. I'll send you the link shortly. Thank you. Teacher Lu opened the link sent to him, revealing a Blue V account with only a few thousand followers and merely 2 videos. One showcasing the evolution of the Lingling rat into the Vine Spirit raccoon, and the other the evolution of the thunderwing phoenix butterfly. Since they were willing to release the video, it was likely they sought fame. If broadcasting their bred beasts could bring them traffic, he would lend a hand. After a moment's contemplation, Teacher Lu decided to forge a good rapport and proceeded to display the official account of the Qingshan breeding base on the screen. Brothers, the streamer has managed to find the breeder of the thunderwing phoenix butterfly through connections. This breeder likely runs a breeding base, so those interested should follow. Their prowess seems quite impressive. Currently, Teacher Lu's livestream had attracted over 100,000 viewers, eagerly awaiting his promotion. A substantial number of individuals have directly searched for the name of the Qingshan breeding base on the platform. At that moment, Wang Kiki and her companions were seated before their computers, observing the performance of the Songhai army. Suddenly, with a resounding ding, it was as if Pandora's box had been flung open. The sound became incessant. What was happening? Huang Xiaodian paused for a moment, bewildered. Is the computer broken? Upon hearing this, Wang Kiki was at a loss for words and immediately exited the back end of the Qingshan breeding base account. She noticed the number of followers skyrocketing, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. What on earth was going on? Why were there suddenly so many people paying attention? Wei Haven T even released a video. Xiaodian, check it out. All right. Moments later, Huang Xiaodian returned with his phone, pointing at the screen. I found the reason. It's a blogger online. During a live stream, they showcased our account. Wang Kiki nodded thoughtfully and remarked, this is a fortuitous turn of events. Jiang Chen has always aspired to develop the Qingshan base. We can seize this opportunity to significantly increase our follower count. Xiaodian, keep a close eye on the comments in the back end while I edit the evolution video Jiang Chen recorded back then. Instantly, the entire Qingshan breeding base sprang into action. In the Starfire Wilderness, Lu Tingfeng had already been escorted away by the staff. All the resources from the Jinyu army had fallen into the hands of the Songhai army. If real-time rankings were to be released now, it was highly likely that the Songhai army would claim the top spot. How did you encounter the Jinyu army? If I'm not mistaken, your birthplace should be quite a distance from here, Han Haiyang inquired of Lieutenant Li. Upon hearing Han Haiyang's words, Lieutenant Li's anger flared, and he retrieved a treasure map made of cowhide from his pocket, handing it over. It's all because of this cursed thing. I found it in a treasure chest within a cave, thinking I had struck gold. Following its lead, I unexpectedly crossed paths with the Jinyu army, and judging from their words, they must have stumbled upon a similar treasure map. Reflecting on this, Lieutenant Li couldn't help but sigh. It's quite possible that this was intentionally planted by the governor to incite competition among us. He continued, if it weren't for the fortunate encounter with you all, I might have truly faced elimination. Han Haiyang examined the map in his hands and noted that the marked location was at the heart of the Starfire wilderness, not far from where they stood. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, let's go take a look. Now that they had acquired the resources from the Jinyu army, there were still 7 other teams remaining. They could not be entirely certain of their first-place status. If there were indeed valuable treasures at the location indicated on the map, securing them would ensure their victory. Hearing Han Haiyang's words, Lieutenant Li immediately cautioned, Lieutenant Han, think twice. There's likely more than one map, and others could very well possess them too. And if they do, what of it? Lieutenant Li was momentarily taken aback. He soon recollected that the Songhai army had undergone a significant transformation. If they could defeat the Jinyu army, what threat could the other teams pose? A wry smile crept across his lips as he said, then I shall risk my life to accompany the noble. Let us proceed together. Han Haiyang did not decline. After all, they were allies and he could not allow them to be eliminated. Though the Vine's rock ghost of the Taijing army lacked formidable combat strength, its defensive capabilities were commendable, serving as a shield in critical moments. Chapter 183, The Otherworldly, The Bone Giant. Outside the Starfire wilderness, Mo Yunfeng observed the screen intently, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair, a contemplative expression adorning his face. The primary objective of this competition, beyond the reallocation of military resources among the 13 cities, was to unveil the true essence of the beast taming world to the public. The carnage within the realm of beast tamers constituted merely a fraction of the larger picture. What was to be showcased in this competition was of paramount importance. This was a directive from above, a reason why he had been reassigned to Jiangnan by the martial king, because he had agreed to be the blade that would offend others. At that moment, the steward, Old Lin, approached Mo Yunfeng and whispered, Sir, have you truly thought this through? There is still an opportunity to halt this. Once those individuals proceed according to the map to the final location, it will be irrevocable. Mo Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the screen as he softly replied, having come this far, what is there left to contemplate? Once the live broadcast concludes, the items I desire shall be delivered, and at that juncture, provided I can break through in seclusion, who will be able to contend with me? I understand. Old Lin, witnessing Mo Yunfeng's unwavering resolve, sighed and slowly retreated behind him, hoping that forthcoming events would unfold as anticipated. Within the Starfire wilderness, the Songhai army and the Taijing army had temporarily merged, placing Han Haiyang in sole command. They stood at the mouth of a circular valley, their brows furrowed. The area was stark and desolate, presenting a jarring contrast amidst the mountainous terrain, resembling a natural boundary. Peering into the depths, Han Haiyang observed numerous skeletal remains of beasts strewn about. He counted over 10. Old Li, do you sense that the atmosphere here is somewhat peculiar? Lieutenant Li nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, it feels odd. It gives me the impression that we are not in the main world, but rather in a spatial rift. Han Haiyang echoed, I share your sentiment. The aura emanating from this place is strikingly reminiscent of those monstrous entities. Could it be, Old Han? It's merely a competition. Could the new governor truly orchestrate something so grand? Lieutenant Li was still somewhat incredulous, given that until today, the policies in the entire Blue Star had been to conceal the truth from ordinary people. His disbelief was not unwarranted. I cannot say for certain. It merely feels akin to that, or it could be some form of beast I am unaware of. So, shall we proceed? Lieutenant Li tentatively inquired. In such an eerie situation, he would never have ventured alone, but now that the two teams had united, the enhanced strength of the Songhai army necessitated that he heed Han Haiyang's lead. At this juncture, Han Haiyang furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to make a decisive choice. Just then, Xiao Hao suddenly exclaimed, Lieutenant, look, there are people. Han Haiyang immediately turned his gaze toward the entrance. He saw over 10 individuals clad in blue combat uniforms, frantically fleeing while occasionally glancing back, as if something terrifying was pursuing them. It's the Bohai guards. Let us approach and investigate. Han Haiyang commanded, leading the Songhai army forward. Upon seeing Han Haiyang, the members of the Bohai guards displayed expressions of relief and immediately knelt before him, pleading, Lieutenant, please, you must go in and save our captain. Do not rush. Speak slowly. Han Haiyang urged, his brow furrowing. The Bo-Hai guards were not weak amongst the 13 cities. Even if the new beast tamers were lacking, they should not be in such a disheveled state. Something was clearly amiss. Lieutenant, we encountered a bizarre creature composed entirely of bones within. It resembles neither a beast nor a human. Although they were weak at first, we easily scattered them, but they possess the ability to resurrect, and upon revival, their strength becomes even more formidable. After several waves, we would no longer stand a chance against them. Currently, our commander is leading a group to intercept them, urging us to seek assistance. Commander, I implore you to save our leader. Upon hearing this, Han Haiyang's expression darkened as he gazed into the depths of the canyon, contemplating for a moment before declaring, lead the way. He intended to ascertain whether the entities within were indeed those from the rift. If so, he could not allow them to escape this place. This was their duty as soldiers. As they advanced swiftly, the sounds of battle grew increasingly pronounced. Upon reaching the battlefield, 10 towering skeletal giants, each 5 meters tall, came into view. Their bodies were drenched in blood, and the hollow bones revealed no organs within, presenting an eerie and grotesque sight. Indeed, they were otherworldly beings. I have never encountered such a creature. Have you? Han Haiyang's pupils constricted sharply as he quickly inquired of Lieutenant Li. I have not seen them either. Could this be a new rift? Who knows? Let's rescue the people first. If this truly is a new rift, the commanders will certainly investigate. Very well. With that, he immediately charged forward with his team. At that moment, the audience watching through the perspective of the Songhai army erupted in confusion. What are these creatures? They do not resemble any familiar beasts. They are utterly repulsive. Has anyone captured this footage for Xiao Liang to identify? Many of the viewers were unaware of the existence of these entities and were merely curious. However, those who had previously encountered spatial rifts were now in a state of alarm. Teacher Lu stared blankly at the screen, ignoring the barrage of questions in the comments. Offering no response. Otherworldly beings. How dare the new governor of Jiangnan province do this? Creating panic. All high-ranking beast masters were concealing the existence of spatial rifts and these creatures. Yet he had the audacity to broadcast it to the public. Was he truly courting disaster? Or did he have ulterior motives? At this moment, he dared not voice any opinions. Such matters were beyond the purview of a mere master beast master. Outside the Xinghe wilderness, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He understood that these creatures could not possibly be beasts. Even undead beasts would not destroy indiscriminately like these skeletal giants. Mo Yinfeng, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? You better provide us with an explanation. A commander suddenly stood up, his expression grim as he reprimanded him. The other commanders were similar expressions. Mo Yinfeng, seemingly unfazed by the confrontation, slowly rose and replied, do not act impulsively. Once the competition concludes, I will naturally provide you with an explanation. Chapter 184. Threats. The Ink, Jade, Qilin. Governor Mo, do not try to mislead us. What is your true intention in bringing these otherworldly beings to the competition? You better give us an explanation right now, or do not blame us for being unkind. Lu Jinchuan glared at Mo Yunfeng, his eyes filled with menace. He was the first to be eliminated and was already troubled over resource issues, only to find that Mo Yunfeng had summoned these creatures. This was a grave taboo, an opportunity to use this as a pretext to oust him. Behind him, the eliminated commanders, though silent, rose to stand behind Lu Jinchuan. Threatening me? Mo Yunfeng's gaze turned icy upon hearing this, and he unleashed his beast mastery. The evolution array beneath his feet materialized, and an inked jade Qilin appeared before the crowd. The aura it exuded was overwhelming, making it difficult for Jiang Chen to withstand. Seeing this, Zhong Kai immediately positioned himself in front of Jiang Chen to shield him. A royal-level beast. Just as Jiang Chen was observing the black Qilin, it suddenly launched an attack, delivering a powerful kick. Lu Jinchuan's pupils constricted as he quickly attempted to defend himself, but the immense force sent him flying. Crash! He collided violently with the railing, creating a large dent in the wall and producing a thunderous sound. Lu Jinchuan lay amidst the debris, clutching his chest as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes wide with terror. The Ink Jade Qilin? You are from the Mo family. How could a beast that could never break through to the royal level possess such strength? Upon hearing Lu Jinchuan's words, everyone fell silent, their gazes turning towards Mo Yunfeng. At that moment, they finally understood his identity. The Mo family, a pseudo-first-tier clan, was judged by the level of their beasts according to the standards of the Daxia Empire. Lords were third tier, overlords second tier, royal level first tier, monarch super tier, and emperor level was the highest. All others were deemed insignificant. Only the Xia family held the status of a royal-level clan in the entire Daxia. The Mo family's designation as a pseudo-first-tier clan stemmed from their exclusive beast, the Ink Jade Qilin, which had flaws and could not reliably advance to the royal level. To maintain the facade of a first-tier clan, they often resorted to intermarriage among their disciples, making them relatively well-known in Daxia, albeit for dubious reasons. Mo Yunfeng glanced at Lu Jinchuan sprawled on the ground, then swept his gaze across the faces of everyone present. I offer you two choices. 1. Remain quietly and watch the competition conclude, and I will provide you with an answer afterward. 2. We can engage in battle, but I cannot guarantee anyone's survival, as you are all formidable commanders. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. This was Jiang Chen's initial impression. This was a blatant threat, showing utter disregard for the commanders. The commanders, whose strengths were at least those of master-level beast masters, typically possessed at least one overlord-level beast, with some even having more than one. Although Jiang Chen could not discern the true data of the ink Jade Qilin, it was evident that it had not reached the royal level. It radiated an energy that was still somewhat inferior to that of LV Guodong's bull. How could it possess the audacity to threaten so many commanders without being at the royal level? To Jiang Chen's surprise, these commanders seemed to regard Mo Yunfeng's strength with trepidation. Despite their inner fury, they hesitated to take any action. Let us give Governor Mo the benefit of the doubt. I hope you will provide us with a satisfactory explanation once the competition concludes. After a moment of silence, Sima Yin stepped forward and spoke. You can rest assured on that front. I will provide you with an explanation after the grand competition concludes, as I, too, am merely following orders and do not wish to offend too many people. Mo Yunfeng caressed the ink Jade Qilin beside him and then addressed Butler Lin. Old Lin, find someone to treat Commander Lu. Understood. Butler Lin slightly bowed and called over 2 aides to carry Lu Jinchuan off the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The grand competition should be concluding soon. Jiang Chen sat in his seat, observing everything that transpired, his brow furrowed tightly. The so-called Grand Army competition had become increasingly incomprehensible to him. Everything felt exceedingly bizarre. What was Mo Yunfeng truly plotting? Moreover, where had he procured those skeletal beings? They were even more peculiar than the green-skinned creatures encountered in the secret realm. Although they could not form contracts with beasts, their skeletal strength was excessively high. Even the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly would find it challenging to defeat them completely. On the screen, with the addition of the Songhai army and the Taijing army, the pressure on the Bohawei slightly diminished. As Wang Zhou skillfully maneuvered his beast, he addressed Han Haiyang, saying, Captain Han, this creature possesses remarkable vitality. After engaging it for some time, I have discovered that it harbors a unique bone. As long as that bone remains intact, it can resurrect indefinitely. They conceal this bone exceptionally well. It was by sheer chance that I uncovered it. I would appreciate your assistance in withstanding its onslaught. My beast has an acute sense of smell, and if you can buy me a little time, I am certain I can locate it. Han Haiyang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had come to rescue others, and now, in such a dire situation, Wang Zhou dared to command him? Indeed, this was the arrogance of the top 3. Yet, it was unfortunate that the Songhai army was no longer the same. It was not a force that could be easily manipulated. There is no need for such complications. I have a better idea. Captain Wang, after fighting for so long, you must be fatigued. It would be wise for you to withdraw first. Han Haiyang then turned to Captain Li, saying, Old Li, can your men hold out for 30 seconds? Captain Li, gritting his teeth, replied, No problem. If we can't withstand 30 seconds, then my position as captain of the Iron Thorn army would be truly in jeopardy. Wang Zhou's expression stiffened at Han Haiyang's words. This was not the time for impulsive actions. These skeletal beings were not something they could easily contend with. Wang Zhou, I currently have no time to waste with you. If you wish to help, assist the Iron Thorn army. If not, then have your men retreat immediately. Wang Zhou's eyes ignited with fury, but he quickly suppressed it. Very well, I shall observe how you deal with these skeletal beings. Iron Sea army, to your positions. Provide support. Seeing Wang Zhou relent, Han Haiyang promptly ordered, Songhai army, charge. Thunderwing resonance. This was his plan. Since the skeletal creatures concealed an energy core within, they would annihilate all the bones simultaneously. The synchronized Thunderwing resonance of 100 Thunderfeather butterflies would be impossible for even a commanding tier beast to withstand, let alone these extraordinary beings. Under the command of their respective masters, all Thunderfeather butterflies soared into the sky, their bodies emanating flickering lightning as they unleashed a series of thunderous roars. Boom, boom, boom. As the charging completed, the Thunderfeather butterflies began to flap their wings in a rhythmic dance of their own design. As time passed, the thunder around them grew louder, and the sky darkened ominously with clouds. What kind of skill is this? Everyone gazed at the butterflies, a collective sense of wonder filling their minds. Even if they had not experienced it firsthand, they could discern that the energy contained within that swarm of butterflies was anything but ordinary. Chapter 185. The Maximum Power of Thunderwing Resonance. What kind of skill is this? Wang Zhou's pupils constricted sharply. The beasts of the Songhai army were extraordinarily powerful. Although he could not identify the skill being employed, the effects were clearly formidable. Focus. Block those skeletons. Han Haiyang barked, noticing Wang Zhou's momentary distraction. The skeletal giants seemed to sense the threat posed by the thunderfeather butterflies and became increasingly agitated. Swinging their fists, one giant smashed a Vinespire rock demon into the ground. Attempting to flee. Stop them. Wang Zhou snapped back to attention, directing his subordinates to fortify their defenses. Roar. Upon seeing yet another beast obstructing its path, a skeletal giant let out a terrifying roar. It raised its arms high before slamming them downwards, causing a brilliant light to emanate from a single bone on its body. In the next moment, countless bone spikes erupted from the ground. Dodge. Wang Zhou and Captain Li immediately commanded their subordinates to retreat. Though they acted swiftly, some were caught off guard. Stabbed through by the white bone spikes, they were left suspended and drained of life, their bodies collapsing. Witnessing this scene, those around gasped in horror. It can absorb bones to restore itself. This was the first time they had encountered such an extraordinary being. Wang Zhou urgently called out to Han Haiyang. How much longer will you need? My brothers are nearing their limit. Han Haiyang looked up at the dancing thunderfeather butterflies, their energy now at its zenith. The dark clouds crackled with lightning, as if poised to unleash divine retribution at any moment. Everyone retreat. Upon hearing Han Haiyang's command, all those resisting immediately recalled their beasts and swiftly withdrew. The giants, realizing the situation, attempted to escape, but it was already too late. Thunderwing resonance, unleash. Boom. Instantly, 100 thunderfeather butterflies flapped their wings in unison. Lightning struck as promised, directly landing on one of the skeletal giants. It let out a pained howl, flailing its limbs in a desperate attempt to fend off the onslaught. But how could it possibly succeed? At that moment, the frequency of the thunderfeather butterfly's wing beats intensified, and countless bolts of lightning coalesced in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderbolts rained down with the fury of a tempest, illuminating the entire sky. These once mighty skeletal giants stood utterly defenseless before the onslaught of lightning. The onlookers from other armies could not help but swallow hard. Was this truly a skill that awakened tier beasts could wield? Surely, this was a jest. If the skeletal giants were replaced by them, they would likely be obliterated in an instant. Now, they felt immense relief that they had not clashed with the Songhai army. Online, the viewers marveled at the thunderfeather butterflies, likening them to a deity of thunder. Is this the skill unleashed by those butterflies? Such overwhelming power. If I could contract with the 12 houses, it would surely be a certainty. Perhaps you should retire for the night. Dreams hold all possibilities. Do you truly believe you could contract such beasts? Is this really the time for such discussions? Shouldn't we be contemplating what those otherworldly beings truly are? Within the esteemed Wang residence of the capital, Xia Buitao observed the scene unfolding on the screen, accompanied by an alluring woman. He lifted his teacup, scraping off the froth with its lid, and took a delicate sip. This Mo Yunfeng is quite capable. He has efficiently handled the tasks I assigned right after taking office. Old ghost, send him one of the items he requested, and assure him that if he focuses, he will surely break through to the marquee tier. Understood. A figure clad in black gradually emerged from the shadows. Bowing slightly to Xiao Buitao waved his hand to dismiss him, then pulled the woman beside him into his embrace. My lady, preparations can commence. After this wave, those old relics should no longer be able to contain news of the spatial rift. How foolish they are, thinking they can still obstruct it at this speed. Do they truly believe a few armies can halt it? The woman smiled, resting against Xia Buitao's chest, saying, everyone knows Mo Yunfeng is your subordinate. Are you not concerned that your uncles will come knocking? Humph, they would relish the chaos, Xia Buitao scoffed. The 4 largest spatial rifts in the Great Xia have been beyond containment for over a decade. The only reason we have avoided calamity is due to the presence of those few monarchs stabilizing the situation, with the neutral monarchs absent and my father aging. These locusts are too busy courting major powers to concern themselves with me. At most, my father has a few more years left. If he were to pass, the Great Xia would plunge into chaos. My brothers, too, are secretly biding their time, and as a dandy myself, I must join in the revelry. After all, who would not desire the opportunity to ascend to the throne? With that, Xia Buitao drained his cup of tea in one gulp, casting a disdainful glance at the vessel in his hand. I fail to comprehend what is so delightful about this beverage. My own brew is far superior. He then commanded, you may leave. I must commence my training. The current order of the Great Xia will likely endure for several years, yet it shall never be as stable as it once was. You must hasten to cultivate the fighting prowess of those beneath you. Otherwise, when the time comes, lives will be lost. With that, he promptly shut off the screen and retreated into the secret chamber, outside the Starfire Plains. All present were astounded by the scene before them. As soldiers, they were well aware of the infamous Beastmaster, the Thunderwing Stormcrow King of the Great Eagle Alliance. This was the Thunderwing's mighty flap. Sima Yan, upon witnessing this, furrowed his brow and spoke up. He had once observed the Thunderwing Stormcrow King in action at sea, and the current display mirrored that moment perfectly, the only difference being perhaps the intensity of their power. Everyone turned their gaze towards Huang Tianming, yet at that moment, he remained silent, adopting an air of mysterious profundity. It is easy to be targeted for speaking the truth, and there is no need for falsehoods. Remaining silent is indeed the wisest course. Seeing this, the others ceased their inquiries, silently elevating their regard for the Shanghai army. Meanwhile, Wu Shi's stare was fixed intently upon Jiang Chen, her emotions a tangled web. Although the Shadow Wind Sparrow was not the strongest beast she had ever nurtured, it was undoubtedly the most suitable for military endeavors. However, she was taken aback to find that they had not even forced the Thunderfeather Butterfly's trump card. This left her feeling somewhat defeated. Jiang Chen, I shall surely triumph next time. Yet, Jiang Chen, uninterested in her plight, remained fixated on the screen. Others may be unaware, but he knew all too well. Such formidable Thunderwing thunderclaps would not be sustained for long by the Thunderfeather Butterfly, given the disparity in their levels. Should they fail to vanquish the skeletal giant, their demise would be inevitable. Chapter 186, Wang Zhou's Betrayal. In the Starfire Plains, the tumultuous thunder had ceased, and the Thunderfeather Butterfly flitted gracefully through the air. The ground lay in utter disarray. Is it over? Lieutenant Li observed the charred battlefield, swallowing hard as he spoke. At that moment, the 5 skeletal giants had vanished without a trace, leaving only flickering flames in their wake. Uncertain of the situation, Han Haiyang felt confident that the giants could not have survived such a massive assault, yet he remained cautious. He kept the Shanghai army on alert, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. 10 minutes later, the skeletal giants showed no signs of revival. Han Haiyang let out a sigh of relief. Summoning Xiao Hao to his side, he discreetly retrieved 2 vials of green potion and a collection of food from his spatial pouch. Leaning in, he whispered, "These are life-saving potions given to me by Xiao Chun when we entered. Mix them into the food and distribute them to the Thunderfeather Butterflies. Be swift, and do not let the Bo High Guards discover us." Xiao Hao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and approached the Shanghai army. Having completed this task, Han Haiyang followed Wang Zhou and Lieutenant Li towards the battlefield. The once massive skeletal giants had entirely vanished, leaving only a heap of charred skeletal fragments. At that moment, Han Haiyang noticed a flickering flame, from which an unusual radiance emanated. What is that? Upon closer inspection, he discovered a fractured bone, continuously releasing spiritual energy. This fire had ignited because of it. This is what I referred to as the core bone from the skeletal giant, Wang Zhou remarked, approaching. It should be akin to the crystal core found in beasts. However, I did not expect its hardness to be so formidable, able to withstand such an assault. With that, he harnessed his energy to extinguish the flames, bending down to pick up the bone, greedily absorbing its energy, a look of contentment crossing his face. Wang Zhou, what are you doing? Lieutenant Li reprimanded immediately. Do you dare to absorb such energy? Are you not afraid of losing control? Wang Zhou merely chuckled in response. They are merely a foreign race. I refuse to believe you have not studied the components of their kind. Bohai Guards assemble, he bellowed, and the soldiers, who had been clearing the battlefield, quickly gathered, encircling Han Haiyang and the others. Wang Zhou, what is the meaning of this? We just saved you. Lieutenant Li glared at the encroaching Bohai Guards. Rest assured, I am not one to repay kindness with malice. Surrender your spatial pouches, and I may grant you a chance at survival. Do not blame me. Rather, direct your ire towards our newly appointed provincial governor, who has mandated this resource redistribution for the future of Hailing. Bah, you scoundrel! Han Haiyang interjected, stepping in front of Lieutenant Li, fixing a cold gaze on Wang Zhou. Wang Zhou, you are indeed a character, but do you truly believe you can defeat us? Wang Zhou, while continuing to absorb the energy from the bone, replied, had your team been at full strength, I would not stand a chance against you. But now, after such a large-scale attack, how much fighting capacity do they truly have left? Or do you pin your hopes on those stone golems from the Iron Thorns army? To put it bluntly, I have never considered those beasts a threat. Stop stalling for time. Surrender your possessions. With such expenditure, they cannot possibly recover in less than 2 days. Not necessarily. Just then, observing Wang Zhou's smug demeanor, Han Haiyang's expression grew icy. What do you mean? Wang Zhou's face changed instantly at these words, and he looked up towards the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the Thunderfeather butterflies showed no sign of fatigue. They soared through the air, their wings flapping with vigor. How is this possible? How can they still have fighting capability? I clearly saw them unable to even fly moments ago. You are cheating. Wang Zhou shouted in disbelief at Han Haiyang. He had personally witnessed the battle of the Thunderfeather Butterflies. It was impossible for the Bohai guards to triumph using merely the new beasts. However, utilizing the initial beasts would result in disqualification from the competition, jeopardizing their current ranking as well. Cheating? Han Haiyang smirked coldly, gazing at Wang Zhou. Do you truly believe your reputation outside is so impeccable? Or do you think I am an unthinking brute? Given your earlier display of half-hearted effort, I could not afford to be careless. In light of our recent collaboration, I offer you a single opportunity. Surrender all your belongings and reveal the purpose of that bone you possess, and I shall allow you to leave. Wang Zhou scoffed, crushing the bone in his grip, the power of his beast surging forth. We are both cunning foxes, do not pretend otherwise. If I wish to strike, do you truly believe you could let me go? Attack, he commanded. I do not believe your beast can recover so swiftly. Humph, obstinate fool. Han Haiyang had no intention of letting them escape. He was no saint, unwilling to grant the Bohai army a second chance. Let us remain in tranquil repose at this 7th position. Thunder weaves a net. With Han Haiyang's command, a series of lightning nodes materialized around Bohai Wei. Subsequently, these electrical currents intertwined, forming an immense net that ensnared them completely. Discharge. In the next instant, lightning surged forth. Its power significantly diminished compared to when it struck the skeletal giant moments prior. Nevertheless, it was an overwhelming force that Bohai Wei could not withstand. Upon witnessing this, Wang Zhou's pupils constricted sharply. They still possessed energy. How is this possible? Yet, Han Haiyang offered no response. Only boundless arcs of electricity answered him. Observing the current state of the Thunderfeather Butterfly, Han Haiyang could not help but admire Jiang Chen's prowess in concocting potions. The fact that such a diluted potion could restore the Thunderfeather Butterfly to this condition was truly formidable. After a brief moment, under the onslaught of the Thunderfeather Butterfly, Bohai Wei was utterly stripped of his combat capabilities. Han Haiyang ordered the retrieval of all resources from them, subsequently shattering their communication devices. Almost immediately, over a dozen well-equipped individuals emerged from the valley, silently escorting Bohai Wei away from the Starfire Wilderness. As he watched their retreating figures, Han Haiyang murmured to himself, at least this new governor has a semblance of conscience, sending people to keep watch and prevent the skeletal giant from escaping. Just then, Lieutenant Li approached, complimenting Han Haiyang. Old Han, you truly are impressive. To have deduced that Wang Zhou intended to strike against us. If you hadn't been vigilant, we might have been doomed. Spare me the flattery, Han Haiyang replied. The presence of the Thunderfeather Butterfly's residual energy should deter other beast tamers for the time being. Let us first recuperate here. The Thunderfeather Butterfly is utterly depleted now. Once we have rested, it will be time to conclude this grand competition. At that moment, Han Haiyang suddenly turned to Lieutenant Li and asked, You don't have any peculiar thoughts, do you? Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Li's hair stood on end, and he quickly responded, Of course not. Old Han, please don't scare me. I would be content with second place. The first must undoubtedly belong to you. Had it not been for the recent spectacle, he might have been tempted. But now, who could ascertain the truth of Han Haiyang's words? A miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Han Haiyang chuckled softly, assuring him, I certainly have no intention of turning against you. It was merely a jest. He then turned to the members of the Songhai army. Everyone, rest in place. Instantly, the Thunderfeather Butterfly adopted a charging posture, beginning to absorb the surrounding energy. Lieutenant Li sighed in relief upon witnessing this. Han Haiyang was indeed merely toying with him. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting impulsively. Otherwise, in the Thunderfeather Butterfly's current state, unleashing another wave of lightning would likely have posed no issue. However, whether the Vine Rock Demon could withstand it was another matter entirely. Chapter 187. The competition concludes. Jiang Chen seeks payment. Soon after the Thunderfeather Butterfly had recuperated, Han Haiyang divided them into 5 smaller squads and dispatched them, following the defeat of Bohai Wei. The remaining forces in the Starfire Wilderness were no match for the Songhai army in a direct confrontation. The outcome of this grand competition had effectively lost its suspense. Unless they were to unite as one, the Songhai army had no reason to face defeat. Naturally, Han Haiyang would not grant them such an opportunity, nor did he wish to squander time within the Starfire Wilderness, especially with the emergence of foreign entities during the competition. This was a matter of great significance. Who knew what the current public sentiment outside was like? He needed to exit promptly. Under the full-scale search by the Songhai army, the Starfire Wilderness, being relatively small, soon revealed their location. Initially, these troops contemplated resistance, but they were easily subdued by the Thunderfeather Butterfly. Once they recognized the might of the Songhai army, any chance of uniting was lost, and they were swiftly escorted out of the Starfire Wilderness. Of course, Han Haiyang did not forget his allies. Although the Taijing army had not contributed significantly, they had at least been diligent and caused no trouble. Han Haiyang rewarded them with a share of the spoils, allowing them to secure second place in the competition. Lieutenant Li, being a sensible individual, shattered his communication device upon confirming the Taijing army's second-place finish. At this moment, only the Songhai army remained within the Starfire wilderness. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Currently, only one team of competitors remains in the Starfire wilderness. The 13-city core competition is officially concluded. Please have the remaining team reach the exit within 5 hours. There will be personnel to escort you to the main venue for rewards. Upon hearing the announcement from the mechanical bird, Han Haiyang couldn't help but voice his frustration. 5 hours? Are they out of their minds, expecting me to traverse from the center to the exit? It's not that they are incapable, but rather that it would consume too much stamina. Covering dozens or even hundreds of kilometers is no trivial feat, especially in cross-country conditions. Exiting within 5 hours would undoubtedly leave one utterly exhausted. However, there is no alternative, as the beasts of the Songhai army cannot be ridden. With a sigh, Han Haiyang ultimately resigned himself to the situation. Having overcome so many challenges, it was inconceivable to give up now. All units, proceed towards the exit of the Starfire wilderness at full speed. Outside the Starfire wilderness, spectators gazed at the images displayed on the screen, astonished that the Songhai army had claimed first place. Was this a surprising upset? If memory serves, the Songhai army had languished at the bottom in the previous competition. Had they not? Not quite. They finished fourth last time, and now they soared to first. Who is the breeder responsible for cultivating the Songhai army's beasts? Uncertain. Someone remarked, General Huang has concealed that individual information quite well. I only uncovered the breeding facility for the Thunder Feather Butterfly online. As for the person, there is not a single lead. On the high platform, the gazes directed at Jiang Chen had shifted dramatically. Unlike those below, they were aware that the Thunder Feather Butterfly was his creation. To be candid, the Songhai army's triumph was wholly attributed to this beast. Of course, Han Haiyang's tactical acumen played a part, albeit a minor one. After all, they were all lieutenants, and how much could their strengths differ? Without the Thunder Feather Butterfly, victory would have been far less assured. At this moment, Huang Tianming wore a radiant smile as he congratulated Lu Sansi. Besides Huang Tianming himself, he was perhaps the happiest person present. He was well aware of the Taijing army's capabilities, which would rank them merely in the middle tier. Yet unexpectedly, by allying with the Songhai army, they had catapulted to second place. This was a ranking he had never attained in his lifetime. However, the one who likely felt the most discomfort was Luo Jiuchuan. It was unfortunate that he could not compete, but such was fate. He had been eliminated before encountering the Songhai army. Jiang Chen, observing Huang Tianming, chose not to disrupt his moment of joy and instead made his way directly towards Wuxi. Meanwhile, Li Feng, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger but dared not voice it. He silently stood to the side, keeping his head bowed. After all, although the Li family was a second-rank family, they had merely crossed the threshold of that rank. Talents like Li Feng were not unique within the Li family. They would not dare offend a prodigious nurturer capable of securing victory for the Songhai army in the grand tournament of the 13 cities, merely to indulge in jealousy over Li Feng. This illustrates the inherent dominance nurturers possess over beast masters, as no one can predict when their assistance might be required. Jiang Chen, upon seeing him, merely bypassed him, for, to speak frankly, he held Li Feng in little regard. Wu Shi sat cross-legged, her countenance as frigid as ice. And with a disdainful glance at Jiang Chen, she remarked, "What brings you here to boast? Aren't you a bit too eager?" Jiang Chen gazed at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Truth be told, even by Jiang Chen's standards, Wu Shi was undeniably beautiful, albeit slightly less so than that enchantress, Mo Yueqing. Yet her tongue was indeed difficult to endure. "I have no time for this. Where's the item?" "It should be ready for me now," Jiang Chen retorted, rolling his eyes as he extended his hand. His foremost concern was the wager between them. With the crowd still present, he needed to secure his prize. For once the spectators dispersed, who could tell if she might renege on their agreement? This was no longer merely a matter of pride. Jiang Chen had recently assessed the value of the Qingzhou. To put it bluntly, if not for those few secret realms, it could purchase 5 Qingshan nurturing bases. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wu Shi's expression darkened, her face falling into an ominous gloom. The Qingzhou was undoubtedly her most valuable asset. In retrospect, it was indeed impulsive to wager it. For her to relinquish the Qingzhou was akin to carving away a piece of flesh. Observing Wu Shi's demeanor, Jiang Chen instantly comprehended her inclination to default. Surely, the esteemed champion of the Youth Nurturer Conference, the legitimate daughter of the Wu family from the ancient capital, would not contemplate reneging on her word. As he spoke, Jiang Chen deliberately elevated his voice. Wu Shi, upon hearing this, furrowed her brows so intensely one might think she could crush a fly. "Why are you shouting? When did I ever say I wouldn't give it?" After the award ceremony, we will sign the contract. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. Then I must express my gratitude to Miss Wu. Chapter 188. Turning the tables, the rift in space, known to all. Time slipped by, second by second. The final stage at Xingho Town Square had been completed. Jiang Chen stood below, gazing up at the platform. The 13 military leaders, with Mo Yunfeng at the forefront, awaited the arrival of the competing teams. Their expressions were grave, each lost in their own thoughts. What explanation would Governor Mo provide regarding the matter of the foreign tribes? Jiang Chen, what do you think Governor Mo is contemplating? Murmured Lu Qingqing, her arms crossed and leaning against the wall, her expression unreadable. Hearing her words, Jiang Chen smiled and inquired, "Do you wish for him to clarify matters or to leave them ambiguous?" Obviously, Lu Qingqing replied, exasperated. Jiang Chen chuckled at her reaction, then turned his gaze back to the stage. Among all present, it seemed only the Iron Jing army wished to see Mo Yunfeng step down, for they had secured second place in the tournament. Should he resign, no one would acknowledge that ranking, and they might even have to hold the tournament anew, with outcomes that could differ vastly from the current results. However, Jiang Chen believed it was highly unlikely that Mo Yunfeng would step down. Rest easy. How many fools can sit in such a position? Governor Mo must have a trump card, otherwise, he would not act so boldly. The Mo family is merely a pseudo-first-class clan. While they are undeniably strong, it is insufficient. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the 13 individuals on stage. In truth, his understanding of the spatial rift was limited, yet he had just witnessed the harrowing sight of the king of Zhou absorbing bones. He sensed these individuals were undoubtedly concealing something. Moreover, recalling the dual cultivation technique he had obtained from the Shuezhong secret realm, he recognized that ancient beings had managed to derive beast mastery techniques from the foreign tribes. It stood to reason that these prominent families could do the same. Perhaps the entities within the spatial rift might even enhance beast mastery abilities. Yet, that was a matter for another time. Everything hinged on how Mo Yunfeng would navigate the present challenge. As time continued to flow, both online viewers and those present began to grow restless. Yet not a single soul departed. In fact, due to the machinations of certain individuals, the number of those paying attention to this affair steadily increased, all awaiting Governor Mo's explanation. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the crowd, "Look, someone is returning." Everyone turned toward the commotion, where a cloud of yellow dust billowed forth, as dozens of colossal armored vehicles transporting soldiers approached. However, they did not fully enter the town but halted on the outskirts, as the town simply could not accommodate such a multitude. The 13 military officers, guided by staff, made their way toward the gathering. Cameras were trained upon them throughout the journey. Upon seeing this, Lu Tingfeng and the others turned ashen. In the past, they relished such moments. Yet now they longed to conceal their faces. They could easily imagine how their fellow citizens back in their respective cities would berate them for their standings. Yet, regardless of their thoughts, Han Haiyang remained unfazed. He was at the pinnacle and would exude the aura befitting that status. With his spine straightened, he strode at the forefront of the procession, his expression cold. The Songhai army's insignia was pristine and prominently displayed on his chest. Nearby, the citizens of Jiang City, who had traveled great distances, could not help but shout, "Songhai army is formidable." Year after year of being at the bottom, they had now staged an extraordinary turnaround. Such a narrative would have been deemed a mere dream in the past. As fellow citizens of Jiang City, how could they not revel in this triumph? Listening to the cheers surrounding him, Han Haiyang's posture instinctively grew even more proud. Amidst the jubilant clamor, they reached the center of the stage. Mo Yunfeng took the microphone from the host and stepped forward, addressing the audience with a resounding voice. "After a week of competition, I hereby declare the grand tournament of the military corps officially concluded." As his words echoed, the fireworks that had been prepared around Xingho town simultaneously soared into the sky, bursting into vibrant displays. After a brief pause, he continued, "Now, I shall announce the rewards. This time, the distribution differs from previous years. The top 3 will receive 60% of all resources, while the remaining 10 will share the remaining 40%. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the military leaders present shifted dramatically. The last 10 would share 40%, regardless of how large the base was. How much would actually make it into their hands? Yet before they could voice their concerns, Mo Yunfeng added, "Furthermore, this will be the last time the official government provides military funding. How you develop thereafter will depend solely on your own efforts. I am sure you all have been curious about the colossal skeletal beings that appeared during the tournament. I will now reveal to you that they are known as the Bone Clan, a race hailing from the spatial rift of Hailing." Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Mo Yunfeng truly revealed such information. How intriguing. A provincial governor displaying such audacity. What are your true intentions? As Jiang Chen pondered this, Mo Yunfeng's voice continued to resonate. I tell you, foreign tribes have always existed in this world. They are unlike secret realms, for they resemble otherworldly entities, or perhaps on other celestial bodies, where the terror surpasses that of the secret realms. The reason I share this with you is that the number of spatial rifts within the Daxia territory is increasing exponentially, and relying solely on our military is no longer sufficient to contain them. Henceforth, I shall permit the public access to certain spatial rifts. Those guarded by the military will be entirely at your discretion. You may hunt the alien races within and exchange your spoils with the authorities for resources, and of course, you may utilize what you acquire for your own purposes. There are indeed numerous treasures within these spatial rifts, including beast tamers previously unseen, rare spiritual materials, and even artifacts that can enhance one's contractual capacity. Upon hearing these words, all present were taken aback. Sima Yin exclaimed vehemently, Mo Yunfeng, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Cut the live stream immediately. Let us see who dares. In response, Mo Yunfeng radiated an aura of dominance, silencing Sima Yin's entourage with a mere reprimand. Jiang Chen, upon hearing Mo Yunfeng's declaration, sprang from his seat, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He had anticipated an explanation from Mo Yunfeng, but was utterly astonished that he had turned the tables so boldly. Could it be that the situation regarding the spatial rifts had escalated to such a critical juncture that ordinary beast tamers were now needed? This was beyond his comprehension. Yet, he understood that the circumstances within Daxia and indeed the entirety of Blue Star were poised for transformation. Mo Yunfeng's last statement held immense implications. The resources tied to beast taming are an unavoidable reality for all of Blue Star, and now the existence of spatial rifts is known to everyone. Who would dare to withhold that knowledge? To deny others access would be selfish, a surefire recipe for disaster. Mo Yunfeng's actions were indeed a calculated move. Jiang Chen realized he still had much to learn about spatial rifts and could not fathom Mo Yunfeng's true intentions. However, it was evident that whether for the sake of exchanging resources with the authorities or embarking on perilous adventures within the rifts, multitudes would inevitably venture into these realms. The outcome could either lead to significant casualties or propel many to unprecedented heights. Chaos was on the horizon. Chapter 189, Spatial Rifts. Online. Viewers of the live stream fell into a hushed silence upon hearing Mo Yunfeng's declarations. The seasoned beast tamers, such as Teacher Lu, who were aware of the spatial rifts, were particularly shaken. He actually revealed it. In truth, even they had only experienced such rifts during their university days, a privilege reserved for students of the 4 major academies. Others were never privy to such knowledge. Each of these academies guarded a spatial rift, serving as a trial for these gifted students. However, upon graduation, unless one joined an official organization, they could not re-enter these rifts. As Mo Yunfeng stated, certain spatial rifts were indeed suitable for beast tamers cultivation, such as the lava rift guarded by Yanqing Academy, a realm teeming with molten lava where surface temperatures soared above 70 degrees Celsius. Entering without a fire element beast under contract would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, the concentrated fire energy within was unparalleled. After defeating the fire beasts therein, one might obtain a rare flame to elevate their beast's fire capabilities. Of course, this was contingent upon one's ability to vanquish them. Every year, numerous individuals unaware of their own limitations met their demise within. This was one of the reasons why such information was not publicized. Yet, the audacity of this individual from Jiangnan province to disclose such information was baffling. After a brief moment of silence, the viewers seemed to process the news. The barrage of comments erupted. Spatial rifts? Alien races? So that's why those prodigies seem so much stronger than me. I had no idea such phenomena existed in this world. Damn it. The leader mentioned that spatial rifts would open in Jiangnan province. I must go now. I'm on the verge of becoming a high-ranking beast tamer, and this might be my chance to break through. Don't be foolish. They've stated that these rifts are even more perilous than secret realms, and the military is struggling to contain them. Are you really seeking your own demise? Cowards. If he didn't make such statements, how could he ensure the spatial rift remained under his control? Teacher Lu frowned at the barrage of comments. At that moment, the frenzy among the viewers was palpable. A few comments reflecting a modicum of clarity were quickly drowned out by the fervor of the others. He understood. When one is trapped at a bottleneck for too long, the mere knowledge of a potential solution is exhilarating. Yet, if these individuals truly ventured forth, the vast majority would likely become mere fodder. The live stream concluded here, as the host had other matters to attend to. Teacher Lu waved at the camera, a word of caution. Without the strength of a high-ranking beast tamer, it is advisable not to enter the spatial rifts. With that, he ended the broadcast, having done all he could. How many would heed his warning was beyond his concern. He, too, planned to venture to Jiangnan province with his team in search of fortune, as he had long been stagnant at the threshold of becoming a master. Those who had watched the stream were similarly inspired. In Xingho Town, the expressions of several military leaders were grim. Yet they were deterred from taking action due to Mo Yunfeng's imposing presence. They could only glare at him. Sima Yan's face was ashen as he confronted him. Mo Yunfeng, do you realize the implications of your actions? Publicizing the existence of spatial rifts. Do you understand how many lives could be lost? I will report today's events truthfully. Mo Yunfeng merely scoffed. Do as you please. You are aware of the current state of the spatial rifts. If I am not mistaken, hasn't a rift recently appeared in the ancient capital? Can you still contain it? Upon hearing this, Sima Yan's expression shifted dramatically. This was a closely guarded secret known only to the upper echelons of the ancient capital. Could it be that he had spies there? How do you know this? You need not concern yourself with how I know. I merely wish to inform you that publicizing the existence of spatial rifts is an inevitable trend. Mo Yunfeng addressed the military leaders. Currently, the emergence of spatial rifts across Blue Star is becoming increasingly frequent in the island nations. An entire city has already been destroyed due to a spatial rift. This is yet to be made public. If this continues, I cannot guarantee that cities in Daxia will not be abandoned. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This individual dared to say anything on live television. While he knew that mechanical birds could censor certain statements, there were still so many witnesses present. Was he not afraid of inciting chaos? However, if the situation was indeed as dire as Mo Yunfeng claimed, then revealing the existence of the spatial rifts was undoubtedly justified. Yet, the conditions within these rifts remained a mystery. It seemed imperative to expedite his cultivation. Jiang Chen was determined to enter a spatial rift at least once to gather more information. After all, his ultimate goal was the northern border rift, which, according to Huang Tianming, was the second largest spatial rift in Daxia. Seeing that the military leaders were rendered speechless, Mo Yunfeng continued. In the near future, Jiangnan Province will establish a new organization, the Demon Suppression Office. To gain access to the spatial rifts, one must obtain the approval of the Demon Suppression Office. As for the openings of the spatial rifts, I will announce them on the official website in due course. That concludes what I have to say. Let us now proceed with the awards ceremony. I invite the top 3 to the stage. Upon hearing these words, Han Haiyang and his companions were momentarily taken aback, as the news they had just received was indeed explosive. Announcing the top 3 of the grand competition seemed almost commonplace. Gentlemen, the governor is calling for you, remarked the host, nudging Han Haiyang. Oh, Han Haiyang regained his composure and approached Mo Yunfeng. With a smile, Mo Yunfeng addressed him. Congratulations. I have been following your match. Your command was quite commendable. Do you have anything to say to everyone? Thank you, Governor. Han Haiyang replied with a salute, then took the microphone, drawing in a deep breath before addressing the audience. This victory is not solely mine. It is a testament to the hard work of my brothers. Their dedication has elevated the Songhai army to this esteemed position. However, my deepest gratitude goes to the young breeder of the Thunderwing Phoenix Moth. His prowess is formidable, and without him, the Songhai army could not have achieved such a decisive victory. Turning to Jiang Chen, he called out, Jiang Chen, come up here. In an instant, all cameras seemed to find a new opportunity for trending coverage, pivoting towards Jiang Chen. He was taken aback, not expecting Han Haiyang to mention him at this moment. However, he quickly composed himself and waved at the camera with a smile. He had intended to step forward, as the Qingshan base needed to build its reputation. It was evident that once the spatial rift was revealed, the entire Jiangnan province would buzz with excitement, and attracting talent would require some skill. This was indeed a prime opportunity. Chapter 190. One must know to seize the aspirations of youth, once promised to be the best in the realm. Jiang Chen's image appeared on the screen, leaving not just the online audience, but also the beast tamers present in a state of bewilderment. The Thunderwing Phoenix Moth exhibited flawless control, attack, and speed during the battle. Such mastery in beast breeding was astonishing. Furthermore, aside from a brief mention by the ancient city regarding the breeders, no other teams had revealed any information. The only online content about the Thunderwing Phoenix Moth came from the Qingshan breeding base's evolution video, which did not feature any individuals. The combination of these factors led many to assume that the breeder of such a remarkable beast must be a renowned and reclusive veteran. A hush fell over the venue. It's him, the dragon tamer from the first night. In front of the television, Mo Yueqing rested her chin on her hand, watching the smiling boy on the screen, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. She had only known Jiang Chen as a breeder, but was astonished by his exceptional breeding skills, which had enabled the Songhai army, a relatively inexperienced team, to claim first place in the competition. Madame Zhao, please prepare a gift to send to the Qingshan base. Jiang Chen has gained fame, and I must show my appreciation. She had come to Jiang City to escape the arranged marriage proposed by her ancestor. and her choice of Jiang Chen was merely due to a favorable impression. Moreover, he gave her a rather unique feeling. His strength was commendable. If he were ordinary, it would not matter to her. As for whether Jiang Chen would ultimately perish, Imo Yueqing was indifferent. If he survived, their relationship could continue. If he did not, she could still maintain the reputation of a widow. Those elite families would never allow such a woman to enter their doors. Yes, Madame Zhao slightly bowed. She chose not to elaborate further, as Jiang Chen's breeding prowess had truly astonished her. To cultivate a golden-ranked beast at such a young age, along with a powerful skill set, his potential was undeniably remarkable. Yet, she remained skeptical of Jiang Chen. After all, potential alone was not enough. If he were to fall, everything would be lost. Jiang Chen had now become a household name across the nation, and if he lacked support, many would undoubtedly cast their eyes upon him. After all, not everyone was a law-abiding citizen. Such individuals were unworthy of the young lady. Simultaneously, the live comments were filled with question marks. So young? The breeder of the Thunderwing Phoenix Moth is actually a university student? This cannot be true. Is the Songhai army trying to replicate a figure like Wu Shi from the Jinyu army? I cannot accept this. You mean to say, I graduated a year ago and still do not comprehend the evolution of silver-ranked beasts, yet this student can evolve a golden-ranked beast? Nevertheless, one cannot deny that this lad is quite handsome. With a bit of grooming, he could rival those stars. Indeed, he's only slightly less impressive than I am. In Xingho town, Imo Yunfeng, having heard Han Haiyang's words, wore a faint smile. This young lad, Jiang Chen, was indeed impressive, and he might very well prove useful in the future. Thus, he resolved to generate more buzz around Jiang Chen. Since our champion has spoken so highly of him, let us invite this breeder to the stage. I am eager to learn how the Thunderwing Phoenix Moth was cultivated. Taken aback by Imo Yunfeng's words, Jiang Chen did not expect to be called upon. However, with such an invitation, he felt it inappropriate to decline. He stepped forward, accepting the microphone from Han Haiyang. A voice imbued with youthful vigor and confidence resonated through the speakers. Greetings, everyone. I am Jiang Chen, the breeder of the Thunderwing Phoenix Moth and the Abyssal King Crocodile. As Jiang Chen truly stood upon the podium, the crowd's anxious hearts finally calmed. No way, he really went up there. Jiang Chen observed the astonished expressions of the audience and knew he had already garnered enough attention for the day. He spoke briefly, promoting the Qingshan breeding base, and prepared to exit the stage. However, it seemed Imo Yunfeng felt the current excitement was not yet sufficient, and he addressed Jiang Chen, if I recall correctly. The Commander Huang mentioned that you graduated from the University of Magic City. Interestingly, the breeder from the Jinyu army this time is also a new generation breeder. Having won against her, do you have any words for her? With a smile, Imo Yunfeng held the microphone closer to him. The senior sister Wu Shi's breeding of the Shadow Wind Sparrow is formidable. My victory over her was merely a matter of attribute advantage. I still have much to learn from her. In our next encounter, the outcome remains uncertain. Jiang Chen refrained from making any harsh remarks. The wager with Wu Shi was yet unfulfilled, and there was no need to provoke her further. Oh, really? Wu Shi won the championship of the youth breeding competition at the age of 24. Are you planning to compete against her again in the future? Imo Yunfeng inquired once more. Jiang Chen. Did his words imply that? It seemed Imo Yunfeng was determined to extract some material from this. If that was the case, he would oblige. Jiang Chen brought the microphone to his lips, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage with my senior sister once more and to see if I can claim the championship even before her. In the audience, Wu Shi furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Jiang Chen. All present were equally astonished, having witnessed a side of Jiang Chen they had not expected. His demeanor had exuded elegance up to this point, yet he had responded to this question with such boldness. The youth breeding competition was not merely a competition for younger breeders. The distinction of a single word carried immense weight. The age range of 18 to 40 encompassed youth, and many individuals began their formal breeding careers during this phase. Those lacking strength have long since given up, turning to alternate paths. Thus, apart from a few aspiring trainers seeking to accumulate experience, the remainder are formidable individuals. Even Wu Shi merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. Many of the top competitors from her cohort did not participate. Nevertheless, that particular competition still showcased numerous powerful beast tamers. The audacity of Jiang Chen, a fledgling trainer. To aspire for this accolade is nothing short of a fanciful dream. Imo Yunfeng, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. Was this not the very reaction he sought? The youth beast taming competition is indeed a significant focal point. Jiang Chen, may I inquire about your age? 18. He replied nonchalantly. So young? Imo Yunfeng was aware that Jiang Chen might be youthful. Yet he was astonished to discover that he had only just reached adulthood and had graduated from Magic City University at such an age. How had he accomplished that? At what age do you intend to claim the championship of the youth beast taming competition? 19, Jiang Chen stated calmly. How much? This time, even Mo Yunfeng was taken aback. This verged on arrogance rather than mere confidence. 19, Jiang Chen reiterated, continuing, if my memory serves me correctly. The next youth beast taming competition commences in February of next year, and by that time, I shall emerge victorious with the beasts I have nurtured. At this proclamation, both the audience and online spectators were left in stunned silence. Among them, Zhong Kai felt a surge of fervor, his gaze towards Jiang Chen brimming with enthusiasm. Such talent was worthy of his allegiance. He believed wholeheartedly that Jiang Chen would achieve success. Before the television, Wang Kiki watched the spirited young man on screen, her heart racing. Were not Jiang Chen's words the very sentiments every trainer yearned to express? It is known that youthful aspirations can conquer the heavens. One has promised to be the finest in the world. Standing upon the stage, Jiang Chen gazed forward with unwavering resolve. Aware that others might perceive his youthful exuberance as folly, yet he remained undeterred. During his time at Magic City University, he had garnered the mentorship of numerous esteemed instructors despite not awakening his beast space. Following the awakening of his talents, he had even developed creatures such as the Thunderwing Phoenix Butterfly, the Abyssal Emperor Crocodile, and the Nine Heavens Thunder Crocodile. What reason did he have to doubt his capability of achieving first place? At that moment, he was the sole protagonist on that stage, drawing the attention of all. Chapter 191, The Black Market. Below the stage, Lu Qingqing, who had only recently become acquainted with Jiang Chen, felt a chill run down her spine. Uncle Zhong, your young master is truly bold. He dares to utter such words. If he can realize them, all is well, but should he fail, it would be disastrous. Lu Qingqing's expression was one of shock as she voiced her concerns. Jiang Chen had aided the Iron Jing army in securing second place, and her impression of him was favorable, though his words were audacious. Had she been in his position, she would never have dared to speak so openly. This was live-streamed. Should he falter, his declarations today would become the most glaring scandal. Regardless of his future achievements, this stigma would remain. Your young master possesses the strength. What is wrong with his words? After Jiang Chen had healed the injuries of the twin flame dragon ape, Zhong Kai had become his staunch supporter, fully believing in his prowess. Throughout history, successful individuals have been those filled with confidence. If you do not believe you can achieve victory, how can it come to fruition? Lu Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, simply gazing at the young man on stage. Meanwhile, the online discourse had spiraled into chaos. Some praised him, while others belittled him. Most of the adulation came from the youth, as Jiang Chen's demeanor resonated with their unvoiced aspirations. After all, which young person does not harbor a desire to shine before the world? Jiang Chen is impressive. Indeed, he was remarkable. Graduating from Magic City University at 18 was no small feat. Even if he claimed he would secure the National Beast Taming Championship in 5 years, I would believe him. Other trainers gained renown gradually, whereas this lad boldly aimed for the stars. If he truly possessed such talent, his current publicity was undoubtedly a triumph. If this lad truly has that strength, I will wash my hair while standing on my head at next year's competition. Let us wait and see this jester's folly. Does he truly believe he is worthy of winning? On the podium, Mo Yunfeng observed Jiang Chen's confident demeanor and recognized that he was indeed serious about participating in next year's competition. However, the commotion caused today was already substantial. There was no need to press further. It seems our Jiang Chen is quite confident in his abilities. Please, step down now to rest. Next, we will present the award to the second place. The subsequent proceedings concluded swiftly. Afterward, everyone began to disperse. The competition had ended, and there were matters to attend to. The issue of spatial rifts was of great significance, requiring thorough deliberation. Jiang Chen accompanied the Songhai army personnel back to their base. Jiang Chen and Han Haiyang were summoned into a room by Huang Tianming, who wore a grim expression as he directed his gaze at Han Haiyang. What are you boasting about? You could have simply accepted the award without bringing up Jiang Chen. Han Haiyang looked equally innocent. He had merely intended to promote Jiang Chen, never anticipating he would make such explosive statements. When Jiang Chen declared his intention to win the championship at 19, Han Haiyang was left utterly dumbfounded. And you, Jiang Chen, why did you make such claims? Do you have any idea how many people are criticizing you online? Huang Tianming exclaimed, showing Jiang Chen the comments section of the Qingshan Beast Taming base. Almost 200,000 followers. It seems my words on stage were indeed impactful. Jiang Chen accepted the phone, glancing at the follower count of the Qingshan Beast Taming base's official account, nodding in satisfaction. I wanted you to see the comments, not the follower count. Rest assured, Uncle Huang, I am aware. Regardless of the critics or the genuine supporters, at least the reputation of the Qingshan Beast Taming base has been established. Now that the matter of spatial rifts has been disclosed by Mo Yunfeng, many will surely come to Jiangnan. I need to gain fame swiftly to attract talent. Jiang Chen smiled. Moreover, do you not believe in my abilities? Once others seek my assistance in nurturing their beasts, if I can help them succeed, those critics will inevitably transform into loyal admirers. Jiang Chen was confident in his skills. Even without the all-knowing eye and the Beast Taming Compendium, he was an exceptional graduate of Magic City University. What is more, with these two talents? You have a point. I cannot argue against you. However, it is prudent to recruit talent swiftly. We still do not know which spatial rifts Mo Yunfeng intends to open. If they are in Jiang City or nearby, things could become quite lively. Your area has weak security and many rare beasts. It is possible someone may harbor ill intentions. Furthermore, I cannot be at your beck and call 24 hours a day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. Uncle Huang, how many spatial rifts are currently in Jiang City? Is the situation truly as perilous as Mo Yunfeng described? Huang Tianming sighed. Although it is not as exaggerated as Mo Yunfeng claims, a small rift has indeed appeared in Jiang City recently. The Shanghai army is currently collaborating with the Jiang City authorities to investigate if other locations are experiencing similar issues. It could indeed evolve into the situation Mo Yunfeng has described. He paused for a moment before continuing. In retrospect, Mo Yunfeng's audacity is likely a result of the ambitions of those behind him, who wish for him to serve as a pioneer in Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, taken aback by the revelation that a new spatial rift had indeed opened in Jiang City. According to Huang Tianming, this newly emerged rift was relatively minor, and it might very well be among those rifts accessible to the public. Uncle Huang, do you happen to know where there might be opportunities for recruitment? Huang Tianming fell silent, his expression revealing a mix of conflict and hesitation as he replied. There is such a place, but I'm uncertain whether I should disclose it to you. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. What was so secretive about merely recruiting a few individuals? Uncle Huang, what do you mean? He quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that since Jiang Chen had already established a faction, he would eventually uncover this information. In addition to the ghost market, there is another black market in Jiang City. I will have Han Haiying take you there. A black market? Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 192, Wordplay. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Huang Tianming's words before asking, a black market? Jiang City has such a place. Huang Tianming nodded, elaborating, the black market has always existed, not just in Jiang City, but in many cities as well. Compared to the ghost market, it is far more sinister. It is entirely normal for a talent like you to be unaware of it. Given your scholarship at the Magic Capital University and your family's modest wealth, which renders such places unnecessary for you. Jiang Chen's perception of Huang Tianming shifted. More perilous than the ghost market? He could not forget the harrowing experience he had in the eternal bright ghost market, where he had nearly fallen victim to a terror demon. Although one could argue that it was merely a stroke of bad luck, it nonetheless highlighted certain issues. Uncle Huang, are you suggesting that the black market trades in goods more nefarious than those in the ghost market? Huang Tianming nodded, stating, indeed. The ghost market typically offers materials sourced from secret realms or other locations. However, the black market can procure virtually anything you desire, including people. As the path of beast taming is undeniably costly. People? Are you implying that the black market engages in human trafficking? Jiang Chen was utterly stunned. Does the government not intervene? Huang Tianming shook his head. Even if they wanted to, they are often powerless. Mo Yunfeng was correct in saying that this world is not as pristine as it appears. There are countless individuals willing to spill blood for a secret realm. The black market is rife with desperate souls who would sell themselves for money. Yet, the majority are survivors of factions that failed in competition. Some willing to join opposing forces, while those unwilling are sold into the black market. Jiang Chen fell silent, grappling with the implications of the existence of spatial rifts, which rendered the world increasingly unrecognizable to him. He had previously believed that by diligently cultivating his beasts, he could assist his parents in conquering the secret realm. Now, it seemed that such an endeavor was far from simple. It was no wonder that Wang Kong had remarked on how well protected he had been. Now, Jiang Chen comprehended the true meaning behind those words. Observing Jiang Chen's expression, Huang Tianming chuckled as he retrieved 2 bottles of water from the cabinet. Tossing one to each of the 2 individuals before continuing, do not view the black market in entirely negative terms. Its powerful patrons have established rules that ensure a degree of safety. It is not as perilous as you might imagine. In fact, to my knowledge, many military factions procure supplies from the black market, as some items held by certain families are exceedingly rare. Jiang Chen unscrewed the cap of his bottle, took a sip, and inquired, I understand. Can the loyalty of individuals from the black market be assured? He possessed only 10 heart lotus, 2 of which he had already used, and he wished to expend the remaining ones on individuals of greater worth. I cannot guarantee that. It depends on your own skills. If you cannot even manage this, I would advise against establishing your own faction. It may be wiser to join the Songhai army or return to study in the magic capital. Huang Tianming's tone had turned serious. With the revelation of the spatial rift by Mo Yunfeng, it was foreseeable that various factions would vie for control over it. Jiang Chen's attempt to establish a faction would undoubtedly affect the interests of others, particularly since he intended to build his foundation through beast taming, which would attract significant opposition. I understand, Jiang Chen nodded. That is all I need to convey. Tomorrow, Mo Yunfeng will convene a meeting with a few of us. We must remain here for another day. You can explore Starfire Town and see if there is anything you require. Once everything is settled, we shall depart together. With Huang Tianming signaling the end of the conversation, Jiang Chen turned and made his way back to his room. The tournament had persisted for several days, and he had been there the entire time, feeling somewhat fatigued. Though beast tamers could go without sleep for several days, such a state was still uncomfortable. A night passed in silence. The following day, when Jiang Chen awoke, it was already afternoon. Realizing the time, he sprang up from his bed, exclaiming, "Damn it, I've overslept." In a hurried flurry, he tidied himself up and left the Songhai Army's base with Zhong Kai. Jiang Chen had arranged to sign the transfer contract for Qingshu with Wu Shi today, an opportunity not to be missed as it involved a considerable sum of money. As he walked the streets of Starfire Town, he noticed a significant decrease in activity compared to previous days. Many had departed following Mo Yunfeng's announcement regarding the spatial rift. After walking for a short while, Jiang Chen stopped in front of a restaurant with a distinctive wasteland motif, where a massive deer head adorned the entrance. Upon pushing open the door, a wave of savory aromas engulfed him. He surveyed the interior, which housed only a few tables of patrons. Wu Shi was seated at a window-side table, her expression notably grim as she leaned back with her arms crossed. Beside her sat a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit. Jiang Chen approached with a smile, greeting, "Good morning, Senior Wu Shi. Have you eaten yet?" Upon seeing the smile on Jiang Chen's face, a surge of anger welled up within Wu Shi. His words from the previous day, delivered with such disregard, still stung. "Enough with the pleasantries. I brought you what you requested." With that, she snatched a folder from the man's hands and tossed it onto the table. "Sign it quickly. I need to hurry back." Jiang Chen, unfazed by Wu Shi's demeanor, took a seat across from her. Given the substantial loss of money, her attitude was to be expected. He picked up the contract and began to read. As he delved deeper into the document, his expression grew increasingly grim. Closing the folder with a cold laugh, he remarked, "Wu Shi, you truly are ruthless. After all this time gambling with me, you've only surrendered a trademark for Qingshu?" According to the contents, the product formula, the Beast Taming Park, and even the company's premises bore no connection to him. All he received was a mere shell company. Wu Shi remained unmoved, her voice as frosty as ever. "Wasn't it Qingshu that we wagered on? I've given it to you. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Just check our signed agreement." Jiang Chen, now laughing in disbelief, responded, "No wonder they say that the older one gets, the more cunning they become. Wu Shi, you are quite clever. This time, I concede defeat." Jiang Chen had previously read the contract drafted by Wu Shi, but he had not anticipated her to engage in such wordplay. He scrutinized the contract once more and, finding no discrepancies, signed his name before tossing one copy in front of Wu Shi. There was no longer any need for further negotiation. It was better to conclude matters swiftly. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Shi picked up the contract, glanced at Jiang Chen's signature, and, satisfied, rose to leave. As she passed by Jiang Chen, she halted her steps, tauntingly remarked, "Next time, Jiang Chen, be a bit more astute. You're still a tad inexperienced when playing with your elder sister." Jiang Chen, upon hearing her words, merely chuckled and replied, "Senior Wu Shi, we have ample time ahead of us, and there are many more competitions to come. I shall await your challenge." Once Wu Shi departed, a hint of self-deprecation crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. "Young master, are you all right?" Zhong Kai inquired with concern. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I am fine. Wu Shi's words have indeed served as a wake-up call for me. Everything has been too smooth since my graduation, which has led me to underestimate these prodigies. Let us not linger, let us dine. The aroma of the food here is quite enticing. Do taste it and compare it to your own culinary creations." Casually, Jiang Chen ordered several signature dishes, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized the contract in his hand. "Wu Shi, do not rejoice too soon. I shall ensure that your new company never rises. The trademark rests in Jiang Chen's possession, while others remain oblivious to the wager between him and Wu Shi. To them, Qingshu remains simply Qingshu. As long as the perfume he produces is of exceptional quality, all will be well. Besides, Jiang Chen is far from lacking in floral resources, especially now that he has acquired a splendid peony, a renowned flower." Chapter 193, the Qingshan breeding base's positioning, high-end. The following day, When Jiang Chen returned to the Qingshan breeding base, it was already afternoon. As he alighted from the vehicle, he immediately sensed something amiss. His brows knitting together as he surveyed his surroundings. The Qingshan breeding base, located in a secluded bay due to its purpose of raising spirit beasts, was rather isolated, devoid of factories and thus people. However, the crowd had evidently thickened, with vehicles occasionally passing by. "Uncle Zhong, let us head back," he suggested. "Very well," Zhong Kai replied. Opening the gate, the candlefire spirit perched on Jiang Chen's shoulder seemed to sense the presence of the abyssal king crocodile within, visibly tensing up and retreating behind his neck. "Fear not. This will be your home from now on. Wait until I introduce you to some new friends." Jiang Chen felt somewhat exasperated by the timid nature of the candlefire spirit. It was manageable when accustomed to familiar faces, but in the presence of strangers, it might seek refuge in any available crevice. This behavior could stem from its past experiences of being bullied. It would take time to amend this, but he could only hope that the spirit's evolution might bring about a change. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had successfully obtained the evolution plan for the candlefire spirit, which he briefly reviewed. Wuxi had not defaulted on her obligations regarding this matter, and there were no significant issues. She likely believed that Jiang Chen would not succeed, hence her nonchalance. Upon entering the room, he found Wenwan and others gathered together, seemingly engrossed in some task. Spotting Jiang Chen, Wenwan immediately rose, exclaiming, "Young master, you've returned." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, prompting, "What are you all busy with?" In response, Wang Kiki, while typing away at her keyboard, chimed in, "We're merely cleaning up after you. Your remarks during the competition were rather bold, but they left us scrambling. The Qingshan breeding base is inundated with visitors seeking to cultivate spirit beasts from you, and we are currently sorting through them." Jiang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment at this, yet he had already devised a plan. He promptly stated, "This is indeed my oversight. Wenwan, could you arrange for someone to design an official website for the Qingshan breeding base? Please include both Kiki and me, and set a basic price. Only those who pay a deposit should be allowed to inquire. Oh, and don't forget to leave a section for the Lei Yufeng Dai images to be displayed for sale once their numbers increase." Jiang Chen was no longer in need of traffic. However, the majority of these visitors were merely spectators. The website would efficiently filter out genuine clients. Wenwan nodded. Continuing to inquire, "Will your cultivation price remain 3 times the standard?" Jiang Chen affirmed. 3 times is merely the rate for a senior breeder. The breeding association would soon be sending over the breeder certification. Having won the championship and acquired the evolution plans for both the Lei Yufeng Dai and the abyssal king crocodile, as well as the platinum level plan for the Jiao Shaoqing Ting Jiao, Jiang Chen was indeed qualified to be certified as a senior breeder. When Lu Guodong departed, he had promised to facilitate this for Jiang Chen, and the certificate was already en route. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Wenwan asked, momentarily taken aback. "That price aligns with established breeders. Those unwilling to pay merely signify that we are not fated to work together. I have defined the Qingshan breeding base with only one descriptor, high-end. You must all comprehend this. With the presence of the Lei Yufeng Dai, a champion spirit beast from the 13-city Legion competition, there was no need to pursue a low-end market. Moreover, the less prestigious spirit beasts were frankly not lucrative. Other breeding bases had already profited from them. Customization and exclusivity were the true pathways to significant earnings." "Understood," Jiang Chen replied, turning to Wang Kiki. "Kiki, you may set your own prices, but I advise you not to charge less than twice that of an ordinary intermediate breeder." "Huh, should I also double my pricing?" Wang Kiki exclaimed, startled. "Why not? Your breeding skills warrant that price. Do not undervalue yourself. You were admitted to Magic City University alongside me." Jiang Chen was unsure why Wang Kiki seemed to have lost confidence since joining the Qingshan breeding base. She had not been like this before. He was determined to help restore her self-assurance. "Then I shall set my prices as you suggest." After a moment of surprise, Wang Kiki eventually agreed. Seeing the sincerity in Jiang Chen's eyes, "That's the spirit. Your foundational knowledge is solid. What you lack is merely experience. Once the breeding orders increase, you will swiftly ascend to the rank of senior breeder." Pleased with Wang Kiki's agreement, Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. "By the way, Wenwan, I need your assistance with something else." "What is it?" "Could you take a trip to the city and purchase samples of all the trending cosmetics and perfumes?" "Certainly. Are you gifting them?" "No. I just want to wager with a cosmetics company, and I wish to ascertain the current state of these products." Upon hearing this, Wang Kiki regarded Jiang Chen with a look of incredulity. He was truly indefatigable, meddling in everything. "What company? Many cosmetic brands nowadays are mere knockoffs. You might be deceived." "Qingzhu," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. "Qingzhu, has Wuxi lost her mind to give this to you?" Wang Kiki was utterly astonished. This time, it was Jiang Chen's turn to be surprised. "You know Qingzhu belongs to Wuxi?" "Of course. Wuxi is a regular at breeding competitions. How could I not know her? I even met her during my exchange in the ancient capital. Ah, I had forgotten that detail. Regardless, the situation is as it stands. I now possess the Qingzhou brand, and I intend to see if I can resurrect it. If it's Qingzhou, I have no objections. Very well, let it be so. You need not concern yourselves with the matters of the account backend. Go about your business. With that, Jiang Chen turned and strode back to his room. Oh, finally I can rest for a while. These past few days have truly exhausted me. As Jiang Chen departed, Huang Xiaodian stretched languidly, leaning back in his chair with a contented sigh. It was at this moment that Zhong Kai approached him, clasping his shoulder and pulling him along. Come on, I shall take you to practice. It would be a shame to neglect training now that your beast is restored. Hey, what are you doing, uncle? I've just recovered. But Zhong Kai was unperturbed, having already promised Jiang Chen to ensure his diligent training. Chapter 195. The Resplendent Peony. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Chen prepared himself a cup of tea and then retrieved the Resplendent Peony from his spatial pouch. As it made its appearance, a fragrant aroma instantly filled the room, alleviating the tense atmosphere around the candle spirit. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing and Xiao, who had scampered off to some corner of the Qing mountain breeding base to train, leaving Jiang Chen in awe of their boundless energy. He placed the Resplendent Peony on the table and began to examine it. It boasted 9 layers of petals, the outermost being a vivid crimson akin to blood, the middle layer shimmering with golden glimmers, and the innermost pure white like jade, with each petal's edge adorned with golden spiritual patterns. However, perhaps due to being confined in the spirit restraining box for too long, its brilliance appeared somewhat dim. Nonetheless, this did not detract from its majestic beauty. A glimmer of blue light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Name: Resplendent Peony. Attribute: Wood level, Awakening stage 4 quality, High silver grade, Ordinary, Exclusive trait, Heavenly fragrance. As the king of flowers, it continuously releases an enchanting fragrance while amidst blooms, and prolonged exposure in such an environment can slightly enhance comprehension and may elevate the grade of flower-type beasts. Skills: Calm spirit. Intermediate releases a calming aroma that pacifies other creatures. Floral dew. Intermediate emits fragrant dew that revitalizes withered plants. Evolution path: Heavenly fragrance peony, 40. National color peony, 32. Prosperous heavenly fragrance peony, 45. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, the Resplendent Peony's quality was ordinary, but its exclusive trait was quite commendable. There just happened to be a sea of flowers within the artificial secret realm where it could be placed, serving as a companion flower for the Dew Spirit Fairy. The Dew Spirit Fairy, a flower fairy, had a different evolution process compared to ordinary beasts. It required a territory. The higher the quality of flowers within its domain, the greater the quality of its evolution. As a healing-type beast, Jiang Chen had long desired to cultivate it. Unfortunately, the highest quality plant in the Qing mountain base was the misty osmanthus, which thrived in the current environment of the lake island and was reluctant to relocate to the secret realm. Thus, the flora in the sea of flowers was rather low in quality, and the Dew Spirit Fairy had been playfully demanding a higher quality flower-type beast from Jiang Chen. This time, he could finally satisfy its wishes. However, he first needed to find a way to enhance the quality of the Resplendent Peony. Jiang Chen contemplated the peony and retrieved a drop of Xiaoqing's dragon saliva from his spatial pouch. This was no ordinary saliva. It contained potent energy of the green wood. Even with Xiaoqing's current strength, it could only condense 1 or 2 drops in a week, making it quite precious. The energy of green wood greatly benefits plant-type beasts, making it an ideal primary material. He approached the workstation and began to concoct a wood-based nutrient solution. Having experienced Xiaoqing's enhancement of quality, he had spent considerable time researching methods to maintain the balance between thunder and wood attributes. Thus, he found the process rather intuitive. An hour later, Jiang Chen poured the verdant nutrient solution onto the Resplendent Peony. Cultivating the Resplendent Peony was quite significant for the Qing mountain breeding base. Jiang Chen required a beast capable of substituting for the bamboo-type beast that Wuxi possessed. Moreover, it could assist the Dew Spirit Fairy in its evolution, making it a multifaceted boon. As time passed, the nutrient solution was entirely absorbed by the Resplendent Peony, and a powerful surge of wood attribute energy coalesced within it. The previously dim petals regained their former luster. In the next moment, its branches began to thicken, even sprouting a second branch, with a small flower bud perched atop. Against the backdrop of its green leaves, it appeared extraordinarily enchanting, exuding a gentle and refreshing fragrance that alleviated Jiang Chen's fatigue from the journey. Crack! The pot containing the Resplendent Peony burst as the roots expanded, soil spilling everywhere. Yet, rather than feeling anger, Jiang Chen was filled with delight. The quality of the Resplendent Peony had improved. Not only that, it had also comprehended a new skill. Name: Resplendent Peony. Attribute: Wood level, Awakening stage 5, quality, Rare, exclusive trait. Skills, Heavenly Fragrance Mist. Releases fragrant spiritual mist, healing allies within its range, and removing abnormal statuses. Calm Spirit, intermediate. Floral Dew, intermediate. This was a skill exclusive to peony-type beasts, and those possessing it tend to be more aromatic than others. Such peonies are highly favored by the aristocrats of the beast world and often command high prices. Naturally, its inherent effects are also formidable, and it had begun to touch upon the realm of life attributes. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised that the resplendent peony had learned this skill. Shaoqing's dragon saliva must have played a significant role. Now, this resplendent peony could be considered a minor gem in its own right. Simply placing it within the secret realm's flower sea would allow it to continuously supply floral dew. As for its future cultivation direction, Jiang Chen decided to experiment with whether it could evolve into the prosperous Heavenly Fragrance Peony. The first evolution, Heavenly Fragrance Peony, was the simplest evolution of the resplendent peony. And had its exclusive trait not been Heavenly Fragrance, it might have posed a slight challenge. However, with this peony's innate talent being Heavenly Fragrance, as long as he cultivated it methodically, it would naturally evolve. For the resplendent peony that had awakened the Heavenly Fragrance Mist, this was somewhat redundant. The second option, National Color Peony, was an extraordinarily beautiful ornamental beast, often exchanged as gifts. This held no value for Jiang Chen, and he promptly dismissed it. Only the prosperous Heavenly Fragrance Peony truly captivated Jiang Chen's interest. It is a beast of auspiciousness, a rare treasure symbolizing wealth, protection, and the cycle of life. It is the coveted beast of all factions, capable of consolidating fortune. Within the breeding academy of Magic City University, there exists an epic quality prosperous Heavenly Fragrance Peony, producing flower elixirs that are highly sought after by every breeding academy. With the presence of the Dew Spirit Fairy at the Qing Mountain breeding base, while it may not reach the same strength as that of Magic City University, it could still achieve a respectable potency. At this moment, the splendid peony had undergone a complete enhancement, growing from a modest half-meter height to the level of Jiang Chen's waist. He slightly stretched his limbs in preparation to carry it into the secret realm. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a ringing phone interrupted him. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw the name Sun Jinxian illuminated in bold letters. Damn, I almost forgot. Jiang Chen paused momentarily before answering the call. Hello? Jiang Chen. Congratulations on your victory in the grand competition. Sun Jinxuan's tone remained relatively calm, as she had witnessed the match. She recognized the prowess of Lei Yufengdi, but had never anticipated that the Songhai army would emerge victorious. Yet, Jiang Chen had indeed accomplished it. Possessing such exceptional nurturing skills, she certainly did not wish to let him slip away. With Jiang Chen, the beast nurturing department of the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy might even become a prestigious institution. Good fortune indeed. Senior, is there something you wish to discuss? Jiang Chen inquired tentatively. Nothing of great importance, merely that since you have finished your tasks, isn't it time you graced the school with your presence? After all, it's been nearly a semester, and the students have yet to meet their teacher. Isn't that somewhat unreasonable? Jiang Chen understood her implication. I'll come by next Monday. He contemplated that both Qingzhou and the Beast Taming website required time for further development. As for the black market, he planned to visit later. Rather than waiting, he thought it wise to explore the school, where he might gain some insights. Upon hearing his response, Sun Jinxuan's heart leaped with joy. She could hardly believe he had not made excuses. All right, I shall await your arrival on Monday. Chapter 195, Jianghai Beast Taming Academy. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was Monday. During these days, Jiang Chen had settled the splendid peony within the secret realm, where Fairy Lurue expressed satisfaction with the new member among the floral expanse. She devoted herself to its care, confident that it would not be long before the splendid peony produced its fragrant nectar. Unexpectedly, the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy, a Tier 3 institution, appeared rather impressive. Dressed in a brocade robe embroidered with Qingzhou, Jiang Chen stood at the entrance, marveling at its grandeur. The imposing main gate was flanked by two colossal stone lions, and now and then, a few youths accompanied by their beasts passed through. Observing their beasts, Jiang Chen could not help but shake his head. The quality of these youngsters' beasts leaves much to be desired. I wonder if Senior has recruited any prodigies. He admired Sun Jinxian for having sacrificed her aspirations of becoming a professional beast tamer for her mother. As a key member of the combat team at the University of Magic City, combined with her beauty, her ascension to stardom as a beast tamer seemed almost assured. If he were in her position, he might not have made the same choice. Elevating a Tier 3 academy back to Tier 2 was a formidable challenge, with student talent being a significant factor. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Kid, what do you mean? Do you look down upon our beasts? Jiang Chen turned in surprise to find a woman clad in a JK uniform striding toward him, her long legs exuding confidence, and her chestnut hair flowing freely. However, her expression was rather unwelcoming. Her voice was loud enough to draw the attention of many bystanders. "That is not my intention," Jiang Chen replied, feeling quite helpless as he had anticipated his quiet comments would be overheard. Yet, if this matter remained unresolved, it might very well spell the end of his educational journey. "Humph, not your intention? A coward who dares not own up to his words." The girl scoffed, her right hand caressing the electric-patterned leopard beside her. Jiang Chen's lips twitched involuntarily. He had never been called a coward before. This is an extreme electric leopard, a silver intermediate-level beast, typically residing at altitudes of 5,000 meters. Your beast is commendable, but hardly top tier. What year are you in? Jiang Chen refrained from directly addressing her question, merely stating the basic details of the leopard. From its coat and stride, he could tell it had been well nurtured. However, he was certain she was not a freshman. "Are you a student from the nurturing department?" Li Ninger pressed, her hand gripping the extreme electric leopard tightly. This beast had just been contracted upon her return home, and was quite rare. Even her father had exerted considerable effort to procure it. She was confident that aside from a few teachers, no one at Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy would recognize such a beast. To her surprise, she felt belittled upon her return. Jiang Chen shook his head. "I'm not. Today is my first day for enrollment." "You're a freshman this year? Didn't T-enrollment close long ago?" Li Ninger paused. Then realization dawned on her. "I see. You must be transferring here from Master Yu's teaching classes." Since Sun Jinxian had recruited Yu Yuntao as the head of the Nurturing Academy, many first-year students had joined Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy for his classes. Although Yu Yuntao was not among the very top tier, he was already considered elite within the Jiang City area. Many students who couldn't gain admission to top-tier academies had settled for this alternative due to the influence of a renowned instructor. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Just as he was about to explain, when a voice called out, "Jiang Chen, why are you just standing there? Hurry inside." Turning around, he saw Sun Jinxian, clad in a tailored women's suit, beckoning him at the entrance. "I have matters to attend to. Let us discuss later." Jiang Chen, of course, could not keep Sun Jinxian waiting and made his way over. Li Ninger furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring to herself, "Who is this person that can command such attention from Teacher Sun? Could he be a young master from some prominent family? Senior, I hope I'm not late." Jiang Chen smiled at Sun Jinxian. "Your arrival is a blessing. I could hardly care less about your punctuality," she replied with mild exasperation. "Let us go. My grandfather and the others have been eager to meet you." "The others? Apart from Master Yu, are there additional individuals?" Jiang Chen inquired, momentarily bewildered. His primary responsibilities revolved around nurturing, so it seemed unnecessary to meet anyone beyond his direct superiors. A sense of foreboding crept into his mind, hinting that this situation might not be as straightforward as he had hoped. Sun Jinxian hesitated, looking somewhat awkward. "Well, I arranged for you to take on a lecturer position, and an old professor with considerable tenure insisted on assessing your capabilities." Jiang Chen's thoughts raced at her words. "Assess my capabilities? After making such a significant impact in the military competition, this professor is unaware of my existence? Even if he didn't know? I submitted my resume through the proper channels. Is the job market so competitive that even a degree from the University of Magic City is insufficient? Aren't you the principal? Can't a professor be overridden? There are some historical issues, which I am currently addressing." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen understood. Someone was clearly opposing him. "I see. Lead the way. I, too, wish to see how this professor intends to evaluate me." Sun Jinxian was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's response. She had anticipated he might be upset, yet he not only remained calm, but also agreed. "I sincerely apologize," he said immediately. "This is my oversight. When the time comes, I shall double your salary. Then I am grateful to you, senior." Jiang Chen did not anticipate such unexpected fortune. Being in the entrepreneurial phase, he would certainly not disdain an abundance of wealth. Moreover, this was the fruit of his labor, and he would not refuse it. Chapter 196. Jiang Chen, your strength is insufficient. Under the guidance of Sun Jinxian, Jiang Chen traversed the expansive grounds of Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy. The campus was quite vast, with low-level osmanthus spirit plants adorning both sides of the pathways. Although they were not spirit beasts, their fragrance still permeated the air. Judging by the architecture of this institution, it was evident that Sun Jinxuan's mother was indeed a person of considerable capability. She must have managed Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy according to the standards of a first-tier school. Alas, she passed away at a young age. Had she lived longer, perhaps this academy could have been elevated to a first-tier institution, becoming the second of its kind in Jiang City. The two paused beneath a large, H-shaped building. Jiang Chen found the name Bowl building rather unremarkable. Such a commonplace name was found in half of the 10 schools. "Let us go. Everyone is waiting inside," Sun Jinxian urged. "All right. With that, Jiang Chen gently patted the small green creature on his shoulder, then followed Sun Jinxian into the building. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by 5 individuals seated on a sofa, ranging in age and demeanor. One elderly gentleman furrowed his brow upon seeing Jiang Chen's countenance. Jiang Chen understood immediately. This must be the professor reluctant to admit him, and he indeed appeared rather stern. Grandfather, Jiang Chen has arrived. Sun Jinxian broke the silence, initiating the conversation. Jiang Chen offered a slight nod to Yu Yuntao, for he held considerable admiration for him. He was a true researcher. It was said that he had spent 5 years alone in the deep mountains studying the habits of the iron-eating beast, during which he had never appeared in public. This ascetic approach to research was something Jiang Chen felt he could never emulate. The old professor was momentarily taken aback upon formally meeting Jiang Chen. He had perused Jiang Chen's resume and was aware of his age, but assumed it was an exaggeration. After all, it was common for prodigies to downplay their age by a year or 2. To his surprise, Jiang Chen was indeed as youthful as he appeared. Judging solely by his appearance, Jiang Chen seemed significantly younger than his own grandson. Thus, he was even less inclined to believe that the Thunder Feather Phoenix butterfly had been nurtured by Jiang Chen. I observed the performance of the Thunder Feather Phoenix butterfly you cultivated during the Legion Grand competition. It was quite impressive, Yu Yuntao remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he acknowledged Jiang Chen's entrance. Although he was merely the head of the breeding department at Jianghai Beast Taming Academy, his status was significant. He frequently attended various conferences within the Jianghai Beast Taming community, and discussions had recently revolved around the Legion Grand competition and the spatial rifts. Jiang Chen's name had been mentioned repeatedly. I was merely fortunate. The spirit beasts I encountered happened to be countered by the Thunder Feather Phoenix butterfly. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. You are being modest. Your words on stage were quite different, Yu Yuntao noted. By the way, do you know why you were summoned today? Your senior should have informed you. Professor Zhang here harbors doubts regarding your abilities and wishes for you to demonstrate them. Jiang Chen scrutinized Yu Yuntao's expression. He could not ascertain whether it was merely his own perception, but the old man seemed somewhat unwilling to be involved in this matter. Was he to resolve this himself, or was it a test of his capabilities? He slowly turned to face Professor Zhang, a cold smile playing on his lips. Jiang Chen had only just noticed that the attire he wore was issued by the Breeders' Association, adorned with a 2-clawed dragon emblem. So, he was merely an intermediate breeder. Indeed, the breeding department of this school was newly established, if even such individuals could serve as professors. Professor Zhang, I hear you wish to assess my skills? Jiang Chen's tone was far from cordial, and the small green creature on his shoulders sensed his displeasure, releasing a wave of dragon might. Affected by this aura, Zhang Fong was startled back a step, leaning against the backrest. The surrounding teachers widened their eyes in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this bookish youth could exude such formidable presence when serious. Such an aura was not innate, it required cultivation. It seemed this young man was indeed confident and possessed a notable status. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. In truth, they were not particularly fond of this professor either. He often flaunted his seniority, criticizing their teaching methods. Were it not for his connections to a vice principal, Yu Yuntao would have been less concerned about such matters. He had once been beaten for it. After a moment, Zhang Fong recognized his lapse in composure. He had allowed himself to be intimidated by a mere child. Clearing his throat, he began. Indeed, according to regulations, teachers entering the academy must start as teaching assistants. However, Principal Sun wishes for you to begin as a lecturer. Therefore, I cannot refute this, and you must undergo an assessment. Jiang Chen found this rather amusing. Addressing Sun Jinxian as Principal Sun in front of Yu Yuntao suggested that this old man had considerable backing, albeit his intellect appeared somewhat lacking. How do you intend to assess me? He inquired. Quite simply, Zhang Fong replied, standing up to bolster his confidence. He pointed toward a young man seated at the edge. This is my grandson, Zhang Kaiwan, a graduate of the Qingnong Medical Academy, and currently a teaching assistant in the breeding department. You need only best him in breeding to earn the position of lecturer. Otherwise, you will have to start as a teaching assistant and vacate the lecturer's position. Jiang Chen glanced toward the direction Zhang Fong indicated, where a man with gold-rimmed glasses sat, his long hair tied back in a ponytail. His expression exuded confidence. The Qingnong Medical Academy, originally the Qingnong Medical Sect, was among the 4 major institutions. Unlike others, it was a specialized college, focusing on training physicians and pharmacists, which aligned closely with breeding studies. No wonder the old man sought to challenge him. It seemed he was obstructing his grandson's path. You wish to compete with me? Jiang Chen asked, smiling at him. Zhang Kaiwan discerned the hint of disdain in Jiang Chen's smile, igniting a spark of anger within him. As a graduate of the prestigious Qingnong Medical Academy, he had never been subjected to such contempt. Were it not for Yu Yuntao's status and Sun Jinxuan's undeniable beauty, he would hardly have considered attending the third-tier Jianghai Beast Taming Academy. With his qualifications as an intermediate physician and junior breeder, numerous schools would welcome him. Indeed. I have heard you are a junior of Sun, also a graduate of Magic City University. I trust you are not afraid? He taunted. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, replying, such tactics are ineffective with me. Your strength is simply too feeble. Even if you were to win, it would lack any significance. What did you say? Zhang Kaiwen erupted in anger, springing from his seat. Just as he prepared to speak, he was momentarily startled by Jiang Chen's demeanor. Jiang Chen turned to Zhang Fang, towering at 6 feet tall, allowing him to look down upon him. The position of lecturer holds little value. How about we wager? If you lose, you relinquish your professorship to me. If I lose, I shall leave immediately and grant you 1 million. What say you? Chapter 197. Is the competition topic unfavorable for Jiang Chen? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, those around him were left utterly flabbergasted. Such audacity. He boldly challenged Professor Zhang to a contest. This was an outright affront, completely disregarding Zhang Kaiwen. It was a definitive act of provocation. Sun Jinxian was equally taken aback by Jiang Chen's audacity. She was still unaware that he was already a senior beast caretaker. However, Zhang Fang was well aware of this. Although his character was questionable, he was considered one of the more formidable caretakers at the Jiangnan Beast Care Academy. Moreover, due to his age, he possessed an exceptional wealth of experience, holding several evolution schemes for silver-tier beasts. It was precisely for this reason that she had retained him until now. After all, the Beast Care Academy had just opened, and the faculty was not particularly distinguished. The intention behind Jiang Chen's admission was to prevent him from monopolizing the spotlight. As for her grandfather, he had made it clear upon his arrival that he would not involve himself in the school's administration, focusing solely on teaching, or assisting when Sun Jinxian could no longer cope. Sun Jinxian found herself rather exasperated by this. Yet, some of the older generation had a penchant for employing tough love, and she had no recourse. Jiang Chen was her only chance to bring a prodigy into the school, and she was unwilling to let him slip away so easily. Just as she prepared to persuade him, she heard Zhang Fang scoff coldly, which made Jiang Chen chuckle in disbelief. You wish to compete with me? Who do you think you are? When I was nurturing beasts, you were still in diapers. This was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant youth. In this school, everyone else treated him with utmost respect. Even outside, no one dared to provoke him so brazenly. At his age, still merely a mid-level caretaker, he was indeed quite a failure. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, casually remarked, yet, you still remain only a mid-level caretaker at such an age. Perhaps this path is not for you. Instantly, the surrounding crowd was thrown into a frenzy upon hearing his words. How dare this young man utter such things? Had he lost his mind? This was a direct strike at Professor Zhang's most sensitive spot, his greatest aversion. Would Professor Zhang even accept this challenge? Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Zhang Fang's gaze sharpened as he scanned the onlookers, causing them to fall silent and lower their heads almost immediately. He then spoke with a menacing tone. Since you wish to compete, I shall oblige. Do not say, I do not offer opportunities to the youth. It is also a chance for your teacher to teach you what it means to be humble. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen revealed a hint of disdain, as if he were worthy to stand in for his teacher. I only hope that when you lose, you do not attempt to wriggle out of it, Jiang Chen replied. For he was not one to passively accept challenges. If he was going to target him, he would not offer him any courtesy in return. Arrogant little brat. Zhang Fang scoffed again, and then turned to Yu Yuntao, cupping his hands in greeting. Director Yu, Jiang Chen wishes to duel with me, and I have agreed. I hope you will grant us your permission. Naturally, Yu Yuntao would not refuse. Ever since he learned who Jiang Chen's mentors were, he had longed to witness his prowess. To be accepted as a disciple by such individuals indicated an extraordinary talent. If both of you wish to compete, I shall not dampen the spirit. I approve of this contest. However, I shall dictate the subject matter of the competition, if that is agreeable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fang's expression stiffened. He had originally intended to arrange the competition's format himself, but Yu Yuntao had unexpectedly intervened. Although he had stated he would not engage in the school's management, he was after all Sun Jinxuan's grandfather, and one could not be certain he would not take advantage of this situation. No problem, Jiang Chen nodded. If he were to compete against a peer who was also a mid-level caretaker, he might have felt some trepidation, for experience is essential in this field. Youth often signifies talent and resources. Yet Zhang Fang, to put it bluntly, at his age, still being a mid-level caretaker indicated he was ill-suited for this path. Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Zhang Fang had no choice but to begrudgingly concur. Very well. After all, he had been a caretaker for many years. How could he fear a mere youth? All right, I shall announce the topic. Currently, there are 3,000 students at Jianghai Academy, with 500 new enrollments in the Beast Care Academy this year. Jinxian, please notify each grade to select one student from each class to report to the assembly hall. Then let Jiang Chen and Professor Zhang randomly select one to assist in nurturing, and whoever achieves superior results shall be declared the victor. Upon hearing Yu Yuntao's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at him. Truly, a renowned caretaker. Such an assessment method rigorously tests a caretaker's overall capabilities. With each class selecting one student from the 4 grades, the variety of beasts would surely be vast. If one lacked competence, they might not even recognize the beasts, let alone nurture them. The other caretakers present could not help but furrow their brows upon hearing this. They whispered among themselves. This assessment might be somewhat disadvantageous for Jiang Chen. Indeed, while Jiang Chen had successfully nurtured a golden-tier beast, he had likely specialized in that particular area at his age. Facing this challenge would be arduous. Was the director targeting Jiang Chen? Meanwhile, Zhang Fang's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing Yu Yuntao's proposed topic. He had not anticipated such an assessment. He might have felt apprehensive about other types of competitions, especially given Jiang Chen's credentials with the Thunder Feather Phoenix Butterfly. However, if it was this particular challenge, he had no fear. Jiang Chen, the assessment method has been established. Should you choose to concede, you may save face. Otherwise, losing in front of your peers will complicate your future teaching endeavors. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at this statement. If he were to lose, he would simply depart. What was the point of discussing teaching? You needn't concern yourself. Should I lose, I will naturally take my leave. But I hope you will not resort to tricks. Stubborn fool. I was even willing to offer you a chance, Zhang Fang scoffed. Since you wish to depart, I shall grant you that wish. Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, he was eager to see him leave, yet he feigned a righteous demeanor. It was truly hypocritical. At that moment, Sun Jinxian approached Jiang Chen, nudging him with her elbow and inquiring, "Do you have confidence? Should I ask my grandfather to change the assessment topic?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "No need. Let's proceed as Master Yu has suggested. Rest assured, I will not lose." Observing this, Sun Jinxian couldn't help but sigh. She exited the room, made her way to the office, and sent a message in the Academy's work group. "Teachers, please randomly select one student from each class to gather in the Grand Assembly Hall." Upon reading this message, all the teachers were momentarily stunned, speculating whether something significant was about to unfold in the Academy. After all, there had been quite a few rumors circulating lately. Consequently, they all opted to send the most outstanding students from their respective classes to the Assembly Hall. Chapter 198, Jiang Chen vs. Zhang Fang. The competition begins. At Jianghai Beast Care Academy, in the Grand Assembly Hall, a variety of instruments and spiritual materials were displayed on the platform. Students from various grades entered through the doors, their eyes filled with confusion as they gazed upon the items laid out before them. What was the situation? Why were there so many materials here? Surely they wouldn't conduct a surprise assessment, would they? That seemed unlikely. They had just had midterms, and if an assessment were to take place, it wouldn't be at this moment. Perhaps they were preparing to award us instead. I believe so, otherwise. It wouldn't make sense for students from each grade to attend, and I noticed that those who came were all top-ranking talents from their respective grades. With hearts laden with curiosity, they each found a seat. Shortly after they settled, Jiang Chen and his companions entered through the door, making their way through the crowd to the foremost row. Li Ninger, hidden among the throng, felt her pupils constrict upon seeing Jiang Chen. How could he be walking alongside Professor Zhang? "Ninger, do you know that handsome guy?" A senior from the school team beside her asked with a hint of amusement, nudging her shoulder. "He is the very person I mentioned meeting this morning." Li Ninger frowned and pushed the senior away, exclaiming, "I never expected him to be walking with a professor from the breeding department. He must truly be a genius here to learn from Director Yu." The senior's expression shifted instantly. "So he's the arrogant jerk you mentioned, who looked down on your beast." She then glanced at Jiang Chen's back, pondering aloud. But why does he seem somewhat familiar? As she rummaged through her memories, Sun Jinxian took the stage with a microphone, gently tapping it to ensure it was on before speaking. "Everyone, please quiet down. I understand you are puzzled as to why you have been summoned. Rest assured, this is a good thing, not a call for a makeup exam." She gestured towards the instruments and materials behind her, continuing, "Under Director Yu's proposal, 2 intermediate breeders will select 2 of you for a breeding competition. You are all the creme de la creme from various grades, so you should comprehend the significance of this." Upon hearing this, the students were thrown into a frenzy. Intermediate breeders are a rarity at the entire Jianghai Beast Academy, and securing their assistance in breeding beasts often demands substantial credits. Utilizing their beasts as competition material is akin to receiving free breeding services. If one were to be chosen, it would indeed be a tremendous windfall. Li Ninger felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. As a member of the school team, she had been guided by an intermediate breeder before. Although her initial beast did not evolve, it had illuminated her breeding path. It was precisely because of that guidance that she had officially joined the first team in her sophomore year. "Do you think I have a chance of being selected?" If I could be chosen by one of the breeders this time, I wouldn't need to spend credits to breed the extreme electric leopard. Just be a bit more proactive. As a team member, Teacher Sun will surely mention you to the breeders. Your chances are quite high, the senior replied. She had already consulted the school's intermediate breeder about her own beast, so she did not require new breeding at the moment. Otherwise, she would be eager to participate herself. Now, please welcome our two breeders to the stage. One is Professor Zhang Fong from our breeding department, and the other is Jiang Chen from the Qingshan breeding base. Upon hearing her name called, Jiang Chen rose from his seat and walked gracefully onto the stage. Arriving beside Sun Jinxian, he smiled and bowed slightly to the students below. Seeing Jiang Chen's demeanor, Li Ninger and her companion were momentarily stunned. What is he doing up there? Li Ninger blurted out, but her question went unnoticed by others, who were equally astonished. They never anticipated that the intermediate breeder mentioned by the principal would be so young. All right, I hereby declare the assessment officially begins. Students, please summon your beasts. Those with large beasts are to step aside to summon them, Sun Jinxian instructed. Upon hearing her prompt, they quickly regained their focus and summoned their beasts. Instantly, the grand conference hall was illuminated by a blue radiance. Moments later, a plethora of various beasts appeared, each more peculiar than the last. Jiang Chen surveyed the beasts, noting that none were particularly rare. However, due to the students' diverse backgrounds, some beasts were less common in Jiang City. Please, Professor Zhang, go ahead. Consider it an act of respect for the elders, Jiang Chen jested. Professor Zhang paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated Jiang Chen's audacity in suggesting he go first. Arrogant little brat, you'd better not regret it, he scoffed. Since Jiang Chen was willing to yield, Zhang Fong would not feign modesty. He needed to win this competition. He then descended the stage and approached a third-year student whose beast was a rock crystal wolf. I choose him, Jiang Chen stated with a faint smirk. A clever choice. The rock crystal wolf was an evolved form of the earth wolf, popular in the northwest region, known for its volatile temperament and fierce aggression towards anyone but its owner. Yet, this particular wolf showed no reaction to Zhang Fong, clearly indicating he had previously bred this beast. Jiang Chen chose not to expose this and walked off the stage to Li Ninger. He had noticed her earlier. Since others were oblivious, it would be better to select her to clear any misunderstandings. Hello, we meet again. Looking at Jiang Chen's smiling face, Li Ninger found it hard to believe. You are truly an intermediate breeder? So you are not a student. Let us discuss that after I finish my competition with Professor Zhang. Could you lend me your extreme electric leopard? Ah, you want to choose my beast? Perhaps you should pick another. Before she could finish her sentence, her senior covered her mouth, whispering, he is Jiang Chen. No wonder she found him familiar. He was the one who had bred the thunderwing butterfly. My apologies, Master Jiang. My sister is somewhat clueless about the situation. Please don't take offense. She is more than willing to assist, the senior said, promptly shoving Li Ninger out of her seat. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then proceeded onto the stage. After inspecting both of Yu Yuntao's beasts, the competition officially commenced. Chapter 199, Breeding Beasts, the astonishment brought by dual proficiency. Jiang Chen instructed Li Ninger to lead the extreme electric leopard to his breeding platform. Perhaps due to the earlier encounter, the leopard did not display a friendly demeanor, baring its teeth in a menacing manner, as if ready to bite off his fingers at the slightest touch. Jiang Chen observed it, bemused. It seemed that the temperament of the beast mirrored that of its owner perfectly. This breeding competition attracted a significant audience, comprised of both prodigies and teachers from Jiang High Beast Academy. Although he had gained considerable fame in the Legion tournament, his youth made it challenging for others to accept his status as a senior breeder. Thus, this competition presented an excellent opportunity. If he could triumph over Zhang Fong, the students would undoubtedly spread the word. Additionally, Jiang Chen hoped to establish Jiang High Beast Academy as a prestigious name at the Qingshan breeding base. Beyond the National Beastmaster Tournament, the National Breeder Tournament, and the National Team Tournament, the other highly anticipated event was the National College League. Regardless of the school's ranking, as long as it had a name within the Academy Alliance, participation was granted. If Jiang High Beast Academy could reach the national finals, the publicity would far surpass any self-promotional videos. However, that was a distant thought. Winning the competition was the priority. Jiang Chen refocused and promptly activated his all-knowing eye to begin his assessment. Name, Extreme Electric Leopard. Attribute, Lightning. Level, Awakening Tier 3. Qualification, Mid-Tier Silver. Quality, Rare. Exclusive trait, Instant Thunder. Absorbs surrounding electrical energy and stores it within the lightning patterns on its body, allowing for instantaneous bursts of speed when needed. Skills, Discharge, Beginner. Robust Physique, Beginner. Thunderstrike Assault, Intermediate. After reviewing the information on this extreme electric leopard, Jiang Chen became enlightened and began contemplating its cultivation route. Li Ninger's extreme electric leopard is an exceptionally rare female. Unlike other feline beasts, female extreme electric leopards tend to be larger and possess greater attack power than their male counterparts, with a remarkable male-to-female ratio of 1 to 10. It is evident that Li Ninger must have exerted considerable effort to acquire this beast. The instant thunder trait is quite impressive, and in conjunction with its skill Thunderstrike Assault, it can unleash remarkable speed. Thus, its role is clearly defined as a high-speed assassin. And with the formidable offensive capabilities of the lightning attribute, its assassination threat surpasses that of beasts of other attributes. Under such conditions, its cultivation direction has been firmly established. However, this extreme electric leopard evidently bears several hidden injuries from its recent contract, necessitating a thorough cleansing before embarking on its cultivation to achieve optimal results. Meanwhile, Zhang Fong has begun concocting potions. He had previously cultivated this crystal wolf, which follows a defensive route. The crystals on its body signify its physical strength. With hues of yellow, orange, gold, and red, after its initial cultivation, it is now just a step away from orange. A heavy dose of medicine could potentially elevate it to the second tier, though this might slightly affect its potential, nonetheless, as long as it can defeat Jiang Chen. Such concerns become trivial. Although the crystal wolf has already reached its second form, it remains at mid-tier silver quality, thus its classification can only be at the commander level. Sacrificing a bit of potential is a small price to pay, as long as it remains strong at this stage. You seem uncertain about how to cultivate that beast. Jiang Chen, I advise you to concede gracefully, lest you ruin your reputation by mishandling a student's beast, Zhang Fong taunted. A cold smile creeping onto his lips as he noticed Jiang Chen's lack of action. You needn't worry about that, Jiang Chen retorted sharply, then approached the extreme electric leopard. Upon seeing this, the leopard's fur bristled defensively, flickering with traces of lightning. Yet, Jiang Chen merely smiled gently, his hands emanating a blue aura of beast mastery as he reached forward. Li Ninger's pupils constricted in alarm as she exclaimed, "Be careful. The extreme electric leopard can indeed bite." However, before she could finish, she witnessed a stunning spectacle. The moment Jiang Chen's hand made contact with the extreme electric leopard, its body relaxed completely, and a look of comfort washed over its eyes. How could this be? Li Ninger stared in disbelief. To tame the extreme electric leopard, she had endured numerous attacks from it, still bearing scars from its electric shocks. The only reason it agreed to submit was due to a golden tier lightning fruit her father had given her. Yet even now, she could merely command the leopard. Should it find itself in a passive state during battle, it would revert to its own instincts. She simply could not fathom how Jiang Chen managed to induce such a state in the wary beast. Unbeknownst to Li Ninger, there was someone who understood. Yu Yuntao maintained his composure, yet the spilled tea on the table betrayed his astonishment. Breeding technique. Who would have thought Jiang Chen possessed such a skill? Moreover, judging by his current state, it was evident that this breeding technique was of no low caliber. It appeared that his granddaughter had truly stumbled upon a gem. Breeding techniques are exceedingly rare, typically only attainable within ancestral secret realms or through personal comprehension. To his knowledge, only the elderly president of the Breeder Association in Jiang City could utilize such techniques, and even then, only at the most basic level. Observing Jiang Chen's fluid motions, those present with even a modicum of breeding experience couldn't help but cast their gazes upon him. At that moment, he radiated like the sun, drawing others toward him. Sun Jinxian, a member of the university's school team, also came to her senses. How could she not be aware of breeding techniques? What other secrets did this junior possess? Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Jiang Chen closely. The value of breeding techniques is immense, even outside. She had contemplated hiring an adept breeder to condition her own beast, which would require a substantial cost. Yet Jiang Chen directly employed such a skill on a student. Li Ninger was aware of Jiang Chen's commendable talent, having promised her scholarship to recruit her in previous years. However, that talent alone could not justify Jiang Chen overlooking such a significant opportunity for personal gain. What was his true intention? At that moment, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to Sun Jinshuan's thoughts, fully engrossed in the task of refining the extreme electric leopard's meridians. He had slightly misjudged its condition earlier. Its meridians were somewhat fragile, clearly indicating it was a premature specimen. Its robust appearance was merely a result of the robust physique skill. He felt he had incurred a significant loss this time. Nevertheless, now that he had commenced the cultivation process, Jiang Chen would not halt. This was his professional code as a breeder. Chapter 200, Cultivating the Extreme Electric Leopard. Jiang Chen's hands glowed with blue light as the power of beast mastery flowed into the extreme electric leopard with each press. He meticulously refined its meridians, gradually compensating for the deficiencies caused by its premature birth. As the beast's master, Li Ninger was the most attuned to its changes. The Li family is a third-tier aristocratic clan composed of mountain herders, possessing only one breeding plan that leads to the Lord tier. The extreme electric leopard was inadvertently captured by her father during a mountain expedition, initially in a state of extreme weakness. It was rumored to have recently battled a mountain wolf, covered in wounds. After bringing it home and nurturing it for a period, it gradually regained strength, ultimately testing at silver quality. Such a tier of beginner beast is considered quite precious among third-tier families. Moreover, it would be difficult for her to find another beast of the same level in the near future. Not wanting to miss the upcoming academy competition, she ultimately chose to contract it. However, after the contract, she discovered that the extreme electric leopard exhibited a momentary stutter when releasing its skills, an issue the family's breeders could not resolve. She had planned to spend credits at the academy to seek Master's advice upon returning. But in this moment, she could sense the extreme electric leopard's gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Li Ninger gazed at Jiang Chen, her hands unknowingly dampened with sweat. Could he truly resolve the extreme electric leopard's issue? A flicker of hope ignited within her, as this could represent a significant amount of credits or materials of equivalent value. However, due to Jiang Chen's youth, she still found it hard to believe. Time ticked by. Jiang Chen, now beginning to perspire, exhaled a sigh of relief. This task was rather demanding. The meridians were exceedingly delicate, and he could not afford to be careless, requiring him to proceed meticulously. This consumed an immense amount of Jiang Chen's energy. Fortunately, the conclusion remains favorable. The meridians of the extreme electric leopard have been meticulously arranged by the dual perfectionist, and with a subsequent infusion of nutrients, it can fully recover. There even lies the potential for enhancement in its innate qualities. Observing the serene expression of the extreme electric leopard in slumber, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Teasing, "You seem to be sleeping quite comfortably. While I am utterly exhausted, you better make it up to me later." Jiang Chen rose to his feet, stretching his stiff arms and sweeping his gaze over Zhang Fang's nurturing platform. He had already prepared the elixir and administered it to the rock crystal wolf. Under the influence of the potion, the earth attribute energy continuously coalesced around the rock crystal wolf, forming a crystalline layer of earthy shell upon its surface. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow at the sight, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Was such a commotion typical when the rock crystal wolf's crystalline grade was elevated? However, he had no time to ponder this further and approached the nurturing platform directly. From his spatial pouch, he extracted a bottle of deep yellow honey, the royal jelly produced by the Thunder Queen from the Qingshan breeding base. Even Jiang Chen possessed only a meager amount of it. Yet, having come this far, he was determined to cultivate using the finest materials, lest his efforts go to waste. He scooped a small spoonful of royal jelly from the bottle, which glimmered with faint electrical sparks. "This instrument is truly a waste for my precious spoonful," Jiang Chen remarked disdainfully as he glanced at the antiquated equipment prepared by Sun Jinxian, remnants of several years past. This clearly illustrated the disdain Jianghai Beastmaster Academy held towards the breeding academy. "Once I enroll in school, I must ensure that Sun Jinxian acquires a set of the latest instruments." He proportioned the materials into the apparatus, allowing them to slowly extract and blend. Then, he moved to a clear space behind the nurturing platform and retrieved a large iron pot with a diameter of 2 meters. This was the potion brewing barrel Jiang Chen had kept after assisting Huang Xiaodian in treating his beast. He found it quite convenient. With no suitable instruments available, this pot would suffice perfectly. Jiang Chen lit a fire beneath the pot, then returned to the nurturing table. He placed 5 thunder attribute crystal cores into the device to extract their energy, which he subsequently poured into the pot. Following this, he added rare spiritual materials, thunder banana, white jade rock rhinoceros horn, bone forging herb, and fire python gallbladder. The students and teachers observing could not suppress their salivation. The cost of this concoction was astronomical. One cannot comprehend the value of firewood without managing a household. Sun Jinxian felt a pang in her heart. Over the years, she had overdrawn considerable funds to upgrade Jianghai Beastmaster Academy's breeding team, as the rankings in the National University League weighed heavily on such factors. Currently, half of the items in the school's warehouse were gathered bit by her and other senior teachers from external sources. Sun Jinchuan's gaze fixated on Jiang Chen's actions, her paper cup crumpling in her grip due to her intensity. "Jiang Chen, you better win. Otherwise, considering the resources I've already spent on you, I will certainly hold you accountable." Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, glancing out the window to see that the maple leaves had already turned a deep yellow. It seemed autumn had indeed arrived, bringing with it a hint of cold. He looked at the pot, now nearing completion, and slowly approached the extreme electric leopard, gently patting its head. "Wake up, no more sleeping." As it sensed someone calling, the extreme electric leopard gradually lifted its eyelids. Stretching like a cat, It then spotted Jiang Chen and immediately leaped onto him, its front paws resting on his shoulders, nuzzling its head against his face. When it prepared to lick him with its tongue, Jiang Chen was startled and quickly intervened. "All right, no more being coy. Off to the pot with you." He was joking, for the extreme electric leopard's tongue was lined with barbs sharper than knives. One lick could spell disaster for his face. Upon hearing this, the extreme electric leopard promptly dismounted from Jiang Chen and made its way toward the iron pot, gradually stepping in. At this moment, its trust in Jiang Chen had reached an alarming level. Had it not been for its prior contract with Li Ninger, it would have already sought refuge in Jiang Chen's embrace. Li Ninger, observing this, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Despite her long care for the extreme electric leopard, it had never shown such affection towards her, at most allowing her a few gentle pats. As the extreme electric leopard immersed itself in the medicinal broth, the concoction began nurturing its physical form. A glimmer of blue flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he monitored its condition. Despite Jiang Chen having restored its meridians, the extreme electric leopard had been deprived for too long, and thus, it was unable to benefit from supplementation in its current state. The potency of Jiang Chen's concoction was formidable, and it needed to undergo body tempering with the medicinal broth to ensure complete absorption. Time ticked by. The electric patterns on the extreme electric leopard's body grew increasingly radiant, and its previously earthy-toned fur began to transform into a golden hue. Meanwhile, Zhang Fang had completed nurturing his beast, and, upon witnessing the current state of the extreme electric leopard, a flicker of astonishment crossed his features. This fellow truly possesses such remarkable abilities. "No, I cannot allow this to continue," he feigned indifference, mockingly inquiring. "Jiang Chen, have you finished nurturing yet? Surely, you don't intend to take a whole day and night for this? I have many matters to attend to and cannot afford to waste time here." Jiang Chen cast a cold glance at him, retorting with a scoff. "Sometimes I truly wonder if your breeding certification was obtained through lax oversight or perhaps procured from someone else. Are you not aware that other breeders cannot be disturbed during their nurturing processes? Yet, since you are so eager to lose, I shall oblige." At this juncture, the extreme electric leopard had absorbed nearly enough. The once opaque medicinal broth had become transparent, with only some residue settling at the bottom of the pot. "Come now, drink this, and you shall undergo a complete transformation." Jiang Chen administered a vial of yellow elixir to the extreme electric leopard, and a surge of potent energy immediately radiated from its abdomen throughout its body. Though the royal jelly within tempered this energy, it still exceeded the limits of what the extreme electric leopard could physically endure, causing it to lapse into a state of near death, sprawled on the ground, occasionally flickering with electric sparks. Li Ninger rushed forward, her worried gaze fixed on the extreme electric leopard's pained expression. "Jiang Chen, what is happening? Is my extreme electric leopard going to be all right?" Jiang Chen intercepted her advance, assuring her, "Rest assured, the extreme electric leopard will not perish. This is a necessary process for its rebirth. Moreover, I have invested so much effort into it that even if it wished to die, I would not permit it." Li Ninger opened her mouth to speak further, but at that moment, Zhang Fang interjected, "You should exercise caution, classmate. Your extreme electric leopard possesses exceptional qualities and stands a good chance of advancing to the Lord level. If Jiang Chen exhausts its potential, it would be a significant loss." He discerned that Jiang Chen must have employed a method capable of draining potential, as he could feel the energy fluctuations emanating from the extreme electric leopard. Without such a drain, it would be impossible for it to exhibit its current performance. Jiang Chen slowly turned to face Zhang Fang, a glint of danger flashing in his gaze. "Zhang Fang, do not mistake me for yourself. You may resort to such measures for victory, but I cannot. In that direction, there lies a student whom some teachers regard with reverence. You must discern wisely." Jiang Chen was initially perplexed by Zhang Fang's cultivation of the crystal wolf and the peculiar phenomenon that had just unfolded. However, upon hearing Zhang Fang's earlier remarks, he comprehended the matter entirely. The cultivation he had just performed had undoubtedly drained the potential of that crystal wolf. This was a grave transgression in the art of beast fostering, a forbidden practice employed by all nurturers. Although such an overexertion of potential could yield rapid progress in the short term, the price paid might be the irrevocable loss of opportunities for evolution. Jiang Chen was astounded that Zhang Fang would resort to such morally reprehensible tactics merely to secure a victory over him. He was utterly unworthy of being called a nurturer. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhang Fang's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to the student beside him, saying, "Zhao Shun, do not heed that fool's slander. My crystal wolf has evolved under my guidance. How could I possibly harm it?" After calming Zhao Shun's emotions, Zhang Fang directed his gaze back to Jiang Chen, declaring, "Jiang Chen, cease your attempts to sow discord. How much longer do you intend to drag this out? If you cannot conclude your cultivation soon, you might as well concede. If you apologize, I may still consider granting you the position of assistant instructor. Jiang Chen, with a hint of a cold smile, retorted, whether you did or did not is not for us to decide. Once Dean Yu conducts his examination, the truth will be revealed. Instead of wasting time with me, you should expedite that inspection. Hearing Jiang Chen's unwavering tone, Zhao Shun felt a ripple of doubt in his heart. He had indeed sensed the crystal wolf's unease earlier, but his trust in Zhang Fong had prevented him from intervening. Zhao Shun then focused on the crystal wolf and suggested, Professor Zhang, since your cultivation is complete, why not allow the dean to conduct an early inspection? You doubt me. Zhang Fong was taken aback by Zhao Shun's words and shot him an incredulous glare. While he believed that his cultivation methods would go unnoticed by Yu Yuntao, he preferred to avoid any examination altogether. Of course not. It's merely that my classmates and I have taken on a school assignment to hunt the great-toothed sea lion, and they are currently waiting for me at the school gate. Zhao Shun cleverly fabricated an excuse. Zhang Fong's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. I understand, but since we are in the midst of a competition, leaving too early could affect the outcome. Please wait a little longer. He then turned to Jiang Chen, stating, Jiang Chen, I shall grant you 5 more minutes. If your cultivation is not complete by then, you shall concede. I do not have the luxury of time to indulge you. As he finished speaking, the extreme electric leopard lying on the ground erupted with radiant lightning. It had fully absorbed the energy of the potion. Jiang Chen, ignoring Zhang Fong, began to observe the condition of the extreme electric leopard. With a deep roar, it sprang to its feet, having undergone a dramatic transformation. Its once earthy fur had turned to a resplendent gold, with black electric patterns dancing across its form, occasionally flashing with arcs of lightning. Its size had also increased significantly. Standing at least 1 meter tall at the shoulders, its muscles well-defined. The streamlined physique lent it an air of elegance. On the stage, Li Ninger gazed in shock at the transformed extreme electric leopard, her mouth agape. Is this truly the extreme electric leopard? It is as if it has transformed from one realm to another. Were it not for witnessing Jiang Chen's cultivation firsthand, I would have believed it to be an entirely different beast. The extreme electric leopard, having absorbed every last vestige of energy, let out a thunderous roar, releasing years of pent-up frustration. It had never experienced such a liberating sensation. The creature turned to Jiang Chen and approached him. What unfolded next left everyone present in disbelief. The extreme electric leopard bent its forelimbs slightly, as though kneeling before Jiang Chen. How is this possible? Zhang Fong exclaimed incredulously. It is well known that feline beasts are notoriously proud. Some may even abandon their trainers due to perceived inadequacies. Yet, Jiang Chen had somehow compelled an extreme electric leopard to kneel before him. How had he achieved this? Was this creature truly an anomaly? Jiang Chen was equally astonished by the sight of the kneeling extreme electric leopard. He immediately crouched down and gently stroked its neck. The texture was far superior to the initial touch, akin to caressing high-quality fur. Little leopard, there is no need for such reverence. My intention in nurturing you was purely self-serving. Your remarkable progress is a testament to your own perseverance. Jiang Chen spoke truthfully. While his cultivation had posed no life-threatening risk, the processes of channeling energy and brewing potions were arduous. Had the extreme electric leopard not endured, even the most formidable methods would not have yielded such results. Rising slowly, Jiang Chen fixed his gaze upon Zhang Fong, his voice cold as ice. Professor Zhang, I have completed my cultivation. Are you prepared to relinquish the position of professor? Today, Jiang Chen was determined to expose this parasite of the nurturing world, intent on rendering him infamous. In a moment of disbelief, Jiang Chen's voice rang out, drawing the attention of all present. The students stared wide-eyed at the stage, astonished. They were aware that Jiang Chen and Zhang Fong were engaged in a competition, yet they had no inkling of the stakes involved, let alone that it was for the professorship. Due to the institution's low ranking, there were only 5 professorships available, 3 of which belonged to the Beast Tamer Academy, leaving 2 under Zhang Fong and Yu Yuntao. The title of professor held considerable weight, as many would regard it with a sense of trepidation. After all, one could never know how many accomplished students had emerged from a professor's tutelage. The nurturing department professorship was the most coveted of all. Jiang Chen, are you not a tad overconfident? Do you truly believe victory is assured? Zhang Fong seethed inwardly, feeling the sting of being so publicly belittled for the first time since his ascension as a nurturer. Young man, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Do not find yourself sold out while naively thinking you have gained the upper hand. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Jiang Chen responded with a scoff. Was this a threat? Ironically, threats were the least of his concerns. No need for your concern, he retorted, before turning to Yu Yuntao and stating, Dean Yu, we have completed our cultivation. Please proceed with the inspection. Dean Yu surveyed both contestants, already possessing the answer to who was superior. However, For the sake of clarity for all in attendance, he declared, "In that case, let us commence. As Professor Jiang chose his beast first, you shall present yours first." Understood. Zhang Fong slightly bowed, then led the crystal wolf to the center of the stage. He randomly selected a student from the audience to initiate an attack on the crystal wolf. At that moment, the crystal formations adorning its body had transformed entirely into a vibrant orange, with several glinting with golden hues. Although the student's beast was of equal rank, the ensuing attacks appeared quite fearsome, yet in truth, they inflicted minimal damage. The defensive prowess of this crystal wolf is astonishing. The defense of the crystal wolf is intricately linked to the crystalline formations adorning its body, shimmering in hues of yellow, orange, gold, and red. Professor Zhang, with his expertise, has cultivated it to a level that radiates a golden-orange brilliance, truly a testament to his skills as a mid-level beast tamer. It seems that Jiang Chen is destined to lose this round. Sun Jinxian has been intently observing the crystal wolf, although she lacks knowledge in beast taming. She is well-versed in beast mastery. At this moment, bolstered by its formidable defense, this crystal wolf could easily challenge opponents 3 levels below its own rank. Even amongst students from the same tier school, such combat ability would be formidable even within the ranks of the Jiang High Academy's elite team. She glanced at Jiang Chen, her heart racing with trepidation. "Well, Professor Zhang has finished his demonstration. Now it's your turn, Xiaoqing." Jiang Chen nodded and addressed the extreme electric leopard. "Go forth and showcase your newly acquired abilities." With a mighty roar, the extreme electric leopard leapt onto the stage, its presence surging with palpable energy. The crystal wolf sensed a flicker of trepidation at the sight of its opponent. Zhao Shun, watching from the sidelines, was taken aback. What is happening? A rock creature is intimidated by a beast of the awakening tier? What has this leopard learned under Jiang's tutelage? As he pondered this, the extreme electric leopard began to dart around the stage with rapid agility, its aura gradually dissipating as its speed increased. In the end, even the esteemed teachers, who possessed advanced beasts, would struggle to perceive its presence without close scrutiny. This is thunder concealment. Sun Jinxian gasped, unable to believe her eyes. How could a silver-tier awakening beast possibly master such an advanced skill? Thunder concealment is a high-level lightning attribute technique that enables the user to shroud their presence while simultaneously enhancing their speed, a coveted ability among assassin-type beasts. She knew that the extreme electric leopard did not possess this skill in its bloodline. How on earth did Jiang Chen achieve this? Sun Jinxian turned her gaze towards Yu Yuntao, hoping he could shed some light on the matter. Jiang Chen had elevated the quality of this extreme electric leopard, seemingly even purifying a fragment of its bloodline. Yu Yuntao was also taken aback. He had only just discerned that Jiang Chen had improved the beast's quality. Yet he had not realized the latter's bloodline purification was no trivial feat. It bore a relation to evolution. Evolution signifies a leap in bloodline, a progression towards the future, while bloodline purification evokes the ancient lineage of a beast from millennia past, guiding it along a path of evolution. This method of evolution is, in many respects, even more challenging than standard evolution. Could it be that Jiang Chen has mastered such techniques? Alas, Jiang Chen had not yet fully grasped this. This was his first attempt at purifying a beast. However, it did provide him with unique insights. Perhaps this method could be employed in future cultivations. Upon hearing Yu Yuntao's words, all the students present were left in stunned silence, gazing enviously at Li Ning'er on the stage. Setting aside the bloodline purification, merely enhancing the quality of a beast is a rare and coveted achievement. Such a technique is not fully mastered even by mid-level beast tamers. It is statistically fortunate to encounter it once in 10 attempts. Only those of advanced rank or higher can fully command such techniques. Engaging a beast master of such caliber would require at least 1 million, a sum that is exorbitant for the vast majority, and even if one possessed the funds, securing their services is a challenge without the right connections. It is simply remarkable that such fortune has befallen a sophomore like Li Ning'er. This cultivation could very well dictate the course of her future. For the next 3 years, her position on the school team is all but secured. At this moment, Li Ning'er stood in a daze, gazing at her extreme electric leopard, her heart tumultuous with emotions. She had not anticipated Jiang Chen's remarkable capabilities. No wonder he had expressed disdain for the beasts of Jiang High Academy this morning. With such prowess, it was indeed no wonder they failed to capture his interest. Li Ning'er turned to the slightly younger man beside her, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Beast Tamer Jiang, for your cultivation. I was mistaken this morning. I misjudged you. I will surely repay you for this cultivation." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. As a teacher at this school, assisting students in cultivating their beasts is my duty. Besides, your extreme electric leopard has helped me secure a position as a professor, so I am not at a loss." Turning to Zhang Fong, Jiang Chen inquired, "What do you think of the beast I have cultivated?" Zhang Fong, now utterly flabbergasted, shook his head in disbelief. "This is impossible. How could you possibly enhance the quality of the extreme electric leopard? You must have cheated. There is no other explanation. Director Yu, Jiang Chen has cheated." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuntao merely snorted coldly. "Zhang Fong, you have lost this time. Save yourself some dignity." "No, I haven't lost. Even if the quality of the extreme electric leopard has improved, my crystal wolf has also seen enhancements. This can only be deemed a tie." "Zhang Fong, while others may not discern your cultivation methods, I certainly can. I intended to grant you a semblance of dignity and resolve this privately. But it appears that is no longer necessary. You have violated the fundamental tenets of beast taming by exhausting a beast's potential for your own gain. I have already reported you to the Beast Tamer Association. You are unworthy of the title of Beast Tamer." Upon hearing Yu Yuntao's words, Zhao Shen's face turned pale. Zhang Fong had indeed exploited the potential of the crystal wolf to achieve enhancement. Chapter 203, Zhang Fong, the Fallen Beast Tamer. "Professor Zhang, you truly sacrificed the potential of the crystal wolf for its cultivation? How could you do such a thing?" Zhao Shen's eyes were now bloodshot. His admission into Jiang Hai Beast Academy hinged upon this very crystal wolf. Although it was not particularly rare, cultivating it to this level had drained his family's savings. Now, due to a mere competition, its opportunity for evolution had been irrevocably lost, igniting his fury. "It's merely a crystal wolf." Zhang Fong, consumed by rage, had lost all sense of reason. He had secured his position as vice principal at great cost, and now that he had lost, he could only imagine the dire consequences awaiting him. "I am merely comparing which beast has undergone greater enhancement. The current prowess of the crystal wolf can at least rival that of an extraordinary mid-tier beast. What is there to complain about? You are merely a student from a third-tier academy. Given the current strength of the crystal wolf, it should suffice for you to earn a bit of pocket money. Once you have funds, you can cultivate another beast." Zhang Fong had little regard for the students of this academy, dismissing them as mere luckier students in the beast specialization. He believed that no true genius could emerge from such a place. Only someone as naive as Sun Jinxian would think that success could be bought with money. Jiang Chen, upon hearing Zhang Fong's words, could not help but smirk in amusement. It mattered not what Zhang Fong thought. However, he should never have voiced such sentiments aloud, especially not in a manner that made the sacrifice of a student's beast's potential seem like a gift. This time, he was finished. As Jiang Chen had anticipated, the expressions of the students in the audience turned grim. Most of them owned only one primary battle beast, and its quality was on par with that of the crystal wolf. Zhang Fong's words had undoubtedly incited the wrath of the crowd. "Get down. How dare you call yourself a teacher?" The students erupted in a fervor, some even hurling discarded objects towards Zhang Fong in a fit of rage. "How outrageous. You worthless bunch. Do you not understand the meaning of respecting your teachers?" Zhang Fong's fury ignited as he surveyed the crowd below. Summoning his beast, he unleashed a creature cloaked in dark energy, possessing a single eye and enormous claws flanking its shadowy form. "Jiang Chen, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would not have found myself in this predicament. If I am to perish, you shall not escape unscathed." The method of consuming a beast's potential for nurturing was forbidden. Discovery of such a practice would result in revocation of one's nurturing license, branding them as a fallen beast master. Despite his covert tactics, he had not anticipated being uncovered by Jiang Chen and Yu Yuntao, who had reported him to the Nurturing Association. Should he be apprehended by the association, it would spell his doom. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Jiang Chen before that could transpire, a means of venting his wrath. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted as he beheld the approaching beast, a lower-tier shadow demon. "How dare you?" The shadow demon was a malevolent spirit-type creature, feeding solely on life energy. It absorbed the life force from beast masters to enhance its own strength, making it a rare choice for contracts. Decades ago, a prodigious beast master had devised an alternative nurturing method, siphoning energy from others. But this technique had swiftly been condemned as forbidden sorcery, permanently outlawed. Nevertheless, that master had refused to relinquish this shortcut, ultimately being exiled from the Great Xia and still eluding capture. The inaugural class of the Nurturing Academy at Magic City University perpetually recounted the tale of this nurturing genius, serving as a cautionary tale. Jiang Chen. Yu Yuntao was astonished to discover that Zhang Fong was indeed a fallen master, having contracted a shadow demon. He summoned his iron-eating beast, racing towards the stage. If Lu Guodong learned that his probing had resulted in Jiang Chen's demise at the hands of a fallen nurturer, it would be catastrophic. In that critical moment, a small creature emerged from Jiang Chen's sleeve, unleashing a thunderous dragon roar. It transformed from its disguise into a mighty dragon, placing itself before Jiang Chen. Though it could not defeat the Lord-tier shadow demon, It could stall it for precious seconds, ample time for the iron-eating beast to arrive. Damn it! Zhang Fong cursed silently, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the dragon-like creature. Shadow Demon, Mist of Shadows. Realizing he could not kill Jiang Chen, he commanded the demon. A damp, sinister fog enveloped the area as he nimbly leapt from the window, soaring away atop a massive black bird. Moments later, the iron-eating beast dispelled the fog, leaving behind shattered glass and the minuscule figure of Zhang Fong, now a distant speck. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, knowing that allowing his escape was far from favorable. At that moment, Sun Jinxian rushed forward. Jiang Chen, are you alright? He shook his head, his gaze suddenly fixating on the fleeing Zhang Kaiwen. Xiao Qing, intercept him. Xiao Qing immediately complied, darting in front of Zhang Kaiwen, emitting another dragon roar. Startled by the sudden appearance of the dragon, he stumbled and fell. Let the students leave. Jiang Chen instructed Sun Jinxian coldly. His mood was far from pleasant. While Zhang Fong was not formidable, the sensation of being targeted was unsettling. And who knew if others lurked behind him? I understand. Sun Jinxian nodded before dispersing the students. Moments later, the vast auditorium was left with only Jiang Chen, Sun Jinxian, Yu Yuntao, and the bound Zhang Kaiwen. Jiang Chen stood before him, his expression a stormy hue. Speak. When did you and your grandfather fall? I have not fallen. Zhang Kaiwen protested vehemently. I am a top student from the Qingnong Medical Academy. How could I possibly fall? Despair clawed at him as he realized his grandfather was a fallen master, dragging him into this mess. While others faced paternal betrayal, he faced a grandparent's treachery. Do you expect me to believe that? You are your grandfather's only grandson. How could you be ignorant of his affairs? Jiang Chen retorted, recalling Sun Jinxuan's earlier introduction. I truly do not know. Zhang Kaiwen exclaimed desperately. How could I, being so young, be aware of his past? He fervently explained. Aware that any association with a fallen master could ruin him, he had just graduated and had a bright future ahead. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed deeper. Could he genuinely be unaware? Had he noticed nothing amiss while trailing Zhang Fong? I advise you to recall carefully, otherwise, do not blame me for turning you over to the Bureau of Guardians. At the mention of the Bureau, Jiang Chen's pupils dilated in alarm. Being captured by them would make escape nearly impossible. After a moment of silence, he steeled himself. Since you refuse to take me with you, do not blame your grandson for what follows. Yes, my grandfather has a secret chamber at home, one he forbids even me from entering. The last time I attempted to sneak in out of curiosity, he scolded me fiercely. In hindsight, there must be something unspeakable within. Jiang Chen frowned at this revelation. Turning to Sun Jinxian. Handle this one. As for Zhang Fong's lair, I will inform the Songhai army, and please send me all pertinent information about the school's upper echelons. Jiang Chen no longer trusted anyone within the institution. Sun Jinxian opened her mouth, hesitating to voice her thoughts, but ultimately remained silent. I understand. I will ensure that the professorship I promised you will be granted. This was my oversight. Once this matter is resolved, I will compensate you. Jiang Chen merely nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further. He was determined to confront that old man Zhang Fong. Chapter 204. Assassination, a cataclysmic explosion. Upon leaving the auditorium, Jiang Chen promptly called the Songhai army. Before long, Han Haiyang arrived at the entrance of Zhanghai Beast Academy with a contingent of personnel. Uncle Han, you have arrived. Jiang Chen greeted him with an impassive expression. Xiao Chun, what happened? Were you not here to report? How did you encounter a fallen beast master? Han Haiyang inquired with a hint of exasperation. Jiang Chen had indeed been experiencing a streak of misfortune. The term fallen beast master had not graced Jiang City for ages, making it astonishing that Jiang Chen had stumbled upon such an occurrence. Jiang Chen did not withhold details, recounting the events that transpired in the auditorium. A Lord-tier shadow demon? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Han Haiyang grasped the gravity of the situation. A Lord-tier shadow demon could not be contracted by an ordinary old man unless he had attained master-level status as a beast master. However, Zhang Fong clearly did not meet this criterion. He must have employed forbidden sorcery. Moreover, he had likely claimed many lives. We must act swiftly. As you mentioned, Zhang Fong is the vice principal of this school. If he becomes aware of our pursuit, he may attempt to obstruct us. Agreed. Jiang Chen has obtained Zhang Fong's address from Zhang Kaiwen and promptly forwarded it to Han Haiyang. The military vehicle of the Songhai army immediately set off towards the destination. However, they were unaware of a shadow lurking in the dark, observing them. Speeding along, the vehicle came to a halt at a villa situated in the outskirts. The estate was expansive, boasting 4 stories, and its exterior appeared unremarkable. It was not uncommon for a mid-level beast tamer to possess such a villa in the countryside. In fact, it seemed somewhat modest. As Jiang Chen opened the car door and led Han Haiyang and the others into the courtyard, an unsettling chill surged up from the ground. What is the matter? Why is it significantly colder here than outside? Han Haiyang inquired, surveying the surroundings. Upon hearing Han Haiyang's words, Jiang Chen too felt that something was amiss. The vast villa was devoid of even a single servant to assist. This was clearly inconsistent with Zhang Fang's character, according to the information provided by Sun Jinxian. He was known to treat even teachers at school like servants. Jiang Chen's pupils flickered with a hint of blue as he scanned the area. At last, he uncovered the source of his unease. He approached a tree, noticing that the soil here was slightly darker than in other areas, with a peculiar red flower blooming above it. The chill surrounding them emanated from this very plant. Name: Hand of the Underworld. Quality: Golden Intermediate. Description: This plant can only survive in the soil of the underworld, possessing a potent chill. It is said to be a plant from hell, and consuming it may grant beast tamers a chance to harness the frigid essence from the underworld. This particular specimen is not yet mature. As Jiang Chen gazed at the flower, a foreboding thought crept into his mind. The so-called underworld soil, while poetically named, is unflatteringly referred to as the soil for burying corpses. Many who contract ghost-type beasts seek such mystical materials, and thus, it can be purchased with a bit of coin. However, its effects are fleeting. The patch here was evidently something else entirely. He retrieved a shovel from his spatial bag, an implement he had used for farming at the Qingshan base, forged from durable material. Xiao Chen, have you discovered something? Han Haiyang approached Jiang Chen, observing his cautious actions. Jiang Chen nodded, explaining as he dug, "This soil is from the underworld. I suspect Zhang Fang has buried something beneath it. Otherwise, it would not sustain this spiritual plant." As Jiang Chen continued to excavate, he suddenly felt the shovel strike something solid and unyielding. He swiftly withdrew the shovel, only to be taken aback by what lay within. What the hell? Han Haiyang's pupils constricted at the sight in the pit, and he promptly commanded, "Xiao Hao, seal off this villa, then notify the guards." Inside the hole was a pitch-black skull, and that was merely the surface. Who knows what lay deeper? Jiang Chen managed to regain his composure. Picking up the shovel and casually plucking the hand of the underworld from the ground, his expression darkening. "Uncle Han, we must investigate further. There is certainly something within this villa." All right. The two made their way toward the villa, but as they reached the entrance, Han Haiyang suddenly halted Jiang Chen. "Wait. There's a sound inside." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's pupils dilated, and he calmed himself. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the sound of a clock ticking echoed from within the villa. Suddenly, Han Haiyang realized something, shouting, "Everyone back away." Without hesitation, he grasped Jiang Chen's hand and dashed toward the fence. It was at that moment that the ticking grew increasingly pronounced, culminating in a thunderous explosion. A brilliant mushroom cloud erupted from the villa, the force of the blast toppling the nearby soldiers of the Songhai army. Flames soared into the sky, spreading a bizarre odor throughout the area. Jiang Chen found himself sprawled on the ground, covered in dust, a sharp pain radiating from his body as his shirt became saturated with blood. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, rising to his feet and covering his mouth and nose with his hand as he spoke to Han Haiyang. "Uncle Han, this smell is suspicious. We need to leave." Agreed. In the shadows, a figure clad in black observed that the Songhai army had suffered no casualties and sighed before vanishing from sight. In Jiang City, within a resplendent clubhouse, Zhang Fang knelt on the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably. "How dare you, Zhang Fang? You've squandered your professorship and exposed your identity. Is this how you repay me for facilitating your breakthrough to Quasi-Master status?" A corpulent middle-aged man sat before him, a cigar dangling from his lips, his tone devoid of any emotion. This was the vice president of Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy, Chao Hongwei. "Principal Chao, this is not my fault. It was all that Jiang Chen's doing. If it weren't for him, I would never have been exposed. Please, grant me another chance." Chao Hongwei inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke into Zhang Fang's face. "Another chance? Just received word that thanks to your delightful grandson, your stronghold has been compromised. If I hadn't been prepared, the Songhai army would have discovered what lies within your villa. You are no longer fit to remain in Jiang City." Upon hearing Chao Hongwei's words, Zhang Fang's pupils constricted sharply, and he crawled toward Chao Hongwei in desperation. "Principal, I still have value. Spare me this once. My shadow demon is a lord-level beast. I can assist you when you seize the academy." Chao Hongwei merely chuckled, kicking him away. In that instant, a much larger shadow demon emerged from the ground. Realizing what was about to happen, Zhang Fang scrambled toward the exit in a panic. But escape was futile. He was swiftly consumed by the enormous shadow demon, reduced to a darkened husk. Zhang Fang's own shadow demon attempted to resist, but it was no match and was absorbed as well. After concluding this grim affair, Chao Hongwei beckoned to his subordinates, instructing, "Find a few people to take Zhang Fang and stage a commotion in a nearby city. Leave his body behind to divert the attention of the guard and the Songhai army away from Jiang City." Understood. You may leave. Sun Jinxian. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Your luck may not hold next time. Jiang Beast Taming Academy will be mine. Chapter 205. The news brought by Huang Tianming. The news of Jiang Chen's explosion soon reached Huang Tianming and the others. At Jiang City First Hospital, in the VIP ward, the room was now filled to capacity. Jiang Chen lay on the hospital bed, tightly bandaged. Zhong Kai, were you not responsible for protecting Jiang Chen? Where are your men? Huang Tianming's eyes blazed with fury. Setting aside the fact that Jiang Chen was his nephew, he had just secured victory for the Songhai army in the Grand Legion competition, gaining a wealth of resources. He was now a highly sought-after figure throughout Jiang City, yet here lay Jiang Chen, injured beyond recognition. How could this happen? Especially under the protection of the Songhai army? Was this not a slap in the face? Zhong Kai found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed his oversight. Jiang Chen had gone to the academy on official business, so he hadn't taken anyone along. He had assumed there would be no issues, leaving him to train Huang Xiaodian at the Qingshan breeding base. However, he had not anticipated such an incident. Recalling his earlier confident assertions, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. I will go to Jiang Beast Taming Academy and capture that vice president. As he spoke, Zhong Kai prepared to rush out of the room. Wait. At that moment, a feeble voice emanated from the bed. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. The sharp scent of disinfectant flooding his nostrils, confirming that he was indeed in a hospital. Jiang Chen, you're awake. Huang Tianming exclaimed, hastening towards him. Jiang Chen nodded, struggling to rise. A sharp pain immediately shot through his back when Wan approached the foot of the bed and adjusted it for him. Thank you. Jiang Chen expressed his gratitude, then turned to Huang Tianming. Uncle Huang, you're here. What about Uncle Han and the others? Are they all right? Huang Tianming shook his head in response. After all, he is a quasi-master level beast tamer, and clad in battle armor. The explosion couldn't harm him. He is currently assisting the Guardian Division in investigating at Zhangfang's villa. Have any findings emerged? Jiang Chen inquired eagerly, realizing that the explosion was intended to eliminate him. It made no sense to use a time bomb merely for the purpose of destroying evidence. He struggled to comprehend why someone of his status, a professor at the Jiang Beast Taming Academy, warranted such a significant investment from the individuals behind Zhangfang. Aren't they afraid of the Guardian Division? Huang Tianming shook his head again. The explosives used in this incident were substantial. The entire villa was reduced to ruins. Han Haiyang uncovered 20 charred skeletons in the villa's basement. 20? Jiang Chen's pupils dilated in shock. Zhangfang was truly deranged. However, with so many missing, how could the Guardian Division remain oblivious? Huang Tianming fell silent for a moment before responding. These individuals were all procured by Zhangfang from the black market. The Guardian Division is unaware and will not investigate. Jiang Chen could not suppress a cold laugh. What a black market. I find myself increasingly curious about its true nature. By the way, Uncle Huang, has there been any investigation into that vice principal behind Zhangfang? There has, Huang Tianming nodded. He is a quasi-master level beast tamer. When we located him, he was training at a dojo, and after reviewing the surveillance footage, there seemed to be no issues. Moreover, due to the incident disclosed by Governor Mo at the Legion Grand competition, many individuals have arrived in Jiang City, and the mayor has insisted on suppressing this matter. Huang Tianming's expression turned grim as he gazed at Jiang Chen. He longed to apprehend Chao Hongwei and interrogate him thoroughly. However, he could not afford to act recklessly, as he was not a lone wolf, but rather had many brothers to consider. You might as well forego the Jiang Beast Taming Academy. It's merely a professor's position. With your capabilities, in a few years, your master could secure you a professorship in Magic City. Jiang Chen shook his head in disagreement. There is no such thing as a foolproof defense against thieves. Regarding the bomb incident, even if that principal is not the mastermind, he must undoubtedly be involved. I cannot believe such coincidences exist in this world. I must assume the role of professor. Only by remaining within the academy can I discern their true intentions. Huang Tianming sighed, saying, your temperament mirrors your father's. Since you have made up your mind, go ahead. But do remember to prioritize your safety at all times. Zhong Kai must be by your side. Additionally, you should expedite the recruitment process. Not long ago, Governor Mo held a meeting. One of the initially opened fissures is likely the new one in Jiang City. He is expected to make a formal announcement in 10 days, and when that happens, chaos will surely ensue in Jiang City. Even I cannot predict how this will unfold. Jiang Chen was taken aback. If that fissure indeed opened in Jiang City, it was imperative to swiftly enhance the strength of the Qingshan breeding base. According to the current information, the space fissures were fraught with danger, yet abundant with opportunities. Many factions would undoubtedly emerge at that time. After experiencing the recent explosion, Jiang Chen harbored grave doubts regarding the capabilities of the Guardian Division. The sheer number of explosives that had quietly appeared at the villa without their knowledge spoke volumes about their ineffectiveness. Who could say whether the Jiang city government or the aristocratic families held more power? Perhaps the mayor had been deterred from allowing the Songhai army to investigate due to external pressures. It was better to trust oneself than to rely on others. I understand. In a couple of days, I will take Zhong Kai to recruit a group from the black market. However, Uncle Huang, there is something I'm unsure if I should mention. What do you wish to say? Huang Tianming felt a twinge of unease, urging him to speak candidly. Just say it. There is no need for formality between us. Well, here it goes. Jiang Chen smiled before continuing. Uncle Huang, I wonder if you have any retired brothers in your ranks. Rest assured, I do not require many. Just 10 or 8 will suffice. Preferably akin to Wan and the others. As for compensation, I assure you they will not suffer loss. Thanks to Huang Tianming's management, the Songhai army, even if not particularly powerful in beast taming, boasted high-quality beast tamers. Wan executed her duties as a steward with remarkable efficiency, alleviating much of Jiang Chen's burdens. And she now oversaw all administrative tasks at the Qingshan breeding base. As for Xiaoyu, during his tenure on the front line, he was the top combat force of the Qingshan breeding base. Now, with the recovery of the Emerald Rock Lizard King, he was beginning to show his true potential. If the Qingshan breeding base could recruit a few more individuals of such caliber, formidable combat capabilities would soon be established. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Huang Tianming could not help but twitch his mouth. Am I to be your intermediary now? And you wish for them to be like Wan and her companion? Had they not been injured, they would not have been so easily available to you. 10 is too many. The number of intact retirees in the Songhai army is not as plentiful as you imagine. I can at most assist you in contacting 5, and they will all bear some injuries. However, since you managed to heal Xiaoyu, treating them should not pose a significant challenge. Upon hearing this, a smile flickered across Jiang Chen's lips. Thank you, Uncle Huang. Though 5 may not be 10, it is sufficient to form a protective detail, and most importantly, this detail will be trustworthy. Chapter 206, The Creation of Monoliths. After Huang Tianming's departure, Jiang Chen could no longer endure the medicinal odor permeating the hospital. He promptly requested Xiaoqing to cast a spring thunder spell for him. Once he regained mobility, he instructed Wan to seek a doctor for his discharge papers. However, the doctors were adamant about not permitting Jiang Chen to leave. After all, he was sent by Huang Tianming, a senior breeding master, and if anything were to happen, the hospital's reputation would be at stake. After much negotiation, they finally agreed, albeit with the condition that he must undergo a thorough examination to ensure his well-being before departing. After completing all the tests, it was already evening. Exhausted, Jiang Chen sat in the car, gazing out the window, acutely aware of the increased foot traffic around him. Presumably all newcomers. The beasts accompanying them were many that were not found in Jiang City. Numerous unfamiliar shops were being renovated along the streets, and occasionally, Guardian Division personnel could be seen patrolling. Wan, make sure Bawang doesn't take the Abyssal King Crocodile to the bay lately. With so many newcomers in Jiang City, there's bound to be some with ulterior motives, Jiang Chen said, resting his head on his hand as he addressed Wan, who was seated in the passenger seat. Currently, the most valuable beast within the entire Qingshan breeding base was the Abyssal King Crocodile. Jiang Chen aimed to breed them to produce the next generation of Qing Shui crocodiles, as the evolution of ordinary Qing Shui crocodiles was exceedingly challenging and required extensive preparation. In Jiang Chen's mind, the Qingshan breeding base is undoubtedly intended for the sale of spirit beasts, yet it is designed to operate under a high-end membership system. Only after spending a certain amount at the Qingshan breeding base can one purchase the corresponding spirit beasts. Nevertheless, even with this exclusivity, the quantity of Abyssal King crocodiles remains alarmingly low and must be increased during this period. After all, the name of the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly has already made waves in the Legion Grand Tournament, prompting numerous inquiries to Jiang Chen regarding it. Once the link on the Qingshan breeding base's official website goes live, the stock is sure to sell out quickly. I understand, Wan nodded, having sensed the current changes in Jiang City. Although the Abyssal King crocodile possesses remarkable potential, it has yet to mature, making it vulnerable to being targeted by other beast tamers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and began contemplating how to cultivate the future talents of the Qingshan breeding base. It is certainly impractical to utilize entirely different spirit beasts, as this would hinder the formation of a formidable combat force. They are guardians, not an adventure team. Synergy among spirit beasts is essential. After all, if one person's beast is a cat while another's is a mouse, they might end up fighting among themselves before even clashing with an enemy. However, it seems that the current selection of spirit beasts at the Qingshan breeding base does not meet such criteria. As Jiang Chen pondered these frustrations, his phone rang abruptly. Upon glancing at it, his brow furrowed at the sight of Mo Yueqing's name. What could she want? When he answered the call, a languid yet alluring voice floated through the receiver. I heard you encountered some trouble. Do you require assistance from my treasure pavilion? How did you know I was injured? Did you send someone to follow me? Jiang Chen's tone turned icy upon hearing her response. I have no time to monitor you. With such a commotion, it would be impossible for me not to notice. I merely called to remind you not to die. Remember your promise to me. Someone from my family will be visiting in a month, and I need you to make an appearance. Jiang Chen rhythmically tapped his fingers on the seat, reflecting on whether it had been too hasty to agree to such terms with Mo Yueqing for a sum of several million. After learning some details about the Mo family, he suspected that this woman might indeed be a member of that clan, albeit likely from a collateral branch. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Jiang City or chosen him. However, given the present circumstances, Jiang Chen was reluctant to have any dealings with the Mo family, the entity responsible for the spatial rift. Whether it be Mo Yunfeng or not, had been disclosed by him. No one could predict how events might unfold. If anything were to go awry, he would undoubtedly be the first to be blamed, potentially drawing the Mo family into the fray as well. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen tentatively inquired, Miss Mo. Upon reflection, our original contract seems somewhat rash. Would you consider renegotiating? You wish to breach the contract? The tone of Mo Yueqing's voice turned frigid on the other end of the line. Jiang Chen, I advise you to abandon such thoughts, or I may be compelled to eliminate you. Even through the phone, Jiang Chen sensed the murderous intent in her voice. She was not jesting. He quickly replied, I was merely inquiring. Rest assured, I will uphold the contract. Upon hearing his words, Mo Yueqing's tone softened once more. That's good. In light of your compliance, I shall generously share a piece of information with you. The vice principal of your school appears to have some connections with the local force, the Colossal Stone Creation. Why are you sharing this with me? Jiang Chen leaned back in his seat, speaking in a low voice. Nothing in particular, after all. You are the one I have chosen. The stronger your abilities, the better it is for me. Do not disappoint me. With that, Mo Yueqing abruptly ended the call. Leaning back in his seat, Jiang Chen stared at Mo Yueqing's avatar on the screen, inwardly cursing, what a mad woman. Does she expect me to deal with them? Stowing his phone away, Jiang Chen turned to Wenwan with a grim expression. Sister Wen, are you familiar with the Colossal Stone Creation? Wenwan was momentarily taken aback by his sudden question, but soon replied, the Colossal Stone Creation is a third-tier force in Jiang City, led by an individual named Xiahou Ba, who made his fortune through mining. However, I have heard that the mine they control is no longer sufficient for their needs. Mining, you say? Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. If Chao Hongwei truly had ties to the Colossal Stone Creation, acquiring some explosives from them should not pose a significant challenge. After all, mining cannot rely solely on spirit beasts. Explosives are essential. The more he considered this possibility, the more convinced he became. He promptly said, Sister Wen, please keep a close watch on the people from the Colossal Stone Creation in the coming days. Inform me of any news as it arises. Young master, have you uncovered something? I'm not entirely sure, but someone mentioned that Chao Hongwei may have connections with the Colossal Stone Creation. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, those in the vehicle were momentarily stunned. They were perplexed as to how Jiang Chen had obtained this information, especially since even Wenwan was unaware of it. After all, she had previously worked in the archives of the Songhai army. Could it be from that phone call? Though curious, Wenwan understood what questions were appropriate and which were not. Since Jiang Chen chose not to disclose further details, it was clear he wished to keep this information private. Understood. I will have my former acquaintances keep an eye on them. Thank you for your efforts. After tomorrow, once Uncle Huang's people arrive, you will have a bit more ease. Chapter 207, The Black Market. The next day, Jiang Chen and Wenwan stood amidst the sea of flowers in the Qingshan breeding base's secret realm, as the blooming fairy excitedly flitted around Jiang Chen, insisting on playing with Shaoqing. Young master, the employment certificate from the Jiang High Spirit Beast Academy has arrived. Wenwan calmly handed the certificate to Jiang Chen. Moreover, Principal Sun has sent over quite a bit of material, which I instructed them to leave at the entrance. Shall we accept it? This time, Sun Jinxian had sent an impressive array of items, mostly comprising silver-tier spirit beast materials, with a significant portion being crystal cores. If converted to currency, it would be worth at least 100,000. Wenwan couldn't help but silently scoff. Principal Sun is indeed quite extravagant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen placed the test tube containing the extracted flower dew into the storage device, then brushed the dirt off his hands and said, since it was sent by Senior Sun, you should accept it. After all, I risked my life to obtain it. Jiang Chen was unaware of whether Sun Jinxuan's intention in inviting him to the academy as a teacher was to turn him into a weapon against Chao Hongwei. However, circumstances were developing in that direction. Accepting her resources felt justified to Jiang Chen. He handed the already extracted flower dew to Wenwan and asked, how is the shop I asked you to find? The flower dew extracted from the splendid peony is already sufficient to produce a batch of perfume. With more and more people arriving in Jiang City, we should prepare to open for business. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Wenwan's expression revealed a hint of reluctance as she replied, "Young master, I have found a location. The shop measures 400 square meters, divided into 2 levels. It used to be a spirit beast club but went bankrupt due to poor management and is now seeking a buyer. However, the owner is only selling, not renting, and requires at least 6 million. The Qingshan breeding base does not have enough funds." 6 million. Jiang Chen's eyelids involuntarily twitched at the mention of the sum. He recalled that he had not even spent 6 million when purchasing the Qingshan. The audacity to demand such a lofty price for a mere 400 square meter abode. Recently, the funds from Lei Yufengdi have been recuperated, which would suffice for a purchase if truly necessary. However, Jiang Chen must also manage the Qingshan base. The sustenance for the beasts is a significant expenditure, but fortunately, with the advent of the secret realm, self-sufficiency has been achieved, thereby reducing some costs. Nonetheless, the Qingshan breeding base is currently at a pivotal stage of development, and Jiang Chen certainly cannot allocate all his funds towards acquiring a residence. This matter shall be set aside for the moment. What is the current situation with Wu Shi? Is there any new activity? She has recently registered a company named Tao Yao, which seems poised to launch a new product, with advertisements generating considerable buzz. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he promptly suggested, "What do you think about us capitalizing on her new company? You mean to compete directly with Tao Yao's new product?" Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively, stating, "Precisely. The brand equity of Qingzhou is undeniable. After all, it was once Wushi's enterprise. Even if she wishes to start anew, this fact cannot be brushed aside, and the public will inevitably make comparisons. If we can manage this aspect effectively, we could save a considerable sum." Wenwan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Jiang Chen's strategic thinking. This indeed presents a commendable approach. Moreover, should the perfume crafted by the young master manage to outshine Tao Yao, the ramifications of Qingzhou's leadership change would be entirely obliterated, potentially allowing for further advancement. The sole drawback lies in the fact that if this plan is set in motion, the relationship between the young master and Wu Shi would leave no opportunity for reconciliation. Yet, considering that Qingzhou was originally taken from her, how much better could a reconciliation truly be? At that moment, Jiang Chen had already begun to stride towards the door, declaring, "I shall entrust this matter to you. I am taking Uncle Zhong to the black market." The black market. Wenwan paused momentarily before inquiring, "Should we bring Xiaoyu along?" The black market is, after all, an area devoid of regulation, and relying solely on Uncle Zhong might prove perilous. She felt genuine trepidation, especially after Jiang Chen had just survived an assassination attempt. Who knows if the perpetrators have abandoned their intentions? Jiang Chen shook his head dismissively. No need. A larger group would only draw more attention. Besides, if even Uncle Zhong cannot withstand the situation, an additional person would be of little use. Let Xiaoga focus on training his men for now. Huang Tianming's personnel have already arrived. Their caliber is impressive. I was quite taken aback upon first meeting them. They are all novice beast tamers. Yet their contracted beasts are tied hounds, and they exhibit remarkable synergy, suggesting they have seen combat before. They were merely a bit injured and physically diminished, but they have since been healed by me. With proper training, they will quickly regain their combat capabilities, which will also help suppress the forces acquired in the black market. After departing the secret realm, Jiang Chen directly boarded Zhong Kai's vehicle, hastening towards their destination. By the time they reached the black market, the sun had already begun to set. This marketplace, obscured within the mountains, felt as though it belonged to a bygone era, with dim lighting and a pervasive stench. The merchants within either donned masks or had their heads wrapped in dark cloth. The cacophony of cries and sales pitches merged into a singular, chaotic symphony. This perfectly aligned with Jiang Chen's preconceived notions of the black market. He retrieved 2 dragon-shaped masks from his spatial pouch, affixing one to his face and handing the other to Zhong Kai. Given his identity as an educator, he needed to maintain a semblance of decorum. Being recognized in the black market would be undesirable. "Let us proceed," he declared, leading Zhong Kai into the marketplace. The thoroughfare was bustling with patrons. Some masked while others were not, yet all shared a common trait. They were adorned in lavish attire, starkly contrasting with the merchants surrounding them. As they traversed the path, Jiang Chen's perception of the black market began to shift. It was as if he had been transported to an ancient time. Iron cages lining the roadside held not only beasts, but even humans. Their faces were marred with unidentifiable filth, and their eyes were vacant, devoid of any spark of vitality. Jiang Chen was no saint. He could not save them all, nor did they fit his criteria for recruitment. He entered the largest establishment within the black market, the Hospitality House, a name he had learned from Huang Tianming. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's arrival, The proprietor assessed his attire and the imposing figure of Zhong Kai behind him, quickly deducing that Jiang Chen was either wealthy or of noble birth. With a broad smile, he approached, exclaiming, "Young master, may I inquire what you wish to purchase? I can procure anything for you." He wore a congenial expression, lowering himself considerably in demeanor, yet Jiang Chen perceived that he was a formidable individual, akin to Zhong Kai. "How should I address you?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Young master, you are mistaken. I am not the owner, merely a humble servant of the esteemed one. You may call me Old Ghost." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The proprietor of the hospitality house had a quasi-master level beast tamer refer to himself as a servant. It was no wonder that even the Shanghai army and the guarding division tacitly accepted the existence of the black market. "Old Ghost, I am here to purchase individuals." Old Ghost's heart leapt with joy at the prospect of a significant client, and he promptly responded, "Young master, you have indeed come to the right place. Who does not know that the quality of slaves at the hospitality house is unparalleled? Whether you seek the slender beauties of Guangling, the maidens of Yin City, the boat women of West Lake, or the maidens of Mount Tai, as long as you can afford it, you may procure them all here." Jiang Chen could not suppress a twitch of his lips. He had underestimated the scope of the hospitality house's offerings. The entities Old Ghost mentioned were not ordinary women, but rather those who had undergone training. They were required to master the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and etiquette to attain a certain standard to be deemed slender beauties. To find even one among 10 who met such criteria was commendable. Yet, these were relics of a century past. It was astonishing that the hospitality house still offered such wares. Clearly, his understanding of the beast taming world was quite superficial. "Old Ghost, you jest. What I seek this time are bodyguards." Jiang Chen lowered his voice and stated, "Bodyguards? We have those," Old Ghost exclaimed, tapping his forehead and slightly bowing as he gestured towards the rear hall. "Please, young master, our bodyguards are undoubtedly the finest in the entire Jiangnan province black market." Jiang Chen cast a glance towards the doorway behind him, then stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a different world altogether. The interior was expansive and brightly lit, a stark contrast to the dimness outside. Moreover, he was not the only group present. Others were already engaged in transactions. One man, clad in resplendent red attire and masked like the others, sat reclining on a sofa with his legs crossed, attended by four scantily clad women. "Old Ghost, it seems the hospitality house is thriving," Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. "Just making a living," Old Ghost chuckled, then added, "Please, take a seat here. Let me know if you require anything." Jiang Chen chose not to prolong the conversation, settling onto the sofa and stating, "I need 10 novice beast tamers. Preferably those whose contracted beasts belong to the same series." Upon hearing this, Old Ghost understood Jiang Chen's intentions. He likely represented a young master from an influential family aiming to cultivate his own private forces. This was a genuine man of wealth, unlike those who merely indulged in frivolities. Upon this realization, a broader smile adorned the Old Ghost's face, deepening the lines etched upon his visage. "Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly," he said, inclining his body slightly towards Jiang Chen before retreating. Observing his departure, Jiang Chen turned to Zhong Kai and inquired, "Uncle Zhong, what do you think of the strength of this hospitable establishment?" "Quite formidable," Zhong Kai replied, his expression turning grave. "This Old Ghost and that attendant over there are likely both elite beast masters of quasi-master caliber. However, I am unsure if there are any others present." "Most likely not." Jiang Chen assessed the surroundings and remarked, "After all, Jiang City is not magic capital. We are not yet in an era where masters abound. Yet, I suspect this is not the full extent of their capabilities. Once we procure the necessary items, we shall withdraw. This place gives me an unsettling impression." "Understood." At that moment, the Old Ghost re-entered, flanked by more than 10 shackled individuals, a mix of both men and women. The clanking of their chains echoed in the air. Approaching Jiang Chen, the Old Ghost smiled and inquired, "Young master, are you satisfied with these individuals?" Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the group, noting their condition was far superior to those confined in cages outside. Their garments were tattered and stained with blood, yet their eyes burned with a fierce hatred as they fixated on Jiang Chen. "Allow me to introduce them," Jiang Chen said coolly. "It is my honor." The Old Ghost nodded before continuing. These individuals were once part of a minor faction in Jiang City, the Hua Beast Duan family. They discovered a small secret realm of the rock element and sought to monopolize it, but were discovered by the stone constructs. In the ensuing conflict, the head of the Duan family was slain, along with a half-step Lord-level Flametail Red Armored Scorpion, leaving only these survivors. Upon hearing the Old Ghost's account, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that this group had been sold here by the stone constructs. The Flametail Red Armored Scorpion was a high-tier silver beast. Known in its initial form as the red-tail scorpion, capable of releasing fiery toxins and thriving on mineral sustenance. The family capable of taming such a beast could not be deemed insignificant. Yet, Jiang Chen was completely unaware of their demise. Coming to the jarring realization of how isolated his information had been, noticing Jiang Chen's prolonged silence, the old ghost assumed he was fearful of retaliation from the stone constructs and promptly reassured him, "Young master, you need not worry. The rules of the black market dictate that debts are cleared with payment. Since the stone constructs sold them to this hospitable establishment, they shall not take action against them. Otherwise, it would invite trouble for themselves." Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, "My concern lies not with that. These individuals hail from the same family. What if they harbor unwarranted thoughts?" This was Jiang Chen's primary concern. Those from the same lineage would undoubtedly be familiar with one another. And if disturbances arose at the Qingshan breeding base, he could not bear the consequences. "You can rest assured on that front," the old ghost declared, producing a spirit-binding box from his spatial ring. "This is a parasitic dandelion beast of the bronze rank cultivated by our hospitable establishment. For every 10 slaves purchased, we shall gift you one. It requires no contract, only a drop of blood to establish a connection. This beast possesses a unique skill, parasitic seed, which allows it to inhabit a person's body. Should you feel any dissatisfaction, you can manipulate it to shred the internal organs of the host." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had never heard of such a parasitic dandelion before. Clearly, it was a unique creation of the hospitable establishment. Unlike other contracted beasts, this was reminiscent of the life and death talismans used by the Tianshan child. Nevertheless, possessing this would indeed enable him to control these individuals. "Very well. Please provide a price, boss ghost." "Certainly." A smile crept across the old ghost's lips as he retrieved an abacus and began calculating. "For a low-tier beginner, the price is 150,000. For a mid-tier beginner, 170,000. For a high-tier beginner, 200,000, totaling 1,610,000. Jiang Chen frowned at this and replied coldly, "That's rather steep. Boss ghost, I was referred here by someone, and your prices seem somewhat off." According to his calculations, the average price was 50,000 more than what Huang Tianming had informed him. "You must have misunderstood. The Duan family is a forging lineage, and these individuals possess skills, which justifies the extra cost." Astonished, Jiang Chen responded, "Are you saying they all have forging abilities?" Forgers, as a secondary profession, created spatial rings and equipment. Even some external items necessary for beast evolution required their expertise. If they all possessed such skills, the price was indeed reasonable. "Indeed, I will buy them. Thank you, young master." The old ghost's smile widened as he handed over the parasitic dandelion to Jiang Chen. He then summoned an attendant to finalize the remaining arrangements. Requiring no further effort from Jiang Chen, after settling the payment, Jiang Chen departed the hospitable establishment with the group. Shortly after their exit, a figure clad in brocade emerged from within the hospitable establishment. Chapter 209, Ambush, Jiang Chen Strikes. The night was as dark as ink, and the road leading into the city was rife with mud. The eerie yet crisp calls of owls echoed from the forest. Jiang Chen sat in the beast cart, his face shadowed with a grim expression, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the seat, producing a soft ticking sound. "Uncle Zhong, are we being followed?" Since awakening his all-knowing eye, Jiang Chen's senses had sharpened beyond the ordinary. Upon exiting the black market, he had noticed someone tailing them. To ascertain their intent, he chose to linger outside the city rather than return directly to the Qingshan breeding base. "Yes," Zhong Kai confirmed, gripping a long iron staff in his right hand. "There are approximately 7 individuals, though their exact strength remains unclear." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen let out a cold snort, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "I have given them an opportunity. Since they continue to follow, they should not blame me for being merciless. Uncle Zhong, find them a suitable position." Having experienced so much, he was no longer the freshly graduated student he once was. If they sought to ambush him, they must be prepared for retaliation. To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself, was the lesson Huang Tianming had imparted to him. Zhong Kai remained silent. Moving ahead to address the driver from the Duan family, the highest ranked among the 10. He was temporarily appointed as the captain, his life now wholly dependent on Jiang Chen, who, despite the humiliation, dared not entertain any thoughts of rebellion. "Understood." Meanwhile, behind Jiang Chen, a boy in red rode a fiery steed. Observing the convoy from a high vantage point, a glimmer of greed in his eyes. "I didn't expect that the Duan family members, whom father has sought for so long, would be sold to the hospitable establishment by the stone constructs. Truly, they are mere country bumpkins. How could a low-tier secret realm compare to the Duan family's legacy? If I could capture them all, perhaps those old geezers would quiet down for a while." I wonder if that genius from the Duan family is still alive. Listening to the words of the youth, an elderly man hunched beside him cast a glance before speaking. Young master, it seems the individuals below have already discovered our presence. Our numbers are insufficient. Should we return to inform the master? Shurimo shook his head. No need. They are merely 2 individuals, and how could they, along with a group of half-dead Duan family members, possibly pose a challenge to us? Since they wish to ensnare me, I shall see whether it is their net that is secure, or if I am the stronger fish. Upon hearing this, the old man sighed. His young master possessed exceptional prowess and talent, yet his 2 notable flaws were his lecherousness and overconfidence. However, compared to other second-generation heirs, their young master was relatively well-behaved. Moreover, with him around, there was little cause for concern. Let us proceed. At that moment, he had resolved to capture Jiang Chen, entirely disregarding the possibility of defeat. At a nearby lake, Jiang Chen's convoy had come to a halt. Under the command of Zhong Kai, 10 members of the Duan family surrounded the beast carts. Vigilant and wary, not daring to show any hint of carelessness. They were unaware of Jiang Chen's strength. The parasitic dandelion recognized only one person's blood. Should Jiang Chen perish, they would meet the same grim fate. Jiang Chen sat in the cart, eyes closed in meditation, his right hand gently stroking Shaoqing's head. Feeling the warmth of Jiang Chen's hand, Shaoqing comfortably squinted its eyes. Although it had completed its evolution, it still relished the sensation of being close to Jiang Chen. Shaoqing, are you ready? You may need to take action shortly. Understanding the other side of the beast taming world, Jiang Chen realized that attaining strength without experiencing bloodshed was impossible. Though Shaoqing had undergone the trials of war in the snowy mystic realm, it had only been an illusion. It had never faced true life-and-death combat. This was a significant shortcoming, and Jiang Chen aimed to remedy it before entering the spatial rift. Otherwise, any signs of fear during battle could prove fatal. As for Xiao Hu, it was still a child that needed to establish a solid foundation. Its talent was considerable, and Jiang Chen needed to ensure it took every step with care. Roar. Shaoqing nonchalantly released a dragon roar, indicating its eagerness after its evolution. Only the Overlord could match its prowess. However, their battles could not afford to be lethal, as such intensity would be a torment for both the Overlord and Shaoqing. At that moment, Shaoqing suddenly stood upright, its green pupils fixed intently on the door outside, a glimmer of danger flashing in its gaze. Have they arrived? The atmosphere grew tense. Outside the cart, Shurimo and his men had arrived, gazing into the vehicle. A pair of sharp eyes met his through the mask, causing Shurimo to shudder involuntarily. In that brief moment, it felt as though Jiang Chen had seen right through him. Steadying himself, a cold smile crept across his masked face. Are you waiting for me? Indeed. I hope you find the burial site I selected to your liking, Jiang Chen replied softly. Yet his tone was laced with murderous intent, a dragon's might erupting from Shaoqing. Shurimo felt the air around him thicken, the heavy pressure almost suffocating him. He stared intently at Jiang Chen, who appeared to be a young man. He recognized Jiang Chen as the renowned genius of Jiang City. Yet he had never encountered such eyes before. So, it turns out he is a formidable player. This could be interesting. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Only excitement as he conjured a massive hexagram formation with his right hand. Roar. With a ferocious, beastly roar, a colossal stone lion, standing at 1.5 meters tall, materialized before the onlookers. Its body was composed of a mottled, brownish stone, inscribed with enigmatic runes, resembling a guardian lion. As it appeared, the ground beneath it slightly caved in. You wish to kill me? Do you even know who I am? The surrounding members of the Duan family exchanged glances of alarm at the sudden emergence of the stone lion. There was only one family in Jiang City known for commanding such beasts. Even at the height of the Duan family's power, they would not dare provoke it lightly. Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, revealed a cold smile. Dead men. Boom. In the next instant, Shaoqing burst forth from the beast cart. Its dragon form fully manifested, unleashing a torrent of wooden flying daggers like a rainstorm. Although Shaoqing's primary offensive capability had become its lightning attribute after evolution, its wood attribute attacks were by no means insignificant. The massive stone lion was akin to a target before the barrage of leaf daggers. Stone shards flew everywhere. Everyone present was stunned. They had not anticipated Jiang Chen would strike so suddenly. And what kind of beast was that dragon? When did Jiang City acquire such a creature? Young Master. Chapter 210, Ruthless Slaughter, Shurimo's Acquisition. Shurlao watched in fury as Shurimo's beast was mercilessly beaten by Jiang Chen. Though Shurimo was arrogant, having watched him grow up, their bond transcended that of a typical master-servant relationship, fostering a unique emotional connection. Now, as the guardian stone lion appeared to be on the brink of being slain by that azure dragon, he could hardly contain his rage. He promptly summoned his own beast. A creature resembling a goat covered in black fur, wielding a skeletal staff that exuded an eerie aura. Black-eyed demon goat. Jiang City actually possesses such a beast. Name, Black-eyed demon goat. Attribute, dark. Level, commander level 7. Qualification, high silver. Quality, rare. Exclusive trait, eerie eye. The eyeball conceals a demon. And when used in conjunction with skills, it can make enemies confront their most terrifying inner visions. Skills, Soul of Fear, intermediate. Petrification technique, intermediate. Shadow Ball, intermediate. This beast originates from the west, its eyes containing a rare spiritual material that, when combined with other materials, allows the beast to awaken a mid-level skill known as Hard Eye. Uncle Zhong, intercept it. Be cautious of that goat's eyes. If possible, preserve its eyeballs. They are valuable. Understood. A sinister smile crept across Zhong Kai's face as he directed his double-flame dragon monkey to charge at the demon goat. Little monkey, unleash your reverse scale. Without hesitation, he commanded the double-flame dragon monkey to execute its ultimate move. Having healed from its injuries, it had been waiting for this moment. Initially, he had hoped to face Liu Gang during the Legion tournament, but regrettably, that individual had been defeated too swiftly and brutally, subsequently taken away by Mo Yunfeng's people for punishment, leaving him unable to unleash his full potential. Now that he finally had an adversary, he would not hold back. The double-flame dragon monkey, in a similar vein, pounded its chest furiously, visibly enlarging in size, radiating a ferocious aura. Roar. With an enraged roar, the double-flame dragon monkey leaped high into the air, delivering a powerful punch from above. A Lord-level beast. Shi Lao felt the aura emanating from the double-flame dragon monkey, his pupils constricting sharply. He immediately warned Shi Mo, young master, flee quickly. This person is beyond our capacity to provoke. Were it a typical commander, the black-eyed demon goat might have been able to hold its ground for a few rounds. But this monkey clearly belonged to a different tier. His gaze swept over Jiang Chen, seated in the beast cart, filled with apprehension. What could possibly compel a near-master-level beast tamer to willingly assume the role of a bodyguard? What is the true identity of this young man? He is acutely aware that this time, the odds are decidedly stacked against him. Whether Shi Mo can escape now hinges solely upon his fortune. As the black-eyed demon goat fights valiantly against its adversaries, Shi Mo clenches his teeth, casting a somber gaze upon the struggling beast. He realizes that his chances of fleeing are slim. His only recourse now is to plead for mercy. Stop. This time, I concede. Spare us our lives, and I will willingly surrender my spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen scoffs derisively before responding with a hint of amusement. Since you've come to the black market, how can you still be so naive? If you die, everything you possess will simply become mine. Besides, you attempted to ambush me. What makes you think I would let you go? Shi Mo's expression darkens, his fists tightly clenched. Think carefully. I am a member of the Shi family. If you spare me, you could gain the goodwill of a third-tier aristocratic family. You stand to lose nothing. Just as he begins to speak, Jiang Chen coldly interrupts, commanding, Shaoqing, unleash 100,000 volts. With a thunderous roar, Shaoqing ascends into the sky. An explosion of electricity illuminating the heavens. The attack, imbued with the essence of bone-chilling thunder, strikes the evil subduing stone lion. Although it is a stone-type beast, the force of such an assault exceeds its capacity for resistance, shattering it into fragments. Shi family? What's your family? Wasn't I merely dealing with a masked bandit? Shi Mo suddenly spews blood, about to voice his thoughts when a bolt of lightning descends upon him. Enough with the dilly-dallying. I have no time to waste on you. To Jiang Chen, the identity of the Shi family holds little significance, and he perceives Shi Mo's earlier words as a direct threat. A young master who has suffered such a significant loss will undoubtedly seek revenge. If Jiang Chen allows him to live today, he will face relentless trouble thereafter. It is far better to eliminate him outright. Upon witnessing Shi Mo's demise, Shi Lao's eyes blaze with fury. Young master, I will fight you to the death. Shadow Ball. In his madness, he commands the black-eyed demon goat to abandon its struggle with the twin-flame dragon ape and launch an attack toward Jiang Chen's position. How dare you attempt a sneak attack while we are engaged in combat? Zhong Kai seethes with anger. If he had been present, Jiang Chen would not have been ambushed, and his reputation as a bodyguard would be in tatters. Little ape, take him down. The twin-flame dragon ape charges forward, delivering a powerful punch that sends the shadow ball flying. It then approaches the black-eyed demon goat, a cruel smile curling its lips. Roar. Engage in close combat. Its fists rain down like a torrential downpour upon the creature, overwhelming it with sheer strength and reducing it to a pitiful state. Even its staff splinters into two. Moments later, Zhong Kai concludes the battle, incinerating the corpses to charred remains with the twin-flame dragon ape's flames. Beside the beast cart, the members of the Duan family can hardly suppress their nervous gulps. It is over. They had anticipated a fierce struggle, Yet it concluded so swiftly that they had no opportunity to intervene. Who was unaware that Sure Mo had a shepherd by his side. Despite his age, his combat prowess was formidable. Even the head of the Duan family lacked confidence in defeating him. Yet, such a formidable individual had been rendered utterly defenseless. Who, then, was the buyer of these individuals? As they pondered, Zhong Kai approached Jiang Chen and stated, "Young master, all members of the Sure family have been dealt with. But there are still 4 whom I am uncertain how to handle." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? There are 4 women in the woods over there. They were presumably purchased by Sure Mo from the black market." He then signaled for the twin flame dragon ape to escort them before Jiang Chen. Upon seeing him, the women immediately knelt, displaying pitiful expressions. "We beg for your mercy, young master. We are all still maidens, and we implore you to show compassion." Jiang Chen, peering through his mask, scoffed, "Cease your theatrics. Your charm has no effect on me." Speaking of charm, that woman, Imo Yueqing, was genuinely enchanting, albeit a toxic rose. However, the 4 women before him shared a striking resemblance, and indeed possessed some strength in their charm. The members of the Duan family outside had already succumbed to their influence. "Are you related?" Jiang Chen inquired. "Reporting to you, young master, we are quadruplets. Our family was annihilated when we were young, and we inadvertently fell into hospitality. We have only just completed our training." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Quadruplets? Even in this era of beast taming, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Without a doubt, Sure Mo must have expended considerable resources to procure them. "Do you possess contracted beasts?" "Yes. Our master provided us with 4 spirit foxes to aid us in mastering charm techniques. Spirit foxes are ordinary beasts of the bronze intermediate rank, lacking in strength but possessing the unique advantage of highly active evolution factors. Their rarity indicates that the owner of the hospitality establishment holds them in high regard. Bring them along. They will be entrusted to Sister Wenwan for management. The Qingshan breeding base is in need of a few salespeople, and these 4 are perfectly suited for the task. With their charm, they may even boost sales." Chapter 211. The Duan family's heir hidden amongst the crowd. Jiang Chen returned to the Qingshan breeding base with a group of individuals. "Young master, you have returned." At that moment, Wenwan stood at the entrance. Sensing the bloodlust emanating from Jiang Chen, she understood that this venture to the black market had not gone smoothly. Jiang Chen nodded at her and said, "Sister Wenwan, please take them down to clean up and change into fresh clothes. Then have them come to the hall to see me." The 4 sisters, Qingwu, Qingtong, Qinglu, and Qingyu, were relatively clean due to being favored by the hospitality establishment. However, the members of the Duan family were rather filthy, their bodies smeared with a mixture of blood and mud, exuding a repugnant odor. Some even bore signs of festering wounds. They required thorough cleaning, or their lives might be at stake. "Understood." Wenwan nodded slightly, then turned to the individuals behind Jiang Chen and said, "You all follow me." The group, feeling somewhat apprehensive, entered the Qingshan breeding base, only to be astounded by its surroundings. It was not that it was particularly opulent. In fact, it paled in comparison to the Duan family. However, the density of spiritual energy was remarkable, akin to being within a spiritual mine. Occasionally, a faint scent of osmanthus wafted through the air, easing their tense nerves slightly. Jiang Chen returned to the hall with Zhong Kai. He took out the spatial ring obtained from Sure Mo Uncle Zhong. "Are you sure everything has been handled properly?" On the way back, he had learned about the Sure family. They were a 3rd-tier aristocratic family. Their origins lay in a black force in Jiang City, notorious for employing evil-subduing stone lions and iron-cloaked knife birds to carve out a substantial territory. It was only a decade ago that they began to clean up their image. Perhaps due to their nefarious deeds, by Sure Mo's generation, he was the only male, with the rest being daughters. With his demise at Jiang Chen's hands, it essentially severed the Sure family's lineage. If their discovery were to come to light, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma. "Rest assured, young master. The ghostly flames of Little Yuan have thoroughly obliterated their presence, rendering them undetectable even to their adept beast-searching companions. However, a concern lingered about whether those 4 women might witness our actions." Jiang Chen waved dismissively, saying, "It matters not. I have implanted parasitic dandelions within them, ensuring their loyalty. They are astute individuals who understand the importance of choosing wisely." As he spoke, Jiang Chen focused on Sure Mo's spatial ring, channeling a surge of energy. The spatial ring, linked to its user's consciousness, posed no challenge for him now that Sure Mo was deceased. As the last scion of the Sure family, he must possess some valuable items. Jiang Chen proceeded to empty the contents onto the ground, revealing an array of vials and a somewhat yellowed leather-bound book. Upon inspecting one of the vials, he could not suppress a smirk. Sure Mo was indeed a hedonistic fiend, hoarding such an abundance of aphrodisiacs without fear of his own demise. The potions before him were solely aphrodisiacs and tonics, devoid of anything related to beast mastery. Consuming them, Shurimo would have rendered himself utterly ineffective long ago. Disgusted, he cast these items aside and picked up the leather book, glancing at its title with raised eyebrows. The Compendium of Beast Mastery? I never expected Shurimo to possess anything pertaining to beast mastery. Perusing its contents, Jiang Chen's heart quickened in surprise. This was the foundational manual for cultivating the ironclad swordbird of the Shur family. How audacious of him to carry it around. His father must have been exceedingly indulgent. A foundational manual? Zhong Kai exclaimed, equally astonished. Such a tome was pivotal for any family, and Shurimo was truly a spendthrift to have taken it with him. Were he Shurimo's father, he would have long since dealt him a fatal blow. With a grin, Jiang Chen closed the manual, stating, "Now the cultivation of the fire sparrow can commence." He had long intended to cultivate the fire sparrow, having thoroughly acquainted himself with the manual provided by Huang Xiaodian. He had even devised a beast known as the savage sparrow, though it did not quite align with his aesthetic preferences. Thus, he had hesitated to proceed with the evolution. Now, armed with the cultivation plan for the ironclad swordbird, he was provided with fresh inspiration. At that moment, the members of the Duan family and the four sisters had completed their cleansing and were brought before Jiang Chen by Wenwan. "Young master, the individuals have arrived." Jiang Chen regarded them, undoubtedly, as scions of noble families. Their demeanor transformed entirely upon donning fresh attire, exuding an air of aristocracy. Perhaps due to the Duan family's lineage as a forging clan, their physiques were remarkably robust, with the garments prepared by Wenwan straining against their forms. "Which among you holds the highest status?" Jiang Chen inquired as he reclined in his seat. The individual who had driven the carriage displayed considerable strength. Yet his gaze was fixed on the crowd, seemingly seeking consensus. Even upon entering the Qingshan breeding base, he had maintained this demeanor. Thus, Jiang Chen reasonably suspected that there was a direct descendant of the Duan family among them. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the man froze momentarily, feigning composure as he responded, "Young master, what do you mean? I fail to comprehend." At this, a glimmer of danger flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. "Choose your words wisely before speaking to me. I can grant you another opportunity." These individuals were merely pawns he had acquired, unlike Wenwan and Wang Kiki. They were not comrades nor friends. Compliance was preferable, for any deceit would result in dire consequences, regardless of their strength. He had a responsibility to the Qingshan breeding base and could not afford any risks. Jiang Chen observed them quietly, his previously gentle demeanor transforming into that of an authoritative figure. The Duan family members felt their legs tremble uncontrollably, bewildered by the commanding aura emanating from this youth. Standing before him felt akin to confronting a ruthless general. At last, one individual could no longer withstand the pressure and stepped forward. "Do not coerce them. I am the one you seek." Jiang Chen scrutinized her closely, narrowing his eyes. "What is your relation to the head of the Duan family?" The woman's aura was unassuming, rendering her indistinguishable among the crowd. "She is my grandfather." "Your grandfather?" Jiang Chen paused, then inquired, "Is Xiahou Ba a fool, leaving you, a direct descendant, alive? Or is there something you have yet to reveal?" Jiang Chen's gaze bore into her, a flicker of blue igniting in his pupils. If he were Xiahou Ba, he would never permit a direct relative of an enemy to remain, unless he was unaware of their existence. Feeling the intensity of Jiang Chen's scrutiny, Duan Yaojuan sensed her secrets laid bare and sighed, gently lifting her hand to unveil her true visage. The Duan family members behind her gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Miss." Chapter 212, Duan Yaojuan. Beneath the mask was an exquisitely crafted oval face, with two small canine teeth protruding, perhaps due to her extensive experience in forging. Her skin lacked the pristine quality of Wang Qi's, bearing a sun-kissed hue that added a unique charm to her beauty. Yet, the most striking aspect was her aura. She was, astonishingly, a high-level beast master. What manner of mask is this, capable of concealing your presence? Jiang Chen regarded her in astonishment, hoping for an explanation. Jiang Chen was aware that the Duan family hailed from a forging lineage, but should they truly possess the ability to craft such spiritual artifacts, they would not merely be a mediocre family, nor would they have faced annihilation. "I can divulge that information, but you must first lift the curse of the grass seeds upon us," Duan Yaojuan replied, clenching her jaw before speaking. She recognized her lack of standing to negotiate. Yet this was her only bargaining chip. As the final bastion of hope for her kin, she needed to secure their chance at survival. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Rising slowly, he stated, "My dear lady, you lack the authority to negotiate with me. Moreover, even if I were to release you, do you truly believe that the individuals from Giant Stone Creations would allow you to escape? Here's a tidbit of information. I have my own grievances with Giant Stone Creations, having narrowly escaped a deadly explosion recently." It's quite possible someone is watching from outside. Once you step out, I cannot predict what may transpire. Thus, I suggest you propose something more tangible. Jiang Chen spoke truthfully. He indeed had conflicts with Chao Hongwei and had narrowly escaped an explosion, and there was a genuine connection between them. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Duan Miaojuan's expression shifted. If what he said held any truth, and if giant stone creations truly had their sights set on them, it would indeed spell trouble. With her current strength, she was no match for Xiaoba. Do not regard me with such disdain. I am not one to impose unreasonable demands. You need not entertain thoughts of freedom just yet. However, I can offer you an opportunity. Serve me for 5 years, and after that, I shall ensure your release. 5 years is excessive, 3 years at most. Duan Miaojuan's expression immediately darkened. 3 years of servitude would still allow her a chance to bridge the gap with others. But 5 years would irrevocably distance her from the ranks of the talented. Miss Duan, you lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. As for your inheritance, it is not a necessity for me. Persist in bargaining, and I shall not hesitate to squander my 161,000. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of annoyance upon hearing her words. Did this woman truly believe that her inheritance was indispensable to him? There were indeed spirit artifacts capable of concealing one's cultivation, albeit they were somewhat rare. If he so wished, he could procure them. At this moment, Jiang Chen was beginning to lose his patience, channeling a formidable aura alongside Shaoqing. The art of psychological warfare, through words, expressions, and tactics, was in full play. Jiang Chen held the advantage, his previous remarks akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back. Feeling the weight of his pressure, Duan Miaojuan found herself engulfed in turmoil, ultimately sighing for the sake of her family. I understand. I hope you will honor your word. She placed the mask in Jiang Chen's hand, saying, This is the Thousand Faces mask, capable of altering one's appearance while concealing the wearer's level, though it can only obscure one rank at most. However, it was not crafted by us, but rather obtained as a reward in a secret realm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's mind raced. It seemed the Duan family had indeed unraveled a secret realm. Did you acquire the inheritance? Duan Miaojuan nodded slightly, then shook her head, explaining. The Duan family did receive an inheritance, but only a portion. The remaining part, along with the heart of the secret realm, was seized by the giant stone constructs. What rank is it? This was the question Jiang Chen was most invested in. With the inheritance we currently possess, I can at most forge a high-level spirit artifact, though the success rate is somewhat low. However, if we can obtain the full inheritance, we should be able to create a quasi-master level spirit artifact. A smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips as he scrutinized Duan Miaojuan. Are you enticing me to take revenge on your behalf? Quasi-master level spirit artifacts would undoubtedly be rare in Jiang City. After all, the highest-ranking beast masters in the city were masters, and anything above that would not appear here at all. Now, by revealing that the amalgamation of their two inheritances could yield a quasi-master level spirit artifact, Duan Miaojuan sought to awaken Jiang Chen's greed. Truly, a scion of a prestigious family. Even in such circumstances, she still aimed to ensnare him. I dare not presume. I merely speak the truth. What you choose to do is entirely up to you. How intriguing. She was the granddaughter of the Duan family head, was she? I shall remember you, Jiang Chen remarked, meeting her gaze. Focus on serving me, and I will grant you a chance for personal revenge, but you must demonstrate your worth. Select 4 of the most skilled individuals among them to assist you in forging the spirit artifact. I expect to see a piece that satisfies me within a week. The remaining 5 will be merged into the guard team, training under Uncle Zhong. Jiang Chen was determined to deal with the giant stone constructs. Since they had chosen to oppose him, he would ensure they did not thrive. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Duan Miaojuan exhaled in relief. I understand. She spoke no falsehood. She indeed possessed the confidence to forge a quasi-master level spirit artifact by combining both inheritances. Yet this part of the inheritance was known only to her. Her grandfather remained unaware of what she had acquired in the secret realm. Given that the giant stone constructs were a third-tier power, the current strength of the Duan family rendered revenge nearly impossible. Having witnessed Jiang Chen's battle, she was now gambling, betting on the strength of the Qingshan breeding base to obliterate the giant stone constructs. She selected the most obedient individuals from the Duan family, leaving the others to Zhong Kai. After addressing the matters concerning the Duan family, Jiang Chen turned his attention to the 4 sisters, Qingwu, Qingtong, Qinglu, and Qingyu, and spoke. Sister Wenwan, these 4 are entrusted to you. Arrange their tasks as you see fit. He held unwavering trust in Wenwan, confident in her ability to find the most suitable roles for them. Having resolved the issues with the black market, Jiang Chen allowed them to rest before returning to his research room. His achievements at such a young age were fueled by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Now, he could hardly contain his eagerness to thoroughly study the next evolution of the Shijia's beast mastery. Chapter 213, the wild sword eagle. In the research room of the Qingshan breeding base, Jiang Chen held a cup of floral tea made from the misty osmanthus tree. This was a concoction of his own making. While it might not rival the renowned teas of the world, its effects were by no means inferior. Regular consumption could invigorate the mind, though regrettably, production was currently low, sufficient only for the enjoyment of those at Qingshan. Otherwise, it could have been a lucrative economic product. Glancing at the 2 tomes on the table, Jiang Chen took a delicate sip. "Hui, come here," he called out to the fiery avian. Instantly, a slightly larger red bird than usual alighted on Jiang Chen's desk. This was the leader of the Fire Sparrow clan, now awakened to the 6th tier. Name: Fire Sparrow. Attributes: Fire, Wind. Qualities: Bronze level 1. Skills: Spark, Dive, Gale, Flame Shield. Exclusive trait: Flame Resonance. Each time an attack hits an enemy, the Fire Sparrow accumulates a layer of flame mark. Evolution path: Wild Sparrow 100, Gale Sparrow 19, Blazing Eagle King 10, Wild Sword Eagle 87. Based on the evolutionary scheme of the Wild Sparrow, where did the path to the Wild Sword Eagle diverge? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. The earlier stages had melded smoothly. His assumptions had indeed proven correct. The Wild Sparrow shared certain similarities with the armored knife bird. However, being a fire attribute creature, evolving into the gold attribute Wild Sword Eagle constituted a leap in evolution. This final nuance eluded Jiang Chen's understanding. He once again retrieved the tome on beast evolution from Shimo, rifling through its pages. The armored knife bird required continuous refinement of its wing feathers through the process of forging until they became as sharp as blades. Jiang Chen stroked the Fire Sparrow's wings, feeling the warmth emanating from its feathers, murmuring to himself, "But the feathers of the Fire Sparrow lack the hardness of the armored knife bird. How should they be refined? Must it learn to rain down from the sky?" Jiang Chen contemplated. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Spirit artifacts. In Rome City, a master-level beast master had developed a unique evolution method for the iron-eating beast, known as the Fury of Thunder. This method required the use of spirit artifacts crafted by a blacksmith during the evolution process. The higher the grade of the spirit artifact used, the greater the quality of the evolved Fury of Thunder. Sun Jinchuan's iron-eating beast followed this path, and its delayed evolution was due to the battle armor produced by the collaborating blacksmith not meeting her standards. The evolution of spirit artifacts represented a branch of beast evolution. Though not acknowledged by the traditional breeding community, many were experimenting with this method. However, the failure rate was exceedingly high, imposing rigorous demands on both the beasts and their breeders. If the constitution of a beast tamer is insufficient, it is prone to the backlash of spiritual artifacts, and the same applies to the quality of the artifacts themselves. However, this poses little issue for Jiang Chen. The Fire Sparrow's evolution into the Savage Sparrow enhances its physical strength, which in turn diminishes its mastery over elemental energy. Yet, it is precisely this enhancement that grants the Fire Sparrow the opportunity to withstand the backlash of spiritual artifacts. Moreover, Jiang Chen possesses profound insights into physical cultivation. Even if the Fire Sparrow cannot master the growth of wood attributes, Jiang Chen can still instruct it in building robust muscles. The only challenging aspect lies with the spiritual artifacts, but now that Duan Yaojuan is present at the Qingshan breeding base, if her claims of being able to forge high-level spiritual artifacts are true, then this should not pose a significant problem. Gently stroking the Fire Sparrow's chin with his fingers, Jiang Chen spoke, "Fire One, you will soon evolve." With that, he rose and approached the workbench, commencing the design of the steel sword feather. This was no challenge for Jiang Chen. A beast tamer who cannot draw is not a worthy breeder. Since inheriting the legacy of a mechanic from the abandoned power plant, he has not let it languish. Mechanics and forgers share a symbiotic relationship, as many components of mechanical beasts are crafted by forgers. This is precisely why Jiang Chen has retained Duan Yaojuan at the Qingshan breeding base. Jiang Chen had yet to ascertain the evolution direction for the little tiger. Although it differed somewhat from other mechanical beasts, possessing a hint of genuine emotional connection, its essence remained mechanical, leaving uncertainty as to whether this emotion would dissipate post-evolution. Jiang Chen instinctively felt that for the little tiger to reach its zenith of evolution, it needed to retain this unique ability, which would require ample experimental groundwork and the assistance of a forger. As time elapsed, Jiang Chen's brush danced across the page, rendering a golden-red sword feather with grace. Satisfied with his creation, he nodded appreciatively before turning to the Fire Sparrow and inquiring, "Fire One, what do you think of this feather I have designed for you?" The Fire Sparrow extended its head, gazing at the feather depicted, and chirped, "Is this how I will appear after my evolution?" Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, after your evolution, all your feathers will be replaced by these sword feathers, significantly enhancing your attack power." In Jiang Chen's mind, The Fire Sparrow's evolution required it to refine the sword feather using its own flames, gradually replacing its original feathers with the spiritual artifact. At that moment, the Beast Taming encyclopedia within his consciousness resounded, unveiling the evolution scheme for the Savage Sword Eagle. Evolution scheme for Savage Sword Eagle. Beast subject, Fire Sparrow. Evolution materials, Qihong Sword Feather, Molten Flame Fruit, Sword-Toothed Golden Lion's Fangs. Extraordinary Tier Beast Crystal Core. Evolution conditions, Fire Sparrow's wingspan must reach 1.5 meters and possess a mastery-level fire attribute skill. Evolution plan. Phase 1. The Fire Sparrow's energy level must not be lower than Awakening Stage 7, and it must learn a mastery-level fire attribute skill. Phase 2. Strengthen the Fire Sparrow's constitution while consuming Molten Flame Fruit. Note: the larger the Fire Sparrow, the greater its potential for evolution. A weak constitution may lead to unforeseen complications during evolution. Phase 3. The Fire Sparrow commences evolution, requiring the establishment of a fiery spiritual ground. During evolution, it must shed all its feathers and use its flames to absorb the Qihong Sword Feather and the Sword-Toothed Golden Lion's Fangs, thereby evolving into a new form adorned with sword feathers. Note: the Fire Sparrow must endure immense pain during its evolution. Only a bird of resolute will can succeed. Consumption of cocoa fruit may alleviate some suffering. Success. As Jiang Chen contemplated the evolution blueprint in his mind, a faint smile graced his lips. Furthermore, these materials are relatively common and can be procured with some effort. The sole challenge lies with the Qihong Sword Feather, which requires the personal craftsmanship of a forger, and the intricate details leave him uncertain whether Duan Yaojuan can accomplish it. However, having reached this juncture, Jiang Chen resolved to grant her an opportunity. Promptly taking out his phone to message Wan. Sister Wan, please have Duan Yaojuan come to the lab. I have something to discuss with her. Chapter 214. Qihong Sword Feather. As the moon ascended among the branches, Jiang Chen sat at his research desk, diligently organizing the evolution plan for the Fire Sparrow. The sound of his fountain pen gliding across the notebook punctuating the silence. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted his thoughts. He paused, placing his pen down, and rose to approach the door. Upon opening it, he found Duan Yaojuan standing outside, now clad in a tank top with a jacket thrown casually over it. Her hair damp with sweat, and a peculiar flush gracing her cheeks, which added an intriguing allure to her appearance. You've arrived. Please come in and take a seat. Jiang Chen, preoccupied with thoughts of the Qihong Sword Feather, merely glanced at her before stepping aside to invite her in. Duan Yaojuan hesitated for a moment, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Chen. She was aware of her own beauty. While not breathtaking, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. Before the downfall of the Duan family, many young nobles had sought her hand in marriage, eager to form alliances. However, now, the Duan family had perished, and she and the remnants of her family had been rescued by Jiang Chen from the black market, leaving her in a precarious position, akin to a piece of prime meat. Were she in Jiang Chen's position, she likely would not easily let herself go, especially since their recent transaction left much unspoken, and she felt she had no grounds to refuse. Young master, is there something you need? Perhaps we should discuss it outside? She suggested hesitantly, her voice soft and slightly strained. I am still setting up the forging furnace and need to maintain the fire's temperature. No one else possesses my skills, and I cannot be away for too long. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Duan Yaojuan's words. He had assumed that after her escape from such a place, she would want to rest for at least a night. Yet here she was, quickly returning to forging, even going so far as to construct the furnace herself. Such a dedicated employee was hard to come by. A flicker of admiration shone in Jiang Chen's eyes. Only someone of her caliber deserved to be called a forging genius. Please wait a moment, he replied, turning back to his room. He retrieved the blueprint from his research desk and returned to the door, handing it to Duan Yaojuan. Could you take a look at this spiritual artifact and see if you can create it? Duan Yaojuan instinctively accepted the blueprint, lowering her gaze to examine it. Her expression suddenly frozen in astonishment. It was a design for a sword feather spiritual artifact, remarkably intricate in structure, with a spiritual energy circuit that was almost excessively demanding. Yet every detail was rendered with exquisite precision. Such a blueprint would be a daunting task to create, even if she wished to design it herself. Where had Jiang Chen acquired this? She was taken aback, her fingers instinctively tightening around the paper. A thought blooming in her mind. Could this blueprint be crafted by the young master himself? Jiang Chen's countenance remained calm as he did not respond directly, instead asking, Are you able to create this? Duan Yaojuan inhaled deeply, suppressing her astonishment, and began to study the blueprint with utmost focus. After a moment, she spoke. I can give it a try, but I will need some time. This Qihong sword feather is rather complex. The feather patterns will likely require the use of golden silk oregon. She raised her gaze to Jiang Chen, her expression growing earnest. Regardless of whether the blueprint was indeed crafted by him. However, should she succeed in her endeavor, her craftsmanship will undoubtedly be elevated. The ore in question is exceedingly difficult to process. At present, I am the only one among the Duan family capable of forging it. Any attempts by others would merely squander materials. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of delight, as long as the forging could be accomplished. He could take the time to prepare the other materials. His greatest fear was the possibility of failure. How long will it take? Approximately a week. And I will require a beast fire. Beast fire? Can't the spirit wood fire suffice for forging? A flicker of doubt arose within Jiang Chen's heart. Beast fire is a variant of mystical flame, conjured by powerful fire-attributed spirit beasts. The quantity of unclaimed beast fire is exceedingly rare, making it beyond the financial reach of the average individual. Whenever it appears, it is fervently sought after, as it finds application across various industries. Consequently, most individuals resort to using spirit wood as fuel for their smelting needs. That won't do. The golden silk ore is classified as a high-tier spirit ore, and the efficiency of ordinary flames is too low, resulting in significant impurities. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen spoke up. Understood. I will have Uncle Zhong's twin flame dragon ape assist you. Its flames are exceptional and should suffice. Upon hearing this, Duan Yaojuan immediately recalled the scene of the twin flame dragon ape in battle. If it were to lend its aid, the task should pose no significant problem. Very well. Then, focus on the forging. In a week, I will attempt to evolve a spirit beast, and this Qinghong sword feather will be essential. I will do my utmost. All right. You may take your leave and rest. Do not work too late. Indeed. With that, Duan Yaojuan turned and exited the room, making her way along the path to the Qing mountain breeding base. The night breeze carried the fragrance of osmanthus as she gazed at the blueprints in her hand. A cascade of complex thoughts washing over her. Jiang Chen, this seemingly youthful boy, appeared to be far more extraordinary than she had initially surmised. As a forger herself, having graduated from the 12 academies, she was well aware of the intricacies of spirit forging and evolution. Yet, crafting such a spirit tool is not a task for just anyone. Even her mentor had only designed one such item. Throughout the entirety of the Daxia Empire, it was unlikely that more than 100 forgers possessed the capability to design such spirit tools. If, after a week, Jiang Chen could indeed utilize the Qinghong sword feather to facilitate the evolution of the Fire Sparrow, his potential would be truly formidable. In the days that followed, the entire Qing mountain base became bustling with activity. Some were training the guards, others engaged in commercial warfare with Wu Shi, while yet others were forging spirit tools. Jiang Chen seized a moment of respite to visit the Jianghai Spirit Beast Academy. However, he did not encounter Chao Hongwei this time, but rather was informed of subsequent teaching duties. Having transitioned directly from lecturer to professor, the original course system had been transformed by the Academic Affairs Office into an elective system. This privilege was typically reserved for top-tier instructors or deans. With only one class each week, the timing was entirely at his discretion. Once he confirmed the schedule, any students wishing to enroll could directly reserve a spot through the Academic Affairs system. The number of students attracted often depended on a teacher's charisma and teaching prowess. If one lacked strength, it was common for no students to attend their lectures. Thus, many instructors, even those who had become star teachers, hesitated to attempt this teaching format. This was clearly a warning from the school, an attempt to dissuade him from maintaining his professorship. Yet, Jiang Chen was resolute. Having ascended to this position, he would not relinquish it. Aside from that day, Jiang Chen devoted the remainder of his time to nurturing the Fire Sparrow and gathering the necessary materials for its evolution. Fortunately, his efforts were progressing smoothly, with only the Qinghong sword feather in Duan Yaojuan's possession remaining. At noon, during the peak of sunlight, Jiang Chen entered Duan Yaojuan's forging chamber, which had been transformed from the former breeding house of the Thunder Feather Phoenix butterfly, now relocated to a man-made secret realm for better growth. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a wave of heat, and as he ventured deeper, he beheld Duan Yaojuan, who was currently engrossed in her forging. Her pupils dilated in astonishment. In the forging chamber, Duan Yaojuan was panting heavily, her black tank top saturated with sweat. Clinging to her form, the heavy iron hammer in her hand sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, each strike seemingly expending her utmost strength. The muscles in her arms rippled with perfect fluidity as she exerted herself. Leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Chen silently observed, a sense of gratitude swelling within him. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Duan Yaojuan's forging technique was undoubtedly among the finest for her age. Had the Duan family not faced ruin, such a talent would never have joined the Qing mountain breeding base. Though Jiang Chen lacked expertise in forging, he could discern that each of her strikes was meticulously calibrated to control her muscle exertion, adjusting her force in accordance with the status of the spirit tool. While this technique may seem straightforward, mastering it was far from easy. Not wanting to disturb her concentration, Jiang Chen remained silent, sensing that she had grasped something profound in her current state. Moments later, Duan Miaojuan exhaled a breath of stale air and, using tongs, lifted the sword feather, immersing it in beast oil. With a sizzle, a dense plume of smoke erupted alongside the flames. The tempering was complete. Duan Miaojuan gazed at the Qinghong sword feather in her hand, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. At last, it was finished. This spirit tool was the most intricate she had crafted since becoming a forger. To ensure it met Jiang Chen's specifications, she had employed many techniques she would usually hesitate to use. Although she had felt uncertain during the forging process, she was relieved to find success. Moreover, this experience seemed to grant her a deeper understanding of the art of forging. You succeeded? At that moment, Jiang Chen approached. The sudden sound startled Duan Miaojuan, causing the Qinghong sword feather to slip from her tongs. It fell to the ground, embedding itself straight into the earth as smoothly as if slicing through a block of tofu. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted at the sight. What a sharp sword feather! Young master! Duan Miaojuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at Jiang Chen. I apologize. I became so engrossed in the forging that I failed to notice your presence. Jiang Chen waved his hand, crouched down, and cautiously touched the sword feather, ensuring it was not hot before lifting it. It was not as heavy as he had imagined, weighing perhaps no more than a box of dental floss. Yet, it was exceedingly sharp, the cold gleam it emitted causing a sting against his skin. Jiang Chen attempted to infuse his spiritual energy into it. Instantly, the sword feather radiated with a golden red glow, the feather's patterns emerging vividly. A high-tier spirit tool? Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. The blueprints were drawn by him, and he was acutely aware of the Qinghong sword feather's quality. Given the Fire Sparrow's relatively low grade, Jiang Chen had anticipated this when designing it, utilizing few high-tier materials aside from the golden silk Oregon. After all, the materials required for spirit beast evolution are not necessarily the highest grade, but rather the most suitable. If this truly was a high-tier spirit tool, then the Fire Sparrow might not be able to utilize it. Just then, Duan Miaojuan shook her head and replied, this Qinghong sword feather has yet to reach the level of a high-tier spirit tool. To enhance its compatibility, I employed a forging inheritance obtained from the secret realm. It is currently only infinitely close to that standard. The inheritance you receive can elevate the grade of the spirit tool. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen was utterly astonished. Although this secret technique may not rival his own acquired dual perfection hand, it remains precious enough for a blacksmith. What level was the secret realm from which you obtained this? It must be quite extraordinary to yield such a legacy. This is merely a mid-level secret realm. The portion of the inheritance I acquired is solely focused on forging methods. You needn't elaborate. I harbor no interest in your offerings. As for the colossal stone artifacts, I shall take you to address them when the time is ripe, but that moment has yet to arrive. Follow me. The sun is currently at its zenith, and I shall show you the evolution of the Beastmasters. With that, Jiang Chen sheathed the Qinghong sword feather and turned towards the exit of the forging chamber. Duan Miaojuan was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Chen's words. She had not anticipated his disinterest in her legacy. After all, Xiahou Ba had nearly annihilated the entire Duan family to obtain this very thing. Watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure, a flicker of curiosity ignited within her. Which visage truly represented him? The sovereign he had been yesterday, or the humble, neighborly youth he appeared to be today? With her questions lingering, Duan Miaojuan followed him outside. At this moment, in the plaza of the Qingshan breeding base, Xiao Yu had led a group of retired soldiers from the Songhai army to construct an enormous bird's nest using flame crystals, as per Jiang Chen's instructions. At the very center of the nest lay a vibrant red branch. Flame crystal is a type of bronze-tier fire attribute, or found within fiery veins, and is imbued with abundant flame energy. It is often utilized to create breeding habitats for fire attribute beastmasters. However, Jiang Chen repurposed the flame crystal to craft a site for evolution, perfectly befitting the essence of fire and metal. The branch, a fire phoenix tree, was specially prepared by Jiang Chen. Even he had not attempted the evolution of a spirit tool. With this branch at hand, even in the event of failure, the Fire Sparrow's life would be safeguarded. The presence of such items ensured that the temperature in the entire plaza remained only a few degrees lower than that of the forging chamber. Boss Xiao, what is the young master attempting to accomplish with such grandeur? Inquired a soldier of the Songhai army, wiping the sweat from his brow. Just watch and learn. No need for idle chatter. Haven't you always doubted the young master's breeding talents? This is your chance to witness it firsthand. Boss Xiao, please don't misinterpret. I have no such doubts. The soldier furtively glanced at Jiang Chen, relieved to find him oblivious to the conversation. Xiao Yu regarded him with a knowing look. Although these individuals respected Jiang Chen after he had healed them, they still harbored skepticism regarding his breeding abilities. Breeding is not solely reliant on innate talent. Accumulation of experience is paramount. Jiang Chen was rather youthful, and despite the legendary tales circulating online, they had yet to witness his prowess firsthand. Suddenly, Jiang Chen withdrew a metal flute from his pocket and played a melodious tune. In an instant, the fire sparrows emerged from their nests, perching on a nearby tree. With Fire One, flying directly to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen took out several Mo Luo flame fruits from his spatial ring and placed them before the creature. Smiling as he instructed, Fire One, consume these. The evolution will be a fierce battle. You must ensure your stamina and condition are optimal. Upon hearing his words, Fire One bowed graciously, then began to peck at the Mo Luo flame fruits. As time passed, the number of fruits diminished, while the flame energy within Fire One intensified, sparking embers to erupt from its body. Observing this, Jiang Chen silently rejoiced. Fortunately, this evolution was taking place outdoors, otherwise, it might have incinerated his laboratory. As he watched, a glimmer of blue flickered in Jiang Chen's pupils as he assessed the creature's current transformation. Indeed, these fire sparrows were the beast masters he had interacted with the longest since taking over the Qingshan breeding base. In the past, they had caused him no shortage of troubles, and due to their prolonged life on the run, they had become exceedingly frail. Who could have imagined that they were now on the verge of evolution? Jiang Chen gently stroked the fire sparrow, feeling as though he were caressing a small furnace. The fire attribute energy within it had reached its zenith. To ensure the evolution's success, Jiang Chen conducted a final review of Fire One's data. Name, Fire Sparrow, attributes, Fire. Wind, level, awakened 7th tier, talent, bronze beginner, quality, rare skills, spark, mastery, muscular chest, proficient, pounce, proficient, gale, novice. Flame shield, novice, exclusive trait, fiery resonance. Each time an attack successfully strikes an enemy, the Fire Sparrow accumulates 1 layer of flame mark. At this moment, Fire One's attributes certainly qualified it as a competent Fire Sparrow leader. Jiang Chen had invested considerable resources and effort into ensuring its successful evolution, arguably second only to his investment in Shaoqing. In Jiang Chen's vision, if the Savage Sword Eagle evolved successfully, he would subsequently bequeath several of its progeny to the Guard Corps for contract. In the past week, numerous violent incidents had erupted within Jiang City as factions vied for territory and access to spatial rifts. Moreover, according to Huang Tianming, the town's garrison appeared disinclined to intervene in their conflicts due to the resources emerging from the spatial rift. With an increasing influx of external forces into Jiang City and a burgeoning population, conflict was an inevitable outcome. Therefore, Jiang Chen must remain prepared for battle at any moment. The Qingshan breeding base, while secluded, was expansive, making it a prime target for potential threats. Jiang Chen gently patted Fire Sparrow's head, saying, Fire One, are you ready? You absolutely cannot faint during the evolution, otherwise, all your efforts will be in vain. As the leader, you must set a precedent for your subordinates. With a proud call, Fire Sparrow puffed out its chest and soared into the nest. Jiang Chen regarded it with lingering concern. Due to Duan Miaojuan's exceptional performance, the quality of the Qinghong sword feather had surpassed expectations. Yet, this posed both a danger and an opportunity. Should Fire One fully absorb it, its bloodline and quality would advance further, awakening even more potent skills and exclusive traits. The Savage Sword Eagle was a groundbreaking evolution scheme devised by Jiang Chen, merging 2 distinct Beastmaster manuals. Thus he remained uncertain about the skills and traits the Savage Sword Eagle would ultimately awaken. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Jiang Chen declared, prepare for evolution. Uncle Zhong, during the cultivation process, I must not allow anyone to approach me. We must prioritize caution. These individuals are newly acquired. And despite the control of the parasitic dandelions, should any dare to act recklessly, I must be ready. Understood. Zhong Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Positioning himself 5 meters behind Jiang Chen, his keen gaze fixed upon the surrounding individuals. Should anyone dare to make a move, they would soon discover the iron fist of the Monkey King. Jiang Chen retrieved the prepared evolution potion from his spatial ring and approached the flame crystal nest. This particular elixir differs from other evolutionary potions. It is not meant to be consumed. Jiang Chen uncorked the bottle and proceeded to inject its contents along the grooves of the fire crystal bird's nest. Instantly, the crimson potion began to flow along the grooves, ultimately enveloping the entire nest in a web-like pattern. In the next moment, the nest erupted in a brilliant radiance. At the very center, the fire sparrow emitted a piercing cry as flames engulfed its body. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen immediately exclaimed, Fire, pluck all your feathers and absorb the energy within. Without a moment's hesitation, the fire sparrow, fully aware of the demands of evolution, began to remove its feathers one by one, staining its body with its own blood. Those around could not help but grit their teeth at the sight. This method of evolution was indeed terrifying. If the will of the beast tamer was not resolute enough, they would undoubtedly succumb to such agony. Doubts about the fire sparrow's ability to successfully evolve began to creep into their minds. Yet, at that very moment, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The fire sparrow had gathered all the fire attribute energy from the nest into one concentrated location, igniting its body in a fierce blaze. Now, Jiang Chen hurled the Qinghong sword feather he held, shouting, "Fire! Refine this sword feather with all your might. This is the final step." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's command, the fire sparrow regained its focus, manipulating the flames enveloping it to begin the refinement of the Qinghong sword feather. This fiery mass absorbed all the powers of the surrounding flame crystals and the branch of the phoenix tree, reaching an extraordinarily high temperature. As the flames burned, the Qinghong sword feather began to melt, droplets of molten metal falling onto the fire sparrow, eliciting a cry of pain from it. Nevertheless, it did not yield, enduring the torment with unwavering resolve. As time ticked away, the fire sparrow was entirely encased in molten metal, resembling an iron bird. The surrounding flames gradually extinguished, and the once vibrant flame crystals, depleted of energy, had become mere rocks. Was this a failure? Duan Miaojuan furrowed her brow as she gazed at the iron bird. Given the earlier intensity, failure was not entirely unexpected. Such an evolution method was indeed daunting. A similar sentiment spread among the guards at the Qingshan breeding base. Just then, a powerful heartbeat resonated from within the iron bird. Thud, 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 thud. What was happening? All eyes turned towards the fire sparrow. Suddenly, it erupted in a dazzling light of evolution. A golden red sword feather emerged from the iron bird, followed swiftly by its wings. With a loud clang, the iron bird split in two, and a magnificent raptor adorned with golden feathers soared forth. Jiang Chen beamed at the sight. Its form had further expanded, and by mere estimation, its wingspan undoubtedly exceeded 2 meters. The feathers, now no longer a singular shade of red, shimmered in a radiant golden red hue under the sun, exuding an extraordinary splendor. It was as if a renowned and powerful swordsman had emerged, brimming with latent prowess. Chapter 217. Exclusive trait, Heart of the Sword. Name, Wild Sword Eagle. Attributes, Gold, Fire. Level, Awakening Stage 8. Quality, Initial Gold. Potential Rare. Exclusive traits. Sword, Aura. When utilizing gold attribute skills, it imparts a sharp characteristic, causing lacerating wounds to adversaries, who will then enter a bleeding state. Heart of the Sword. Possessing a pure heart of the sword, it can enhance the power of the exclusive skill, Sword Technique, through the understanding of sword arts. Swords with different attributes will bestow differing properties. Skills. Sword Technique. Gold. Fire. The wild sword eagle condenses its sword intent to unleash its mightiest strike, inflicting substantial damage. Sword Blade Storm. Intermediate. Swiftly flapping its wings, it releases countless sharp sword lights, dealing significant physical damage to enemies within a fan-shaped area ahead. Sparks. Robust pectorals, and swooping. Description. A fearsome raptor said to inhabit the wilds. It continually challenges stronger foes to hone its sword intent, persevering until the end of its life. This particular one seems to have absorbed a powerful spiritual artifact, achieving initial gold quality, whereas typical wild sword eagles are merely of silver high tier. What kind of beast is this? The fire sparrow possesses such an evolution path. Huang Xiaodian gasped at the sight of the wild sword eagle before him. He was aware of Jiang Chen's research into the evolution of the fire sparrow, for it was he who had imparted the evolution scheme of the golden-eyed black-feathered eagle to Jiang Chen. However, the manifestation of the wild sword eagle had far exceeded his expectations. The golden-eyed black-feathered eagle was merely a gold-quality beast, and the guide he had provided to Jiang Chen was a watered-down version. Yet, even so, Jiang Chen had managed to deduce such an evolution scheme. It was well known that the fire sparrow was the most common beast in the entirety of the Great Xia, and its first-tier evolution peaked at silver initial stage. But this one was evidently different. While he recognized Jiang Chen's exceptional breeding capabilities, he now had a clearer understanding of his research prowess. A smile involuntarily crept across Huang Xiaoyan's lips. If he could unravel the evolution of the fire sparrow, then the evolution of the black-feathered eagle should be even less of a challenge. He had initially thought that after parting ways with the Huang family, he would be completely severed from the golden-eyed black-feathered eagle. Now, witnessing the evolved wild sword eagle reignited his hope. Beside him, Duan Miaojuan stared wide-eyed at the wild sword eagle soaring through the sky. Jiang Chen truly succeeded. She found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen could indeed accomplish such a high-level evolution of a spiritual artifact. At that moment, She truly comprehended the extent of Jiang Chen's breeding prowess. If he could evolve all the fire sparrows here into such formidable beasts, the Qingshan breeding base's strength would undergo a qualitative leap, especially with Zhong Kai's presence. They would undoubtedly become a highly potential third-tier force. And perhaps the grievances of the Duan family could soon be avenged. With this thought, Duan Miaojuan couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen, her right hand clenched tightly. Yet at that moment, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the reactions of those around him. His gaze remained fixed on the wild sword eagle patrolling the territory with its flock of fire sparrows, lost in contemplation. The high quality of the Qinghong sword feather indeed provided a significant boost to its evolution, elevating its quality to gold and awakening two exclusive talents. Such a transcendental evolution was exceedingly rare. Had Jiang Chen chosen to sell it at an auction, the wild sword eagle would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price, potentially covering the costs of its evolution and yielding a profit. Of course, Jiang Chen had no intention of selling it. Multi-attribute beasts were exceedingly rare. Even seasoned tamers would expend considerable effort to cultivate such creatures. What troubled Jiang Chen now was whether the other fire sparrows could awaken the exclusive trait, Heart of the Sword. The potential possession of this trait by the wild sword eagle was evidently of great significance. The effects of Heart of the Sword were perfectly suited for a beast like the wild sword eagle. With this remarkable trait, the wild sword eagle stands as a premier offensive companion. Coupled with its unique skills, it can exhibit an even broader tactical repertoire. However, the current sample size remains insufficient. Several more evolutions are necessary to ascertain its capabilities. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, if this does not work out, I will have to see if this trait can be inherited. All right, Fire 1, cease your display and let us conduct a check. Jiang Chen suppressed his thoughts and called out to the wild sword eagle soaring in the sky. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's summons, the wild sword eagle dove down towards him with astonishing speed, startling Jiang Chen. Had it forgotten that it had already evolved? If the wild sword eagle were to crash into him at that velocity, he would surely be sent sprawling in disarray. Fortunately, little Qing was present. Just as the wild sword eagle realized something was amiss and attempted to slow down, little Qing emerged from Jiang Chen's sleeve and swiftly flicked her tail, sending the startled wild sword eagle flying away. With a roar of reproach, she chastised it. Since little Qing's evolution into the Nine Heavens Azure Thunder Dragon, her demeanor had grown considerably more composed, displaying a protective elder brother-like quality towards her companions, though she occasionally exhibited a hint of jealousy. Realizing its mistake upon hearing little Qing's reprimand, the wild sword eagle lowered its head in contrition. Observing this, Jiang Chen approached and comforted, "It's all right. Just be more careful next time." As his hand brushed over the spot where little Qing had struck, a spark of astonishment ignited within him. The defense was unexpectedly robust. The mark left by little Qing was merely a faint white line. Given that little Qing was a dragon, and of the highest bloodline talent among her kind, even if she exerted full force, a typical beast would not escape unscathed from such a blow. It seems he had underestimated the wild sword eagle's strength. Rising slowly, Jiang Chen turned to Huang Xiaotian, who stood nearby, and said, "Xiaotian, have your black feather eagle spar with the wild sword eagle. I wish to evaluate its combat prowess." After being healed by Jiang Chen, Huang Xiaotian's beast had begun to showcase its innate talents. Although the ghost shadow cobra remained at the 9th rank due to its toxin absorption, the black feather eagle had successfully transcended to the extraordinary tier under his nurturing. Initially, Jiang Chen intended for the wild sword eagle to test against a dummy, but upon witnessing its formidable defense, he changed his mind. Very well. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's call, Huang Xiaotian approached eagerly. Coming from a family renowned for falconry, he held a keen interest in such beasts and promptly summoned the black feather eagle. At this moment, the black feather eagle towered over Huang Xiaotian, a true raptor. Upon its first glance at the wild sword eagle, its golden eyes locked onto it. Emitting a cry brimming with martial spirit, it sensed a familiar yet foreign scent from the wild sword eagle. Unfazed, the wild sword eagle returned the gaze, resembling a long sword poised to unsheath. After all, prior to its evolution, the black feather eagle had often taken advantage of its size to tease them. Now, it was time for the wild sword eagle to showcase its might. "You both seem quite spirited," Jiang Chen remarked with a smile. He permitted the competition between the beasts within the Qingshan nurturing base, as long as there was no risk to life. After all, competition fostered growth. The crowd cleared a space, and the battle was about to commence. Chapter 218, Wild Sword Eagle versus Black Feather Eagle. In the arena, spectators made way for Jiang Chen and Huang Xiaotian. The Wild Sword Eagle and Black Feather Eagle positioned themselves at opposite ends of the battlefield, all eyes fixed upon them. When one stood at the referee's position and announced, "The match begins." At the sound of her voice, both raptors took flight. their powerful wings stirring up a cloud of dust. The black feather eagle is an extraordinary beast. You should take the offensive first, young master, Huang Xiaotian urged Jiang Chen, observing the two mighty birds in the air. Although the wild sword eagle exuded an impressive aura, the three-level disparity could not be bridged merely by intimidation. While the wild sword eagle might emerge victorious in the future, it was impossible at present, a confidence born of his genius. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement, not declining the suggestion. This test was indeed designed to assess the wild sword eagle's combat capabilities. However, instead of letting the wild sword eagle unleash its sword techniques from the outset, he commanded it to initiate with the blade storm. With a fierce cry, the wild sword eagle responded to Jiang Chen's command, condensing a surge of golden energy around itself before flapping its wings vigorously. Countless golden feather blades rained down upon the black feather eagle, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. The range is astounding. This wild sword eagle can actually amass such an abundance of energy. From the sidelines, Zhong Kai recognized the formidable prowess of the wild sword eagle upon witnessing this strike. Supervision. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaotian, seeing the dense barrage of attacks, felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead and immediately issued commands. Supervision was a skill the black feather eagle learned after breaking through the extraordinary rank, enabling it to concentrate energy in its eyes for enhanced acuity, providing a significant advantage in both offense and defense. Yet, Huang Xiaotian remained uncertain if it could evade such an onslaught. After all, the sheer volume of these feather blades was overwhelming. This was no skill that a newly evolved beast could unleash. Nevertheless, the black feather eagle showed no sign of fear, having evolved. The fire sparrow remained merely a fire sparrow, incapable of being its opponent. Its golden eyes narrowed, perceiving the feather blade's speed as slowing. Confidently, it maneuvered through the storm of blades, gathering wind energy at its feet. But just then, a blood arrow erupted from its form, leaving behind numerous lacerations. How is this possible? The black feather eagle was taken aback. It had clearly dodged the previous attack, so why was it still injured? Though it could not comprehend the situation, Jiang Chen had discerned the truth. It turned out the sword radiance had such an effect. He murmured in surprise. He had witnessed the preceding events clearly. The black feather eagle, aided by supervision, had indeed evaded the feather blade attacks. However, the unique characteristic of sword radiance imbued the feather blades with an added sharpness, an aspect invisible to the naked eye and only perceivable through the body. With the cooperation of the sword radiance, the blade storm resembled a fishing net reinforced with steel needles, rendering it even more impenetrable. At that moment, the black feather eagle emitted a cry of anguish. Black feather bomb. Almost instantaneously, Huang Xiaotian reacted, issuing the command. The black feather eagle curled its body, launching its feathers towards the wild sword eagle while utilizing the recoil to escape the range of the blade storm's attack. Endure it, Jiang Chen called out, not instructing the wild sword eagle to retreat, but instead commanding it to withstand the assault. He sought to test the limits of the wild sword eagle's defense. With little Qing present, he felt assured. Even if it sustained serious injuries, it would only result in a drop of Azure wood qi. Only in this manner can one achieve superior judgment in future battles. Boom. The black feather bomb collided with the savage sword eagle, resulting in a resounding explosion. Instantly, thick smoke billowed into the air. Did the savage sword eagle lose? A wave of bewilderment swept through the spectators below. The power of the feather bomb was formidable. They believed they could not withstand such an attack. However, the next moment unveiled a shocking scene. As the smoke cleared, the savage sword eagle appeared unscathed, albeit with its golden feathers singed due to the explosion. It gazed blankly at the black feather eagle, contemplating how the force of the attack seemed relatively mild, barely stronger than that tail strike from the earlier Shaoqing. Jiang Chen, witnessing this, was equally astonished. It seemed that the Qinghong sword feather had indeed augmented its defensive capabilities to an extraordinarily terrifying level. With a defense now comparable to some specialized defensive beasts, it could withstand damage at a level exceeding 3 tiers. Sword technique. At Jiang Chen's command, the savage sword eagle's keen eyes glinted coldly, and it suddenly accelerated. 2 distinct energies coalescing upon its wings. Like a swordsman wielding a longsword, it charged swiftly towards the black feather eagle. The unexpected turn of events caused a change in expression for Huang Xiaotian. Yet, at this instant, there was no time for defense. He could only launch a frontal assault. Steel claws. Huang Xiaotian transmitted his thoughts, feeling a pang of regret for his earlier carelessness. How could the beast cultivated by the young master be so simple? This was truly a monumental embarrassment. The black feather eagle had to endure. Caw. The black feather eagle, undeterred, was proud as all avian beasts are, and would never retreat before a formidable foe. A metallic glimmer flashed across its talons as it lunged towards the wings of the savage sword eagle. Bang! However, upon collision, despite the black feather eagle exerting all its strength, it was repelled by the dual attribute assault of the savage sword eagle. It then plummeted freely through the sky, hurtling towards the ground. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell into stunned silence. An extraordinary tier beast was actually knocked unconscious by an awakened tier beast with a single blow? Is this scientifically plausible? When did the world transform into this? Was the Beast Master from Magic City University truly that formidable? Fire one, catch it! Jiang Chen would not allow the black feather eagle to fall unceremoniously to the ground, promptly issuing orders. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, racing towards the direction of the black feather eagle. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. The Gale Falcon? How could such a beast appear in Jiang City, and not just one, but several? Shao Qing, intercept them. Chapter 219. You are Jiang Chen. The Gale Falcon is the first evolution of the light wind bird, categorized as a mid-silver quality beast. Known as the airborne pangolin, capable of attacking any beast within its line of sight. Due to this characteristic, they seldom appear in urban areas, and when they do, they are quickly expelled by beast masters. Only those factions specializing in nurturing avian beasts would keep a few. The appearance of these three, evidently not wild beasts and with considerable strength, was alarming. Shao Gu, take some men and check if there are other beast masters nearby, Jiang Chen instructed, glancing at Shao Qing, who was engaged with the three Gale Falcons. Shao Yu nodded. You all come with me. He led his 5 guards swiftly towards the exit. Shao Gu, I'll accompany you. Huang Xiaodian had just recalled the black feather eagle into the beast space. Watching Shao Yu depart, he hurriedly followed suit. Reflecting on that earlier scene, he was still shaken. Had it not been for the savage sword eagle's intervention, the black feather eagle could very well have become a headless corpse. Thus, he was eager to ascertain the identity of the owner of these 3 Gale Falcons. Once they had left, Jiang Chen turned his gaze skyward. He did not command them, but allowed the 2 beasts to act independently. Shao Qing was now enveloped in arcs of lightning, electric pulses crackling from its form. Thunderbolt tail strike activated. The azure scales on its body shimmered with electricity, producing a crackling sound. It then lunged ferociously towards one of the Gale Falcons. The overwhelming force, coupled with the electric energy, descended upon it with ferocity. The Gale Falcon sensed the current state of Shao Qing and was filled with dread. It was reckless, not foolish. Recognizing that it could not match this power, it swung its head to flee. Although it excelled in speed, it could not possibly outpace the now platinum tier Shao Qing. Caw! In the next moment, it felt its body lose control, and everything before its eyes turned pitch black as it plummeted to the ground. Outside the Qingshan base, 3 individuals, each holding a cigarette, leaned against a large tree, engaged in conversation. Hugo, will releasing the Gale Falcons to hunt cause any trouble? The one referred to as Hugo waved his hand dismissively. No worries, the Gale Falcons 1T attack humans. At most, they LL take down a few beasts. Given the current situation in Jiang City, as long as there are no fatalities, the city government 1T intervene, just a bit of compensation, at most. Indeed. Hearing Hu Hao's words, the others felt somewhat reassured, then exhaled a cloud of white smoke as one asked solemnly, Hugo, how long will we be staying in Jiang City? When can we return? Return? Hu Hao chuckled, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Then leaned closer to the 2. Let me tell you, we are merely the first batch from Bird Paradise to Jiang City. If we gain sufficient benefits from the spatial rift, stronger individuals will follow. You are fortunate to have been selected this time. Once you find something valuable in the rift, you could return and afford a house, marry, and have children. Upon hearing Hu Hao's words, the 2's faces flushed with excitement. Can we enter the rift too? Why not? You think we brought you here for leisure? As Hu Hao spoke, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and blood erupted from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground. Hugo, what happened to you? The 2 rushed to his side, asking anxiously. Damn. The Gale Falcon, I've lost my connection with the Gale Falcon. What? The 2's pupils dilated in shock, as combatants of Bird Paradise. They understood what this meant. Hu Hao's Gale Falcon had already attained extraordinary 4th tier status. In this desolate wilderness, how could any beast possibly defeat it? Moreover, it wasn't he the only one. Realizing this, their faces turned ashen. If Hu Hao's Gale Falcon had perished, then theirs in the next moment. The same fate befell them, as both collapsed simultaneously. Who did this? Their esteemed position in Bird Paradise relied entirely on the Gale Falcon. They had invested all their resources into it. Now, with the Gale Falcon's demise, all their efforts had vanished. Thus, consumed by resentment and fury, they ultimately closed their eyes. Upon awakening once more, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Attempting to move, they discovered they were bound tightly, like Zongzi. Awake? Huang Xiaodian reclined on the sofa, momentarily taken aback by the commotion, casting a surprised glance at them. Quite impressive, I must say. I had assumed you would sleep for an entire day and night. Upon noticing Huang Xiaotian, Hu Hao suddenly grasped the situation and bellowed at him. You killed my beast. We bear no grudges against one another. Why did you do this? Why? Huang Xiaotian, his gaze piercing into Hu Hao's bloodshot eyes, retorted with a disdainful snort. You ought to have anticipated such an outcome after unleashing the Gale Falcon. Had it not been for the fact that the Gale Falcon was released within the confines of Qingshan, the beasts it targeted would have been utterly devoured. Yet here you stand, feigning the role of a victim. How utterly revolting. Xiaotian, don't waste your breath on him. I demand to know all their information. Inquire about their purpose for being here, came the voice of Jiang Chen through Huang Xiaotian's earpiece. He was observing them from behind a camera. Jiang Chen harbored no illusion that 3 intermediate beast tamers would venture to Qingshan without a motive. They surely had an agenda. Unfazed by Jiang Chen's words, Huang Xiaotian delivered a fierce punch to Hu Hao's abdomen, growling, Enough with the meaningless chatter. Do you have any idea that your beast nearly killed my bird? Speak quickly, who are you all? Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Hu Hao, already weakened by the loss of his beast, felt his stomach churn violently from the blow. He raised his gaze to meet Huang Xiaotian's, a murderous intent flickering in his mind. Nearly killed your beast? 3 of my extraordinary beasts lie dead here. However, recognizing his precarious position, he dared not act rashly. An accident, you say? An accident that conveniently occurred right where I train my beasts? Huang Xiaotian scoffed. Believe it or not, we are merely here to assess the situation. The encounter with your Gale Falcon was nothing but bad luck. Assess the situation? Huang Tianming's heart leaped with joy at this revelation. This must be the information Jiang Chen sought. Bad luck? This place is so desolate that it's practically abandoned. Are you here to desecrate someone's ancestral grave? You can't even concoct a decent excuse. He followed up with another punch to Hu Hao's gut. Hu Hao, on the verge of tears, looked at this dim-witted adversary, realizing that if this continued, he might truly be beaten to death. It's the truth. We seek a faction called Qingshan. We need a stronghold in Jiang City for the bird paradise. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianming's expression hardened. You intend to seize territory? Do you think you can lie at such a time? Do you believe the garrison office will simply overlook you? He raised his fist menacingly. Seeing this, Hu Hao shouted in desperation, Stop! I'm telling the truth. In cities where spatial rifts open, one can choose a piece of land as long as they pay the price. If you can conquer it, it belongs to you. And how much did you pay for the right to attack Qingshan? Just then, Jiang Chen entered the room, his face devoid of expression. I wouldn't he know? Hu Hao was nearly in tears, having lost his only beast, and now facing another beating. What does that have to do with you kids? Let me go? If my boss learns we've vanished, you won't escape his wrath. Jiang Chen stepped closer, addressing him directly. The bird paradise, is it? Your boss sent you to gather intelligence, but didn't he inform you who governs Qingshan? At this, Hu Hao's eyes widened with shock. You're Jiang Chen. Chapter 220, Bird Paradise. Were you speaking the truth just now? Jiang Chen towered over Hu Hao, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. If what Hu Hao claimed was accurate, and cities with open spatial rifts began permitting external forces to invade local factions, then the Jiangnan province was indeed on the brink of upheaval. Jiang Chen struggled to comprehend their motives. Was it merely for the resources found within the rifts? Was it truly worth it? Perhaps it was, considering the wealth of resources accumulated by a single race. If these individuals lacked the strength to produce resources while occupying a position, it would be justifiable to replace them. Yet, Jiang Chen felt there must be another reason behind this. You heard everything? Hu Hao's countenance was grim. He had not anticipated that the brash Huang Xiaotian was affiliated with Jiang Chen. The reports from the black market were indeed unreliable, failing to mention him. Had he known Huang Xiaotian was from the Qingshan breeding base, he would never have divulged so much. If his boss discovered that the information regarding the bird paradise's intention to invade Qingshan had escaped his lips, not only would he suffer, but his family would also face dire consequences. After all, that man was a lunatic. Now, it's my turn to question you. At that moment, Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and he shouted, Xiaotian, pry his mouth open. He is going to commit suicide. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huang Xiaotian swiftly grasped Hu Hao's jaw. But it was already too late. Blood gushed from Hu Hao's mouth, staining his chest crimson. Damn it! Jiang Chen cursed internally as he gazed at the lifeless Hu Hao. Why must you die here? He wouldn't be concerned if Hu Hao had perished outside like Shurimo. However, his death at Qingshan posed a significant issue. He had been sequestered in closed-door training, focusing on the savage Sword Eagle, and was woefully uninformed about the outside world. If Hu Hao's claims were true, it would be manageable. If not, the implications could be troublesome. Bird Paradise? I shall remember you. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes as he addressed Huang Xiaotian. Xiaotian, you've been a killer. Handle these 3 with care and ensure it's done cleanly. Rest assured, leave it to me. Huang Xiaodian replied confidently. With that, Jiang Chen turned and left the chamber. He needed to ascertain the true nature of this bird paradise and the current situation in Jiang City. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Chen contemplated calling Huang Taoming, but quickly reconsidered, recognizing that his knowledge likely extended only to the secret realms and spatial rifts of Jiang City. Instead, he had a better alternative in mind. After a brief moment of reflection, Jiang Chen dialed Mo Yueqing's number. He had been having Wenwan investigate her background, but to no avail. Mo Yueqing appeared as if she had materialized from thin air, suddenly appearing in Jiang City. This only deepened Jiang Chen's suspicions that she was connected to the Mo family. Only they could erase an individual's information so thoroughly. Hello, what is it? Mo Yueqing's voice came through, sounding somewhat fatigued. Jiang Chen hesitated, unsure how to begin, before finally stating, Miss Mo, I have something I wish to inquire about. Jiang Chen, you are quite pragmatic. Every time you call, it's to seek my assistance. Mo Yueqing's tone was inscrutable. Let us not put it that way. We merely have mutually beneficial interests. After all, you wouldn't want to see me eliminated at this juncture, would you? Jiang Chen replied with a smile, feeling less apprehensive due to the frequency of their conversations. At the very least, from their last exchange, he understood that Mo Yueqing would not dare to act against him in the near term. If he were to perish, finding another ally within a month would be exceedingly difficult for her. Why would anyone want to lay a hand on you? A subtle tremor crept into Mo Yueqing's tone. Indeed, are you familiar with Feiniawen? Jiang Chen inquired. Feiniawen, I am, but what price are you willing to pay? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Do I have to pay? Of course. Do you think I can sustain so many people without any financial compensation? The information I sell must ensure a commission for those who provide it, Mo Yueqing retorted. A hint of amusement flickered at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. I never anticipated you to be such a benevolent employer. Let us defer the payment for now and settle it together with my previous debts. You truly are becoming increasingly shameless, Mo Yueqing remarked with a hint of irritation, noticing Jiang Chen's brazen demeanor. Ever since she learned that she would need him as a shield a month later, managing him had become more challenging than she had anticipated. However, if you were to plead with me, I might just acquiesce, Mo Yueqing said, flashing a sudden enchanting smile. I beg you, Jiang Chen replied, his expression unyielding. It's just a few words, it won't cost you anything. I've already expended considerable funds to evolve the barbaric sword eagle. And since I cannot sell this beast in the short term, I need to conserve my finances. Mo Yueqing's expression stiffened slightly, and she responded coldly, that's pointless. I'll prepare the information for you shortly. Moments later, her voice returned, I have found the information you requested. Feiniawen is a third-tier power from the ancient capital, and the air visiting Jiang City is quite unhinged. You'd best exercise caution. Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment, mulling over yet another third-tier force. Do you happen to know their current location? Jinfeng Road, Lingdun Building. Thank you, I appreciate it. Jiang Chen nodded before continuing, by the way. I have another question. Do you have any updates regarding the spatial rifts? Mo Yueqing's expression shifted as she cautioned, Jiang Chen, I advise you to refrain from rash actions. Without sufficient strength, entering would be tantamount to courting death. Recently, a blood pool was discovered within the spatial rift in Jiang City, capable of enhancing the bloodline qualities of beast tamers. Both local and external forces are vying for it, resulting in numerous casualties. The Songhai army has intervened as well. Don't forget your promise to me. As long as I'm here, you shall not perish. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine at her veiled threat, and quickly clarified, I was merely inquiring about what Director Mo Yunfeng is truly after. Are you testing me? Mo Yueqing's voice turned icy. Let us not use such harsh words. We are, after all, somewhat akin to allies. Your air of mystery is quite unsettling. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. I could share my secrets. But you must first reveal what you've been up to at the Modu Academy. Why can I only find information from your sophomore year? Jiang Chen's demeanor shifted abruptly as he responded. Miss Mo, this is rather disheartening. You've taken to investigating me? Haven't you been doing the same? Besides, as you noted, a petite woman like myself should be far more concerned about safety than you. She shot back. Jiang Chen's lips twitched at her description. The term petite woman has no relevance to you. If you choose not to share, then so be it. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Jiang Chen declared, abruptly ending the call. Chapter 221, The Plan. My candidate seems to be growing increasingly audacious. I believe it's time for a gentle reminder. After Jiang Chen hung up, Mo Yueqing gazed at her now black-screened phone, a smirk gracing her lips, yet the glint of coldness in her eyes betrayed her true intentions. Jiang Chen was merely a tool she had selected to assist her in escaping her family's control. His strength was undeniable, and she would provide him with resources to enhance his power, which would ultimately benefit her as well. However, this arrangement hinged on one critical condition. He must not develop any unwarranted ambitions. It was evident that Jiang Chen was leaning towards such inclinations. Not only did he dare to impose demands upon her, but he also harbored the audacity to probe into her relationship with Mo Yunfeng. Xiaoqing, your choice of companion seems to lack integrity. Should I intervene and teach him a lesson? A beautiful woman sat elegantly on the sofa of the treasure pavilion, holding a delicate blue and white porcelain cup. This was Dongfang Yan, the wife of Mo Yunfeng. Recently, due to the issues surrounding the spatial rifts, your uncle and the elder of your Mo family have found themselves at odds. He is contemplating independence. If you wish, you may join us. Upon hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Mo Yueqing's crimson eyes, and suddenly, two sharp fangs extended from her mouth as she coldly declared, no need. The Mo family rightfully belongs to my father. Now that he is deceased, if that old fool refuses to act, I shall reclaim what is mine. Observing her niece's fierce demeanor, Dongfang Yan sighed with a touch of sympathy. Ah, Xiaoqing, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Your uncle is currently aligned with the formidable Wang. If he can quell the first wave of open spatial rifts, he will have the opportunity to be conferred a title, and the entire Jiangnan province will fall under his domain. Conferred a title, Mo Yueqing exclaimed, taken aback by this revelation, which she had not previously encountered. Yet, upon reflecting on the current state of Jiang City, the reasoning became clear. It seemed that the city lord permitted forces from other regions to encroach upon their territory with the tacit approval of her uncle. However, there was little that could be done. The local factions in Jiang City were simply too weak. The law of the jungle remains unchanged. Precisely. Thus, Xiaoqing, your options are expanding. I have also heard of that Jiang Chen. He indeed possesses potential and nurturing, but potential alone offers little assistance. Additionally, I have heard from your uncle that he is an ambitious individual who will not easily be controlled by you. As for choices, Aunt, that is unnecessary for now. The Mo family's people are already en route, and it would be too late to seek alternatives. Moreover, do you not trust in my charm? As she spoke, a playful smile graced Mo Yueqing's lips. Her captivating beauty caused even Dongfang Yan to momentarily lose her composure. Soon after, she playfully swatted Mo Yueqing's arm and chided. Didn't I tell you to use that ability sparingly? Have you taken my words lightly? Or do you now believe you are too strong to heed your aunt's advice? Mo Yueqing, seeing this, wrapped her arms around Dongfang Yan's, adopting a youthful demeanor as she playfully pouted, Aunt Yan, I was wrong. I am well aware that if Jiang Chen truly exhibits tendencies of losing control, I will handle it myself. Besides, Jiang Chen has already offended 2 third-tier families. Whether he survives is still in question. Humph, you only know how to flatter me. Dongfang Yan shot a sideways glance at Mo Yueqing, then continued, let me tell you, the battlefield for leaders within the spatial rifts has stabilized. However, those of lower tiers are somewhat suppressed. Thus, your uncle has contacted several families, urging them to send their talents. You may truly consider visiting when the opportunity arises. The spatial rifts operate under rules. No forces above the leader level are allowed within the primary spatial rifts, or else they would be torn apart. This is also the reason behind the spatial rift's attempts to invade Blue Star. It is impossible to advance from within. Initially, the lower tiers were barred from entry to prevent the opposing side from resorting to high-tier forces. Now that high-tier forces have begun to balance one another, it is time for the lower tiers to take the stage. I understand. Upon hearing the words, Mo Yueqing realized that refusing was futile. She could only feign agreement. Whether to attend or not was ultimately her own affair. At the Qingshan breeding base, Huang Xiaodian had already dealt with the 3 nuisances and returned to Jiang Chen's side, stating, Brother, I have resolved the matter with those 3. What shall we do next? Jiang Chen nodded, not inquiring about the specifics of his methods, but rather solemnly replied, Xiaodian, you are to join the Qingshan breeding base. All prior information has been erased by Meng Fantian. For now, endure a bit, rent a room at the bird paradise and ascertain their operational range. I understand. Reconnaissance is my forte. Brother, you can rest assured to leave this to me, Huang Xiaodian assured Jiang Chen with confidence. Jiang Chen, however, retorted, be serious. Do not botch this task. Understood. You may leave now, he concluded. Huang Xiaodian nodded and retreated. After his departure, Jiang Chen settled at his computer, contemplating the forthcoming plan. The advertising war with Wu Shi had commenced, and as Jiang Chen had anticipated, with Qing Zhu's inherent brand influence. A mere nudge of online support resulted in a flurry of spontaneous endorsements. Despite Wu Shi's vigorous denial of any connection, it bore little effect. Overall, Jiang Chen's strategy proved to be remarkably effective. At the very least, everyone was now aware that Qing Zhu was launching a new product named Jinxiu. Furthermore, Online commentary revealed a considerable number of optimistic perspectives, showcasing the profound impact of branding on the general populace. Thus, as long as Jinxiu excelled, Wu Shi's machinations were bound to falter. Jiang Chen remained confident in this regard, for after all, the Jinxiu peony was a flower with the potential to evolve into a symbol of auspiciousness. As for other matters, the official website of the Qingshan breeding base had been completed, and inquiries regarding the purchase of Lei Yufeng butterfly had begun to trickle in. However, due to the current breeding pace of the Lei Yufeng butterfly, only 4 newly born variants were available. Jiang Chen had yet to open the purchasing link, a necessary measure, as these 4 variants, under Jiang Chen's nurturing, appeared to possess a trace of lightning attribute genes. One had even undergone a mutation, awakening the electric pattern trait. This represented a significant breakthrough, and Jiang Chen had already instructed Wang Kiki to submit this exceptional individual for certification by the Breeder Association. Should it succeed, this awakened electric pattern variant would become an entirely new breed, allowing Jiang Chen to command a higher price. After all, such a narrative was far more compelling. In summary, everything at the Qingshan breeding base was progressing favorably. Tomorrow, he was scheduled to conduct his first teaching session at Zhonghai Beastmaster Academy, necessitating the establishment of a more distinct identity for himself, enhancing his personal brand. A genius breeder and star teacher. With such a combination, even without the backing of professors from Magic Capital University, no one would dare to offend him easily. As for the content of tomorrow's lecture, Jiang Chen already had a clear vision. He retrieved his computer, logged into his account, and entered the course title in the course selection software, Fundamentals of Beast Mastery and Massage Techniques. Chapter 222, The Impact of Jiang Chen's Course. At Zhonghai Beastmaster Academy, in the girls' dormitory. Ninger, come here quickly, a girl exclaimed from her desk, calling out to the washroom. What is it? Why the urgency at this hour? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the neighbors? Li Ninger, her face adorned with a facial mask, sauntered over, her tone laced with mild annoyance. During the previous breeding competition between Jiang Chen and Zhang Fong, her beast, the extreme electric leopard, had been chosen by Jiang Chen. Under his guidance, its quality improved, and it learned a brand new advanced skill. After a period of training, the extreme electric leopard had acclimated to its new form and successfully defeated a member of the school team ranked 10th, usurping his position. She had just returned from training and was preparing to freshen up when she heard her roommate's enthusiastic shout. No, you must see. The Jiang Chen who helped you breed your beast is now teaching at school. Wang Feifei waved her hand and pointed at the name on the screen. What? Let me see. Upon hearing Wang Feifei's words, Li Ninger dashed to the computer, scrutinizing the details. It truly is Professor Zhang's course. But how can we enroll in his class? Isn't he new here? How can he be teaching second-year students directly? Typically, newly hired teachers from outside the school would start with first-year courses, undergoing evaluations before being granted the opportunity to teach upperclassmen. If they did not meet standards, they would be dismissed, and even veteran teachers faced similar assessments. This was a rule established by Sun Jinxian, who had encountered an overwhelming number of unqualified instructors upon taking over. Nevertheless, it was precisely this rule that had ushered in a cadre of young, capable teachers. Are you daft? Can't you see what this page is? Wang Feifei replied incredulously, pointing at the screen. This is a public course. A public course. Li Ninger exclaimed in surprise. Has Professor Jiang become a renowned teacher already? Public courses are not offered by just anyone. In fact, apart from a few deans and professors, hardly anyone at Zhonghai Beastmaster Academy dares to teach a public course. Even those who do typically settle for small classrooms of 50 or 60 students. Yet Jiang Chen has opened a class for 100. Why are you concerned about that? Are you enrolling or not? Absolutely. Li Ninger immediately returned to her spot, opening the course selection system. Others may not recognize Jiang Chen's prowess, but she certainly did. After all, he was the one who had elevated the quality of her extreme electric leopard. He might not be famous yet, but once he gained recognition, students from other schools would surely flock to his class. However, when she clicked the registration button, she was rooted to the spot in disbelief. How is this possible? All 150 slots have been filled already? How long has this course been available? An hour? Even if the professors brought back by those school heads were teaching, it wouldn't fill up this quickly. Li Ninger, undeterred, frantically refreshed the page, hoping for a miracle, her eyes brimming with tears. The hidden gem she had finally discovered had been snatched away so swiftly. The feeling was utterly disheartening, especially upon hearing Wang Feifei's voice nearby. Nice. I got in. Ninger, did you manage to secure a spot? She turned to Li Ninger, only to find her glaring at her with palpable resentment, sending chills down her spine. Ninger, please don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Feifei, I'll agree to any condition you propose. Just let me take your spot, and I'll attend for you. Wang Feifei realized the gravity of the situation and immediately responded, Ninger, you didn't manage to get in. Did you? I clearly saw there were still plenty of spots left. But then she noticed the word full next to Jiang Chen's name. Fei, Li Ninger said. You know it's not easy for me to study here, having come from the north. Sigh. Upon hearing this, Li Ninger understood her good roommate would not agree. Especially since she had already shared how Jiang Chen had helped her breed her beast. She now wished fervently to slap herself twice for her earlier indiscretion and boasting. At that moment, Wang Fei suddenly exclaimed, Ninger, I think I understand why Professor Zhang's class was snatched up so swiftly. As she spoke, she shared an account named Jiang Yuan Bai Tong with Li Ninger. This account had posted a thread on the school's forum titled, The True Reason a Sophomore Could Become a Member of the School Team, Jiang Chen. The post detailed the entire match between Jiang Chen and Zhang Fang, as well as the complete process of Li Ninger becoming a member of the school team. So it was this rascal. Li Ninger glared at the yellow duck avatar, her heart filled with a desire for vengeance. The male host, a rotund little figure, looked at the comments under his blog post, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he picked up the yellow duck perched on his bed and said, Duck God, I told you I have a talent for media creation, right? I just registered this account and already have hundreds of likes. By helping Professor Jiang, he should assist you with your physical issues in return. The yellow duck quacked twice in response, then extended a little wing to pat Sun Hao's shoulder. In the administration building, in the vice principal's office, the vice principal exclaimed, Principal, it's a disaster. Jiang Chen is actually holding a public lecture. Xiao Hongwei, having heard the commotion outside, set down the documents in hand. What a ruckus. Let him hold it. If no one shows up for his class tomorrow, he will know what humiliation feels like. The head of education, Su Wei, took a breath and continued, but his class has already been fully booked. What? Xiao Hongwei's expression darkened. How could someone who has never taught before and lacks fame have anyone choose his class? Even if he personally conducted the lecture, it wouldn't necessarily fill up. After all, students have an inherent aversion to attending classes, especially in a third-tier college, unless it's mandatory or the teacher is genuinely helpful. Who would attend? Jiang Chen does have a bit of a reputation. Su Wei couldn't help but explain. When does his class start? Xiao Hongwei demanded. Su Wei flipped through the schedule and replied, Monday at 2 in the afternoon. I see. You should keep an eye on it that day. If it goes well, we can arrange for Professor Feng to hold a class at the same time as him in the future. Just one breeding institute is enough to give me a headache. If another professor comes along, that little troublemaker Sun Jinxian will surely be in our faces again. Due to Sun Jinxuan's reforms over the years, Xiao Hongwei's position as vice principal had been steadily diminishing, and he was now relegated to managing merely the Beast Taming Academy. Many of his loyal teachers had been dismissed, which had been his network built over the years. If it weren't for Sun Jinxian, he would have received considerable tribute each year. This was not a situation he wished to see. He had to gain control over the entire Jianghai Beast Taming Academy. The first step in that direction was to isolate Sun Jinxian. Chapter 223, The First Class. Time flew by, and soon it was Monday. The morning sunlight bathed the earth. And Jiang Chen had already completed his morning routine, donning a black brocade robe adorned with an embroidered green bamboo on his left chest. This was a selection made by Wan specifically for Jiang Chen's first day of teaching. Crafted from silk produced by lightning silkworms and processed by the spirit embroidery master. This attire was unique to the Qingshan breeding base in the entire Great Xia. It not only served to ward off dust and odor, but, under the influence of the lightning attribute, also bestowed Jiang Chen with an aura of majesty. Seeing the resplendent Jiang Chen, Wang Kiki expressed her envy. I never expected that just a short time after graduation, you would achieve the position of professor. Teachers are treasured in any place, and the reverence for them is ingrained in the bones of the people of Great Xia. Especially those who have long been renowned. They are considered national treasures. For instance, if Lu Guodong were willing to join the Jianghai Beast Taming Academy, the city government could prepare for an expansion of Jiang City. At that time, countless students would flock to this place for him. Of course, such an event was virtually impossible. Upon hearing Wang Qi's words, Jiang Chen glanced at her and remarked, If you wish, I can ask the senior sister to find a position for you at the school. With your capabilities, she should agree. For reasons unknown, Wang Kiki had been acting frantically, confining herself to the research lab day in and day out, studying the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly, and had indeed developed a brand new intermediate skill, Thunder Wings. This granted the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly, a mage-type creature, the opportunity to become a melee mage. Is it a professor's position? Wang Kiki inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips twitched. Indeed, she was a genius beast tamer graduated from Magic Capital University, and her words left him momentarily speechless. Just kidding. I've been quite busy lately, constantly shuttling between the association and the breeding base. You can take on the task of educating the students. Wang Kiki chuckled at Jiang Chen's expression. Being a teacher at a third-tier academy would be a breeze for her. And if she were willing, Even first-tier institutions would offer her lucrative positions. Jiang Beast Taming Academy might provide a professorship, but it wouldn't hold much allure for her. She preferred to remain at home studying the Thunderwing Phoenix butterfly. Well then, those students are simply unfortunate not to have the chance to meet such a beautiful teacher like you. Jiang Chen tidied his attire slightly and then stepped out of the hall. He saw Zhong Kai dividing the Songhai army and the Duan family members into 2 teams for training. They were already experienced, and after Zhong Kai's training, their coordination had improved significantly. He believed that with continued practice, they would soon form a formidable fighting force. Noticing Jiang Chen's arrival, Zhong Kai nodded slightly and then commanded them, "Continue practicing with Xiaoyu. Young master, how are they training?" "Not bad." Zhong Kai pondered for a moment before replying. "Among them, those few veterans and that Duan Yun are the best trained in this batch. Let them continue. I plan to select 5 Wild Sword Eagles from this group." Zhong Kai paused, lowering his voice to say, "Isn't it a bit wasteful to let them contract Wild Sword Eagles?" In Zhong Kai's eyes, a Wild Sword Eagle was a beast that could be sold for $1 million. Allowing a bunch of novice beast tamers to contract one seemed like squandering a precious resource. Jiang Chen shook his head. "Some things cannot be retained. We must arm the Qingshan base. In the future, rare beasts will undoubtedly be more plentiful at the Qingshan breeding base, especially under current circumstances where others will covet them. Qingshan needs genuine combat power." There was one point Jiang Chen did not mention. Although Huang Xiaodian had dealt with the 3 corpses, there was no telling when they might be discovered. Moreover, Jiang Chen could not afford to remain passive. "Understood. I will double the training for them in the coming days to ensure they are worthy of the Wild Sword Eagles. As long as you understand. It's about time. We should set off." In the Jiang Beast Taming Academy, in the principal's office, Sun Jinxian looked at the report sent up from below, surprised as she remarked, "Grandpa, I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be quite popular among the students." His first public lecture was fully booked. Yu Yuntao, upon hearing his granddaughter's words, took a sip of his tea and responded nonchalantly. "Jiang Chen, after all, is a nurturing master who has made his presence known at the grand tournament, and he certainly stirred quite a commotion upon his induction. It is hardly surprising that some students would choose to attend his class. However, if his inaugural lecture proves to be uninteresting, he may be in dire straits. For the seasoned veterans of your institution will not spare him." Sun Jinxian, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of helplessness. "Grandfather, why must you speak such disheartening words? Can't you lend a hand?" As she spoke, she lifted her teacup and offered it to him. "Enough of that. I promised you I'd step back into the fray, but I allotted you 3 years. During this time, I shall solely concern myself with the nurturing academy. If you cannot resolve the mess your mother left behind during this period, then return home and focus on your training." "Stubborn old man." Sun Jinxian pouted at his response and downed her tea in one gulp. "I won't pour you another." Now, all she could do was hope that Jiang Chen would deliver a captivating lecture. As time passed, noon arrived. In the teaching building, students ambled in clusters down the stairs. Li Ninger, mingling among the crowd while holding onto Wang Feifei's arm, asked, "Feifei, are you certain there's no issue with your plan to audit the class? What if Professor Jiang discovers us and blacklists us? Those who conduct open lectures do not merely receive a fixed salary, they are compensated based on attendance. The more students that attend, the greater the remuneration, albeit funded by the school. Of course not. It's not uncommon for students to audit classes. Have you not noticed Xiaoyu from the neighboring class attending ours daily to pursue the girls here?" Li Ninger, feeling somewhat exasperated, pinched her brow, regretting her decision to trust her roommate's words. But open classes are not the same as mandatory ones. Yet, having come this far, there was no point in dwelling on it, and she joined the throng entering the auditorium. "What is going on?" Wang Feifei exclaimed, taken aback by the scene before her. The auditorium, capable of seating 150, was already half filled. Most notably, the last row was occupied by over 20 instructors. "No way. Class hasn't even started yet." The 2 quickly lowered their heads and found a secluded corner to sit, covertly observing the unfolding situation. To her astonishment, Li Ninger spotted Sun Jinxian in the last row. "What is happening? It seems several renowned teachers from our school are present, including Teacher Zhan. Didn't he take students to the secret realm?" Wang Feifei's calves began to tremble as she quietly inquired of her friend. "How would I know? You've truly led me to my doom." Li Ninger rolled her eyes in response, her mind racing with thoughts of whether to leave. However, as class time approached, more students arrived, and upon noticing the teachers in the back row, they were equally astonished, their chatter subsiding as they sought out seats. "Peng Yamo, why is he here?" Just then, Wang Feifei noticed a young man with dyed red hair making his way through the crowd, a notorious freshman known for his rebellious spirit. He had been accepted as a student by Director Su Wei due to his commendable talent and was currently vying for a spot on the school team. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Professor Jiang has arrived." Instantly, Everyone stood, quieting to watch Jiang Chen ascend to the podium. This was a demonstration of respect for teachers, a tradition upheld in every institution. "Hello, everyone," Jiang Chen greeted, observing the sizable attendance. "Today marks my inaugural open class, and I am aware that many of you may be here merely for the spectacle. Nevertheless, I believe that by the conclusion of this lesson, each of you will gain something valuable." A smile graced his lips, and although the auditorium was expansive, his voice resonated clearly among the students. Sun Jinxian, pen in hand, remained aloof yet nodded inwardly. Jiang Chen's demeanor was indeed commendable, a true prodigy of the nurturing academy. Even seasoned educators might falter under the gaze of such a large audience, let alone speak with such confidence. This poise is seldom possessed without substantial experience. Anyone can boast. "I doubt you're much older than I am. Who do you think you are, calling yourself a teacher?" The audacious remark elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. Who dared to disrupt the proceedings in such a manner? The eyes of the assembly turned toward the source of the voice. There sat Peng Mo, reclining in his seat, unfazed by the attention. He had come on a mission. If he could embarrass Jiang Chen, he would earn a rare moonlight grass, a prized copper-grade spiritual herb. Oh, it's Peng Mo. Now it makes sense. Yet, his audacity was remarkable. While causing mischief in class was one thing, challenging a professor during an open lecture was quite another. Although young, he was indeed a professor. Open classes were not limited to a single grade. All years could participate, including those who had witnessed Jiang Chen nurture the extreme electric leopard. However, they remained silent, eager to discern whether Jiang Chen possessed the ability to teach effectively. After all, knowing how to use a skill is different from teaching it. The instructors exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with amusement. Open classes are unpredictable, and they had all experienced such moments. Those lacking in capability would inevitably step aside. Even among esteemed educators, competition was rife, for the student body was limited, and time was precious. More students for one meant fewer for another. Jiang Chen turned slightly, casting a bemused glance at the red-haired youth seated in the middle. He had intended to be an amicable teacher, but it appeared someone was intent on compelling him to exhibit a more stringent side. It seemed inevitable that a few troublemakers would emerge, and he had not anticipated encountering one on his very first day. "Because I am a genius," Jiang Chen replied to Peng Mo with a calm demeanor, as if stating an undeniable truth. After all, youth often comes with a touch of arrogance. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Wei, concealed in the shadows, could not help but reveal a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. When it comes to dealing with students, one must stroke their egos. Otherwise, should their rebellious nature be provoked, the entire lesson could swiftly descend into chaos. Indeed, at this moment, the students began to murmur amongst themselves. "How arrogant this person is. Humph. I initially thought he was yet another esteemed teacher summoned back by Principal Sun, only to discover he is a rather conceited individual." Sun Jinxian gazed at Jiang Chen with a hint of astonishment. She had long heard tales of his pride. Previously, due to limited interactions, she had not discerned it, but now it appeared that the rumors from the breeding college were likely true. Such words could probably only be uttered by him. However, how he intends to resolve this predicament remains to be seen. She was aware of his capabilities, yet the students had not truly witnessed them. Should he be branded as arrogant, his teaching career could very well meet an untimely end. "You claim to be a genius?" A smirk crept across Peng Mo's lips. If he were truly a genius, would he be teaching at this school? His presence here was merely a prelude to studying abroad. And in his eyes, the entirety of Zhanghai Beast Taming Academy was filled with mediocrity, save for a select few teachers and students. Every gaze in the classroom was directed towards Jiang Chen, eagerly anticipating his response. Placing oneself in their shoes, if a student posed such a question, they would genuinely be at a loss for words. The query was exceedingly challenging. To answer would seem presumptuous, while declining would be akin to slapping oneself in the face. It was at this moment that Jiang Chen's voice emerged slowly from his lips, devoid of any impatience, yet reverberating in a manner that struck the nerves of everyone present. "I am indeed quite young, perhaps even younger than some of you in attendance, but I am presently your instructor." Upon hearing this, Peng Mo's lips curled into a derisive smile. "Is that all? Who doesn't know you have connections with the principal? Perhaps you even secured your position through some backdoor dealings. There are even photographs of you entering the school together." At this remark, everyone fell into a momentary stupor. Has Peng Mo lost his mind? Is such a statement permissible? While Jiang Chen might be inconsequential, Principal Sun is a legitimate half-step master. Does he not fear being crushed by the iron-eating beast? "It seems there has been a misunderstanding," Jiang Chen responded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am a junior to your Principal Sun. I entered the breeding program at Moda University at the age of 14 and have just graduated at 18, now a senior beast tamer. I possess mastery over more than 3 golden-tier beast evolution schemes and operate a breeding base. Would you not consider that a form of genius? Principal Sun invited me here to impart knowledge, not to entertain frivolous inquiries. If you are eager to learn, I am more than willing to teach. However, if you have no desire to learn, then kindly take your leave. As he uttered these words, Jiang Chen summoned forth a surge of draconic might through Shaoqing. Peng Mo, as the most direct recipient of this overwhelming presence, found himself momentarily speechless, rooted to the spot.